You were clearly a laughingstock everyone mocked, but during your class transition, you awakened as an insectoid beastmaster, even gaining control over the mythical nano-poisonous insects, all because you possess a divine-level talent system. Fang Chen's class transition was complete, his new profession, beastmaster. The instructor's voice echoed through the empty hall, carrying a hint of professional courtesy. Yet, the crowd of students below erupted instantly. Fang Chen, a beastmaster? Wasn't he always top in theoretical scores? How did he end up with such a useless profession? Someone exclaimed in shock. Beastmasters control beasts in battle, costly and labor-intensive early on, and not even guaranteed to be strong later. Who even wants this profession? Another scoffed. I heard the strongest 9th-tier beastmaster in Dragon Country only controls 10 beasts of the same level. The weaker you are, the fewer you can control. Unless you pour money into it, you'll never grow. Someone shook their head inside. Ha ha, imagine controlling 100 cockroaches to bite enemies to death. Hilarious. Mocking laughter rose and fell. Mages are cocky. Archers are strong. Berserkers pull hordes of monsters with ease. Swordsmen can one-shot foes in 3 strikes. Summoners laze about most comfortably. Beastmasters burn money and are hard to manage, might as well go home and farm. Someone even made up a rhyme. Among the top 10 guilds in Dragon Country, there isn't a single beastmaster guild. No matter how talented you are, bad luck ruins everything. What a pity, the top student of our Longhua High is doomed to fall. Someone lamented. It's not that bad. Beastmasters vary depending on their affinity. School belle Su Muyu suddenly spoke up, her voice cool yet firm. For example, those attuned to the elf lineage can command the elven goddess for group buffs. Plus, beastmasters' passive skills enhance their tamed beasts, making them evolve stronger. Goddess. Your family is rich, of course you can afford beast evolution costs. But what about Fang Chen's family? And for buffs, wouldn't it be easier to just invite a healer or support class? Taming beasts isn't that simple either. Someone retorted. For a beastmaster to tame a beast, they must nearly beat it to death for the highest success rate. Weak beasts are worthless. While strong ones are beyond a beastmaster's solo ability, they need a team. Killing a monster and crippling it are two different things. The stronger the beast, the harder it is to subdue in one attempt. Unlike summoners who can rely on monster catalog cards for summoning, beastmasters have to keep trying to gain control. Another person added. Helping a beastmaster tame a powerful demon beast of the same level already costs a fortune just to hire a mercenary group. Not to mention beastmasters also rely heavily on equipment. Their growth is slow, barely useful in the late game and practically worthless in the early stages. Someone continued to analyze. Especially compared to your profession. Goddess, it's like night and day. Someone teased with a laugh. Exactly. You've reincarnated into the hidden class of Phoenix Mage, with limitless potential ahead. As for Fang Chen, his future looks bleak. For a beastmaster to grow strong, it's as difficult as reaching the heavens. That may not necessarily be true. Su Muyu insisted, her gaze unwavering. At this moment, Fang Chen stood in front of the attribute inspection stone, still somewhat dazed. Becoming a beastmaster seemed a bit unlucky, but he wondered if he would get a system. That's right, Fang Chen was a transmigrator who had arrived in this world 3 years ago, where games and reality were highly integrated. From the very first day of his transmigration, he had been waiting for his system. In his previous life, as an avid reader of countless web novels, he was very familiar with the concept of systems. Yet, his own system had been delayed, perhaps stuck in traffic, or maybe he had transmigrated with the wrong posture. In this world, everyone could undergo a job change after turning 18. The professions were diverse, ranging from traditional roles like mages, warriors, archers, summoners, and beastmasters to sub-professions and rare specializations. Although the authorities always claimed, there are no trash professions, only trash players, everyone knew the significance of a good profession. Mages, with their crowd control, AoE attacks, and high damage output, were always sought after by major combat guilds. Archers and warriors, though slightly less favored, still held great value. Archers were the top choice for dungeon runs due to their fast attack speed and agility, while warriors and knights excelled at pulling monsters and assassinating bosses. As for healers, they were indispensable in any team and enjoyed excellent treatment. Summoners could summon various beasts and spirits, often capable of soloing dungeons for leveling. Support professions are also needed by major guilds, so they have their place. Only beastmasters are in a very awkward position. With the same investment, other professions can level up and farm monsters, while beastmasters can only control a pitiful number of beasts to fight in melee, and might not even kill the monsters. Reality is harsh. In the Dragon Country of Blue Star, mages, warriors, archers, and healers are the ones actively recruited by major guilds and prestigious institutions. Support professions like alchemists, blacksmiths, and potion makers are often reduced to laborers. Unless they encounter special opportunities, it's hard for them to rise above their station. As for beastmasters, unless they're born into wealthy families or are descendants of powerful figures, they have almost no chance of making a name for themselves. In the entire Longhua city where Longhua High School is located, there isn't a single third-tier beastmaster, while there are several fourth-tier mages and warriors. This is the reality. Lei Yang has completed his class change, becoming a lightspeed archer. Zhang Dong has completed his class change, becoming a defense warrior. While waiting for the attribute stone's results, 2 more classmates completed their class changes, one of whom was actually an archer, second only to mages. Fong Chen could only smile wryly. Lei Yang, overjoyed, glanced at Fong Chen beside him and couldn't help but tease. Brother Fong Chen, don't be discouraged. A beastmaster isn't so bad, though it's not as good as an archer. A powerful beastmaster can still control formidable beasts to aid in battle. Of course, it's just very expensive. I remember your family's financial situation was decent, wasn't it? Big bro, you've got it wrong. That's the school Bell's family. Everyone in school knows about Fong Chen's family situation. I heard they even had a cockroach infestation a few days ago, Zhang Dong said, covering his mouth as he laughed. Oh, I see. Forget I said anything then. But when one door closes, another opens. If the profession isn't good, you can always learn something else, like postpartum care for sows. Master that, and you can join a pig farming guild to take care of them. At least that's better than. Lei Yan laughed, his eyes brimming with smugness. The crowd below burst into laughter as well. Fong Chen looked at Lei Yan with complete calm. This guy had a crush on Su Muyu. But ever since Su Muyu transferred to Longhua High School 3 years ago and became Fong Chen's deskmate and even developed a decent friendship with him, Lei Yang had always held a grudge. Fong Chen was long used to it. Su Muyu, who was watching from below, paled at the scene and was about to step forward. But just then, a streak of light flashed across the attribute identification stone before flowing directly into Fong Chen's forehead, condensing into the mark of an insect. Even she froze in disbelief at what she had just witnessed. Classmate, your affinity attribute is insects, but don't lose heart. Beastmasters with an insect affinity can be quite remarkable too. Keep it up, the career mentor reassured him. Fong Chen sighed helplessly. This time, he was truly unlucky to the extreme, utterly, completely screwed. Being close to the insect race? An insect beastmaster, this was literally the trashiest of the trash. Absolute garbage. Lei Yang couldn't stop laughing, and Zhang Dong beside him was doubled over with mirth. However, the group of classmates below couldn't help but start feeling a bit sorry for Fong Chen. In addition to being a good student on a regular basis, Fong Chen was also a very good person, but he just didn't expect that this time, he would not only be transformed into a beast royalist. Surprisingly, it was also the most wasteful of the Imperial Beastmasters, the Bug Imperial Beastmaster. What does it mean to be a bug sentinel? It meant that Fong Chen could only get close to those insignificant bugs. And what kind of fight can a bug have? At this moment, even Fong Chen couldn't help but lament. The house is in trouble, the ship is late, and the wind is beating at its head. It's a damn system, and I don't know where it's blocked. At this moment, he even had a crazy thought, how about dying again? Maybe even cross over again. But even if you die and cross over again, you may not have a system. After all, none of this life seems to have one. As the saying goes, it's better to die than to live. It looks like it's really time to learn about postpartum care for sows. Chapter 2, Divine Insect Split, Nanotoxic Bugs. Fong Chen thought as he was about to leave, when suddenly a voice in his head finally sounded. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the transfer, occupation confirmed as insect summoner, divine talent system activated, extracting rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine grade talent, divine insect splitting, please check the specific effects yourself. Ding! The host has completed his first transfer, the newbie gift pack has been released to the carry-on warehouse. Coming? Coming? Fong Chen's entire body was trembling with excitement. It's been 3 years, he's been waiting for 3 years, and this mother ING system is finally here. Do you know what I've been through for the last 3 years? You son of a... Fong Chen couldn't wait to open the system to check it out. Divine Talent System. Every time the host transfers, he will randomly draw rewards, which include divine talents, divine bugs, etc. Divine bug splitting. Each type of bug under the host's control will gain the ability to split. Currently the maximum number that can be split is 10,000. Raising the spiritual power will raise the upper limit of the number. Splitting ability? Splitting 10,000 bugs? That doesn't seem too bad. Fong Chen was busy opening his carry-on space and saw the newbie gift pack. No hesitation in choosing to use it straight away. Ding! Use of the newbie gift pack is successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine insect, nanotoxin. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dantian insect nest. It can hold unlimited poisonous insects hidden within the Dantian and has been automatically fused. Listening to the system's voice ringing out, Fang Chen really felt that there seemed to be an additional special space within his Dantian. It looked so small that it probably couldn't even fit in a watermelon, but it was able to hold poisonous insects indefinitely, which was really awesome. He also saw that within the Dantian bug nest, there was even a small white bug lying on the ground. It looked very small, but there was a little bit of purple color where the tail was, which seemed to be venom. No wonder it was called a nano-venomous bug. View. Name, nano-vermin. Evaluation, mythical. Level, LV.0, increases with host level. Attack power, 1000. Life value, 3000. Physical defense, 300. Spell defense, 300. Attachment effect, intense poison. Each attack can be accompanied by an intense poison effect. The poisoned person loses 1000 blood per second for 3 seconds. Incidental skill, poison diffusion, can release a poisonous fog that will poison enemies within the range. If there are no enemies, the fog will exist for 30 minutes. Hint, the effect of poison can be increased with leveling up. Reminder, mythical god bugs, unable to evolve. Divine worm splitting talent in effect, currently splitting, limit 10,000, current number of splits 298. Mythic god bugs? Fang Chen froze. This world he had traveled through, whether it was demonic beasts or equipment, they were all classified. The equipment in demonic beast levels are white ordinary, green elite, blue commander, yellow chief, orange lord, red mythical. I didn't expect the newbie gift pack to open out a mythic grade poisonous insect. It's going to be hard not to rise. The monsters in the novice leveling area generally had a blood level of around 300. The Werewolf Mountain with the boss leader had a monster blood level of about 1000. That meant that one nanotoxin by itself could easily kill a Werewolf Mountain monster, and that was without counting the use of the poison. If it was coupled with the intense poison, the monsters of Lycanthrope Mountain wouldn't be able to resist it for a bit. And with the divine insect splitting talent himself, he was initially able to split 10,000 nano-venomous insects. 10,000 nanotoxins releasing poisonous fog, that result TSK. The newbie leveling area is practically horizontal. Although it was said that this nano-venomous bug was unable to evolve, it was already at the mythic level in itself, only the rank was still 0, and when it grew up, its power was bound to be extraordinary, so Fang Chen didn't care. Who said the insect summoner was weak? Next time, I'll definitely give him a slap in the face. Go try the effect. Fang Chen couldn't wait, and didn't bother to take care of Lei Yang and the others who were still laughing beside him. He turned around and got off the transfer platform and walked towards the outside of the school. Fang Chen. Suddenly, a melodious voice called out to him. Su, what's the matter? Seeing Su Mui, Fang Chen stopped. Su Muyue was a year younger than him, so every time he joked, Fang Chen called her Xiao Su. Don't feel bad, the insect sentinels aren't necessarily weak, we can think of another way. Suki spoke reassuringly. Insect sentinel is not rare, so she also knows that this profession is indeed. If it were any other profession, she could have said other things to comfort her, but this one, too, she really. Fang Chen laughed at the sight. Don't worry about me, I'm going to go find a pig farm now to learn about postpartum care for sows. As for you, the hidden profession Phoenix Mage has a promising future, so cheer up. Don't be embarrassed if within a few days, I'm the one who learns about postpartum care for sows and overtakes the grade. Su Muyue was instantly amused. You're still in the mood for jokes, I knew you weren't that fragile. But you don't need to learn the postpartum care of the sows, just people over there, where do the sows need care when they see a big handsome guy like you? Naughty. Fang Chen scratched Su Muyue's nose, then left. The surrounding students who had originally wanted to watch the two people's hilarity, immediately ate a mouthful of dog food and pounded their chests. As Lei Yang watched this scene, he was even more furious. However, Su Muyue was not paying any attention to them at all. Looking at Fang Chen's back, Su Muyue sighed helplessly. You have to go for it too. I believe in you. Fang Chen's parents were both pharmacists, and when they went out with the guild some years ago, they both left after an untoward incident. So his family is not really well off. And while the profession of insect sentinel was indeed less than ideal, Su Muyue was also worried that Fang Chen would be devastated by this. The transfers continue. However, Fang Chen went straight to the outskirts. On the way he opened his attribute panel to check the situation. Name, Fang Chen. Occupation, Bugmaster. Rank, LV.0. Life value, 1000. Physical defense, 0. Legal defense, 0. Force, 5. Intelligence, 30. Physical fitness, 10. Spirit, 30. Occupational skills, beast swordsmanship, attack form switching. Occupational characteristics, insect affinity, the professional is an insect master and has a high probability of success in controlling insects, while controlling other types of beasts is bound to fail. Fang Chen glanced at it. The imperial beast technique was nothing more than a skill to try and control the insect race. This was easy to understand. It was just that this attack form switched, while Fang Chen took a closer look. Attack form switching, there are 3 attack forms. Attack forms are categorized into actively attacking nearby enemies, following the host to attack the same target, and being attacked to counterattack the opponent. After reading the introduction, Fang Chen sighed. Other professionals would more or less have an attack skill after their transfer was completed. And the Imperial Beast Master was really a trash profession. Surprisingly, he didn't even have any attack skills, only a Imperial Beast Art and attack form switching. If it wasn't for the divine worm that was opened in the novice gift pack, he might have had to go for worm control first. There is a reason why the Beastmaster is weak. As a profession similar to the summoner, the Beastmaster first of all does not have the ability of the summoner to summon monsters using the monster illustrated book, and each demonic beast has to be found and then controlled by himself. Secondly, other professions get more powerful active attack skills with each transfer. However, after the Beastmaster transfer, but only passive skills, what enhance the control of the demonic beast's defense, attack, speed, etc. simply can be said to be ribbed not work. The only one of the Imperial Beastmaster's skills that was good was the Divine Insect Evolution, passive skill after the first turn. Divine Bug Evolution seems to allow bugs to evolve, but only after one turn. Nano-venomous bugs are mythic grade god bugs that can evolve, but upgrading can make them stronger, so there's no rush to evolve. Go ahead and try the effect. With anticipation in his heart, Fang Chen rushed towards the newbie leveling area just outside the city. Chapter 3, Nano-poisonous fog, terrifying as it is. The leveling area outside the city was packed with people at this time. The transfer event is held once a year. Last year's brothers and sisters have long since left the novice practicing area. So basically all that's here are munchkins who just switched today. Bluefield Guild Master of Laws leads the team, 3 hours to level up 5, missing a nurse, people arrive and send the car. Qingfeng High School Novice Group practicing, lack of a fakir, immediately sent, come +++++. Lightspeed shooters lead the practice, lack of 3 randomly come, Imperial Beastmasters get lost. Male Imperial Beast looking for a practicing party, payable, looking for a ride. Looking at the content of the nearby shouting for someone, Fang Chen was also helplessly shaking his head. The Royal Beastmaster was also too miserable to mix, when it was really not even as good as a dog. He didn't care though, he didn't like grouping per se. Moving through the crowd, he soon saw the guide sign. Beginners Practice Area. Green Snake Slope recommended level, LV.0 LV.5. Recommended level of Boar Ridge, LV.6 LV.10. Recommended level, LV.11 LV.30, note that there are bosses here. Looking at the 3 paths in front of him, Fang Chen didn't hesitate to walk directly towards the Werewolf Mountain. With a nanotoxin in hand himself, the first 2 naturally didn't need to go. And there were definitely the most people there. Instead, it was this Werewolf Mountain, where everyone had only just been transferred for less than a day, so there wouldn't be anyone practicing here at all. You can better try out the power of the nanotoxins yourself. Young man, you're going the wrong way, that's Werewolf Mountain over there, beware of the danger. Fang Chen didn't take 2 steps before he saw a strong man in armor next to him shouting at him. These were the guards and escorts of the novice practicing area, affiliated with the Manhwa City Guard. Fang Chen saw the message at the same time he looked at him. Novice Area Guard, Shen Gang. Rank, LV.35. Occupation, first turn pharmacist. Apothecaries, as a support profession, are usually wanted by large guilds as well, but it's hard to rise to the top. That's why it's usually the same kind of paraprofessionals that stand guard in the novice area, or in the city. Sub-professionals basically don't mix as well as attacking professionals, remembering that his parents were also apothecaries. Fang Chen said with a smile at Chen Gang. Thanks for the reminder, I'll just wander around. After saying that, he rushed towards the Werewolf Mountain. Nowadays, there are not many young people who know how to be so polite. Don't think about it, the insect beast master is at least better than me, the pharmacist, right? Looking at Fang Chen's back, Chen Gang muttered to himself. And at the same time that Fang Chen was rushing to Likan Mountain. Inside LWHS. Lei Yang called out to Zhang Dong and 3 other students. Come on, let's go practice. Brother Yang isn't in such a hurry, let's go tomorrow. Zhang Dong said. Lei Yang, however, had a serious face. What do you know, the era belonging to Fang Chen is over, it's up to me, Lei Yang, next. Su Muyue is a hidden profession Phoenix Mage, and her family is rumored to be very rich, so she will definitely hire a mercenary group to lead the upgrade. If I don't hurry, won't the gap between me and her grow wider? Fang Chen has been ruined, I must chase Su Muyue to my hand. It's best to get into JNU with her for college enrollment 2 months from now. Hurry up! Lei Yang urged. Once the crowd heard about the university enrollment, they also raised their spirits and rushed towards the outskirts of the city. Everyone can transfer after high school, but whether or not you get into college that depends on chance and talent. Within the university, they will have access to more resources, and after graduation, they will join the union to at least start as a backbone. It may even be recruited by the large trade unions in the top 100 of the Dragon Kingdom rankings, and once it enters the top 100 of the large trade unions, then it is a flat step forward to a promising future. And another very nice thing about the university is that sub-professionals can also join if they are strong enough. This is because large labor unions will also need some high-level alchemists and other paraprofessionals. Although the treatment is not as good as the attacking profession, but as long as you have the talent and willing to work hard and willing to drop money, you can also be a good mix. Of course, this type of situation usually only appeared in the disciples of large families. The average person, after all, doesn't have that kind of resources or money. Werewolf Mountain. When Fang Chen arrived here, he really found that the entire Werewolf Mountain was empty. There were only mountains full of werewolf demonic beasts patrolling back and forth. Werewolf demon beasts, beasts. Evaluation, General. Rank, LV.20. Blood, 1100. Attack power, 500. Physical defense, 200. Legal defense, 200. Skills, Werewolf Roar, Werewolf Shock. Looking at the werewolf demonic beast in front of him, Fang Chen compared his own nano-vermin. With only a level 0 nano-venomous bug's attack power was as high as 1000, its defense power was also 300, and its blood quantity was even 3000. The talent of a mythic level god bug was really too much higher than an ordinary one. And I'm afraid the gap will be even wider when it's upgraded. Glancing at the Dantian insect nest, information soon surfaced. Nanotoxins, 10,000. How long has it been? Half an hour at most, I think, and it's already split full. Just in time to try the effect straight away. Fang Chen's mind moved, and instantly, all the nano-venomous insects within the Dantian insect nest sprang out in an instant. Because the nanotoxins didn't fly, as soon as they appeared, they were like a sea of white that covered the mountain of werewolves in front of them. Very quickly the foremost nanotoxin wrapped around a werewolf demonic beast. Almost simultaneously, Fang Chen saw a dark purple color appear under the skin of that werewolf demonic beast, and it was spreading towards the entire body. Obviously poisoned. Following that, the werewolf demonic beast unexpectedly didn't even put up a fight and directly fell to the ground. A voice also sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations on killing the werewolf demon beast, you have gained experience plus 100. The other werewolf demonic beasts all immediately surged over when they saw their companions being killed. In the next moment, a voice kept ringing in Fang Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations on killing the werewolf demon beast, you have gained experience plus 100. Ding! Congratulations on killing the werewolf demon beast, you have gained plus 200 experience. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up plus 1 and gained 10 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, your nanotoxin level has increased by plus 1. Fang Chen listened to the system's voice in his head that kept ringing out, and had the nano-venomous insects that were like a white ocean in front of him. Couldn't help but shout. Yes! 10,000 nano-vermin were simply like a torrent, pushing their way flat out. The nearly 100 werewolf demonic beasts had no resistance at all. In less than 2 minutes, all of the werewolf demonic beasts on the entire mountain were unexpectedly slaughtered. The bug race is on the march, it's really as terrifying as it is. Fang Chen took a look at his level, and surprisingly, he had also directly risen from level 0 to level 15. That's 15 levels in one wave of monsters. If we get another wave, won't we be able to just transfer? However, the nanotoxins seemed to have lost some. After all, it was a close combat, and the nanotoxins were not of a high level, and a few of them still died between the consumption. If you use poisonous mist, you shouldn't have to consume it. Just as he was thinking about it, suddenly the system's voice was popping up. Ding! Due to the fact that you slaughtered all the werewolf demonic beasts within 5 minutes, the boss werewolf king is on its way. If you are not in a group of 5, and your strength is at level 20 or above, please leave as soon as possible. The boss is coming? Just in time to slaughter a wave to see if we can reach level 29 to go back and transfer, and just in time to try out the poisonous mist skill of this nanotoxin. I don't know how many seconds this werewolf king boss can resist. Thought Fong Chen shouting. Nanotoxins, poison mist at the ready. At the call of the horn, 10,000 nano-venomous insects gathered together as if they were a small mountain. Soon after, Fong Chen saw that the werewolf demonic beast had refreshed, and almost simultaneously behind the werewolf demonic beast, a large, 2-man-tall, wolf-headed, humanoid demon had unexpectedly appeared. With a wolf-tooth stick in his hand, he charged towards Fong Chen. Poison mist attack! Fong Chen shouted. In the next moment, a wisp of purple smoke instantly floated out, heading straight for the werewolf mountain in front of them. Wherever they passed, those werewolf demon beasts unexpectedly fell directly to the ground, and a systematic voice sounded in Fong Chen's mind. However, at the moment, he was not in the mood to look at it, and his eyes were dead set on that werewolf king leader, wanting to see how many seconds this boss could resist. Chapter 4, Instantaneous Seconds to Wolf King, Seconds to Rise to 2-9. Werewolf King, Orc. Evaluation, Elite. Rank, LV.30. Blood, 5,000. Attack power, 3,000. Physical defense, 1,000. Legal defense, 1,000. Skills, Werewolf Snarl, Werewolf Shock, Werewolf Frenzy, Werewolf Fury Strike. Looking at the Werewolf King's message, Fong Chen compared his nano-vermin in his mind. He hadn't bothered to look at the upgraded nano-venomous bugs attributes, so he still used the level 0 nano-venomous bugs attributes as a comparison. A level 0 nanotoxin releases a poisonous mist that drops blood by 1,000 per second, and it stacks. The blood-dropping effect of the poison is unaffected by legal or physical defense. That would mean that 10,000 nanotoxins, wouldn't they be dropping? Per second. $10 million of blood. Fong Chen was shocked. 10 million blood. The most powerful world boss near Longhua City generally has this much blood, right? Wouldn't that mean that you could poison a world boss in a matter of seconds if you went over there with these poisonous insects? Fong Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Why do you say a few seconds instead of a second? This was because although the poison mist attack could be stacked, the poison mist did not cover all of the demonic beasts in an instant. With this large swath of poisonous mist passing by, it was possible that the demonic beasts would be stacked with a few hundred layers at most within a second. It takes time to stack 10,000 layers. Demonic beasts with high blood counts might last a few more seconds, while those with low blood counts might not even need to stack up, and they would have to die violently in an instant. Sure enough, Fong Chen was thinking. The poisonous fog in front of them had already arrived close to the Werewolf King. Only the moment the Werewolf King rushed into the poisonous fog. A series of damage numbers then appeared above his head. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. In less than a second, all of a sudden, Fong Chen saw that the Werewolf King didn't even release a single skill and directly fell to the ground. Then there was a streak of light that emerged, bursting out a large pile of materials. At the same time a voice sounded in Fong Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 29, current level cannot be raised, please complete the transfer task as soon as possible. Tip: current level can continue to accumulate experience, experience accumulation reaches level 35, will not be able to gain experience in. Fong Chen didn't rush to pick up anything and directly opened his attribute panel. Name: Fong Chen. Occupation: Bugmaster. Rank: LV.29, completion of the first turn quest will allow for further upgrades. Life value: 1,000. Physical defense: 0. Legal defense: 0. Force: 34. Intelligence: 88. Body mass: 39. Spirit: 88. Free attribute points: 290. Occupational skills: beast swordsmanship, attack form switching. Occupational characteristics: insect affinity, the professional is an insect master, and has a high probability of success in controlling insects, while controlling other types of beasts is bound to fail. Divine grade talent, divine insect splitting, boosting mental power increases the splitting limit. This upgrade speed, it's unbelievable. And the Godworm split limit is tied to spiritual power, wouldn't that be? The free attribute points obtained from upgrading can only increase the 4-dimensional attributes, and physical defense, legal defense, and life can only be improved by equipment. For example, increasing constitution increases the toughness of the professional, making the damage taken lower, but physical defense does not increase, and the two are counted separately. And the best thing about Feng Chen was that bugs could split, so without the slightest hesitation, he directly added all of his free attribute points to his mental strength. Mental power, 88,378. After adding it, Feng Chen was busy tapping on the nano-vermin attribute panel. It was immediately apparent. Name, nano-vermin. Evaluation, mythical. Level, LV.29, increases with host level. Attack power, 3,900. Life value, 4,000. Physical defense, 590. Spell defense, 590. Attachment effect, intense poison. Each attack can be accompanied by an intense poison effect. The poison person loses 2,000 blood per second for 3 seconds. Attachment skill, poison mist diffusion, can release a poisonous mist to poison the enemies within the range. If there are no enemies, the poisonous mist exists for 30 minutes. Hint, the effect of poison can be increased with leveling up. Reminder, mythical god bugs, unable to evolve. Divine worm splitting talent in effect, currently splitting, maximum 20,000, current number, 11,520,000. Looking at the magnificent attributes, Feng Chen's entire body felt extremely unreal. This godworm splits talent was simply too unbelievable. A level 29 nano-venomous bug had an attack power of 3,900, and even without the poison skill, a bug with 2 or 3 bites would be able to kill a werewolf king boss. Combined with the intense poison, that's just anticlimactic. However, after calming down, Feng Chen also discovered the drawbacks of this nano-venomous bug. It is the defense that is too weak. Level 29 defense is surprisingly less than 600. If you run into a being with a lot of group skills like the lawgiver, the nanotoxins will also die on a wide scale. Moreover, there were mana masters and demonic beasts that had spell immunity for a short period of time, and if they ran into one of those, the poison mist skill would almost certainly fail for a short period of time as well. And if they only relied on physical combat, the defense of the nano-venomous bugs was not high, so once they ran into a powerful demonic beast, it was inevitable that they would die in large numbers. However, Feng Chen was soon relieved. Nano-venomous insects were after all also mythic-grade venomous insects, and to have such a high level of attack power and poison was already quite unbelievable. Moreover, bugs usually swarmed, and when they were out, there were thousands of them, so it was normal for them to be rated as mythic. If they were to be replaced by individual commander or leader level bosses, the attributes would naturally be better, but the numbers were hard. Since I'm an insect sentinel, a large number of bugs is my advantage, so why should I worry about nothing? Thinking about this, Feng Chen's mood was instantly improved. Ding! Congratulations on killing the werewolf demon beast, experience plus 100. Ding! As Feng Chen thought, another wave of monsters was brushed out in front of him. However, he had already reached the upper limit of his level, and he wouldn't be raising it for a while. Instead, experience is still being gained. Taking a look at the experience value, he was already able to helicopter to level 32. And you can't get experience until level 35 onwards. Feng Chen was not in a hurry and was prepared to wait for another wave. The poisonous mist didn't run out, it was still perched on Wolfman's Hill. It's just the right time to take the opportunity to put something away. Thinking about it, Feng Chen ran over and picked up all the materials dropped by the Werewolf King and also the Werewolf Demon Beast. After taking stock of the loot, he realized that his luck could be considered quite good this time. There were 300 werewolf furs dropped by the Werewolf Demonic Beasts. On top of that, the Werewolf King dropped 2 items. Wolf King Stinger, Assassin's Weapon. Rank, LV.30. Grade, Green. Attack power, plus 500. Penetration, plus 30. Passive skill, Wolf King Sprint. If the sprint speed is higher than 500, the next attack will be sure to hit hard. Watching the introduction, Feng Chen couldn't help but envy it. Assassin-type professionals generally had high speeds, and a speed of 500 was easily achievable. Wouldn't this mean that an assassin-class professional equipped with this weapon would definitely be able to bludgeon the first attack of a sneak attack? This attribute is absolutely unbelievable. It's just a pity that the grade is too low, if it was higher it might be able to sell for hundreds of millions of dollars. It's a good thing that everyone's levels are generally not high at the moment, selling 3 to 5 million shouldn't be a problem. Fang Chen was satisfied and put the things away. Then looked at the second item. Wolf King card, summoning icon card. Grade, green. Summoner exclusive summoning card, can summon the Werewolf King to help in battle. Seeing this, Fang Chen was both happy and angry. Hei's summoning cards are usually worth a lot of money, after all, that's what summoners rely on to summon demonic beasts. The angry thing was that summoners still had this kind of summoning card to use, but what about their Imperial Beast Masters? When really, it's grandma and uncle. Forget it, when I sell these things, I'll still have a lot left over for a new outfit. It's true that it's really easy to make money in this combat profession. As Fang Chen was thinking, suddenly the system's voice was ringing out. Ding! Due to the erosion of the poisonous mist, the terrain of Werewolf Mountain has been damaged. The next wave of monsters will be refreshed in 5 hours. Fang Chen froze and glanced at his experience, which had reached the capped level 35. Fortunately, since there are no monsters, let's go back to the transfer first. The rest of the poisonous fog will dissipate in half an hour at most, and no one will come here for a while, so I'm not afraid of accidentally injuring others. After taking a look at the poisonous mist that was still floating, Fang Chen turned around and rushed towards Longhua City without further delay. Chapter 5 7 Turns of Thousand Woes, 6 Turns of Big Brother? The City Gates. Boss, your profession is so awesome, I just shouted once, and surprisingly, a dozen people wanted to join our team. Zheng Dong said excitedly. Lei Yang had a smug look on his face. While practicing output, the archer would have been only weaker than the mage, not to mention that I'm a light-speed archer. Although it's not a hidden profession, lightspeed archer is already in the top 5 of the currently known archer professions. Later on, we'll go directly to Green Snake Slope, and we'll definitely be able to rise to level 5 in half a day at most. Speaking of which, I'm a little heartbroken for Fang Chen. I'm afraid it'll take at least a few days for him to rise to level 5. Zhang Dong laughed. You're overestimating him too much, boss. With his family's condition, he's probably still rummaging through some trash heap looking for bugs to control right now. I don't think he'll be able to rise to level 5 without a month. Ha ha. Let's go. Lei Yang smiled and then prepared to greet the crowd and go practice. However, just after taking 2 steps, they saw a familiar silhouette walking down the mountain in front of them. If it's not Fang Chen or whoever. Old Fang Tatsu. Zhang Dong reminded, but then he froze. Boss, how did Fang Chen come from the direction of Wolfman Mountain? The monsters over there are all around level 20, and the Werewolf King is even level 30. Lei Yang smiled at his words. Probably can't think straight, after all, switching to an insect sentinel is no different from just dying. But by the looks of it, this college bully of ours doesn't seem to have much of a backbone. This is not willing to die and come back. While the two were talking, Fang Chen had already arrived at the city gates. He smiled and greeted the guard, Chen Gang, and prepared to enter the city. Seeing that he directly ignored himself and the others, Lei Yang couldn't help but be annoyed. Yo, if it isn't Fang Chen. I see you've come from Werewolf Mountain, you can't be thinking about it. I'll have to advise you on this, it's better to die than to live. Giving up one's life so easily is not the way our Fang Chen schoolmaster should be. Lei Yang smiled and walked over. When Fang Chen saw that it was him, he shook his head helplessly and didn't even bother to say anything, turning around to leave. Lei Yang was busy saying, Pretend. Just keep pretending for me, Fang Chen, I tell you. I'm going after Su Mui. You're a punk Imperial Beast Master, why are you pretending with me? You're the only one who's going to Wolverine Mountain, there's no team that wants you even if you go to Green Snake Slope. However, if you're willing to carry my shoes, I wouldn't mind taking you with me. Well, think about it? Fang Chen frowned slightly at his words and turned to look at him. With Lei Yang's attributes, not to mention an army of bugs, a single nanomite could bite him to death. It's just that this place is the entrance to the city, so killing someone here is bound to be watched by the guards. It is unwise. Just as Fang Chen was thinking about it, suddenly a loud and clear cawing sound was coming from the sky. In the next moment, everyone at the city gates saw that a huge flying bird unexpectedly flew past above the sky. It looked like it was actually a royal winged golden eagle. That's the royal winged golden eagle, isn't it? Definitely, that's too cool and racy. To be able to use a royal winged golden eagle as a mount, who is this person? It seems to be a tutor from Jiangbei University, Shenhe. I heard that his mount is the royal winged golden eagle. Right, this Qian seems to be a 7th turn Imperial Beastmaster, full level 213, close to the flying beasts, although the occupation is not good, but this appearance is too windy. There was a commotion at the entrance of the city, countless people topped the madness rolled up by the Royal Wind Golden Eagles flying by, and there was heat production in their eyes. Royal Wind Golden Eagle, it seems to be a level 210 world boss, the grade is at the Lord level, the corresponding equipment level is at the Orange Dark Gold level, which is just straight below the mythical beasts by 1 level. It's also awesome to be able to use it as a mount. Fong Chen lamented in his heart. The same Imperial Beastmaster, the gap was really big. However, he was confident that in time his accomplishments would definitely not be weaker than this 1000 harvest tutor. Maybe in the future, he could get a pulling bug as a mount himself. I just don't know if this bug has a more drawn-out look. The attention of Lei Yang and the others was also attracted, and Fong Chen was too lazy to bother with them as he turned around and was about to leave. However, just at this moment, suddenly a commotion erupted from the crowd. Look, what's that? It looks like a purple mist, it's not poisonous. Why, it's drifting over from the direction of Werewolf Mountain. Someone go see if it's poisoned. Fong Chen sniffed and busily turned his head to look. It was a look that couldn't help but freeze. Only to see that a large poisonous fog had indeed drifted out from the direction of Wolfman Mountain. He was familiar with this poisonous fog, it was exactly what he had made with the nano-venomous insects. Why are they drifting towards Longhua City? Could it be because of the wind swept up by the Royal Golden Eagle flying by? Fong Chen was a bit numb. How come all the good things had caught up to one day? He had thought that these poisonous mists would soon disperse on their own, but who knew that the sudden appearance of Tutor Qianhe had blown these poisonous mists over? He knew how strong these poisonous mists were. Seeing that the poisonous mist was getting closer and closer, and many people were still watching, Fong Chen immediately ran over. Lord Chen, this is a poisonous fog containing high levels of poison, we have to evacuate the crowd as soon as possible. Fong Chen shouted. Chen Gang's face suddenly changed at the words, and he didn't bother to ask Fong Chen how he knew. Immediately, he rushed towards the direction of the poisonous mist, while shouting. Everyone retreat, this is a poisonous fog containing a high level of poison. Everyone, move. Yet the surrounding crowd was surprisingly still somewhat skeptical. Chen Gang urged the crowd to hurry into the city while shouting over and over again. However, the poisonous mist was already there, and when Chen Gang didn't pay attention, his fingers were touched by the poisonous mist. The next moment, the crowd of onlookers outside the city suddenly saw. A series of red words popped up on Chen Gang's head. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. Looking at the large blood deduction prompt, the crowd realized the danger. The place is generally filled with munchkins who have just switched and have 1,000 blood. If this was touched by a poison, it would kill you on the spot. Chen Gang Quantity was busy taking several steps back, watching his blood level continue to fall, and directly fished out a bottle of potion from his arms and poured it into his mouth. However, his face was getting worse and worse, and he filled a full 10 bottles of potion in one breath. That's when he sat paralyzed, his face white. At this time, the city guard formation had already been activated, keeping the poisonous fog out. Chen Gang got up with a pale face and said, "Thanks for reminding little brother, these poisonous mists are too powerful. I also don't know which poison using big shot is in the neighborhood, I must report to the city lord as soon as possible." Chen Gang said and left first. And the crowd around them all turned pale at the words. A poison using Big Brother? This is more than a poison using Big Brother, these poisonous mists are drifting over with the wind, they must be the weakest poison, but they are also powerful. Yeah, just now Guard Chen used a blood potion issued by the guard, a bottle of which can restore 3,000 blood. He just used a full 10 bottles in one breath, even though he's only a first-turn apothecary. But with level 35 equipment, he must have at least 5,000 blood. Are you trying to say that just now he lost over 30,000 blood after just touching a little bit of that poisonous mist? Look at his face, it should be, this poison is also too powerful, if you touch it you will lose more than 30,000, if you are enveloped by the poisonous mist, I'm afraid that anyone who has turned 3 or so won't be able to live. It's more than 3 turns, just now Chen Guardian's blood level was continuously dropping, this poison must still have time, I feel like I can't even resist it for 4 turns. If you can't even carry it at the 4th turn, then the person who released the poison must at least be a 6th turn poison master. Terrible, terrible, our Longhua City, when did such a powerful poisoner come? Mom, I want to go home. I want to go home too. The entire entrance to the city was in shock. Even Fong Chen saw that Lei Yang and the others on the side were trembling all over. Just now they were very close to the poisonous fog. If they didn't run fast at this time, I'm afraid that they would have become a ghost. This poison fog skill is too strong. It's better to try to stay away from the city before using it in the future. Fong Chen's heart was also in a state of fear. If this accidentally injured the people in the city, he would be guilty of a great offense. Chapter 6 Divine Insects Turning 8? The whole city was shocked. Inside Longhua City. City Lord's Mansion. Instructor Qianhe has come to visit. Please forgive me if I've missed you. City Lord Nangong arched his hand in salute. Tutor Chiho then waved her hand. Come on, don't be polite in front of your teacher, you should know very well what I'm here for this time. How's the list coming along? Chiho asked. It turned out that Nangong had once been a student at Kongbei University as well, and later joined the garrison after graduation. After accumulating some battle records after several years of campaigning, he was transferred to Longhua City as the city lord. His own strength was also very strong, being a level 155 swordsman of the 5th turn. Although Chiho was not his mentor during his time at the university, but how could he say that Chiho was also an honorary mentor of Jiangbei University? So when you meet, you still have to address your teacher with respect. Teacher Qianho, I'm all set. There are a total of 13,000 transfer students in my Longhua City this time. The mages totaled 2,000, the warriors 6,000, and the swordsmen. Nangong explained the transfer one by one and finally said. Among them, there are 700 Imperial Beastmasters, but I'm afraid that the ones with good natural talent. Chiho nodded. He was also clear that it was too difficult for a Royal Beastmaster to grow up, and the manpower and material resources needed to cultivate a Royal Beastmaster was even more massive than that of a mage. Even if he was also a Royal Beastmaster and wanted to grow the profession of a Royal Beastmaster, there was nothing he could do. I see, send me a list of those with good qualifications and I'll focus on them. Also everyone else, enter them into the enrollment list. The enrollment list is still released before the university enrolls. Understood. Nangong Dao. High school graduation college enrollment, a 2-month period that will be a life-changing time period for everyone. People who didn't do well in high school may skyrocket and cross over to college in these 2 months. And people who do well in high school can also have careers that may just fade away and prevent them from getting into college. That's why every year, when the enrollment list is announced, it's the most lively time of the year. The two were talking when suddenly a guard ran in anxiously. Report! Master of the city, something bad has happened. An unknown poisonous mist has been found outside the city, and it's extremely toxic. Caretaker Chen Gang is seriously injured. What? Poison mist? The two Nangong men froze, and Qianhe frowned. I didn't send down the poisonous mist when I came here. Why did it suddenly appear? Go and see. Nangong nodded busily and set off after Chiho. At the city gates, Fong Chen did not leave. After all, this poisonous fog was something he had created, so it would be a bit unseemly if he just left. It's just that there's nothing he can do about it. He can only release the poison, and he can't collect it. So at this point it's just a dry run. Soon. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Lord City Master has arrived. Someone in the crowd shouted. Soon the crowd made way, only to see Nangong and an old man walk over together. Seeing this old man, a murmur erupted from the crowd, and there were even people who directly took out their video equipment and started to record. This is Tutor Qianhe, so powerful. I actually met Tutor Qianhe in person. Yes, a 7th turn Imperial Beastmaster, a full level 213, a Lord level boss as a mount, simply too powerful. It's a pity he's an Imperial Beastmaster, if only he were a swordsman. There are plenty of swordsman instructors at Jiangbei University, but first you have to be able to get in. Say, is this poisonous mist that powerful? How come Instructor Qianhe has been startled? Tutor Qianhe is a Royal Beastmaster and has some knowledge of toxicity. It seems that the poisonous mist this time is extraordinary. The crowd was talking. There were even people who had posted the videos all over the Longhua City Professionals Forum. However, Fong Chen wasn't in the mood to look, as he nervously looked at Qianhe and Nangong. There were some drums in his heart, wondering if these two could see that the poisonous mist was put there by himself. Although it was said that one could only be valued and nurtured if one was powerful, it was not wise to expose oneself now. After all, it was unexplainable in itself that a freshly turned bug summoner could release such a strong poisonous mist. Once exposed, I'm afraid I'll be arrested and dissected for research. Fong Chen was still a bit worried. Get out of the way, all of you. Nangong opened his mouth. Almost at the same time, only a wave of his palm was seen, and a gap appeared in the upper part of the city protector formation. A purple poisonous mist drifted in. Nangong busily shot out and condensed a sword aura, wrapping the poisonous mist. However, in the next moment, the crowd was surprised to see that a series of blood-dropping numbers also appeared above Nangong's head. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. This poisonous mist was released before the nanotoxin was upgraded, so the toxicity was also an initial level 0 effect. However, Nangong, a 5th-turn swordsman, unexpectedly dropped blood as well. "Teacher, there's something strange about this poison, it was able to break through my defense." Chiho frowned and raised her hand to probe into the poisonous mist as well. Soon a series of damage values surprisingly popped up above his head as well. Holy no, Tutor Chiho even dropped blood too? What kind of immortal big brother released this poisonous mist instead? Can't even a 7th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster resist it? Nima, if this big guy is antivirus against Manhwa City, won't we be screwed for the whole city? To be able to make a 7th rotation big brother drop blood, wouldn't this poisoner have to be at the 8th or even 9th rotation? Num, how could such a big shot come to play in our Manhwa City? The surrounding crowd was talking. Nangong, on the other hand, looked at Qianhe with a question in his eyes. Tutor Qianhe waved his hand to force the poisonous mist out of the city guard formation and frowned. There's something strange about this poisonous fog, as if it ignores defense. No matter what or how powerful someone is, they will lose blood. Could it be the 8th-turn poisoner? Could it be that he's here? Nangong's face changed instantly. Chiho, however, shook her head. It can't be him, more than a third of the top 100 guilds in the guild ranking are after him. And although he uses poison, most of it is related to wild beasts. If he had come, this Manhwa City would have long since become a land of poisonous miasma. And I haven't heard that his poison has the ability to ignore defense. Qianhe said and took off his equipment, then put it back on, but the value of the blood drop was always 1,000. This also reinforced his suspicion that this was a blood drop that ignored defense. No matter how strong you were or how high your defense was, it was just 1,000 drops each time. Then could it be other 8-turn poison using experts? Nangong Dao. Chiho shook her head. Unlikely. If it's an 8th-turn poison using expert, it's impossible to ignore defense. The amount of blood dropped won't be so consistent, or at least fluctuating. But this drops the exact same amount of blood, so I'm speculating that it might not be how strong the opponent is, but that the source of this poison is powerful. It's just a shame that only the poison can't see the source, and I don't know who the hell is messing with it. Nangong listened with some confusion and asked busily. What do you mean, teacher? It's most likely a bug poison. Chiho said. I've done some research on poisons, and there aren't many poisons that can ignore defenses. And most of them are of mythic level, such as the poison of the 9-eyed sky spider, the poison of the nanotoxin, and the poison of the mud swamp blood crocodile. But the poison of the 9-eyed heavily bead and the mud swamp blood crocodile won't spread, and the ones that can form a poisonous mist, the nano-venomous bugs, do have that skill. Nano-venomous bugs? But that's a mythic level poisonous insect, and the blood drop seems to start at tens of thousands every time. Nangong was busy. Chiho nodded. That's what I can't figure out. If this poison was released by a level 0 nanotoxin larva, it would make sense for the blood level to drop 1,000 at a time. Possibly controlling nano-venomous insects. How strong must this Imperial Beastmaster be? I'm afraid it must at least start at the 8th turn. And with this amount of poison, I'm afraid that without a few thousand nanotoxins, it wouldn't be possible to release this much. What kind of strength must a royal beastmaster be who can control a few thousand nano-venomous insects? 9 turns may not even be possible, and these nanotoxins are still level 0, this is simply too unbelievable. I don't know whether someone had the chance to obtain so many level 0 mythological poisonous insects, or whether there really is a strong person of the 8th and 9th revolutions in the vicinity. I'm afraid this is not a simple matter. The surrounding onlookers were all shocked to hear this. What did they hear? 8-turn 9-turn bigot? Mythical nanotoxins? Is this something they have access to? Manhwa City was only a small place, how could it come into contact with this kind of existence? As the video was posted to the professionals forum, the entire Manhwa City's forum exploded at this time. The whole city was shocked. Just as the entire city was shocked, Fangchen had quietly skipped out. Since Chiho and the others couldn't find out about themselves, there was no need for them to get together here. It's better to bugger off to the transfer. Chapter 7 The First Bucket of Gold, Heavenly Price of Divine Insects. LWV Professionals Forum. Hey, have you guys heard? We've found an 8th turn and 9th turn big brother near our city. And it seems that he's also an expert in using poison. The forums are blowing up, don't you think? But is this big guy an apothecary or an attacking professional who uses poison? That's who knows. It would be nice if pharmacists could see the future for us working pharmacists too. Just forget about it, the odds are that it's definitely an attacking professional, and didn't you hear Instructor Chiho say that it's probably a very powerful poisonous insect? Yes, mythic level, awesome, Tutor Chin as mount, the Royal Wind Golden Eagle, is only at the Lord Dark Gold level. How is it that I don't know such a bigot? Would I be in this position if I knew? Which look. No more, the boss called me to nurse the sow. The heat of discussion on the forums has skyrocketed. Fong Chen swept a glance and retreated. That's a lot of commotion to make, and I just put out a poison. Fong Chen was also too lazy to care, the most important thing at the moment was to go and complete the transfer quest. However, a few moments later, when he arrived in front of the Transmigration Shrine, he realized that the specialized shrine was actually off duty. Off duty on royal food is on time. Fong Chen had no choice but to walk towards the auction house. The transfer task could only come over tomorrow morning. Before that, take your harvest today and sell it, or exchange it for a sum of money. His family conditions today are just too shabby. Although he got the help of the system, but the Imperial Beastmaster wants to improve also has to rely on money to pile up. Fortunately, with the system to make money is not a difficult task. As he was walking, suddenly several more figures flew past in midair. It caused a commotion. Fong Chen looked up and realized that these few people were wearing uniforms, and they were clearly the people from the Skywolf Union. Skywolf Labor Union is the first trade union in Longhua City. The president of the Tsunami Skywolf is a 4-turn 140 level berserkers. This level is not much closer to receiving the 5-turn mission. These people wouldn't have been attracted by the poisonous fog as well, would they? Fong Chen was sweating a bit. He really just released a poison. How come all the bigwigs in the city ran to see it? Luckily, no one noticed him, and Fong Chen no longer stayed and went straight to the auction house. Su's auction house, Longhua City branch. When Fong Chen took out the 2 items, the appraiser at the counter immediately changed his face. Esteemed guest, due to the high value of the item you're auctioning off, you will be received by a specialized appraiser later. Please follow me. Under the other party's lead, Fong Chen quickly arrived at a private room. A moment later, an old man wearing glasses walked in. Hello, I'm Senior Appraiser Sumo, pleased to serve you. Fong Chen nodded and took the 2 items out. After receiving the item and checking it out, Sumo was busy laughing. These 2 items you're auctioning off are worth a lot of money. We have 2 modes of transaction, one that our auction house collects directly and can be settled immediately. One is to enter the auction, and after the auction, we will charge a 5% commission, and the rest will be credited to your card. Which type of transaction do you see that you want? Fong Chen said after some thought. Just recycle it. Although the 2 things that the Werewolf King popped out this time were quite valuable, but after all, they were things from the novice area, and it was expected that even if they entered the auction, the price wouldn't be too high out. Moreover, he was really short of money right now, and in the future, if he exploded more valuable equipment materials, he could slowly auction them off. And sell this one along with it. Fong Chen said and took out over 300 werewolf furs as well. This thing was useless to him, so he might as well exchange it for money. Good. You wait a moment. Sumo said, summarizing things for a moment. Werewolf furs, recycled at 100 apiece, totaling 30,000 dragon coins. This, Wolf King's Thorn, still comes with a skill. It's really rare. We can give a recovery price of 30 million dragon coins. As for this, Wolf King card, since it's a summoner exclusive item, our recovery price is 50 million dragon coins. Yes. Fong Chen nodded. He had checked this price before he came. Werewolf fur was a very common material. The price of 100 was not a problem, and this Wolf King's Thorn auction house had a handful of them, but there was no attached skill and the selling price was just a little over 10 million dragon coins. His own handful of them had an attached skill. 30 million dragon coins would be acceptable. As for this Wolf King card, since the summoner's illustrated card pop rate had been very low, it was expected that it would sell for 50 million dragon coins. Alright sir, the amount of items you sold this time totaled 8,030,000 dragon coins, and you have already reached the gold member level of our auction house. We will present you with a gold membership card. The amount will be directly credited to it. Wait a moment. Sumo said and went out to get ready. Fong Chen leaned back in his chair in a good mood. Only on the first day, it earned nearly $100 million. No wonder combat professionals are so popular. With war, this speed of development is really not comparable to that of sub-professionals. While waiting in boredom, Fong Chen opened the auction house in passing to wander around. I'll be able to complete the transfer quest tomorrow, and I'll be able to obtain the Divine Insect Evolution skill for the first turn of the Imperial Beastmaster at that time. Divine Bug Evolution seems to require bugs of the same class and of different species. Nano-venomous bugs are mythic grade bugs that can't evolve, but in the future, I'll definitely continue to develop other bugs. It would be a good idea to see if the auction house has it first. Thinking about it, Fong Chen rummaged around. Soon, he did find some. Sky beetle larvae. Rank, LV.0. Evaluation, General. Output, Farming. Price, 1,000 dragon coins PC. Quantity, 30,000. Firebug larvae. Rank, LV.0. Evaluation, Elite. Output, Wild caught. Price, 10 million dragon coins PC. Quantity, 2. Firefly larvae. Rank, LV.0. Evaluation, Commander-in-Chief, Blue. Output, Wild caught. Price, 100 million dragon coins 1. Quantity, 1. Looking at the only 3 messages, Fong Chen was somewhat numb. The price difference between raising your own and catching it in the wild is also too great. And the numbers are so much worse. Fong Chen shook his head helplessly. Such was the status quo of Imperial Beastmasters being difficult to mix with. Other professions might be a few hundred million for a set of equipment, a dozen for the more powerful ones. However, when it came to the Imperial Beastmaster, if he wanted to cultivate bugs to evolve, I'm afraid that $1 billion or so wouldn't be enough to stuff his teeth. After all, a god bug evolution might not evolve into one, and a blue commander level god bug would cost 100 million dragon coins. You can imagine how expensive it would have to be if you were to train more powerful ones later. And that's a small amount. Most of the demonic beasts and insects in the wild were adults, and larvae were simply too rare. The self-raised bugs were usually of low grade, and Fong Chen couldn't look at them. There's no way around it. It's better to wait until we get a divine insect that can evolve later. With one's current financial resources, one really couldn't afford the consumption of godworms. Fong Chen then wandered through the equipment column. Using the only 100,000 dragon coins he had on him, he picked out an Imperial Beastmaster's green 6-piece suit. Weapons, clothes, pants, hats, gloves, shoes. Only then did he exit the auction house interface. He was upgrading very quickly and believed that it wouldn't take him more than a few days to reach the second turn level, so this equipment was only for temporary transition. Rather, there's no need to buy anything too good. After doing so, Sumo also walked in with a gold card. Hello, this is your member's gold card. With this card, the commission can be discounted for items auctioned in the future. The money has been deposited. Fong Chen nodded, took the gold card and left. Walking out of the auction house, Fong Chen then prepared to find a grocery store to buy a bug solution illustrated book. It used to be that in high school, learning was more extensive. And now that you've completed the transfer and have your own profession, it's only natural that you have to learn more about the characteristics of the profession. To the insect sentinel, the most important thing was the insects, so this insect solution illustration was a must-have. As Fong Chen was thinking, a clear voice came over. Fong Chen. Turning his head to look, it was actually the schoolgirl, Su Muyue. Chapter 8, Soft Food, Hard Food, One-Turn Mission. Su? What are you doing here? Seeing Su Mui, Fong Chen revealed a smile. With something that big happening outside the city, I was going to go watch the fun. I didn't expect to run into you here. Did you just come out of the auction house? Suki Language asked. Right. Fong Chen said. You're nuts. How can an auction house sell a bug solution illustrated guide? It's sold in grocery stores. Luckily I bought an extra copy before, thinking I'd be converted to an insect sentinel as well. Now it's useless to give it to you. Sumuyua smiled and handed over an atlas, which was clearly none other than the bug solution atlas. Isn't it amazing how I knew you were going to buy the bug solution illustrated? That's because I've done my homework in advance. Summoners have to buy summoning illustrations, while Imperial Beastmasters naturally have to buy Imperial Beastmaster illustrations, and the Imperial Beastmasters of the bug race are the bug solution illustrations. Ain't I smart? Sumuyue laughed, with a face that invited credit and begged for praise. Fong Chen said. That doesn't surprise me, but I'm wondering, did you really buy the Bug Solution Illustrated book in advance because you were afraid you'd be transformed into an insect sentinel? Or purposely? Fong Chen's eyes looked straight at Su Muti. Looking at her, her pretty face instantly reddened. Of course I bought it in advance, buy it just for you. You're not my boyfriend. The more Su Muti said, the redder her pretty face became. Fong Chen smiled and took some money and handed it over. What are you giving me money for? Su Muti froze. I'm not your boyfriend, so there's no reason to take it for nothing, right? And I'm not much for owing favors. Fong Chen laughed. Sumu language heard but said with a bright smile. Then you still owe this favor. I won't take this money. Fong Chen said helplessly. Miss Su, if you're going to do that, people will think I'm a soft touch. Is it bad to eat soft food? I'm happy to feed you. Ah no, I mean everyone is happy. Suki spoke a little incoherently. However, just as the two were speaking, suddenly a voice came through instead. If it isn't Mr. Fong Chen, what's wrong? You can't even afford to buy a Bug Solution Illustrated book? You want the schoolgirl to give it to you? How did you lick your face and take it? It's only just been transferred and you're learning to eat softly? The two Fong Chen turned their heads to look, and it was none other than Lei Yang and the others. What's it got to do with you? I gave it to him. What's wrong with giving some graduation gifts between classmates? Sumu language said indignantly. Fong Chen, on the other hand, was faintly Lei Yang and didn't say anything. Lei Yang took 2 steps forward and laughed. If it's just a gift between classmates, of course it's nothing, but I'm afraid that some people have been poor for a long time and can't help themselves when they get a taste of the sweetness. Schoolgirl, so you need to be careful of being stuck on someone you can't shake off. It's none of your business if I do. Su Muti said angrily. Fong Chen, on the other hand, was still silent. Lei Yang was annoyed in his heart that the girl he liked was helping Fong Chen so much. Does a big old man just dare to hide behind a woman? Fong Chen sniffed and still really smiled as he stood behind Su Muyue. Even Su Muyue was dumbfounded by this operation. You? Fong Chen laughed. Anyway, they all think I'm a softie, so I'll be a softie and a hearty, and you'll have to protect me. But you're annoying as hell. Su Muyue was instantly amused by Fong Chen. Still shameless, why didn't I realize you had the skill of being cheeky before? Lei Yang mocked. Fong Chen, however, laughed. How can someone like you, who wants to eat soft food and has no one to give it to you, imagine the joy of eating soft food? Not to mention, it's a soft lunch for the school's little rich girl. You! Lei Yang's face turned blue with anger. Su Muyue sniffed and covered her mouth to laugh. In that case, then big handsome Fong, I'll invite you home for a soft meal, let's go. After saying that, Su Muyue pulled Fong Chen and left. When Lei Yang saw this scene, he was so angry that he simply stormed off. Zhang Dong and the others on the side were all envious. Eating the soft rice of the schoolgirl, I wanted too. And this schoolgirl is also a little rich. Yeah, if I could run into one, I wouldn't let go of it even if it killed me. No talent. Lei Yang said in a cold voice, and only then did Zhang Dong and the other man wipe the saliva from the corners of their mouths. Road. I didn't realize you were so good at gaslighting people. Suki language laughed. Fong Chen, on the other hand, said with a serious face. I'm serious about this. When did I get told to eat soft food? Then if you really want to eat, my father hired a mercenary group for me to practice tonight, so I should be able to go for a turn tomorrow at noon. Do you want to come? Su Muyue's pretty face was slightly red, and there was anticipation in her eyes. Fong Chen smiled at his words. I'm a softy and hearty, what's the point of bothering to practice when I can have a little rich girl to protect me in one step? You go ahead and practice, I'm counting on you to protect me. Aha! Surprisingly, Su Muyi actually nodded in agreement. Fong Chen smiled at the sight and said, Alright, it's getting late, go back early, as for practicing I'm kidding you. I can fix it myself, as for the money for the bug-solving icon I won't give it to you, I owe you a favor, lest your little rich girl run off with someone else. You hate it. Su Muyue smiled and hammered Fong Chen, then left. A Bug Solution Illustrated book isn't worth a few dollars, since the little rich girl has taken such an initiative. Fong Chen naturally wouldn't be ungrateful at all. When he returned home, Fong Chen ate something briefly and then studied the Bug Solution Illustrated guide. The Bug Solution Atlas has information on most of the known bugs recorded on it, from ratings to evaluations and details. Nanotoxins, for example, are detailed on this. Nanotoxins, mythic. Carrying a poisonous poison and releasing a poisonous mist to counterattack when attacked on a large scale. The number of groups exceeds 10,000, and the poisonous killing power is extremely great, and the adult nanotoxin bugs have high attack power, and although the defense power is weak, the overall fighting power has reached the mythical level. Watching the introduction, Fong Chen also gained a new understanding of the nano-vermin. He then read the descriptions of the other bugs. One is going to be in the company of these bugs from now on, so it's only natural to learn more about them. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, Fong Chen arrived at the entrance of the transformation shrine. There was only this one transfer shrine in the entire Longhua city, and all the later transfer tasks had to be completed here, except for the high school graduation transfer. Professionals can receive one transfer quest for every 30 levels. The highest known number of transitions is the 269th level's 9 transitions. As for whether or not there is a 10th turn, no one knows at the moment because no one has reached level 299. What Fong Chen had picked up this time was the level 29 first turn quest. Hello, I'm here to transfer. Entering the Divine Hall, Fong Chen directly stated his intentions. The mentor lady was very good looking and smiled as she took out an information sheet. You fill it out first. Fong Chen didn't say anything and handed the form over 2 minutes later. You're an insect sentinel? And still just graduated from high school yesterday to complete the transfer? The beautiful tutor looked a little stunned. Didn't they say that beastmasters are the weakest? How come this little guy came over for a transfer in just 1 day? Could it be a disciple of one of the big families? Definitely. Is there a problem? Fong Chen asked rhetorically. The beautiful tutor smiled awkwardly and busied herself. No problem, no problem. The Beastmaster Transformation Godstone is currently free. You can just go over there. After placing your palm on it, you will be prompted by the system on how to do it. Go for it. Fong Chen nodded with a smile. This beautiful tutor is enthusiastic and polite, and it's not like the forums say that they are all high-cooled imperial sisters. Fong Chen didn't think too much about it, and quickly arrived in front of the Imperial Beastmaster Transformation Divine Stone. The moment his palm pressed up, a light wrapped around him, and in the next moment, he directly disappeared in place. Soon when she reappeared, she was surprised to find 3 passages appearing in front of her. At the same time a voice sounded in his head. Ding! Are you ready to begin the first turn quest? Choose yes, and random assignment of first turn tasks will begin. Choose no, you will be teleported out of the transfer space. Fong Chen didn't hesitate and directly chose yes. Chapter 9 Fire Spike Insect Nest, setting a new record. Ding! You are about to begin your transfer quest. Mission difficulty is being drawn. The following is a description of the transfer tasks. As the system voice sounded, Fong Chen saw that a message unfolded in front of him. A turn 1 quest with 3 difficulties, corresponding to the 3 passages in front of you. For each transfer, the difficulty will be randomized, and the lucky ones may draw the easiest. If you're unlucky, you might draw the hardest one. And the 3 quests are from low intermediate to high level respectively. Low level mission, Strangle Demon Hunting Beasts 10, completed within 10 minutes, rewarded with 100 free attribute points. For every minute over 10 minutes, the free attribute points reward is reduced by 10 points, and the upper limit can be 0. Intermediate mission, Escape from Elemental Formation, escape from the range of 4 elemental formations within 10 minutes, same reward as above. Advanced quest, Overwhelm the Fire Spike Worm Nest, within 2 hours, overwhelm all the Fire Spike Worms in the Fire Spike Worm Nest, including the Fire Spike Worm Commander Boss. Completion within 2 hours rewards 100 free attribute points, and for every 10 minutes over 2 hours, the free attribute points reward is reduced by 10 points, and the upper limit can be 0. Looking at the introduction, Fong Chen couldn't help but feel emotional. The difficulty of these 3 tasks is really different from each other. The demonic beast hunting is an ordinary level demonic beast. The unusual combat professional 10 minutes to hunt and kill 10 is basically not much of a problem. But if it's a paraprofessional, it's hard. And escaping elemental formations is also best for flexible professions like assassins and archers. As for overthrowing the Fire Spike Bug Nest, it doesn't sound like a very good solution at first glance. And if you can't complete it within the time limit, the free attribute points awarded will vary. That's how the big boys and the thin dogs of this side of the world get pulled apart a little bit. One transfer was 100 points less, 9 turns that would be 900 points less, a gap that could not be described as large. There's no telling what difficulty I'll extract. As Fang Chen was thinking about it, the system's voice sounded once again. Ding! Congratulations on your extraction of the advanced quest, Overwhelm the Fire Stinger Nest. Please try to complete this task within 2 hours. Hint, after the Fire Spike Worm Nest quest is completed, please leave the copy within half an hour. If it is more than half an hour, the Fire Spike Worm commander will be refreshed and will continue to attack the professionals. Tip, the current record for the fastest clearance of the Fire Stinging Worm replica in Longhua City, 1 hour and 20 minutes. Creator, Tsunami Wolf. Tsunami Wolf? Longhua City's #1 guild, the president of the Sky Wolf Guild? Awesome! Fang Chen couldn't help but recall the scene yesterday, when Tsunami Wolf had led people out of the city. However, this ranking was only for Longhua City, and it was not known how far he could be ranked in the entire Jiangbei province. Reminder, the transfer quest has begun, and the clock will start ticking in 1 minute. Hearing the system's beep, Fang Chen no longer delayed. There were 3 passages in front of them, 2 of which had disappeared, leaving only 1. Fang Chen didn't hesitate and walked straight in. A few moments later, he saw that he had appeared in a world that was red with fire. Even the ground is red. The red ground stretched all the way out, and not far away the ground was crawling with a kind of red bug. Densely packed in very large numbers. At the end of the road was a small hill, which should be where the Fire Spike Insect Commander was. Fang Chen saw that there were 2 curtains of light in mid-air. Number of firebugs, 5,000 5,000, firebug leader, 1-1. Time, midnight, time starts in 10 seconds. Fang Chen stared at the fire stinger insect for a moment, and soon information bubbled up. Name, Firebug. Evaluation, Commander Blue. Rank, LV.30. Attack power, 1500. Life value, 1500. Physical defense, 100. Spell defense, 100. Passive skill, fire armor piercing attacks can weaken the opponent's double defense 10, the effect can be stacked, the highest can make the opponent's double defense infinitely close to 0. Seeing the introduction, Fang Chen couldn't help but gulp. The passive skill of this fire stinging insect is also too powerful, weakening the double defense by 10, what is this concept? You have 100 defense, it attacks and your defense becomes 90. In one attack, it becomes 79. Because the 10 of each weakening is calculated according to the current defense, so after infinite stacking, it will not drop to 0, but only infinitely close to 0. But even that was pretty anticlimactic. If Fang Chen had such bugs, when he fought with berserkers, he would first throw a batch of them out and wait for the opponent's defense to drop infinitely close to 0. I'm afraid that any random nanotoxin will be able to bite him to death by then. Of course, Fang Chen also understood that this situation was not very realistic. This bug is documented in the Bug Solution Illustrated. Firebugs, Commander-in-Chief. Production is extremely low, and is not a herd, only 1 pup is produced each year, so it is hard to find at a high price. Ordinary Commander class bugs, 100 million dragon coins apiece at the auction house, while fire sting bugs once sold for a sky-high price of 2 billion apiece. Where am I going to find a bug like that? Thinking about it, Fang Chen aimed the Imperial Beast Art at a fire spike insect not far away. Soon the alert message popped up. Ding! You are unable to take control of the illusory insectoids. Hee. Sure enough, the reason why there are so many fire-stinging insects in this copy is because of the illusionist's illusions. Otherwise a fire spike bug would be $2 billion, and it's unlikely that the city of Longhua would be able to afford this number of copies so well. Thinking of this, Fang Chen no longer delayed in preparing to strike. The clock has started at the top. Come out. Fang Chen let out a greeting, and the nano-venomous insects within the Dantian bug nest immediately poured out. Although he had previously bought a set of Imperial Beastmaster equipment at the auction house. But since they are all of average quality, the maximum number of nanotoxins is unchanged. Or 20,000 only. But 20,000 versus 5,000, not to mention that number alone would have crushed the fire spike bugs. Not to mention that Fang Chen's nano-vermin was still at the mythic level. And now the upgraded nano-venomous bug's attack power has even reached the terrifying level of 3,900. It's simply crushing against Fire Spike Worm. The reason why the Fire Spike Worm copies are specified to be resolved within 2 hours is because the passive of this worm is so invincible. That's why no one dares to pull too many bugs over at once, they can only deal with them one by one. Time is naturally spent long. But Fang Chen didn't need to consider this, and hadn't really been afraid when it came to an army of bugs. As the nanotoxins and fire stingers swarmed together, soon Fang Chen saw that the numbers above his head began to change. Firebugs, 4,800 5,000, Firebug Leader, 1-1. Nanotoxins, 11,990,000 20,000. 100 nanotoxins for 200 fire stingers? It doesn't seem like a good deal. Fang Chen frowned. The nano-venomous bug was after all a mythic level, but because the level was too low, coupled with the awesome passive of this fire stinger bug, it didn't take much advantage. Although he didn't care about this kind of consumption, the divine insect splitting talent could quickly make up for this kind of consumption. But such a mode of fighting is undoubtedly very unwise. Being able to consume affordably and consuming unnecessarily are two different things. On top of that, this is a bit slow at the moment. A minute has passed. It's too inked up. The nanotoxins are probably going to be pissed off if they're used like that. It's my problem if I don't know how to utilize a better solution when there is clearly a better one. Gather. Fill with poisonous mist. Fang Chen greeted. In the next moment, nearly 20,000 nano-venomous insects gathered together and directly released a purple poisonous mist. The poisonous fog drifted toward the front. Sure enough, wherever they passed, those fire spike insects had no power at all and died in an instant. At the same time, Fang Chen saw that the numbers above his head were jumping rapidly. Firebugs, 4,100 5,000, Firebug Leader, 1-1. Nanotoxins, 11,990,000 20,000. Time, 1 minute and 30 seconds. Firebugs, 3,600 5,000, Firebug Leader, 1-1. Nanotoxins, 11,990,000 20,000. Time, 1 minute and 40 seconds. Firebugs, 3,000 5,000, Firebug Leader, 1-1. Nanotoxins, 11,990,000 20,000. Time, 1 minute and 55 seconds. When the time taken reached 3 minutes, Fang Chen saw the number of fire stingers at the top has, surprisingly, cleared. Only the fire spiker worm commander remained. 3 minutes? That's the true strength of the nanotoxin. Fang Chen smiled in satisfaction. Just then, however, suddenly the entire red ground shook. Not far away, a gap unexpectedly cracked open above that hill. In the next moment, a large fire-pricked insect burrowed out of it. However, it wasn't yet time for Fang Chen to scrutinize the information on that fire-spiny insect commander. The poisonous mist, however, had already filled the past. The next moment he heard a series of system beeps. Ding! Congratulations on completing the overwhelming fire spike insect nest transfer quest. Current occupation, first turn insect sentinel. Time, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. The record has been set. Ding! The refreshed record will resound through Manhwa City in a minute. The creator can use his real name or an alias. Do you want to use an alias? Ding! Please leave the replica within half an hour, or the fire spike worm commander will refresh and continue to attack the professionals. Ding! The system has detected the host completing the first turn mission. The miraculous talent system has begun extracting rewards. Chapter 10, Shocking the Whole City, Perfect Control. Listening to the series of system voices in his head, Fang Chen was also a bit confused. But soon he calmed down, prioritizing things. He seemed to have set a new record for this transfer quest himself, and said something about making it known to the whole city. This needs to be dealt with quickly. If he didn't use an alias and was broadcasted by the system, he would inevitably attract the attention of the entire city when the time came. Especially Qianhe and City Lord Nandong, if they found out that yesterday's poisonous fog was their own doing. That would be a problem. Fang Chen wasn't certain if they would drag himself off to be dissected and studied after they found out. So after considering it, Fang Chen decided that he would have to use a pseudonym. Since we're going to use an alias, let's come up with a name that will mislead them, or at least buy ourselves time to continue growing in strength. Thinking about it, Fang Chen entered a name into the pseudonym field: swordsman who loves to eat soft food. Ding! Your use of an alias has been successful. Time has expired. The record has been replaced. Ding! Manhwa City's first mission, destroy the fire spike's nest, has been recorded as a new record. Time, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Creator, swordsman who loves soft food. As the sound of the system came to mind, all the professionals within Manhwa City received this message almost simultaneously. The forum exploded. Holy, who is this guy? So powerful? Passing the copy in 3 minutes? Yeah, that fire sting bug seems to be 5,000 in number. How did you do it in 3 minutes? More than 5,000, there's also a boss. This person is too perverted. Is he a hidden professional? This name is a swordsman at first glance. Could it be the special profession killing swordsman? I think it's possible. It could also be a magic swordsman. Too envious of 3 minutes. The last record holder seems to be the president of the Celestial Wolf Labor Union. When did such a powerful genius appear in our Manhwa city? Manhwa City, Skywolf Guild. Tsunami Wolf was sitting in his chair organizing the recent revenue information. As president, he has the most things to manage. Suddenly. Ding! The record you set for, overwhelming fire spike rushing nest, has been refreshed. The latest record, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Please keep up the good work. As the previous record holder, the system reminder that Tsunami Wolf received was obviously different from the others. Tsunami Wolf stood up directly from his chair with shock in his eyes. 3 minutes? A hidden professional? And powerful. Saw you. Tsunami Wolf was busy turning around and rushing out of the room. As the president, he knew too well how demonic a person who could set his own record and pass this copy in only 3 minutes was. The most important thing was that this person had just completed the first turn, and was still a seedling. If he could pull this person into his Skywolf Union, then their Skywolf Union would definitely be able to take a qualitative leap. Tsunami Moon is the mount of Tsunami Wolf, a Tsunami Wolf. Tsunami Wolf's original name is not called Tsunami Wolf, no one knows what it is called anymore. Because his mount was a Tsunami Wolf, that was why others called him Tsunami Wolf. A snow-white Tsunami Wolf rushed over just as the Tsunami Wolf rushed out of the room. Without saying a word, Tsunami Wolf directly jumped onto the back of the wolf and rushed over towards the transformation shrine. At the same time, he shouted within the guild. All of you rush to the specialized shrine at once and look for a swordsman professional named Swordsman who loves to eat soft food. At the same time, Tutor Qianha and City Lord Nangong, who were talking inside the City Lord's mansion, were almost stunned when they heard the system's beep. 3 minutes? 3 minutes for the hardest advanced copy of Turn 1? Nangong, you didn't even say that you had such a talent in Manhwa City? There is a light in Qianha's eyes. If this talent enters his Jiangbei University to study, in the future, it is bound to make the name of Jiangbei University resonate throughout the whole dragon country. Teacher, I don't know. Listening to that name seems to be a swordsman. There are several thousand swordsmen in Manhwa City who have been transferred this time. Alright, cut the crap. Let's go to the transformation shrine immediately. Tutor Chiho urged. Fine. Nangong was busy responding. Such a talent, not only Jiangbei University wants, even the Nangong heart moved the idea, before departure is directly take a gold medal. In the Dragon Kingdom, forces are divided into 3 main categories. They are, respectively, the Academy Institution, the Guard, and the Guild. The 3 are not in conflict with each other, and are even deeply entangled with each other. This is because some powerful professionals, who usually come from prestigious schools, also join the garrison to fight for the country. And also choose to join a guild and seek some resources. So the 3 actually complement each other. When a heaven-defying talent appeared, the 3 forces naturally wanted to pull in extremely hard. In addition to these 3 forces, at this time, the many professionals in the city who had gotten the news had also rushed to the transformation shrine. No one is stupid, and when this record comes out, who wouldn't want to meet who the rightful owner really is? At the same time, he might even be able to witness a heavenly pride's path to take off. After all, whether it's Tutor Qianha or the Nangong City Lord, or even the Skywolf Union. To be able to join one of them, coupled with their own demonic talents, their futures were all unlimited. A swordsman who loves soft food? Could it be him? Sumu Yue always felt very much like Fang Chen's style when she heard this name. At that moment, he also ran towards the transmutation shrine as well. And just as the whole city was going crazy over a record. Inside the copy, Fang Chen finally had the time to study the rest of the system prompts. First of all, he had to leave the copy within half an hour, otherwise the fire spike worm overlord would refresh and attack himself then. Although Fang Chen didn't mind killing it again, there was no point in wasting time here. Wait for the rewards from my system extraction to arrive and study them before leaving. Fang Chen thought. Although he had used an alias, he was bound to be questioned if he went out now. It's better to hide here and be quiet. It's also good to see what rewards you've actually extracted. Soon the system's voice sounded. Ding! The system has detected the host completing the first turn mission. The miraculous talent system has begun extracting rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the divine talent, Perfect Control. Please check for specific effects. Fang Chen was delighted, although he didn't know what kind of talent this was, it sounded impressive. He was busy opening his attribute panel. Name, Fang Chen. Occupation, first turn insectologist. Rank, LV.35. Life value, 3000. Physical defense, 300. Legal defense, 300. Force, 40. Intelligence, 100. Physical fitness, 45. Spirit, 390. Free attribute points, 6100, 60 for upgrade bonus, 100 for transfer bonus. Occupational skills, beast mastery, attack form switching, evolution. Generic skill, divine concealment fate. Occupational characteristics, insect affinity, the professional is an insect master, and has a high probability of success in controlling insects, while controlling other types of beasts is bound to fail. Divine grade talent, divine insect splitting, boosting mental power increases the splitting cap. Current ceiling 22,000. Divine grade talent, perfect control, can activate the perfect control skill once, and it will definitely succeed on the target of the control used. The target is limited to bugs, and the level cannot exceed your own level 30. Cooldown, 24 hours. Looking at the introduction, Fang Chen's entire eyes instantly lit up. Successful control? Doesn't that mean that if I use it once a day, I'm sure to be able to control an insectoid whose level is no higher than 30, no matter how strong the opponent is? Fang Chen's eyes lit up. With this skill, as long as one's level met the requirements, even if it was a world-class boss, as long as it was a bug, one could still control it. Coupled with the splitting of one's godworm, it would be simply too anticlimactic. Fang Chen's heart was incomparably excited. He then looked at the vocational skills that had been added after the transfer was completed. Evolution, you can evolve the bugs under your control. You need to consume a bug of the same rank and of a different species, and there is a probability of failure for evolution. This skill he had known for a long time, there was nothing special about it, and to put it bluntly, evolution also depended on the face. The other is a generalized skill, available to all professions. Divine Hidden Fate, it can be actively opened to hide all kinds of information, including name, occupation, equipment, summon beast affiliation, control beast affiliation, and so on. This kind of skill can be obtained by every profession at the first turn, it's nothing rare. Mainly for privacy protection, you can set yourself whether to turn it on or not. Fang Chen naturally didn't think much about it and directly chose to turn it on. When he went out and then bought a mask to disguise himself, then no one would really recognize him. After briefly looking at it, Fang Chen was happiest to have obtained the perfect control, a god tier talent. Just as he was thinking, suddenly the system's voice was ringing out. Ding! Please leave the copy as soon as possible, the Fire Spiker Worm Commander is about to be refreshed in 10 minutes. Fang Chen froze and looked up at the fire red hill not far away. Perfect control, the Fire Spike Worm Commander is going to be refreshed. How come all the good things are rushed into one day? This Fire Spiny Insect Commander shouldn't be an illusion, so it's a good time to test the waters with it. Chapter 11 3 Parties Go Crazy, Successful Control. Transmutation Shrine. When Tsunami Wolf arrived here with his men, Xianhe and Nangong had already arrived first. Seeing the three bigwigs arriving at the same time, the beautiful transfer tutor busily got up and said, "Greetings, Lord City Lord, Lord Chiho." "Cut the crap, where's the record-setting kid?" Nangong urged. "Back to City Lord, I haven't checked yet, but I've compiled a list of the swordsmen who have just completed their transfer quests in 15 minutes. 20 people in all. None should have gotten far. What about the people who haven't gotten out yet?" Chiho asked. "What do you mean, teacher? The person who set the record may not have come out of the copy yet?" Nangong froze. "That's a possibility, check the swordsman professions that haven't left their copies as well," Chiho reminded. The beautiful transfer tutor was busy checking for a moment and then said, "My lord, at the moment, in the swordsman profession, no one is in the copy." Tsunami Wolf, who was beside him, sniffed and glanced at the list, turned around and shouted at the outside of the temple. Everyone in the Sky Wolf Guild immediately set out to find the people on the list. "I've already sent the list to the guild. Definitely can't let the other guilds get the jump on us." As he spoke, Tsunami Wolf had already arrived at the entrance of the transformation shrine, and a very large number of people had gathered around him. Tsunami Wolf shouted directly. Which little brother set the record? I, Tsunami Wolf, on behalf of the Sky Wolf Guild, invite to join, and all resources cut slant toward you. And please come out for a moment. I'll go, all the resources? This treatment is catching up to the chairman himself. What's with this 3-minute record? This person is definitely a demon against the heavens. If he can be pulled into the guild and give him the guild president, I'm afraid that Tsunami Wolf wouldn't mind. Right, once a demon rises, there are so many benefits the guild can enjoy. Envious, how come this one isn't me? The onlookers were talking. Sure enough, then Tsunami Wolf shouted again. If a brother is willing to join our Sky Wolf Guild, I, Tsunami Wolf, am willing to give up the position of guild president. Awesome, President Tsunami is dominating. Envious. I don't want the presidency, can you let me join? The crowd around them exploded. Sumoni looked left and right, never finding any sign of Fang Chen, and couldn't help but feel a little strange. He shouldn't have left on such short notice. Could it be that I'm mistaken? But this name style, it really looks like him. Instructor Qianhe and the Nangong City Lord soon walked out as well. Seeing the Tsunami Wolf, the Nangong City Lord said, "If there is any news from your side, notify me immediately." Yes. Tsunami Wolf nodded. There was no conflict between them, they even helped each other out a bit. If this demon had joined the Sky Wolf Guild, then naturally he would stay in Longhua City most of the time, and it would be logical for him to join the Longhua City Guard. The opposite was also true, so although they were both looking for this person, there was no conflict of interest. The three forces quickly left the Transmigration Shrine to look for the 20 people on the list. However, Fang Chen, the protagonist behind all of this, was sitting at the bottom of a hill within the copy, waiting for the Fire Spiker Worm Commander to refresh. Taking this time, Fang Chen took another look at the information on his nano vermin. It has gone from level 29 to level 35. Moreover, he added all of his free attribute points from the transfer and upgrade to his mental strength, which also raised the Godbug Split's upper limit by another 1,000, to 23,000. Name, Nano Vermin. Evaluation, Mythical. Rank, LV.35. Attack power, 4,500. Life value, 4,200. Physical defense, 650. Spell defense, 650. Incidental effect, intense poison. Each attack can have an incidental effect of intense poison. The poisoner loses 2,200 blood per second for 3 seconds. Level 30 plus 1,000. Incidental skill, poison diffusion, can release a poisonous fog that will poison enemies within the range. If there are no enemies, the fog will exist for 30 minutes. Hint, the effect of poison can be increased with leveling up. Reminder, mythical god bugs, unable to evolve. Divine worm splitting talent in effect, currently splitting, cap 23,000, current number, 22,000 23,000. Nanotoxins, which are highly aggressive, highly poisonous, aggressive bugs. The Fire Stinger bug, on the other hand, has an invincibility passive that weakens the opponent's defense, so if you can get it, if you run into bugs and professions with high defense in the future, you won't be afraid of losing nanotoxins in large numbers. Fang Chen was calculating in his mind. Although the nano-venomous bugs were powerful, it would be difficult if the opponent had a high defense or even a skill that was briefly immune to physical and legal damage. Once his nanotoxins were depleted, it was almost equivalent to having no combat power. After all, splitting took time. So if he could obtain this fire thorn insect, it would definitely be like a tiger with wings for him. Ding! The Fire Spike Worm Commander has been refreshed. As Fang Chen was thinking, a system voice snapped out. The next moment, he saw that the Calm Fire Red Hill had indeed drilled out another huge fire red bug. If it's not the Fire Spike Worm Commander or whoever. Fang Chen rejoiced and looked at the Fire Spike Insect Commander and immediately used the skill, Perfect Control. Ding! You have succeeded in using Perfect Control to control a Fire Spike Insect leader. Perfect Mastery skill on cooldown for 24 hours. Hearing the system's voice, Fang Chen's heart rejoiced, and he busily tapped on the Fire Stinger insect information. Name, Firebug. Evaluation, Commander Blue. Rank, LV.30. Attack power, 1,500. Life value, 1,500. Physical defense, 100. Spell defense, 100. Passive skill, fire armor piercing attacks can weaken the opponent's double defense 10, the effect can be stacked, the highest can make the opponent's double defense infinitely close to 0. Hint, the effect of fire armor piercing is fixed and cannot be improved. Reminder, Commander Class God Bugs, Evolvable. Divine Worm Splitting Talent in effect, currently splitting, cap 23,000, current number, 323,000. Looking at the information Fong Chen froze, this commander's attributes were surprisingly the same as the fire spike insect that he had slaughtered earlier. But soon he reacted. The fire-spiked bugs were all manifested through the fire-spiked bug commander, and their attributes naturally would have been the same. However, it didn't matter. What Fong Chen was looking at in itself was the invincible passive of this fire thornworm. As for other aspects, it didn't matter at all, such as that defense being a pathetic 100. It can simply be said that the touch will die, but the important thing is that before dying, the fire spikeworm can weaken the opponent's double protection armor by 10%. That's what matters. Finally got a new bug, although evolution is very costly, but I'm not in a hurry now, just wait to slowly evolve it later. With this perfect control skill, and the weakened armor of the fire stinger worm, this is really going to take off. Fong Chen was satisfied, and only then did he turn around and walk towards the exit of the replica. A few moments later, Fong Chen entered a light curtain and then left the copy. When he reappeared in the hall of the Transmigration Shrine, he heard chaos outside. That beautiful transfer tutor was also looking at the door openly, as if something had happened outside. Mentor, is something going on out there? Fong Chen asked. That beautiful tutor saw that it was Fong Chen and laughed. You're taking a long time with this transfer quest, looks like you're missing out on the excitement. There's a demon in our Manhwa city, the fire-spiked worm copy passed in 3 minutes, and now the City Lord and Sky Wolf Guild are both looking for this person. I don't know if I've found it yet. Fong Chen sniffed and felt a little weak, and busily tightened his clothes and slipped out of the Transmigration Shrine. And what neither of them realized was, at this time, in front of the several Transformation Divine Stones within the Transformation Divine Hall, there are a couple of people who are getting ready to make a turn. Hey! Isn't this transfer task one of 3 options? How did it turn into 2 choices? How did the overwhelming fire spike worm quest go dark? Holy, doesn't that mean you can't pick the hardest of this one? God, open your eyes? This is my last chance. I can't believe I can just choose the simple first 2. When did the transfer shrine have such a good thing? No, I have to immediately inform my brothers to hurry over and transfer. Chapter 12 Transfer Wave, Thunder Sun Stalking. An apothecary stood in front of the Transmutation God Stone. Holy, the fire-spiked worm copy really doesn't work anymore? This is just too good to be true. Hurry up and inform the brothers, there are no copies of the fire-spiked worm. Today's transfer is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A wind elemental professional. Looking at the quests on the transfer god stone in front of him. Tears of excitement. One of my wind elemental emissaries with the weakest attack power, and both times I've been transferred, I've been told to fight fire-stinging worms. Is it easy for me to change jobs? Thank goodness the heavens have opened their eyes, I finally can't go hunting fire stingers today. One person who came to transfer was excited. Busy informing their friends and family to rush over for the transfer. At first these messages were spread in very small circles. However, as time went on, it was surprising that someone had posted this on the professionals forum. This time, the hot first of the pros forum is covered again. Compared to the demonic geniuses who had set new records, they were obviously more concerned about whether or not they would be able to transfer. You know, there are tens of thousands of people who graduate from high school and switch jobs every year in a small city of Manhwa. Looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, it is even more in billions. And the number of combat professionals among them is still low. It's the number of paraprofessionals that is the largest. Rich sub-professionals had family and resource support, and although they couldn't match the future of combat professionals, they could at least upgrade and transfer in peace. But most of them are ordinary people. They had worked so hard to reach level 29, yet even the first turn quests depended on luck. Many sub-professionals had weak attacks, and of the 3 quests in turn 1, 2 of them were combat quests. Although the first one was relatively simple, for the associate professionals, they might not even be able to finish it in 10 minutes, so even if they were lucky enough to draw the first quest, the reward they got for finishing it in the end wasn't the highest. Combat professionals, every time you transfer basically get 80 or 90 powerful ones get 100 free attribute points. And what about paraprofessionals? It usually hovers around 40 or 50, and some are even unlucky enough to have all 3 quests be Fire Stinger's quests. A lifetime of not being able to complete the transfer. There are also only 3 chances to turn a professional at a time. And even if they were lucky enough to complete the transfer quest, the fact that they had so few attribute points caused their attributes to be pulled apart. A few dozen points less for one transfer, and 9? That's hundreds of points. And that's where the gap is slowly being closed. So when the forum appeared, the news that the first turn quest Fire Spike Worm copies were unavailable. Almost the entire Manhwa city's paraprofessionals were out in force. Many of them were professionals from previous sessions who were stuck at level 29 and had never completed the transfer quest. At this moment, it was as if they all saw a lifesaver and surged towards the transmutation shrine. Inside the transitional divine hall, the beautiful mentor was also a bit confused as she looked at the crowd that kept converging. Why are there so many people here? The beautiful tutor realized that there was a surprisingly long line of people coming to transfer, and he walked out of the temple's gate. Surprised to see that the line outside the shrine had all but emptied out 2 streets. This year's high school transfers have only been over for 2 days, right? The first wave of transfers should culminate in a week. Why are there so many people here today? Could it be that I'm too good at my job? Looking at so many people, beautiful tutors are in a good mood. At this moment, Su Muyue was also in the group. She was also a little confused looking at so many people and wondering what was going on. It was soon her turn to transfer, and when she placed her palm on the transfer god stone, it was soon seen that the randomly assigned transfer quests, of which the Fire Spur Worm copy was surprisingly black. No wonder there are so many people here today. There's a problem with the Fire Spiked Worm copies, and the tutors here don't even know about it. But how could this copy go wrong? It can't be because of that swordsman. Sumu Language quickly remembered the guy who set a new record for Fire Spiked Worm copies in the morning. I don't know if he's Fong Chen. If he's really him, how does he do the Dao? Could it be that he took control of the bugs in the fire-stinging worm copy? It shouldn't be. The bugs inside the replica are all illuminated and protected by the transformation god stone. Sumu Language also cannot figure out, and it is not certain whether Fong Chen did it or not. She wasn't thinking much about it, and started on the transfer quest. However, at this moment, Fong Chen arrived in front of a grocery store. The skill, Divine Concealment Fate, could hide all of the information, but a person's looks could not be hidden. It can only be concealed through a mask, and since you choose to hide, you have to do it in full. So Fong Chen went to the grocery store and bought a mask in passing, and then this time, he walked towards the outskirts of the city. There were fellows in the grocery store and a lot of people on the street, so Fong Chen didn't rush to wear it, preparing to wait until he was in the wilderness to wear it. Currently, he had completed the first turn quest and his level had reached level 35. Next, besides continuing to upgrade, the most important thing was to try out the power of this fire stinger worm. Immediately, Fong Chen walked towards the outside of the city. Outside the city in the newbie practicing area. What's going on today? Why is the leveling area empty? Lei Yan looked at the empty leveling area and was a bit confused. On weekdays, this place was packed with people, and only 2 days had passed since the transfer, and at this moment most of them had reached level 10. And going to Werewolf Mountain to practice is very dangerous if you don't have a team of people. Brother Yang, you still don't know? The forums have gone crazy, and I don't know what's going on. The copy of the fire-stinging worm inside the transmigration shrine has gone black. A lot of people are running to see what's going on right now. Zhang Dong said from the sidelines. No way, wasn't there a demon who refreshed the fire spine worm copy in the morning? Lei Yang was a bit incredulous. Many people speculate that it might be that demon who did it, but right now everyone is just saying it in private. After all, no one wants to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But I have a feeling that over at the transfer shrine, we'll find out tonight at the latest. It's a pity that we haven't reached the first turn level yet, or else it would simply be too comfortable to take the opportunity to go for a transfer. Zhang Dong was a little envious. Lei Yang was about to say something, but suddenly, he was seeing Fong Chen walk out from the city. Brother Yang, where is that Fong Chen kid going? Zhang Dong asked. After seeing Fong Chen walk out, he actually walked straight towards the pipe on the left. I don't know, the pipeline over there goes to Jiangbei province. I guess this kid can't hang around in Longhua City anymore and is preparing to go to Jiangbei province to find opportunities. But traveling to Jiangbei province, you will encounter many powerful demonic beasts this way over. This kid won't be stimulated and even his brain is broken, right? How dare he go to Jiangbei province alone? Zhang Dong shook his head. I don't think it's likely. Look at him, where does he look like he's irritated? Lei Yan nodded. You're right, there's no one else teaming up for leveling today anyway, let's follow them over and take a look. Let's see what this kid is up to. But Brother Yang, there are a lot of high-level monsters over there, I'm afraid we'll follow them. What are you afraid of? He is in front of the mine, we follow far behind, the situation is not right directly, bugger is. Lei Yang greeted. Immediately the two men followed. They tailed far away so as not to spook the snake. One could only roughly see the outline of Fang Chen's back. However, there was an advantage to this, and that was that Fang Chen never realized it. Unlike other professions, the beastmaster was different in that there were almost no scrying skills within the generic skills, except for the divine concealment fate. Therefore, the biggest weakness of this profession is its poor self-protection ability. Once you run into a swordsman or a stealthy sneak attack at the moment, it's almost certain death. This is why the sentinel beastmaster profession, despite being a combat profession, is chicken feed. The two followed Fang Chen for more than 20 minutes. Zhang Dong's face changed. Boss, can't follow anymore. The front is the territory of the 7-star Heavenly Bull clan, this Fang Chen must be thinking that he's ready to die. We'll be out of luck too if we keep following. Lei Yang looked ahead as Fang Chen's back had disappeared within the 7-star Heavenly Bull clan territory. The heart is very upset. Damn, I don't believe he's going to die, or else Wolf Mountain would be enough for him to die 100 times over. No, I must see what he wants. Saying that, Lei Yang still carefully touched over. Chapter 13 7-star Heavenly Cow, Divine Defense Reduction Technique. The 7-star Heavenly Cow was a beetle-like insect demonic beast. The 7-star Sky Cow territory, the Goblin Clan territory, and the novice leveling area, all three of which are protected areas. The so-called protected means that one is not allowed to strike out at other professionals in this place, or else they will be hunted down by the Longhua City Guard. And the 7-star Tennessee Cow territory is recommended, LV.30 LV.45. Recommended level of Goblin territory, LV.45 LV.60. That is to say, LW protected the professions only until level 60 so that the professions could complete the second turn quests. Further on, the places where you need to practice are unprotected, and practicing or fighting for bosses in those kinds of places all depends on your own strength. It was said that 2 of the several lowest level world bosses in the vicinity of Longhua City were under the jurisdiction of the Sky Wolf Guild. The other 2 are hogged by other unions. So the benefits of joining a powerful guild are unimaginable. Apart from practicing this time, Fang Chen wanted to try out this fire spike insect at most. That's why the 7-star Tenebrae territory is a very good choice. The boss of the 7-star Heavenly Cow territory is an elite green grade too low to even be worthy of evolving for the fire spiked worm, but the defense is on the high side and the magical attacks are on the strong side, so it's just right to use it for an experiment. When I get to level 45, I'll go to the Goblin Clan territory to upgrade. Fang Chen thought, and directly stepped inside the 7-star Heavenly Bull territory. The Tenebrae territory is extensive, consisting of 3 or 4 rolling hills. The outer perimeter is the area where the small monsters are active, while the center is the area where the Sky Bull King is active. Fang Chen didn't want to waste any time, so he directly waved his hand and released all the nano-venomous insects. A sea of white insects crushed directly towards the front. Hardly from the countless Heavenly Cow monsters, a passageway opened up, leading straight to the center of the Heavenly Cow clan. Along the way, the system's voice kept ringing. Ding! Congratulations on killing the Heavenly Cow, experience plus 500. Ding! Congratulations on killing the Heavenly Cow, experience plus 600. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 36 and gaining 10 free attribute points. In just 3 minutes, Fang Chen had arrived at the core of the 7-star Heavenly Bull clan. Seeing that there was an alcove in front of him, in which a huge 7-star Heavenly Bull was crawling back and forth, this was clearly the boss 7-star Heavenly Bull King. With a wave of his hand, Fang Chen arranged the nano-venomous bugs around him, forming a circle of defense. Any Sky Cow that dares to come close will be directly bitten to death by the nanotoxins. In this way, he could also go to the alcove in peace and experiment with his fire sting bug. Fang Chen put his mask back on and jumped directly into the concave pit. At the same time, he stared at that 7-star Heavenly Bull King for a moment. 7-star Tenebrous King, Insectoids. Evaluation, Elite. Rank, LV.45. Attack Power, 2000. Life Value, 10,000. Physical Defense, 1000. Spell Defense, 1000. Active Skills, Tenebrae Stab, Defensive Stance, Short Flight. Note, when the blood volume of the 7-star Bull King is lower than 50, it will use the flying skill to escape. Please make sure to kill it before flying. Looking at the introduction, Fang Chen looked at his fire spike insect attribute again. He had just leveled up all the way over here, and he himself had risen 3 levels, and along with that, the level of the fire spike worm had also risen by 5 levels. Reach level 35. Name, Firebug. Evaluation, Commander Blue. Rank, LV.35. Attack power, 2000. Life value, 1700. Physical defense, 100. Spell defense, 100. Passive skill, fire armor piercing attacks can weaken the opponent's double defense 10, the effect can be stacked, the highest can make the opponent's double defense infinitely close to 0. Hint, the effect of fire armor piercing is fixed and cannot be improved. Reminder, Commander and Divine Insects, evolvable. Divine Worm splitting talent in effect, currently splitting, cap 23,000, current number, 23,000. The Firethorn bug upgrade surprisingly only added attack and life, and neither of the double defenses increased, which made Feng Chen helpless. But with this fire armor piercing miracle passive, it was enough. The 7-star Heavenly Bull King's double defense is as high as 1000, which means that one attack from the Fire Spiker Worm will reduce its double defense to 900, and one attack after that would be 810, and with 10 Fire Spiker Worms passive taking effect at the same time, that would be 385. Calculating here, Feng Chen couldn't help but gulp. 10 Fire Spike Insects could weaken the 7-star Heavenly Bull King's double defense to 385, what kind of concept was that? He had a full 23,000 Fire Stingers. 100 at once, then wouldn't the 7-star Heavenly Bull King be equivalent to having no defense and running around naked? Thinking of this, Feng Chen immediately waved his hand and directly mobilized all 23,000 Fire Stinger insects. Densely packed Fire Stingers coiled around the slopes of the alcove. It was as if a circle of red flames had formed. The 7-star Tainaya King seemed to have sensed the danger as well, arching his body to alert his surroundings. Go! At Feng Chen's command, a bug crawled out from the army of fire spike bugs. However, the 7-star Tyox Knight was very vigilant, and just as that bug approached, one of the 7-star Tyox's all-time tentacles instantly slapped down. It slapped the Firethorn insect into mush, but at the same time, Feng Chen saw that the defense of that 7-star Heavenly Bull had indeed dropped to 900. As budgeted, carry on. Feng Chen continued to control the second fire spike insect over, followed by the third and fourth. When the second 100 fire spike insects died a miserable death under the 7-star Heavenly Bull's tentacles, Feng Chen saw it. The double defense of the 7-star Heavenly Cow, surprisingly, has become. Can't see it anymore. This is because the value is too low to be displayed. The Fire Spike Worm's weakening is not able to completely reduce the opponent's double defense to 0, but it can infinitely converge to 0. This was something Feng Chen knew very well. It's basically kind of 0 at this point, depending on what works next. Feng Chen began to send the first Fire Stinger insect over to sneak attack. The Fire Spike Worm has an attack of 1700, and the 7-star Skink's defense is now basically 0.0. That is to say, theoretically, he only needed 6 Fire Stinger insects to bite the 10,000 blood 7-star Skybull commander to death. The first Fire Stinger insect quickly arrived next to the 7-star Heavenly Bull, and with its demise, Feng Chen saw a string of red damage values really popped up on top of that 7-star Heavenly Bull King's head. 1,650. Sure enough, the defense is broken. It's too perverted. Although the Heavenly Bull King's defense can't be 0, such a defense reduction effect can be called a god-tier passive. Feng Chen's heart was thrilled. With the god-ranked passive of the Fire Stinging Worm, even if he faced monsters and professions that were in the flesh, he had the ability to decimate the opponent. Feng Chen waved his hand while 5 Fire Spike insects rushed over. The next moment as a series of damage numbers popped up. Only to hear a rumbling sound, that 7-star Tainyo King didn't even show his flying skill, and directly died violently. There was even a flurry of things bursting out in front of him. Feng Chen wasn't interested in looking at it and waved his hand to put it all away. After looking at his level, he had actually reached level 42. The experience from killing a boss is really much. At this rate, I'm afraid I'll reach the second turn level today. This speed is just not good enough. Feng Chen was thinking about whether or not to go directly to the Goblin Clan territory to brush up on his leveling, and the Fire Spike Bug had been tested, so the next step was still to focus on leveling. However, it was at this moment that he heard the system's voice. Ding! Your Fire Thornworm has been attacked by Professional Thundersun and will switch to automatic return fire in 5 seconds. To change, select manually. Feng Chen froze. Lei Yan? Why is he here? Feng Chen was busy climbing up the slope, and sure enough, he soon saw that Lei Yang was cowering behind a hill on one side, holding a video recording device in his hand, filming the nanotoxin bugs. Chapter 14 Uploading the video, Shiho is numb. This kid is following me? Luckily, I was dealing with the heavenly bull king at the bottom of the pit just now, or else I'm afraid I'd be exposed. Gotta teach this kid a lesson. Fong Chen thought to himself. Although Lei Yang is annoying, but after all is his classmate, if for this reason to kill him is really not necessary. And this place was a protected area, so if he made a move he would also draw the guards after him. The gains don't pay for the losses. Just teach him a lesson. Thinking about it, Fong Chen waved his hand and cancelled the automatic return fire, adopting his own control. It began to manipulate the countless nano-venomous insects to surge towards Lei Yang's direction. Brother Yang, hurry up and run. Just take a shot, this is a mysterious big brother, not something we can mess with. Zhang Dong was lying behind Lei Yang, his whole body trembling in fear. Not to mention the nanotoxins, just the tenebrous bulls could have bitten them to death. And this heavenly cow had no power to fight back in front of the nanotoxin. Often, they are surrounded and die instantly. If these nanotoxins came over, would they still be alive? Don't panic, it's not like we're near the core of the heavenly cow clan, we're just shooting at the edge, those poisonous insects won't come over. But I'm wondering, how come I didn't find Fong Chen? Could it be that the kid has been bitten to death by the nano-venomous insects? Lei Yang was puzzled. Boss, do you think these nano-venomous insects could be messed up by Fong Chen? After all, he's the only one who came here. Zhang Dong said. Lei Yang then glared at him. If he can come up with such a powerful poisonous insect, I'll eat live. I'll eat as much as you. With his trashy profession, it's a fool's errand to come up with so many god-ranked bugs. But Brother Yang, Fong Chen is also a royal beastmaster, and he's also an insect royal beastmaster, so this seems to correspond exactly. Zhang Dong said. Lei Yang, however, said. Have you forgotten what Instructor Qian has said? This kind of god-level bug, those who can control it are big shots. At least a 7 or 8 turn big brother. So many appeared at once, it must be some great power experimenting with bugs here. When I send out this video, it will definitely stir up the whole city, and maybe the Skywolf Guild will even throw an olive branch at me. Simply too. Hey, how come those nanotoxins are coming towards us? Lei Yang's face changed. Zhang Dong sniffed and cold sweat came out, he was busy wiping it off, however, looking down he was dumbfounded. Yan Yu. There's a nanotoxin under the edge of your shoe. You stepped on one. What did you say? Lei Yang's entire body was also confused, he was busy looking down, and sure enough, he saw a nanotoxin insect. He was busy moving his feet away, only to see the nanotoxin looking straight at him as if to say, just you step on me? Lei Yang was stunned and immediately shouted. Run for your lives. However, when he looked up, he saw that Zhang Dong had already run out a dozen meters. You. Wait for me. Lei Yang couldn't think of anything else and turned around to run. The two stumbled along and soon disappeared at the end of the road. Fong Chen shook his head helplessly as he watched the scene. Could it be that it was his own fault that Su Muyue liked to stick to himself? It's also really idle to have to come and stalk you for practicing a level. But that video. Forget it, let them guess, I'd better change it. When that was released, it was bound to cause a stir, and this place was clearly not to stay. It's just right, go directly to the Goblin Clan territory and charge directly to level 59 today. If you go back early, you might even be able to follow and complete the second turn quest. Fong Chen waved his hand and collected the nano-venomous bugs, turning around and rushing towards the Goblin race territory. But on Lei Yang's side, the two had just run to the safe zone, and Lei Yang couldn't wait to post the video on the professionals forum. At this moment, what Fong Chen, he doesn't care at all anymore, holding such a video in his hand. Definitely creates quite a stir. Sure enough, he posted the video up for just under 10 minutes. It's amazing that the airplay has already surpassed 1 million. In less than an hour, it had surpassed 100 million times. Many people have left comments after seeing the video. Really? So many bugs? What kind of bugs are these? It must be synthesized, how could anyone control so many bugs? That's not necessarily true, if an Imperial Beastmaster is in control of a small strong, he can control hundreds of them. Brothers, take a good look, there can be thousands and thousands of bugs here, right? This bug is much more powerful than Xiao Chang, isn't it? That's a 7-star heavenly bull, and it was bitten to death directly. With an army of bugs like this, it would be too comfortable to practice leveling, drinking tea, and chatting about leveling up, wouldn't it? The one who can control so many bugs must be a big shot. I have to inform our president. What the hell is going on today? Why are so many strange things happening? Yeah, do you guys think that the one who refreshed the copy of the fire-spiked worm and this one who controls so many worms could be the same person? It can't be. How can you control so many bugs when you're only level 29 at turn 1? And wasn't the one who set the record a swordsman? Who says it has to be a swordsman? It's just that the name implies that one is a swordsman, alright. If this is a person, then he's only a turn A. How can he control so many bugs? Is this still a person? As the forum discussion continues to fester. Finally, the matter of the video also quickly reached the ears of the three forces. After getting the news, Tsunami Wolf immediately set off to find Shinha and Nandong. These two are also getting depressed. After searching for half a day, it was surprising that he couldn't even find out who the demonic genius who had set a new record actually was. And the transfer shrine is so overcrowded that you can't even try to go through the transfer shrine to check the records right now. At least until the evening. The two were depressed when the Tsunami Wolf finally found them. When Tsunami Wolf showed them the video from the forum, Shinha and Nangdong's eyes went straight. Teacher. This. Which great power is this? Shiho's entire body was also a bit numb and said. I don't know, so many bugs, and surprisingly they're all nanotoxins. I'm afraid this is something even a 9th Revolution Imperial Beastmaster can't do. This person, could he be a 10-turned big brother? But I've never heard of a 10th-turned big brother in the Dragon Kingdom. Could it be a summoner? Tsunami Wolf said. It's not very realistic for an Imperial Beastmaster to want to control so many nanotoxins, but a summoner should be able to do it. Shiho shook her head. Summoners summon demonic beasts through summoning cards though. But the more powerful the demonic beast, the smaller the number summoned, and it's impossible for a summoner to summon so many divine-grade poisonous insects with their limited spiritual power. No, with such a powerful big shot appearing in Longhua City, there must be something wrong. I've got to meet him. Saying that, Shinha was busy getting up, and Tsunami Wolf was busy. You wait a moment, besides this matter, there is another thing on the forum, the first turn quest of the Transmutation Shrine, the Fire-Spiked Worm quest doesn't seem to be available anymore. That's why the Transfer Shrine is full of people today. You guys better pipe down. Is there such a thing? Nangdong's face turned blue as he sniffed and immediately rushed outside. Send someone to the Transfer Shrine to see what's going on, and if it's true as the forums say, close the Transfer Shrine immediately. Meanwhile, send someone to bring the person who posted the video to wait for me at the City Lord's mansion. Yes. Someone at the door immediately answered. Meanwhile, Shinha Nangdong, as well as the three of them, Tsunami Wolf, left the City Lord's mansion directly and headed straight to the 7-star Heavenly Cow territory where the video was filmed. Chapter 15, Triggering the Passive, Summoning the Ancestor. Skywolf, how's the scouting going on your end? On the way to the 7-star Heavenly Bull territory, Nangdong asked. In the morning, the list given by the Transitional Shrine is Tsunami Wolf is responsible for rechecking, and now immediately to the evening, but it seems that there is still no news to come. I'm afraid that no longer among them, 9 out of 10 of those listed have been found, not the ones who set the record straight. Even I have a feeling that we may have all been misled. That name just implies that it's a swordsman, but it's not necessarily that. And since this person is reluctant to show his face, I'm afraid the name swordsman who loves to eat softly is also deliberately misleading us. Tsunami Wolf said. Nangdong frowned at his words. But that doesn't make any sense at all, as long as I go tonight and check today's transitions minutes before the record was born. It's still possible to track him down. It's impossible to see the whole thing, but the records are available. Tsunami Wolf said. That's what I can't figure out. He may not want to be exposed, but he doesn't know how to hide himself better. It's only a matter of time before we find him. Just now, could the 10,000 poisonous insects in this suburb be the work of the same person who set the record? Tsunami Wolf said and looked at Shiho. Daiwa's 1,000 Harvest said. Realistically unlikely, after all, to be able to control so many god-ranked bugs, it's hard to believe that it was a little guy of the first turn who did it. But it's theoretically possible. Theoretically? Nangdong and Tsunami Wolf were both stunned. The 1,000 Harvest Taoist, on the other hand, said. The place is here, let's talk about it sometime. Seeing this, the two whistling wolves didn't say anything more and followed Dao's thousand harvest as they jumped off the back of their mounts. Unfortunately, at this time, within the 7-star Thousand Bulls territory, it was business as usual, leaving nothing behind. Hey! Still one step too late, look carefully to see if there are any clues. Nangong Dao. The three nodded and spread out to look for clues. But at this time, Fong Chen. It had already left the 7-star Thousand Ox territory long ago and appeared on top of a dark gray earth. This is the last protected area near Longhua City, Goblin territory. The Goblin clan territory was also the last place where professionals could safely practice before their second turn. However, there were professionals with backgrounds and resources who wouldn't choose to come to this kind of place to practice. For example, Su Muyue, Fong Chen hadn't seen her come here to practice, her family had the money to hire a mercenary group for her, so she should all go back to a more advanced place to practice. The Goblin clan territory was half an hour away from the 7-star Heavenly Cow territory. The distance was also quite far, and Fong Chen was able to practice at ease. But this goblin monster was few and far between, and spread out over a large distance. But the experience of each monster was pretty good. That's why practicing in a group was the best, and for those like Fong Chen who practiced alone, it was a bit of a hassle. Nano-venomous bugs would be too flashy if they covered the entire territory. If they were being targeted, then it would be completely impossible to practice. It'll also go straight to the bosses. 2 bosses should be about right. It's just a pity that this boss isn't of the insect race, or else if I could take control of it, I might even be able to evolve the fire stinger insects a bit. Fong Chen was somewhat helpless, his perfect control had been used today, and with the fact that this goblin race was a humanoid monster, he had no choice but to give up on the matter of the fire spike insect's evolution. After summoning the fire stinger bug and nano-venomous bug, Fong Chen rushed all the way towards the core of the goblin race. If you come across goblin monsters on the road, kill them in passing, and if you don't, continue on your way. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the core of the Goblin clan's territory. From a distance he saw the Goblin clan commander with a wooden stick in one hand and wearing a tattered straw coat. Goblin Chief, Humanoid. Evaluation, Commander Blue. Rank, LV.60. Attack Power, 5000. Life Value, 12,000. Physical Defense, 2000. Spell Defense, 2000. Active Skills, Goblin Summoning, Berserk, Earth Shelter. Passive Skill, Ancestor Summoning. Looking at the introduction, Fong Chen quickly remembered the characteristics of this Goblin commander's skills. The Goblin Chieftain, as a humanoid-type demonic beast, would summon the surrounding goblins to rush over to help if attacked, so those who generally came here to practice would choose to clear out the surrounding goblins first before fighting the chieftain. However, Fong Chen didn't need to consider this. If they dared to come over, then it was just as well to brush them together. In addition, the Goblin commander would enter a berserk state after his blood level dropped by more than 50%, doubling his attack power. Also, Earth Shelter will keep it bleeding back, so it's usually hard for a team that doesn't have enough attacks to kill it. Lastly, this passive skill, Ancestor Summoning, which is a very ribald skill. It was said that there was a very small chance of summoning a projection of the Goblin ancestor when the Goblin clan's commander died, but it had never appeared. So it's basically ignored. After Fong Chen roughly recalled it, he didn't delay any longer, and with a command, the fire spike insects took the lead in converging towards the Goblin race commander. The nano vermin, on the other hand, was split into 2 parts, with one part guarding the surrounding area to be wary of the Goblin race demon beasts that would be rushing to reinforce them. Part of it is ready to tackle the Goblin commander at a moment's notice. The fire-spiked worm soon approached the Goblin race commander, who had a keen sense of sensation. Seeing the large swaths of fire-spiked insects coming in, he immediately swung his wooden stick and smashed it down. In a matter of moments, it smashed several hundred fire-stinging insects to death. However, more fire-stinging insects were like a sea of red, rolling towards the Goblin race commander. Just 5 seconds. Fong Chen then saw that the Goblin clan commander's double defense had been weakened beyond sight. Fire spike worms have low attack power, though they can bite him in large numbers. But then the damage would be great. So as soon as the Goblin clan commander's double defense was broken, Fong Chen put away the fire stinger insect. Turning to let the nanotoxins pour through. Each nano-venomous bug's attack power was as high as 5,000 against the Goblin clan commander, who had only 10,000 or so blood and was still in a broken defense state. It's almost like you can say it's a second. The nano-venomous insects merely touched the Goblin race commander, and Fong Chen saw that. That Goblin race commander fell to the ground with a rumble. And surprisingly, the surrounding goblin race demonic beasts were not summoned at all. Feng Chen glanced at his rank. Surprisingly, he had also risen directly from level 42 to level 50. Worthy of being a boss, there's just a lot of experience. At this rate, at most 2 to 3 of them should almost be upgraded. Feng Chen was in a good mood. When we get back today, we can think about the second turn. This kind of upgrading speed, he really didn't even dare to think about it before. As he was thinking about it, the Goblin Clan commander refreshed again. Feng Chen did as he had done, letting the fire stinger bugs go for the armor breakers and the nanites wrap up. In less than 10 seconds, the Goblin Clan commander that had just been refreshed fell to the ground again. And at that moment, his level had risen from 50 to 54. Feng Chen had just put the loot away when suddenly the system's voice actually sounded. Ding! As you have killed the Goblin Commander twice in a row within 10 seconds. The Goblin Commander's passive skill, Ancestor Summoning, has been activated. Reminder, the Goblin Ancestor is projected as an alpha yellow boss. Ding! The Goblin Ancestor will be projected to descend on Goblin territory in 10 seconds, please kill him as soon as possible. Summoning the Ancestors? A city-wide broadcast? Feng Chen was stunned to hear this probability that hadn't appeared for many years was actually stumbled upon by himself. And it's still broadcasted all over the city. This is the kind of treatment that only a world boss can get. And most importantly, the professionals in the city would definitely rush over upon hearing the news, and at that time, one would not only face the risk of being exposed, but also have a portion of the benefits taken away. Thinking of this, Feng Chen's eyes chilled. If you want to share my favor, then let's see if you're coming. Get out of there, all of you. As soon as Feng Chen greeted him, the nanotoxin bugs and fire beetles poured out, an army of nearly 50,000 bugs, almost turning this ground into a sea of white and red intertwined. And almost at the same time, a golden figure had emerged with a flash of light ahead. Heck yes, Gnome Ancestor Projection. Chapter 16 Ancestor's Projection, Poisonous Mist Kills in Seconds. The Gnome Ancestor Projection descends? I remember that the Goblin Commander's Summon Ancestor passive skill has a low trigger probability, right? Chi-Ho said. Nangong was busy nodding. The passive trigger probability of this demonic beast is divided into 2 types. The first one is purely based on the face. And the second one is guaranteed, that is, if you can kill him within 10 seconds twice in a row, the passive will take effect. This is also to prevent people from maliciously swiping materials. Was it pure chance this time? Tsunami Wolf said. Chi-Ho, on the other hand, picked up something from the ground and looked at it and muttered. I'm afraid it's not a coincidence. The person who refreshed the copy of the fire spiked worm, and the person here are most likely one and the same. We've all gotten it wrong. The one controlling those bugs is most likely really a little guy who just completed his first turn. Quickly! To Goblin territory! Xian, he said with a wave of his hand. The royal wind golden eagle had flown out. Seeing this, Nangong and Tsunami Wolf were not polite and directly followed and jumped onto the back of the royal wind golden eagle. At the same time, Nangong saw that the thing in Xian's hand was actually a bug with a fiery red body. It's not a firebug or anything. This. Nangong was filled with shock. Chi-Ho then said. Something went wrong with the fire spiky worm copy. It's likely that this person took the fire spiky worm from the copy. This person was able to bring out the bugs inside the transformation god stone. It's really powerful. The odds are that it could be a mysterious hidden professional, and if it's not, then he's probably. Chi-Ho didn't go on. The Nangong on the side, however, was looking at him with a face full of shock. But at this time, it was within the territory of the Goblin Clan. Feng Chen was also taken aback when he looked at the projection of the Gnome Ancestor that had just appeared before him. This guy's too big. Standing there, he was surprisingly 7 or 8 meters taller than himself. The magnificent body was almost like a small mountain. Goblin Ancestor Projection, Humanoid Beast. Evaluation, Chief Yellow. Rank, LV.90. Attack Power, 10,000. Life Value, 100,000. Physical Defense, 5,000. Spell Defense, 5,000. Active Skills, Rage Berserk, Earth Shelter, Life Draw. Looking at the introduction, Feng Chen couldn't help but gulp. This Gnome Ancestor, he now finally understood what was going on. The Gnome Ancestor had once been studied in a high school class, yet he was the one who didn't realize that the Gnome Ancestor even had the ability to project. The Goblin Ancestor proper was a dark gold ranked high-level world boss. Speaking of which, it is important to mention the beast classifications in this side of the world. They are white normal, green elite, blue commander, yellow chief, orange lord, and red mythical. Most of the general world bosses are chief yellow ones. The orange level world bosses, also known as high level world bosses, are generally dark gold level orange. Such a world boss was also called a lord because it was so strong that there would be no small monsters present within its territory. The goblin ancestor is such a lord class boss. And although the one summoned by the Goblin King was only a projection of the goblin ancestor, his strength had reached the level of an average world boss, which was the yellow alpha level. The goblin ancestor projection's attack power was as high as 10,000, and its blood count was as high as 100,000. The double defense was even a terrifying 5,000. Ordinary professionals simply couldn't even break his defense. No wonder the system would make a city-wide broadcast. A world boss like this was simply not something that could be solved by a single team. It had to be at least 10 teams to start with. And his 3 skills are pretty much unbeatable. The Rage Berserk skill will increase his attack life and also defense all by 10. Earth Shelter is no match for the Goblin King either, with the Goblin Ancestor's projected Earth Shelter giving him up to a minute of physical immunity. The Life Draw, on the other hand, allows him to utilize the grass and trees around him to continuously regenerate blood for himself in a short period of time. So usually when the crowd surrounded this boss, they could only slowly wear it down and beat the blood differential. That is, after consuming half of his blood and letting him use Life Draw to recover 80%, he continues to fight. After sustaining 3 or 4 life draws, he wouldn't be able to sustain his blood level for the next life draw. So the whole process is long and dangerous. It was just that these were non-existent to Feng Chen. Looking at the projection of the gnome ancestor in front of him, Feng Chen pursed his lips. Once I start attacking, he'll use Rage Frenzy and Earth Shelter. Within a minute, neither nanotoxins nor fire stingers can help it. Dragging this out won't do me any good. It's better to just spike it. Thinking about it, Feng Chen waved his hand and put away the fire stinger insect while shouting. The poisonous mist fills the air. With a command, countless nano-venomous insects converged, and the next moment a large purple poisonous mist flew towards the goblin ancestor projection. The poisonous mist is so pervasive that it is defenseless. Although he could only rely on the poisoning effect to consume his opponent, he was able to spare his bug army from the huge consumption. If it was a physical fight, although his army of bugs could also kill this goblin ancestor projection, it would take a lot of time. And you lose a lot of bugs. You get what you pay for, and it's still the poison mist skill that works best. As the poisonous mist drifted past, a series of blood-snapping messages also began to emerge from the head of the goblin ancestor projection. 2,800. 2,800. 2,800. Nowadays, the nanotoxin level had also reached level 54, and the poisonous mist deducted a full 2,800 blood each time, and the poisonous effect of more than 20,000 nanotoxins stacked up. The amount of blood deducted per second is frighteningly high. As the poisonous mist filled the past, it took just under 2 seconds. The blood level of the huge goblin ancestor projection had surprisingly gone down by most of it. Feng Chen saw that the goblin ancestor projection's entire body was emitting green light. The weeds and trees on the ground around him unexpectedly began to wither rapidly. Apparently he was drawing on the life force of the surrounding grass and trees. Soon Feng Chen saw that the goblin ancestor projection's blood level was indeed increasing, just compared to the consumption of the poisonous mist. This increase is just too slow. Another 5 seconds passed. As the last drop of blood was snapped off, the entire projection of the massive goblin ancestor collapsed to the ground. At the same time, several golden lights emerged. Feng Chen's eyes lit up as he watched. This kind of glow was obviously bursting with good stuff. Feng Chen didn't dare to delay, rushing forward and picking up the item, while several voices came to mind. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying the goblin ancestor projection and gaining a massive amount of experience. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 59, current experience store is full, please complete the transfer quest as soon as possible. Ding! The goblin ancestor projection has been killed. The emergency is lifted. Ding! Due to your killing of the goblin ancestor's projection, the goblins are now fleeing goblin territory due to fear effects. Feng Chen opened his attribute panel, and sure enough, he found that he had already reached level 59, while the experience he had accumulated was surprisingly able to directly ascend to level 65. A world boss that gives so much experience. Name, Feng Chen. Occupation, first turn insectologist. Rank, LV.59, stored experience can be upgraded to 65. Life value, 3000. Physical defense, 300. Legal defense, 300. Force, 64. Intelligence, 148. Physical fitness, 69. Spirit, 598. Free attribute points, 240. Occupational skills, beast mastery, attack form switching, evolution. Generic skill, divine concealment fate. Occupational characteristics, insect affinity, the professional is an insect master, and has a high probability of success in controlling insects, while controlling other types of beasts is bound to fail. Divine grade talent, divine insect splitting, boosting mental power increases the splitting cap. Current cap 25,000. Divine grade talent, perfect control, can activate the perfect control skill once, and it will definitely succeed on the target of the control used. The target is limited to insectoids, and its level cannot exceed its own level 30. Cooldown, 24 hours. Taking a look at the attribute panel, Fongchen simply couldn't be more excited. The split cap on the bugs had surprisingly gone up to 25,000, and with the two types of bugs combined, that would be 50,000. An army of 50,000 bugs is nothing short of a drag. By the way, what the hell was that system prompt just now about the goblins fleeing the territory? Forget it, don't think about it, we have to sneak out. I'm afraid someone will arrive soon after making such a big commotion. It's only right to go to the city and sell the loot this time before they react. Thinking about this, Fongchen directly took a detour and left the place, rushing back towards Longhua City. Chapter 17 Legend of the Divine Generals, Demonic Beast Riot. Ding! The Goblin Ancestor projection has been killed. Congratulations to the professionals for clearing up a scourge, and keep up the good work in the future. As the sound of the system's citywide broadcast rang out. For a while, the entire Longhua City was abuzz. A lot of people who didn't understand what was going on ran to the forums for answers. What's going on here? How long has it been since the Goblin Ancestor projection appeared? How did it die? I don't know, looking at the time before and after adding up to no more than 3 minutes, could it be that a big shot has struck? It should be Instructor Qianhe. The Goblin Ancestor projection book records a full level 90, that's a third turn strength. That's definitely right, third turn strength. Even the City Lord and the President of the Skywolf Union don't have the ability to cut him down in 3 minutes. That's still useful, and just now I saw Tutor Qianhe taking Tsunami Wolf and the Nangong City Lord out of the city together. No wonder they're together, so it's for this. That's not right, the Goblin Ancestor projection hadn't appeared before they left the city. It seems so. Is there someone else who beheaded the Goblin Ancestor's projection? Could it be that mysterious summoner Big Brother who appeared near Longhua City? Who said it was a summoner? People are clearly apothecaries who use poison. Holy, can an apothecary use that many poisonous insects? This is clearly an Imperial Beastmaster. Does a trash Imperial Beastmaster deserve to come and touch the big guy? Elf wizards are more likely than Imperial Beastmasters. Discussion is discussion, don't make personal attacks. How are we Imperial Beastmasters trash? Isn't a Beastmaster trash? If you're capable of coming to single combat, I'll let you release the beasts first. The forums are in an uproar. And outside the city, Tutor Qianhe's trio was already not far from the Goblin clan's territory. Hearing this system reminder, all three of them were stunned. Killing the Goblin Ancestor projection in less than 3 minutes, this person is simply a demon. There was a light in Tutor Qianhe's eyes. If such a talent had really just completed the first turn mission, it was definitely a genius. Teacher, to kill the Goblin Ancestor projection in 3 minutes, I'm afraid that you must have reached at least turn 7. Would this strength really be a tiny turn 1 professional? Nangong asked. He really couldn't believe that the various strange situations that had appeared in Longhua City in recent days were the work of a first turn professional. Shiho, on the other hand, said with her eyes narrowed slightly. Why is it impossible? Have you forgotten that the legend of the God General? Legend of the Gods and Generals? Nangong's entire body froze. The Tsunami Wolf on the side also froze. As the president of the number 1 guild in Longhua City, Tsunami Wolf naturally knew what this God General legend represented. He used to be a pretentious person, thinking that he would definitely be able to rise to the top in the future. Yet as he moves from school into the world of the professionals, he comes to realize he himself was not a heavenly genius, and those demonic beasts that others were not able to defeat, he felt the same sense of powerlessness when he faced them. Even though he worked very hard, his strength so far was only able to be the first guild leader in Longhua City. Looking at the entire Jiangbei province, there were too many people who were more powerful than him, Tsunami Wolf. And the god general legend, that was in existence envied by almost every professional. Mentor, can you elaborate? There was fire in Tsunami Wolf's eyes, even though he knew he wasn't one of the fabled gods. But to be able to hear the specifics of this legend of the gods and generals, it would not be a wasted trip. Chiho said as he stroked his beard. When the game descended into reality, it caused our entire blue star to become a world infested with demonic beasts. A lot of people said it was a disaster, yet as it gradually emerged later on, professionals emerged and grew with it. Some powerful existences then realized a problem. It is likely that our blue star was not caused to be what it is by this disaster. They went through historical sources, and many writings like the Sermon on the Mount were taken from new importance. Gradually a narrative emerged, the doctrine of truth. The so-called truth theory is that there is a part of the population that believes that Blue Star might have originally been such a world infested with demonic beasts. And the Yamaha Sutra is the best evidence for this. I just don't know what the reason is, but in the world after the mountain and sea scripture, it is rare to see such demonic beasts. Truth theory calls this disconnect, the age of the gods and generals. The so-called age of divine generals is the emergence of at least one divine general after the mountain and sea scriptures, for his appearance allowed mankind to live in peace for thousands of years. And then this god general may have fallen, and that's why the blue star had started to become what it is today. Speaking of this, there was fire in Tutor Qianhe's eyes. The president of the Diviners Guild, and the chief diviner of the entire Longhua, Mr. Wulong, who is known as the master of the nation, once gathered a full 1,000 diviners for a divination. The conclusion drawn is that in our era, at least one divine general should be born. But the bearings are unknown, the location is unknown, and it may even be abroad. Abroad? Nangong's face instantly changed at his words. If this god general appears in the Sakura country, wouldn't that be? Tsunami Wolf's eyes also chilled at his words. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom is my Dragon Kingdom's sworn enemy, and with its deep-seated grudge, it had better not be like this. Shiho Mentor said. So, haven't you guys noticed that the mighty ones from the top 100 guilds have been moving around a lot in the last few years? And precisely because no one knows where this god will appear and what his occupation will be, the protection of somewhat gifted talents has been very important over the years. These things have nothing to do with you guys either, but the one who made such a big commotion in Longhua City this time, we have to treat him well. Whether you find out or not, sign a non-disclosure agreement when you get back. Nangong was busy nodding. I understand this, the rules have been passed down from the upper peaks. As long as this person is found and he can pass the talent test, the secrecy mechanism can be activated. Shiho nodded. The Tsunami Wolf on the side couldn't help but gulp as well. He had heard a little about this confidentiality mechanism, and if this person was really a genius and had passed the talent test, then he'd have to make a non-disclosure agreement as well, and if he breaks the non-disclosure agreement, the Diviners Guild will find out. At that time, a purge team led by a 7th or even 8th turn big shot would be sent to hunt him down. Various countries look at talents very heavily, as it is likely that the future god generals are hidden in these talents. The rise of a divine general, that was of immense importance to a country. Its importance is naturally self-evident. While talking, Qianhe and the others had already arrived at the Goblin clan territory. Yet looking around, there was nothing but a scorched earth at the core of the goblins' territory. Surprisingly, he didn't even notice that there had been a goblin beast. Seeing this scene, the two Nangong men were not only a little confused. Where are the demonic beasts here? Tsunami Wolf was also puzzled, obviously not having run into this situation. However, Tutor Qianhe suddenly changed her face. Could it be fear? No good. Tutor Chiho was busy. Hurry up and ask the city what's going on. Nangong was just about to ask his subordinates, but suddenly a system alert voice rang out. Ding! The goblins have started a riot and wrapped up the demonic beasts of Leaken Mountain to run into Longhua City. The distance is less than 50 kilometers. Professionals are requested to respond as quickly as possible to quell the cholera. The next moment a message came through. City Lord, it's bad. The goblin race ran into the Wolfman Mountain without knowing what's going on. The whole Wolfman Mountain is rioting. The demonic beast army has rushed towards the city. Nangong's face changed and he shouted. Immediately stop the garrison from making a blockade. The monsters of the goblin race and the Werewolf Mountain are not of a high level. Do not cause panic. Yes. Chapter 18, Taking Stock of the Harvest and Starting to Spend. And just as the entire city's garrison was deployed, the newbies in the newbie practice area were quickly and safely escorted into the city. Fang Chen, however, was already wearing a mask and had entered the Su auction house. When Fang Chen presented the gold card, he was quickly led to the box. "Honorable guest, please wait a moment, the senior appraiser will be here soon." "No need, call Sumo over," Fang Chen said. "Yes, please wait." The beautiful receptionist quickly left. The last time Fang Chen came to sell something, it was Sumo who received him. The old man gave him a pretty good impression, so he simply looked for him the same way this time. Sumo quickly pushed his way in. "Honored guest, Sumo at your service. I wonder if you were looking to buy an item or sell." "For sale. There's a little too much stuff, hold on," Fang Chen said, while waving his hand, and immediately the entire box was colorful. A whole lot of material popped up. This was something he had exploded from sweeping through the Heavenly Cow clan's territory and the Goblin clan's territory, including that Goblin ancestor projection. Time was short and he hadn't seen exactly what was there along the way. At this moment, a brain was taken out, and the whole of Sumo's body froze as he watched. "Begin," Fang Chen reminded. Sumo then snapped back to his senses and busied himself with starting with the glittering item. Fang Chen also took a look at it in passing, and it really made him all startled. Among these items, there were a total of 5 items that had light shining through them. Fang Chen looked at them, and surprisingly, 3 of them were all equipment. Among them was an outfit that shone with a golden light. It was exploded by the projection of the gnome ancestor. Goblin ancestor's advanced staff. Grade, gold yellow. Required level, LV.90. Magic attack power, 3000. Intelligence, 200. Mental power, 200. Occupation required, magician. Effect, reduce the time of magic chanting by 20. Incidental skill, Earth Shelter. After chanting for 1 second, it can form a layer of earth barrier to resist 10,000 attack damage, barrier duration 5 minutes, cooldown 30 minutes. Looking at the introduction, Fang Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. The lawgiver itself is a high attack profession, and the normal blue suit is rich in attributes of either intelligence or spirituality. The price of both is also expensive, and this kind of also with special effects skills is naturally sky high. The special effects, in particular, are unbelievable. It is important to realize that the mage has an Achilles heel, which is that skills need to be chanted for a long time, and this is also a place that can be easily targeted in solo PK. When encountering fast, high-attacking swordsmen and assassins, it's likely that the lawgiver will be killed in seconds before a single skill is released. So for the lawgiver, equipment that reduces the chanting time in addition to high attack, that's all marketable. Sumo looked at this equipment, face also changed. He is not stupid. The large, Goblin Ancestor Projection Advancement Staff, words on the top of this equipment had already revealed the provenance of this equipment. Esteemed guest, this weapon should be able to fetch a sky-high price of around 1 billion when taken to the auction market price. Our auction house is willing to offer 1 billion to buy it outright, is that feasible? Sumo was busy. Fang Chen smiled at his words. Yes. The weapon was estimated to fetch a premium of around 1.2 billion if it was auctioned, but there was no way to guarantee the timing. Fang Chen was in desperate need of money, so he didn't bother waiting. There's no point in wasting time here when there's a sea of such equipment in the future. Moving on to the second piece. Fang Chen greeted. The 2 remaining pieces of equipment are Goblin Ancestor's Projection Advancement Bracelet. Grade, gold yellow. Required level, LV.90. Intelligence, 100. Mental power, 100. Occupation required, magician. Effect, life extraction, restores 1 of life per second after equipping it. Looking at the introduction seems to be a little ribbed, 1 life recovery per second, brush the leveling is okay, if the PK can almost be ignored. But the increase in base intelligence and mental strength is worth something. Sumo finally offered a price of 300 million, which Fang Chen readily accepted. The last piece of equipment is as follows. Goblin King's Scepter. Grade, Blue Commander. Required level, LV.60. Mental power, 500. Occupation requirements, Magician, Summoner, Beastmaster. Special effect, Mental Proficiency, after equipping it, increase mental power by 10. Seeing the introduction, Fang Chen couldn't help but stare. This piece of equipment is a bit off, although it only adds mental strength, the attribute that this mental strength increases is a bit too high. It's higher than even the staff of the goblin ancestor's projection. And the special effect also increases mental power, which is perfect for yourself. Although he was currently only level 59 in the first turn, he would be able to level up to 65 in seconds after completing the transfer quest, which was just right. Moreover, increasing spiritual power also increases the God Worm splitting limit, which is quite suitable for oneself. With the Divine Worm split skill, the increased intelligence damage from equipment doesn't matter so much. If there is any trouble that the bugs can't solve, then just keep splitting, and if they still can't solve it, then just keep splitting. As long as there are a lot of bugs, the world boss also shouts brother. Honorable guest, this equipment this one's not for sale. I'll use it myself. Fong Chen said. Sumo was shocked at his words, but as a professional senior appraiser, he was also a human being and quickly regained his composure. Of the 5 rays, the other 2 were not equipment. Fong Chen saw that one of the items was a skill book. Goblin Inheritance Earthen Wall Technique. Magician skill, use can summon a wall of earth used to divide, block, intercept the enemy. The range of earth wall can be adjusted at will, according to the size of the magician's spiritual power. Looking at the introduction, Fong Chen was pleased that this belonged to the field control category of skills. In addition to high output, the most important thing for a magician is field control. A good wizard who can split control according to the battlefield is very useful. How much is this? Fong Chen asked. Sumo said with an awkward smile at his words. Your honored guest has a good eye, we'll offer 500 million for this skill book. Fong Chen nodded his head. The price was not bad, it was even worth more than the goblin ancestor's projected bracelet. It was important to realize that although the goblin ancestor's projected advancement bracelet was of a high grade, its attributes were very average. And it's not always possible to come across a wizard skill book in the field control category. As the most popular profession, no one would mind having a lot of control spell skills. When Fong Chen looked at the last piece, he couldn't help but let his eyes light up. This last piece was surprisingly exploded by the 7-star Heavenly Bull King. And it was amazing that he hadn't realized it before. 7-star Skywing. Flying equipment, no attributes. Unique skill, Flight of the 7 Stars. After use, a pair of transparent light wings can be generated on the back, with a flying speed of 300 meters per second. 100 blue consumption per second. Looking at the introduction, Fong Chen couldn't help but freeze. Flying wings without any attributes are indeed a bit of a cockamamie, and the better ones are said to have attribute bonuses. However, this speed of 300 meters per second was faster than most wings of the same class. Of course, this blue consumption naturally gives more exaggerated. I currently have 838 mental power, and the amount of blue is 10 times the mental power, or 8380. At 100 points per second, that's just over a minute of flight. It's fast, a minute or so can be crucial when it comes to fighting. Thought Fong Chen as he asked. How much is this thing? 100 million. Sumo said. This kind of flying props, parochial too serious speed although fast, but also consume a lot. If you need it, our merchant house has a flight prop of the same level for only 500 million gold coins, and it doesn't need to consume blue amount. Just a little slower, 100 meters per second. If the speed should be fast too, the Manhwa city branch is out of stock and will have to be transferred from the headquarters in Jiangbei province. As for the price, it's naturally expensive, usually starting at $1 billion. Fong Chen shook his head as he sniffed. It wasn't cost-effective to spend so much money to waste on these equipments right now. It was still faster to just boost the number and evolution of one's god bugs. Thought Fong Chen said. Then it's not for sale, it's enough for now. Take an inventory of the rest, plus I need a level 60 Imperial Beastmaster equipment set with added spirit power, no weapons. Yes, just a moment. Sumo immediately got busy. Just a few moments later, Sumo said as he got everything ready. Your current items plus groceries total 2 billion. And we won't charge for the level 60 Imperial Beastmaster equipment as a return to you, honored guest. In addition, your selling amount has reached the level of Diamond Member. This Diamond membership card, please also accept it. Sumo handed over a diamond card. Fong Chen didn't talk nonsense and said while taking it. Okay, so now I'm going to start spending. How many Commander class blue bugs do you currently have here? Chapter 19 Flower Spotted Moth, showing Fong Chen goodwill. $2 billion, Fong Chen didn't even dare to think about it before. However, now he was very clear that with the system, he would only go farther in the future. As for the 2 billion dragon coins, but just a rainy day, which has not yet left the city of Manhwa, has so much income. If the future to go outside to break into the world, the dragon coins of the income is simply do not dare to think. And he also knew very well that there was a reason why the profession of the Imperial Beastmaster was weak. Even if he possessed a divine grade talent like divine insect splitting, if he wanted to remain invincible, then he would have to drop a heavy amount of money to evolve the divine insect. He had currently completed turn 1, and all he had extracted were rewards of said talent class, and had not been given a new mythic bug. So evolution of existing bugs in hand is also a must. Sumo sniffed and checked busily, saying, "Our merchant house currently has 10 commander class blue flamboyant moths. Manhwa City's consumption capacity is limited, and basically no one can afford to consume it. It was originally prepared to be shipped to Jiangbei province. If you need it, I'll go get it now." "Aha! Then bring it all, and we'll count how much we use later," Fong Chen said. Sumo nodded his head when he left immediately. There was a probability of failure in the evolution of bugs, so exactly how much it would take to evolve, Fong Chen wasn't sure. However, he had $2 billion, and the market price of this flower-spotted moth was 100 million apiece, so he was able to sweep it all up. 10 is never so bad as 1. Fong Chen was calculating in his mind. However, Sumo, after leaving the room, went straight to one of the auction house's boxes with the items Fong Chen had sold. This box was the most secluded place in the entire auction house. On weekdays the room owner wouldn't come, but in the last few days he hadn't been at peace in Manhwa City, so he did come today. "My lord. Something's wrong." Sumo stood outside the door anxiously. Soon looked the door to the room opened while a voice came out. "Come in and talk." Without delay, Sumo entered it with his things in his arms. "You're the one I brought from Jiangbei province. What is it that can make you so alarmed?" Sumu Tian sat on the chair and asked with a smile. That's right, Sumu Tian is the boss behind this Su's auction house, and his industries spread throughout the entire Jiangbei province. This branch in Manhwa City was also established 3 years ago. Before this, there was no auction house in Manhwa City at all, so it could be seen how remote this place really was. "My lord, something's really wrong. You've heard about the goblin ancestor projection this afternoon." Sumutian nodded his head. This matter was broadcast by the system all over the city, so he naturally heard it. Sumo hurriedly placed those 2 pieces of equipment on the table. The rightful owner who killed that ancestor projection is sitting in the box. Sumu Tian froze, and busily picked up the 2 pieces of equipment and looked at them. The name's large XX words of the Goblin King's ancestor's eyes made him stand up at once. The Goblin Ancestor projection is a full level 90, reaching the 3rd turn level, and that battle ended in just 3 minutes this afternoon. Many people have speculated that it might be a 7th or even 6th turn powerhouse who has struck. Otherwise no one would have been able to take care of the Goblin Ancestor projection in 3 minutes. That demonic beast not only has physical immunity, but also life drawing skills. Sumo explained. Sumu Tian, however, waved his hand to indicate that he knew. "What is the situation on the lord of the city's side?" "I heard that the Nangong city lord in Tutor Chiena, this person had already left by the time they arrived. And my lord, I'm afraid that the events within this Manhwa city in recent days are related to this person." "Why?" Sumutian was puzzled. "Because he also popped out a Goblin King scepter. Only this equipment he doesn't sell," he said. "He's going to use it himself." "For yourself?" Sumutian understood at once. A level 60 Goblin King, naturally his equipment is also level 60, for his own use, which means he just turned 2. "My lord, I am afraid it may not be. If he reached the 2nd turn, he should have used it at that time, but I see that he just put it away, I am afraid." "You mean, he's only turned 1? Hasn't completed his 2nd turn yet?" Sumutian directly paralyzed in his chair this time. A turn capped at level 59, and yet he decimated a level 90 Goblin Ancestor projection. Could it be that in these past few days, the one who refreshed the copies of the fire-spiked worm and caused so much commotion around Manhwa City was this person? "My lord, he also wants to buy our Merchant Guild's Commander Class Blue Rank Flower-Spotted Moth. The weapons he left behind are common to magicians, summoners as well as Imperial Beastmasters. I'm afraid this person's profession is an Imperial Beastmaster." Sumo reminded that it would be easy to speculate by buying bugs and with weapons that a sentinel could also use. After all, magicians definitely don't want worms, summoners will only want icon cards, and only imperialists are likely to need worms. Su Mutian's eyes lit up at the words. An Imperial Beastmaster? And a demon at that. There's going to be hope for Little Snow's illness. Thinking about it, Sumu Tian busied himself. Have you ever seen his face? Sumo shook his head. He's wearing a mask, and he should have the universal skill Divine Concealment Fate, so you can't see any information at all. Sumushin nodded his head. It should be. The city lord and Xianho have been looking for him everywhere these past few days. He's afraid he doesn't want to be exposed. In this way, what he wants to buy you give him, the discount should be how much. This kind of people rises sooner or later, and I'm afraid that Xiao Shui's things still have to trouble him. But when dealing with this kind of person, you also have to be careful. We have to show goodwill, but also not too lick or else he will be turned off. If you turn around and the city lord and Xianho come over to inquire about the situation, just tell the truth, but don't let this career thing leak out. Of course, and you have to let him know that we're making a gesture of goodwill, or how else will he know what we're thinking? As for these 2 pieces of equipment, don't sell them. Whisper can use them just fine. Yes. Sumo nodded, which made him busy turning away. In the box, soon after, Sumo sent over 10 commander-grade blue flower spotted moths. 10 worms in 10 brocade boxes. After all, each one could be worth $100 million. Seeing that Sumo was still not leaving, Fangchen said, "You can go out now, I'll call you when I'm done." Sumo said with a smile. "Okay, but honored guest, there's something I'd like to talk to you about before we leave." Fangchen froze and gestured for him to speak. "It's true, several of these items you're auctioning off have very distinct no ancestor projected text. This matter has become too big. The city lord's side may come over to inquire about the situation. Our auction house is based in the Dragon Kingdom, so we are naturally obligated to cooperate with the garrison's inquiries. That's why we have to talk to you beforehand. If the city lord and the others come to inquire about the situation, we're afraid we won't be able to keep your secret." Fangchen nodded his head at the words and laughed. "There's nothing to keep secret. Besides, you guys don't seem to know any information about my looks or my profession besides the fact that I'm here to sell something. I can understand what you're saying, but remember, they come and ask you truthfully. But if you expose my location to them now, then I'm afraid I won't be able to cooperate with you in the future." Sumo was busy. "Don't worry, although we have an obligation to cooperate, we don't owe them anything. I guarantee this on behalf of our boss." "Aha! You can go out now." Fangchen nodded. It was true that people in business had sharp minds, and they understood after just a little talk from themselves. With the strength he had displayed, he would only get more goodies in the future. If they were to offend themselves, would they not be cutting off their own fortune? Moreover, Sumo took the initiative to talk about this matter, and it was obvious that he was really showing goodwill to himself. And he certainly doesn't have that much power as an appraiser. The boss behind this auction house knows how to behave. Interesting. Fangchen shook his head without further thought and opened one of the brocade boxes. Immediately, he saw a moth with blue markings. The moth was wrapped in a loop of golden rope, but you could tell it was still alive. Spotted moth, insectivorous. No attributes. Rank, Commander Blue. An artificially bred insect family that is harmless. Looking at the introduction, Fangchen only felt a shock of pain. How can you ask for $100 million apiece for this kind of trashy bug? It's like a robbery. Chapter 20 Successful Evolution, Flying Firethorns. But it can't be helped, paraprofessionals have to live. In particular, those that could cultivate commander-class bluebugs were bound to come from large-scale breeding bases. People work very hard for what they give, and it's only right that they get rewarded for it. In this world, there were powerful combat professionals, and naturally there were more sub-professionals. Because of the existence of the profession of the Imperial Beastmaster, the evolution of many demonic beasts required other demonic beasts of corresponding grades. So there is a market for cultivating bugs and demonic beasts. But with artificial cultivation, it was too difficult to cultivate a high-grade demonic beast. Generally alpha yellow is the limit. Most of them are elite-level green, and commander-level blue ones are rare. Fangchen was also too lazy to think about it. Having the ability to spend would only lead to earning, and the earnings brought by the bugs when they evolved would only be higher. Immediately, Fangchen took out the fire stinger insect that he had control over. All the other fire stingers split off from this one. So this bug can also be seen as the mother of all fire spike bugs. As soon as the evolution of it is completed, the other bugs naturally that will follow the changes. This process is done automatically, without the need to consume the original fire stingers and wait for new ones to split off. Evolution. Fangchen did not hesitate to use this skill. The next moment he saw that the flower-spotted moth inside the brocade box instantly transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into the fire stinger insect. However, the fire spike worm did not react. At the same time a voice went off. Ding! The evolution of the fire spike worm under your control has failed. Hey! What a way to go out, again. Fang Chen said helplessly, although he knew that there was a probability of evolution failing, but probability was something that anyone else would have started out with the idea of a neuromancer. Evolution. As Fang Chen continued, soon the second flower-spotted moth also turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the fire stinger insect. However, ding! The evolution of the fire spike worm under your control has failed. ITM. Go on. Evolution. Ding! The evolution of the fire spike worm under your control has failed. Evolution. Ding! The evolution of the fire spike worm under your control has failed. Fang Chen used 3 more in one breath, and surprisingly, they all failed. Looking at the flower-spotted moths with only 5 left, Fang Chen felt what was called making money like eating and spending money like diarrhea. Although it's a billion points easier for him to make money than to eat. But the diarrhea is a real Timo bummer. Fang Chen adjusted his emotions and continued to start. However, it was as if this fire stinger insect was determined. I just won't evolve, I'm just teasing you. Evolution. Ding! The evolution of the fire spike worm under your control has failed. Evolution. Ding! The evolution of the fire spike worm under your control has failed. As 4 more sounds of failure rang out in quick succession. Fang Chen's entire body was slightly numb. He exploded even more in his mind. What a trashy imperial beastmaster, dogs don't even play. 900 million down and you give me this? I went to the hooker to find a girl, and I've seen more wonderful and rich than this, and I even got a full set of great healthcare. Fang Chen placed that fire thorn insect in his hand and said, for the last time, if you give me face, I'll turn around and give you face as well, and find you a female fire stinger insect. Otherwise, you'll be a bachelor for the rest of your life. The fire-stinging insect actually did turn its head to look at him, and seemed to nod its head. Fang Chen gritted his teeth and finally tapped, evolution. As the last petal moth turned into streams of light and disappeared into the fire spike worm. The system's voice also sounded again. Ding! The fire spiker worm under your control has evolved successfully. The evolution of the commander class bluebugs is guaranteed, you have triggered the guaranteed reward, and the evolution is successful. At the sound of the voice, Fang Chen immediately stood up in excitement. The fire-stinging insect in his hand was even looking at him as if to say, speak up and remember to get me the female fire stingers. Fang Chen, on the other hand, was stunned. Guaranteed? There's a guarantee for a commander class bug to evolve 10 times? Holy! Did I trigger the bailout on this one? That's none of your business, mother fire stingers be damned. Fang Chen said, but he was still happy in his heart. It cost $1 billion, but being able to evolve had satisfied him. He was busy staring at the fire-pricked insect to see what was going on, and soon the information bubbled up. Name, Flying Firebug. Evaluation, Commander Blue. Rank, LV.59. Attack power, 2500. Life value, 2000. Physical defense, 100. Spell defense, 100. Passive skill, fire armor piercing attacks can weaken the opponent's double defense 10, the effect can be stacked, the highest can make the opponent's double defense infinitely close to 0. Hint, the effect of fire armor piercing is fixed and cannot be improved. Comes with passive skill, flight, can spread wings and fly without any consumption, speed is the same as the master's speed. Reminder, Commander Class God Bugs, evolvable. Divine Worm splitting talent in effect, currently splitting, limit 25,000, current number, 25,000. Looking at the introduction, Fang Chen fell into deep thought. First of all, the evolution had succeeded once, but the grade of this fire spiker bug was unchanged, still being a commander grade blue. This means that bugs evolve once and are unable to raise their rank. To raise the grade, you may have to evolve many times. Again, this has the advantage that the commander level blue bugs are definitely cheaper than higher level ones. That's good news. But isn't the speed of this flying fire spike bug too low? Fang Chen glanced at his movement speed. 10 ms. Much faster than normal, but still too slow for a professional. But there's a reason why Imperial Beastmasters are weak in this regard. 2 swordsman and assassin gear has a rare speed bonus attribute. The Sentinel and the Lawgiver, on the other hand, do not. If he were to control the army of fire spike insects and fly over slowly, I'm afraid that they would all be destroyed before they could reach the front. Fang Chen thought, and was suddenly struck by an idea. By the way, I can have the nanotoxins release the poison, and then the fire stingers hide in the poisonous mist and fly through. The flight of the fire spiker bugs also drives an increase in the speed of the poisonous mist wafting out, so the combination is perfect. The bugs under Fang Chen's control were immune to damage from each other. So there's no need to worry about the nanotoxins' poisonous mist killing the fire stingers. With the two working together, wouldn't it be that there was a flying fire spike insect hidden in the poisonous mist, and the enemy might die before he could understand what was going on? And he or she could have the nanotoxin lie on the back of the fire stinger bug, so that the nanotoxin wouldn't be able to fly though. May also be able to raid enemies along with the flying fire spike worm. Thinking of this, Fang Chen was satisfied, before he got up and pushed the door to go out. Hello? Suemo was guarding the door and smiled when he saw Fang Chen come out. Fang Chen nodded. I've used all the flower-spotted moths, how much you deduct? Sumo nodded his head and busily took the diamond card and said, 1 billion in total, 900 million after the discount for you being a diamond member. Fang Chen nodded. Sumo transferred the money with a wave of his hand, then handed the card to Fang Chen. Fang Chen didn't say anything, took the card and left. This trip not only completed the upgrade of the fire spiked worm, but also changed into a level 60 Imperial Beastmaster equipment along the way. As well as the Goblin King Scepter weapon, but you can't bring it with you yet, you'll have to wait for a transfer. Looking at the sky, it was already completely dark, and the transmutation shrine had obviously closed. Fang Chen was in no hurry and returned home first. And the other side. The Thousand Harvest mentor of this matter, along with the Nangong City Lord and the Tsunami Wolf, had only just returned to Longhua City. But they had no time to rest, and as soon as they returned they immediately split into 3 groups. Tsunami Wolf takes the men out to fend off the unruly goblins and werewolves. Tutor Chiho, on the other hand, went straight to the auction house. City Lord Nangong, on the other hand, went to the transformation shrine. On the way back, they analyzed the situation. Since this mysterious expert was moving around Longhua City, if he was selling something he was bound to come to the Longhua City auction house. So here is a must to check out. And on top of that, the transfer records of the transfer shrine can be checked for information. Even the transfer records can be more accurate to find out who exactly set the copy record. This process can take some time though. Chapter 21, This is a Slander, Second Turn Mission. Inside the Temple of Transfiguration. The beautiful tutor was surprised when Nangong arrived. Lord of the city. There is no need to be polite, immediately gather all the tutors here for me. Yes. The beautiful tutor was busy going to inform, and half an hour later, a dozen people were standing neatly inside the transformation shrine. Nangong looked at the crowd and said, everyone should have heard about what happened in our Longhua City these past few days. I'll leave it at that. Tonight's matter, whether it comes to fruition or not, must rot in my stomach. Or else, shoot to kill. Ha! The crowd was clearly shocked at the news. The beautiful mentor was busy. Lord City Lord, I wonder what is going on tonight. How could it be so involved? Nangong, however, said in a cold voice. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Starting now, I assign tasks. Joking aside, Tutor Qianhe had guessed that this person might be a divine general seed, so how would he dare to slack off? If it really was a divine general seed, if something went wrong in his Longhua City, then it would be light for him to lose his position, and he might even be sent down to the Dark World. A divine general seed would mean a point of hope for the Dragon Kingdom. Is something that must be taken seriously for protection? Pull up all the transfer records from the 2 hours before and after the Fire Stinger worm copy records were refreshed. I must find out for me how the Fire Stingers within the Fire Stingers copy disappeared. How long will it take? Nangong asked. The beautiful mentor was busy. There were so many people who came to the transfer yesterday, it might take all night. Then stay up all night and find out for me. Yes. The people didn't dare to refute it, and immediately began to investigate. It's important to investigate the person who set the record, but it's equally important to figure out how the Fire Stingers were lost within the Fire Stingers copies. It's also important. After all, now that the Fire Spiked Worm copy couldn't be opened, the first turn Divine Stone was also almost equivalent to being wasted. Because this turn's mission was unified from above, Nangong didn't have the right to change it. If he couldn't retrieve this fire-stinging insect, he would have to report it as such. It was just that when the time came, he was afraid that the higher-ups would blame him, so he could only think of a way by himself first, to see if he could find this person and ask for the fire-stinging insect back. The Lord of Thousand Harvest City soon returned. Seeing Nangong shook his head helplessly. That person did go to the auction house to consign something, but unfortunately he was wearing a mask and had the skill of hiding information, so the auction house couldn't view the road. Isn't the auction house going to transfer money to him? Couldn't they find out the bank card information as well? Shiho shook her head. He's a diamond member of the auction house, using a card provided by the auction house. How's your side? In one night at most, we'll find out exactly who set the record, and I have a feeling that the loss of the fire-spiked worm was the work of this person. But even if I find out on my side, I can't be sure that the person who beheaded the goblin ancestor's projection is him. Nangong Dao. Chiho said with a furrowed brow. I have a feeling it's him. If only we could find out who he is, we'd know when we meet and ask. Such a genius must not be missed. Nangong nodded. Tsunami Wolf returned an hour later as well. The goblins and lichens were not strong, and Tsunami Wolf himself quickly dispersed them when he went over. This demonic beast cholera is also considered to be over. In the room, Fong Chen lay comfortably on the bed. It was another rewarding day. At this rate, he would be able to collect the second turn quest tomorrow. Once you complete it, you can hit the third turn. And there's almost a month and a half until college enrollment. The long hours are still generous. Before going to bed, Fong Chen habitually went on the professionals forum and took a turn. This look is not only helpless and exciting. The pros forum is dominated by 3 major threads. Separately, mysterious professionals set new records for firebug replicas. Big Brother is by our side. Which one of you, exactly, killed the goblin ancestor projection in seconds? I'm begging for a pendant. Could the big guy who killed the ancestor projection in seconds be the same person as the fire stinger worm copy? Below those 3 posts, countless people followed up with comments on the recovery. The number of comments is surprisingly all over 3 million. Fong Chen was also too lazy to look at it and was about to go to sleep when suddenly he saw a very strange post. Prediction. The reason why the fire-spiked worm copies are going wrong is that the person who set the record may have stolen the worms. Seeing this name, Fong Chen was instantly nonplussed. When did you steal a bug yourself? He was in control of it openly and honestly, okay, and there's no rule in the transmutation shrine that says you can't try to control the bugs in the fire spike worm replica. Fong Chen clicked on the difference to see the reply. Sure enough, a lot of people didn't believe it. Identification complete, this person has a hole in his head. That's right, the bugs in the transmutation shrine copies are protected by the transmutation godstones, no one can steal them away. Even if you're a beastmaster, it's impossible to control bugs within the transmutation divine stone. I just wonder, isn't it good news that the fire-spiked worm copies can't be used? Are you trying to make an enemy out of us 8 million sub-professionals? That's right, is it easy for us sub-professionals to change professions? It's so hard to get a chance, but in less than a day, the Transfiguration Shrine closes its doors. You're slandering, how can you call it stealing when people may have acquired it fair and square? After all, you had an alibi. And there's no rule in the Transformation Shrine that says you can't try to take control of the demonic beasts within the transformation copy. Fong Chen couldn't help but be stunned that there was still someone speaking for him. One look at ID Fong Chen couldn't help but smile. Only to see that the ID was actually Handsome Fong's little girlfriend. It's still a girl, Fong Chen casually clicked to check the information. As a result, he took a look at the avatar on the profile and froze. That photo, it's not exactly Su Mui. This ninny, and Handsome Fong's little girlfriend, did I promise to be your boyfriend? Thinking about it, Fong Chen sent a message to Su Mui. Thanks for standing up for me. Soon Suki spoke back. ? Forum. Said Fong Chen as he sent the screenshot over. Su Muiyue, who was currently staying up all night practicing in the wilderness, saw the screenshot and her pretty face instantly turned red. He's seen it all, wouldn't that name be? Gee, shame on you. Thinking about it, Su Muiyue hurriedly sent a message back. That one, don't get me wrong, I got the name off the top of my head. Soon a message came back. Oh. Then forget it, I was going to say yes. Ha? Su Mui saw the message and was busy replying. Don't I mean it, I didn't just get it, you promised to be my boyfriend? I was going to say yes, but now I'll reconsider and go to bed. Think about it? Sumuyue instantly regretted a little. Why did she just say that it was obtained casually? How much better to directly admit it. There you go, you've screwed up what was supposed to be in name only. Stinky Fangchen, bad. Sumuyue pouted her lips and could only continue to hang up and practice. With a mercenary group to take her leveling, she didn't have to do anything at all, just watch the experience go up. Early the next morning, when Fangchen arrived at the entrance to the Transmigration Shrine, a new beautiful mentor is keeping order. Why isn't the first turn Divine Stone open yet? Yeah, we're in a hurry to transfer. I'm sorry, the fire stingers for the first turn Divine Stone quest are lost and can't be opened for the time being. The second and third turns can be used normally. Please understand, it will open as soon as it's fixed. The beautiful mentor explained. Fangchen was also taken aback, not realizing that he had caused so many things by taking control of the fire stinger insect. But he hadn't stolen it, so naturally there was no reason to give it back. And the perfect control skill is really good, too. Fangchen bypassed the crowd and walked directly in the direction of the second turning Divine Stone. When he placed his palm on the second turning Divine Stone, a voice rang out at once. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached the requirements for the second turn. Do you want to receive the second turn quest? Fangchen didn't hesitate and directly chose, receive. Chapter 22 Ironclad Ant Nest, who is Fangchen? Ding! Congratulations on receiving your second turn quest. The second turn of the mission is divided into 2 steps. Step 1, collect 100 corpses of iron-armored ants. Step 2, collect at least 4 pieces of iron armor remains of iron armor ants. The 2 steps of the task can be completed together to submit, only the first step to complete the transfer of rewards to obtain 60, both steps are completed after the transfer of 100 rewards. Looking at the mission introduction, Fangchen couldn't help but nod his head. That's quite a bit more humane of a task. The iron-armored ant is a very rare bug with a grade that seems to be at the commander level blue. It is only available in Huangsha Township outside of Longhua City. Back then, Huangsha Town was flooded with iron-armored ants, and then the Jiangbei City Master, North Jiangnan, personally took action and sealed and transformed it into a transfer copy. There are 3 types of replicas in the Dragon Kingdom. The first category is artificially modified copies, which are divided into 2 types, transfer copies and money-skimming copies. Transfer replicas are usually officially remodeled by the guard to be used as transfer trials for professionals. And money-swiping copies are usually copies that guilds or big families send their own people to remodel and then sell tickets to other professionals. Professionals go into brush materials and sell them for money, guilds and clans pay a certain amount of dividends to the local guards, and all 3 parties benefit. The second category is secret copies. Secret copies no one can transform, so it is very dangerous, also divided into 2 categories. One is a one-time secret copy. That is, it's gone after the brush. One category is the renewable secret copy, which automatically refreshes the monsters after they are painted. This type of secret realm copy, newbies were definitely not qualified to go to it, and it had to be at least something that could only be considered after the 3rd turn. Of course, danger meant gain, and the gain from this kind of secret copy was very substantial, so there were many people who were willing to take the risk. The third category is lore copies. This copy has no fixed place and is extremely well hidden. It is usually the territory of the Lord Orange Dark Gold level demonic beasts themselves. Mistakenly entering it will almost kill you, so you have to go in a group in order to go looking for this kind of copy. And of course, the price of such copies is sky high, and if you make it back alive, the profits are very pleasing. In addition to these, there are also some dangerous places, such as the Dark Abyss and so on, in which there are many demonic beasts, and it is also a place that many strong people like to go. But it's also more dangerous. And this copy of the Iron Armored Ant Nest in Yellow Sand Town is the most common transfer copy in the first category. Anyone can come and transfer as long as they have reached the required level. The iron armor ants themselves are bugs with high defense. The corpses are okay to sell after all, but this iron armor wreckage is a touchy explosive rate. And because it's rare, no one will even sell it, so you have to brush it yourself. It looks like we have to make a trip to Huangsha Town. Fangchen thought as he directly turned around and left the Transmigration Shrine. And he just left. Sumu Yue then came out from in front of the other transformation god stone. Is that Fangchen? The back looks like it. Sumu Yue was looking a bit mesmerized and was just about to go over to see if it was. Suddenly there was a red-haired man next to him, but he shouted, "Boss Su, hurry up, it's waiting for you." Sumu language was a bit helpless and could only follow the red-haired man onto the back of a huge flying bird. Soon left as well. Half an hour later. Inside the Temple of Transfiguration. The beautiful tutor finally shouted in excitement. "My lord, I found it, I found it." Nangong stood guard here for the entire night. As soon as the beautiful tutor spoke, he immediately went to send a message to Chiho. 3 minutes later, Chiho arrived here as well. "How?" Chiho asked. Nangong looked at the record of the transformation god stone and laughed. "Found it. Found it." The record of 3 minutes for a copy of the fire spiked worm was set by this kid. His name is Fong Chen. Fong Chen? Who is that? Why have I never heard of it? Chiho frowned. With such a talent, it was surprising that no one in Longhua City had even mentioned his name before. He's a student from Longhua High School, he just awakened and transferred 5 days ago. Occupation is a bug sentinel. Bug sentinel? Chiho sniffed and nodded. No wonder, this occupation just goes right along with what's been going on these past few days. Nope. What are you saying? He just awakened and transferred 5 days ago? A senior? So how many levels is he now? Nangong also looked at the beautiful tutor next to him. The beautiful tutor checked and was busy. Back to the two lords, this Fong Chen did indeed play into the transfer 5 days ago. The next day he made the first turn, and this morning he picked up the second turn quest. Left just half an hour ago. It's only been half an hour, so don't dare go in. Nangong was about to go looking for someone right away. Chiho, however, stopped him. Half an hour, I'm afraid that kid has already arrived in Huangsha town. Wouldn't it be too ostentatious for us to go over there now? Now that we know who it is, there's no rush, we'll wait in for him to come back. Besides, you've got a lot of work to do. Chiho looked at the beautiful mentor and others beside her. The Nangong meeting was busy. What the teacher said. You guys signed this document. Said Nangong with a wave of his palm, several points of documents flew out. Chiho took one in her hand as well. Nangong could only take one for himself when he saw it. This is truly a confidentiality agreement at the highest level of the guard's rules. When the beautiful tutor and the others saw the agreement, they were all scared and busy signing it. They know exactly what this agreement represents, should it be leaked this time. The results were horrendous. After signing it, Nangong left a copy for Tsunami Wolf. Then said, "You may go to work, and remember to rot in your stomachs for all of today's events." Yes. The beautiful tutor and others quickly left. Nangong looked at Chiho and asked, "Teacher, 5 days to receive the second turn quest. This Fong Chen is truly heaven-defying." Chiho nodded. "That's why I won't let you go to him now. 5 days, plus those tens of thousands of nano-venomous insects, and this Fong Chen doesn't know what kind of hidden profession he's transferred to. But it's undoubtedly certain that he's bound to be the seed of a divine general. We have to be careful with this, don't go anywhere for the next 2 days. Wait for him to come back." Yes. Nangong was busy nodding. As for Tsunami Wolf's side, don't tell him yet. It's for his own good. Chiho said. Nangong nodded. You're right, such a talent is bound to be the center of contention for the big guilds. The Skywolf Guild is still too weak. Even I, the Longhua City Guard, am afraid that I am not worthy of him. But luckily, the entire Dragon Kingdom Guard is family. Even if he goes to Jiangbei Province to join the garrison in the future, it will be from my Longhua City. Looking forward, really looking forward to the day he rises. But at this time, outside of Longhua City, Fong Chen fell from the sky. Looking ahead at the endless plains, there was some helplessness. It's still not realistic to use the 7-star heavenly wings to catch up. It'll have to be a flying scroll. Fong Chen said as he put away the 7-star heavenly wings and took out the flight spindle. Flight scrolls could be bought at the merchant bank, and Fong Chen had bought dozens of them in passing yesterday. Although the speed was not as fast as the 7-star heavenly wings, but the good thing was that it was longer lasting, and many professionals who did not have mounts or flying equipment would choose flying scrolls. Raising his head and seeing flying demonic beasts sweeping through the sky from time to time, Fong Chen shook his head helplessly. It's true that you don't have to be home rich to fight alone. Since I can't sit in the rich kid's seat, I'll be the rich kid. Fang Chen crushed the flight scroll before rushing towards Huangsha town. If Chiho and Nangong saw this scene, I'm afraid they would be heartbroken. This was the seat of the Dragon Kingdom's divine general, but it was so miserable that he had to use a flight scroll to catch up. Which of the god general's seeds doesn't want what they want? I'm afraid no one would believe a word about this. Chapter 23, Sitting on the Ground and Seeing the Road. Huangsha Township. When Fang Chen arrived here, it was already noon. There was a layer of formation shrouded around the entire town in order to prevent the yellow sand from outside from flying in. Although Huangsha town was geographically bad, it was a place where Longhua City's second-turn professionals had to come. So it's also developed a certain scale. As soon as he landed on the ground, Fang Chen saw a dense crowd of people in front of him, as well as many vendors. Most of what was being sold was equipment and skill books etc. that were exploded inside the iron-armored ant nest. Other than that, there was a small portion that trafficked in the carcasses of iron armor ants. Fang Chen opened the auction house and took a look. Surprisingly, he found that there was not a single iron-armored ant carcasses in the auction house. Instead, here's a lot of it. Iron-armored ant corpses, 100 million dragon coins apiece, freshly baked. Iron-armored ant corpses, 5,000 dragon coins apiece, 3 hours left. Iron-armored ant corpses, 1,001, 1 hour left. Listening to the shouting, Fang Chen instantly understood. Although the iron-armored ant carcass was a necessary item for transferring, there was a time limit for this item. After popping it, it must be turned in within a day, and after that it will disappear on its own. No wonder the merchant bank didn't accept it. This thing was afraid that if it was transported to the merchant bank, there wouldn't be much time left. It doesn't circulate at all. And here the market is formed. But with an hour left, that product is good enough to sell? Ordinary professionals can't even make it to Longhua City in an hour, so it's useless to buy it. But the 3-hour and freshly baked ones are not bad, it's just that this is so expensive. You should know that there are 4 difficulties in the iron-armored ant nest copy. Normal, Elite, King, Nightmare. If you only complete the first step of the transfer quest, the normal difficulty will paint itself. Just need to find a team. The value is simply not going to be that much. That's why the sale price of these guys is just piddling. Fang Chen didn't bother to look, and rushed through the crowd towards the entrance of the replica. Elite copies of the iron-armored ant nest, 4 short of 1. Let's have a milk hair truck and split the materials equally. Rose-red mercenary core with a nest of king-class iron-armored ants, to be resolved in 5 hours, 4 short of $100 million for the ticket. Self-strengthening king ironclad ant's nest, come with an equipped Lagaver archer and split the proceeds equally. Listening to the shouts around him, Fang Chen was not only a little surprised, how come no one was playing nightmare level? You should know that there is an experience cap for field practicing though. For example, Fang Chen's experience was now stuck at level 65. There is no cap on the experience within the transferable copies. That said, he might be surprised to be able to rack up to level 70 if he plays Nightmare difficulty and finishes the transfer quest after playing it. It's a 2-for-1 deal. And Nightmare difficulty experience is naturally the highest. But think about it, I'm afraid this copy of the Nightmare difficulty is not good, so most people will still choose to complete the task first, or some of the background of the choice to team up to fight the king. Fang Chen had just arrived here when someone next to him pulled him back. Hey brother, do you want to team up? Our team is missing a swordsman. Seeing Fang Chen's costume, the other party said. Fang Chen carried a decorative longsword on his back. No thanks. I like to paint solo. Single brush? What's wrong with you? The other man sniffed and left straight away. Fang Chen was a bit speechless. How was it wrong to single brush? He didn't bother with the other man turning around and getting ready to go in. However, just at this moment, suddenly he was hearing a familiar voice coming from the side. Is this appropriate for you guys? We've been waiting here for 3 hours. You're wasting my time. Fang Chen turned his head to look. It wasn't anyone else, it was precisely that Ni Su Muyue. Boss Su, you have to understand us too. We have to eat too, don't we? We're exactly 3 short of 1 right now. 1 sheep is also a herd of sheep is also a herd, just wait and let us in shouting for 1 person, okay? The red-haired youth said. Fang Chen looked at this person, he didn't hide his information and quickly saw it. Name, Red 1. Rank, LV.59. Profession, first turn swordsman. Team, Red River Mercenary Corps. Guild, Red River Guild. That's a card-carrying monster. Fong Chen laughed. What is a stuck level monster? It's those people who obviously already have the strength to transfer and upgrade, but instead of upgrading, they just get stuck at a specific level and make money. For example, this iron-armored ant lair was inaccessible beyond level 59. That's why they've been stuck at this level, not completing transfer quests as a way to bring in people to make money. But we agreed on the price before, it's not my problem if you guys need someone on the fly. Sumu language was furious. She's rich, but that doesn't mean stupid. It was especially this kind of talk that pissed her off. I say, Boss Su, your family is so rich and still cares about this $100 million. Or you can pay double admission and we'll leave right away. For hours to resolve the battle, I guarantee you'll never find a more efficient team than us. Our Red River Mercenary Corps under the Red River Guild is a legend of this generation. Not counting the rest of Jiangbei province, the team that created this only 3-day copy record of a nightmare-level iron-armored ant nest in Longhua City can include our chairman Hong Jiang. Our president is a third-turn level 99 master of law, that's also very famous in Longhua City. Red One said confidently. Sumu language said in exasperation. That has nothing to do with our contract this time, there's no way I'm paying double tickets. You guys are bullies. Boss Su, this is the way of the world, if you want to be a flower in a hothouse, go home, don't cry your eyes out at me, our Red River Guild doesn't believe in tears. Suki's eyes watered at the tone. Fang Chen, who was on the side, couldn't stand to watch and opened his mouth to laugh. The only 3-day nightmare difficulty in the iron-armored ant nest, if I remember correctly, the one leading the team is the guild leader of the Skywolf Guild, Whistling Skywolf, right? Red River spent $300 million on the tickets in the first place, or else this time might have taken only 2.5 days. Since when is that a bragging point? Red One and the others turned their heads to Fang Chen at his words. Who are you? Don't make trouble out of nothing. Messing with our Red River Guild has no good results. That's right, the kid doesn't even ask around. If we put the word out, which of the mercenary groups here would dare to take you? Fang Chen smiled. Do I need you guys to carry? 3-hour kings, you guys are cuckolds? You seek death. Red One was instantly enraged, yet this was a place where belligerence was forbidden. He could only look at Fang Chen viciously, not daring to make a move. You have the guts not to leave today, I'd like to see if you dare to leave this yellow sand town. Fang Chen smiled at his words. Naturally I'm not leaving, I haven't even scrubbed my copy yet, how could I leave? You guys can wait if you're not in a hurry, I'm about. It's you! Before Fang Chen could finish, Su Muyue ran over. One took Fang Chen's arm. Why are you here? You're not here to transfer too, are you? I told you, you surely won't fall, you can even turn 2? Worthy of being the #1 handsome in Longhua High School. Looking at Su Muyue's flamboyant expression, Fang Chen was a bit stunned. You know me? Stinking Fang Chen, I'd recognize you even if you turned into ashes. Ahem, I didn't mean to curse you. Suki language laughed. Fang Chen was busy telling her to keep her voice down and not to reveal her identity. But in his heart, he was wondering how this niece recognized him. He was wearing a mask to disguise himself, and he had anomalized the information with the divine concealment fate. Seeing Fang Chen's expression of incomprehension, Su Muni laughed. A woman's sixth sense is very accurate, I can recognize you even if you're dressed up. I may be a girl, but I'll be a woman in the future. Fang Chen was speechless, indeed a woman's sixth sense was very unreasonable. Ahem, let's settle the matter at hand first, said Fang Chen as he looked towards Red One and raised his volume. The hallowed Red River Mercenary Corps is sitting on the ground, making the boss pay double the entrance fee. That's quite a cheeky way to go about it, you guys. Do you really think we won't be able to complete the transfer quest on our own without you? Fang Chen deliberately raised the volume of his words, drawing the people around him over. Sumu language saw fit to cooperate. That's right, I won't give double the price, you people are not honest, our family auction house refuses to cooperate with you in the future. Fang Chen froze. Your family auction house? The Longhua City auction house is run by your family? Right. Don't you know? Suki language asked rhetorically. Holy. That's so shady, made me a lot of commission. Fang Chen was speechless. Sumu language then laughed. Next time you come to me, not only do I not charge a fee, but I'll give you a girlfriend for nothing. He. Play aside. Fang Chen didn't have the good sense to say. Each of the people around them were also angry at what they heard. It's not easy for all of us. How come there are still such people who sit on their asses? You guys are too much. I had heard that the Red River Mercenary Corps was quite good, but I didn't realize that they were also money-minded people. That's right, why pay double the negotiated price? Forget it, I was going to pay someone to pass, I'll just go find someone to paint regular. I'll never look for the Red River Mercenary Corps again. I heard that the Rose Red Mercenary Corps is not bad, let's go find them. Yes, it doesn't matter if the time is slow, the main thing is honesty. Hey! You guys! Red One's face turned green with anger. Looking at Fong Chen with eyes that could practically kill. Fong Chen, on the other hand, smiled when he saw this, and lazily ignored him as he turned around and left. Su Muyue hurriedly ran after him. Fong Chen, are you going to brush up on your transfer quest? I'll join you. Don't. I like to paint solo. Fong Chen said, his invincible strength couldn't be exposed because of a girl. Although he believed that Su Muyun would keep his secret for him, he was also afraid that something would happen to Su Muyun if she followed him on the nightmare level difficulty. However, Su Muyi sniffed but looked at him and said, "Are you stupid? You have to be in a group for this copy, at least 2 people. How do you single brush? Team up?" Fong Chen was dumbfounded. Do I need to team up? And no one told me? Chapter 24, which one's a pain in the ass? Ding! The iron-armored ant nest requires a group to enter, you are currently not in a group. Hearing the system's beep ring out, Fong Chen sighed helplessly. Well. Believe it now, you still don't believe me, stinking Fong Chen. Su Muyue pouted, a little dissatisfied with Fong Chen's lack of belief in herself earlier. Fong Chen said helplessly. Well, since we must enter as a group, I'll reluctantly take you with me. Su Muyue was as happy as a flower when she heard this, and busied herself. Don't worry, I promise not to hold you back, I'm a phoenix mage anyways. Are we flying double, or are we grouping some people? Sumu Language asked. This iron-armored ant nest was notoriously difficult to brush, so it would naturally be more efficient if there were more people. It was said that there was a shooter who tried to solo the king-level ironclad ant nest before, and ended up renting an apothecary, and the 2 of them went in to brush it. By the time it came out again, it was half a month later. From this, it could also be seen how difficult it was to brush this iron-armored ant nest. Fong Chen said as he organized his things. Just the 2 of us, it's too much of a hassle to fly double, and there's no point in wasting time when you have to find a female professional. Good. Then it's just the 2 of us. Sumu Yue froze in the middle of her words, then asked. Why would you need a female professional for a double flight? Aren't the 2 of us going down a double? Fong Chen froze, then laughed awkwardly. Misunderstanding. I understand double flying is not the same as the double flying you were talking about. It's okay, get ready to go. Fong Chen said as he sent out an invitation to form a group, before going up and selecting the difficulty. Soon 2 black rays of light appeared, instantly enveloping the 2. Sumu Yue suddenly froze, and her pretty face turned red when she looked at Fong Chen. She seemed to understand what Fong Chen meant by double flight. You're greedy. Sumu Yue twisted Fong Chen's arm. Before Fong Chen could reply, the next moment the 2 had already disappeared into thin air. Not far away, the people from the Red River Mercenary Corps were helpless as they watched the 2 disappear. Boss, what should we do now? No money has been made, and no one else is looking for us to bring them. Yes boss, if this doesn't open today, I'm afraid the chairman will be angry when we get back. Afraid of what? Red One's face was cold. Let's go wait at the entrance. I still don't believe that kid won't go back. As long as he dares to leave this yellow sand town, I'll let him know what the price of pretending is. Go! Hong Yi waved his hand and led the Red River mercenaries towards the entrance, ready to wait for Fong Chen to come out. When Fong Chen and Su Muyue reappeared, they were already within a cave. Not far behind the 2 of them was a light curtain that was the exit. You will leave the copy as soon as you enter the light screen. And in front, there was a passageway that was 4 or 5 meters wide. The real passage is grayish-brown, but not far from the ground, but lying on the ground of a few silver glittering things, a closer look is actually a foot fist-sized silver ants. The ant's body reflected silver light and looked as if it was wearing a thick layer of silver armor. This was the first time Su Muyue had entered a copy of the Iron Armor Ant Nest, and when she saw those silver ants, she couldn't help but stare. How is it different? Why are these ants silver? I remember that ants are gray in the copies of King level and below. How come these are silver? Fong Chen, what difficulty are we entering? A nightmare. Fong Chen said. Nightmare? Fong Chen, are you crazy? How can the two of us possibly brush the nightmare difficulty? It's going to kill us, let's get out of here. Su Muyue pulled Fong Chen and was about to walk back. Fong Chen broke away from her and said, there is a little master in, nightmare difficulty also brushed as usual, and the second turn of the task but need 4 pieces of iron armor wreckage. The higher the difficulty of the burst rate is greater, save time and experience is also more. Definitely choose nightmare. I know, but this is a nightmare. Back then, Tsunami Wolf also brushed for almost 3 days with his men. Can just the two of us do it? Sumu language was a little worried. Fong Chen then laughed. I'll do it when I say so, but remember, everything you see later has to be kept secret. Or I'm going to have to kill someone. Sumu Yue knew that Fong Chen was joking and tried to persuade him. However, the next thing he saw was that Fong Chen waved his hand. At once, on the ground in front of him, a large, densely packed mass of silver-colored bugs sprang up. It was none other than the nanotoxin. Seeing these thousands of bugs, Sumu Yue only felt her scalp tingle. However, she soon reacted and looked at Fong Chen with light in her eyes. It's you! The mysterious big man in the wild of Longhua City these past few days is you. Then it must be you who refreshes the copies of the fire-spiked worm as well, right? I knew it, you're certainly not mediocre, but how did you get rid of the bugs in the fire stinger copy? It's also too good. Sumu Yue looked at Fong Chen, and the expression in her eyes was so close to running up and nibbling on her twice. Fong Chen waved his hand. Routine, don't be surprised, also watch your mouth, don't worship too much over, I'm afraid you're going to have to give yourself away later. I do. Su Muyi, however, nodded her head in agreement directly without any concealment. I'm kidding, that's an easy promise. Fong Chen was speechless. It's you that I agreed to, if it were anyone else I would have. Oops, you're annoying. Answer me quickly, how did you take the fire stingers away? Sumu Yue was busy digressing. A girl taking such initiative made herself a little embarrassed. Oh, you mean that, I'm not an insect sentinel, so I tried to take control of it, and it worked. That's awesome, but you got rid of the fire stinger worm, and I don't know what to do about the first turn quest in Longhua City. Sumu Yue was still a little worried. She was afraid that the Nangong City Lord would be unforgiving after investigating Fong Chen. Fong Chen, however, waved his hand. There's nothing to do, I've got plenty of fire stingers, I can sponsor one if they need it. Saying that, Fong Chen waved his hand, and immediately a large swath of fiery red bugs flew out. Heck, they were all fire stingers. Sumu Yue directly froze as she watched this scene. This white and red 2 big pieces of bugs are simply 2 legions of bugs. She couldn't help but gulp at the sight. Alright, I'm ready to start, just follow along. By the way, how much experience have you gained? Fong Chen asked. Accumulated to level 60. Suki said. Fong Chen nodded his head. This rich woman was different. He had worked hard for several days, or he had the system to assist in dividing the godworms to accumulate the experience to level 65. And Sumu Language's family had found her a mercenary group to practice with, and surprisingly, she had already accumulated level 60 experience. No wonder it's said that kryptonite is the fastest way to get stronger. Do you need me to do anything? Sumu Yue asked as she followed behind, although she quite wanted to just follow Fong Chen and let him protect her. But she also knew that Fong Chen was so powerful that she might not be able to keep up with him in the future if she didn't work hard. Fong Chen said. No, if you really have a bad conscience, then help with the information. I haven't read the information on this ironclad ant nest, such as Tsunami Wolf and their passes back in the day, and I haven't read any notes on this nightmare class. Yes. Su Muyi nodded her head when she immediately checked. Fong Chen, on the other hand, looked at one of the iron-armored ants in front of him, and soon information surfaced. Chapter 25, Crushing All the Way, Rich Woman Requests. Name, Iron-Armored Ants. Evaluation, Elite Green. Rank, LV.59. Attack Power, 1000. Life Value, 30,000. Physical Defense, 8,000. Spell Defense, 8,000. Passive skill, Silver Armor Bodyguard. When receiving damage, it will immediately increase the effect of double defense by 10. Active skills, Silver Armor Spike, Summon Swarm, Invincible Defense. What is this invincible defense skill? Fong Chen asked. Su Muni said in a busy voice. The information shows that the invincible defense of this iron-armored ant is very powerful, immune to all damage for 3 seconds. This is still an elite-level green ironclad ant. If it was the boss ironclad ant king here, this invincible defense time would be a full 10 seconds. Moreover, the information says that this iron-armored ant's double defense is ridiculously high and its blood quantity is thick. Although its attack power is not high, it can be brushed up very slowly. Fong Chen nodded. That was true. He had just seen the attributes of that iron-armored ant, and the defense and blood quantity were indeed ridiculously high. It was just a pity that they were elite grade green. If they were commander grade blue, they could have found a way to capture a few of them back for the fire stinger insect's evolution. I think the boss here should be a commander level blue, so when the time comes to use perfect control to capture it, I don't know if they can evolve into each other after they go back and split. If it's possible, it's a great deal of money. He could use the divine insect splitting skill to split a single commander class bug into countless others, and then evolve them for the fire stinger bugs. I just don't know if this approach is feasible yet. Still have to find a chance to experiment. Okay, then I'm ready to start. Fong Chen laughed. Suki language nodded. Good. We can take a rest later if you're tired. The information says that there are a full 300 iron-armored ants here, as well as 4 iron-armored ant kings. I'm afraid we won't be able to get out in a short time. We may have to prepare for a protracted battle. Fong Chen smiled at his words. A protracted battle? I'm still in a hurry to get out and transfer. And you watch it, little rich girl. After saying that, Fong Chen waved his palm. All of a sudden, more than 20,000 nano-venomous insects directly converged. In the next moment, a large swath of purple poisonous mist directly floated out. These ironclad ants have a ridiculously high double defense, even though the fire spikeworms can break it. But that's a big loss. And the poisonous mist directly ignored defense, so Fong Chen didn't bother delaying. Directly let the poisonous fog clear the field. And as the poisonous fog spread towards the front, soon, Fong Chen and Su Muyue saw that the first iron-armored ant that was caged in didn't even carry through for a second. He was lying on the ground. At the same time, the system's voice rang out in both of their heads. Ding! Congratulations on killing the iron-armored ants, you have gained plus 1000 experience. It was followed by a second, and a third. Look at the speed of this, as if it were destroying the world. Su Mui's entire body froze. This. Awesome. Is this a mythic class bug? It's awesome. Su Muyue returned to her senses and looked at Fong Chen with heat production in her eyes. Who wouldn't like such a handsome-looking and also powerful Imperial Beastmaster? So, are you going to give yourself away again? Fong Chen opened his mouth a little uncomfortably by Su Muyue's look. Su Mu language, on the other hand, was unapologetic, and her eyes made heat. Not only am I going to give my body to you, I'm going to rely on you. People are yours sooner or later. Looking at that expression on Su Muyue's face, Fong Chen was also a bit unsettled and busied himself. Ahem, we're in a nightmare-level copy. Watch your expression, I'll get distracted. Hee, I'm happy to distract you. Fong Chen. How to say Su Muyue is also the school flower-level beauty, but also so active. Fong Chen, if not affected at all, is also false. Thinking about it, Fong Chen was busy digressing. You don't want to try your hand? How do you say you're a phoenix mage? What skills do you have? Let me see. Su Muni said in a busy voice. Phoenix mages favor the light system and have a restraining effect on dark creatures. Ironclad ants don't count though, so there's not much of an advantage here. I'll try if you want to see it. Saying that, Su Muyue took out a staff while the magical power around him began to converge. It soon formed a fiery red phoenix that flew directly towards the iron-armored ants in front of it. The next moment, Fong Chen saw that a damage emerged from the head of that iron-armored ant. 300. So weak? Are you a hidden profession? Fong Chen laughed. That's not nearly as much damage as a nanotoxin poison drop. Su Mudi was disgruntled. This iron-armored ant's double defense is very high, right? If it were any other monster, it would be able to deal at least 2000 plus damage. And this Phoenix skill book and the staff are the most powerful at the same level. Oh yeah, my dad also prepared 2 more powerful magic equipment for me. It's just a pity that I have to be level 90 to use it. It cost over $1 billion, said Su Muyue as she took out 2 pieces of equipment. Fong Chen couldn't help but freeze when he took a look. Goblin Ancestors Projection Advancement Bracelet. Grade, Gold Yellow. Required level, LV.90. Intelligence, 100. Mental power, 100. Occupation required, Magician. Effect, Life Extraction, restores 1 of life per second after equipping it. Goblin Ancestors Advanced Staff. Grade, Gold Yellow. Required level, LV.90. Magic attack power, 3000. Intelligence, 200. Mental power, 200. Occupation required, Magician. Effect, reduce the time of magic chanting by 20. Incidental skill, Earth Shelter. After chanting for 1 second, it can form a layer of earth barrier to resist 10,000 attack damage, barrier duration 5 minutes, cooldown 30 minutes. This is not the Goblin Ancestor projection that I swiped and popped out. The owner of the auction house didn't sell it, he left it for his daughter. But come to think of it, it's still in their family anyway. This can still be taken and sold when Sumi language gets new equipment. It's true that it's good to have an industry, especially when it's your own family's industry. Okay, I know you're a little rich, so put it away. Try another skill. Sumeru nodded and then released a few other skills. Most of them are control classes though. For example, Ice Wall, Rock Surge, etc. The strongest thing about the Lawgiver is still the late stage, where high group damage, as well as field control skills are very important. In the early stages of the game, besides working hard to upgrade, a legal master like Su Muyue, who's not short of money at home, has to practice his field control ability and his control of the battlefield. But Suki language obviously hasn't been exposed to that. For the next few moments, Fong Chen tried to let her fit in as well. Let her try a little control. After all of this has to be learned sooner or later. On top of that, don't give her something to do, this ninny is using her charm skills on herself. Fong Chen was also afraid that he would really just surrender. While that would be nice, the environment of this place really didn't interest him. The poisonous mist drifted all the way through, and Su Muyue followed behind and kept striking out to practice her skills. Fong Chen, on the other hand, picked up materials along the way. It only took 3 hours. The corpses of 299 iron-armored ants had already appeared in his backpack. This iron-armored ant seemed to only explode corpses, and surprisingly none of the others. But this was enough. The first step of the materials for this second turn quest was sort of put together. The last one in front of us, the iron-armored ant king, is next. Fong Chen said. As he spoke, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations on killing the iron-armored ants, you have gained plus 1000 experience. As the last iron-armored ant fell to the ground, Fong Chen saw that his experience accumulation had unexpectedly reached level 70. How much experience do you have? Fong Chen asked. Level 68. Su Mui said happily. That was pretty fast. Fong Chen nodded. He himself had accumulated 5 levels of experience, and Su Muyue had even accumulated 7 levels of experience. That's a pretty scary speed already. The experience gain of the nightmare level is indeed high. Su Mui looked at Fong Chen and said. No wonder you're upgrading so fast, with that brush speed you're simply unbeatable. Fong Chen, from now on, I'll follow you all the way to leveling, okay? I can pay for it and give it to you at double the price my family would pay for hiring a mercenary group. 1 hour, 200 million dragon coins. Okay? You wouldn't have the heart to deny your future girlfriend's request, would you? Chapter 26, Ironclad Ant King, immune to poisonous mist. Fong Chen sniffed and pretended to ponder for a moment and said. That's fine, but I'm looking at a commission. Are you short of money? Sumeru asked with a wink. Tell me if you're short of money, I've got it. All for you to spend. Is 1 billion enough? I only have a maximum of 1 billion pocket money, if it's not enough I'll ask my old man for it. Fong Chen was speechless. A rich woman is a rich woman, 1 billion pocket money. His own hard work of beheading the Goblin Ancestor projection had only earned more than 1 billion. Cultivating a fire stinger worm evolution has cost 1 billion heartaches. It's amazing how it's just pocket change when it comes to people. Little Sue, you'll get beaten up for showing off your wealth like that. Especially, the way you're doing it, it's going to make me think you're harboring me. Think of it this way, I can adopt you if you want. And if you're my boyfriend, they're all yours, so aren't they yours outside of their bodies? Su Mui's pretty face reddened as she spoke. Fong Chen was speechless for a moment as he sniffed, then asked. Are you an only child? As a son-in-law, will you be able to inherit your family's fortune? Aha! Suki language nodded. Fong Chen was completely helpless. If your father saw you being so forthcoming, he'd probably be pissed off alive. Sumu language, however, said with a serious face. That's because he doesn't see how good you are. If he saw how good you are, he'd hate for me to marry you right away. Okay, well, let's not talk about that. Let's brush up on our copies first, okay? Fong Chen was really a bit overwhelmed. A rich woman or a school flower so active, if not Fong Chen as a man's last bit of backbone let him hold up, did not give in. I'm afraid that I would have pushed Su Mudi to PK a bit already. This last iron-armored ant boss is a bit hard to fight. Tsunami Wolf and the others made a list of notes after they fought back in the day. There are a total of 4 nightmare-class iron-armored ant bosses, but only one of them is real. The other 3 are all illusory, but all 4 can burst out materials no matter who they behead. But be careful, these 4 iron-armored ant bosses have a bonding attribute. It's that the time interval between deaths can't be more than a minute, or else the previously dead iron-armored ant boss will respawn. Suki language was introduced. Fong Chen nodded at his words. No wonder Tsunami Wolf and the others brushed for 3 days back then. These last 4 bosses are indeed bad. Of course, this was for Tsunami Wolf and the others, seconds were still easy for Fong Chen. It's just that he didn't want to do it. After all, being able to reanimate means being able to drop ironclad wreckage again. He could have just kept ravaging these bosses, waiting to brush up enough materials before speaking them to death. He himself needed 4 pieces, and Su Muyue also needed 4, adding up to 8. Counting the pop rate, I'm guessing it's going to take about a dozen kills. When we go in, you use a field control spell to split them up and we'll take care of them one by one. Strive to brush enough materials before decimating them all. You do? Su Muyue had already understood Fong Chen's thoughts, and with restrained heat in her eyes, she busily nodded. Right. Sumu language suddenly said. One more thing, this iron-armored ant boss also has a passive skill that is immune to any negative statuses, such as poison, fear, bleeding, and other effects. So your poisonous mist won't work on them. Fong Chen was a bit surprised when he heard this. This was something he hadn't expected. You should know that the iron-armored ant boss is only a commander-level blue bug. Surprisingly, there was such a powerful passive that even the poison of a mythical bug like the nanotoxin could not help. It's absolutely divine. But think about it. As powerful as this divine skill was, it was frankly only useful for negative statuses. If it was a skill that a professional could use, it would be considered a miracle. Too bad it's a bug skill, that's not so great. Nanotoxins are powerful mainly by sheer numbers. While most of the iron-armored ants were of the elite green grade, the ones that had reached the commander blue grade were already few and far between, and they were also a kind of bug with a weak attack power. So the damage is still too weak compared to a high attack bug like a nanotoxin. The two soon pushed their way inside the last cave. And as they came in, the scene in front of them was revealed. It was only a rather dilapidated hall. In the middle of the main hall, there was an empty space. Around them, there were several stone pillars that held up the entire hall. And on top of that clearing, there were 4 holes leading straight down below the ground. It should be the nest of the iron-armored ant boss. You stay away and spread them out later. Fong Chen reminded. Sumu language nodded and busied himself with taking a few steps back, while taking his staff out, with a stern look on his face. Fong Chen, on the other hand, directly drove a fire spike insect towards the front. As the fire stingers approached the 4 holes, suddenly the entire hall began to shake. At the same time there were piles of black soil rising out of the hole. Soon, 4 huge ants with huge bodies covered in silver-colored scales drilled out from under the ground. The scales on these 4 ants glittered with silver light, looking very domineering. The first thing Fong Chen saw was the message popping up. Name, Iron-Armored Ant King. Evaluation, Commander Blue. Rank, LV.60. Attack power, 2000. Life value, 50,000. Physical defense, 10,000. Spell defense, 10,000. Passive skills, silver armor body protection, rock solid. When you take damage, you will immediately increase the effect of double defense by 20, immunity to any negative status. Active skills, silver armor spike, summon swarm, invincible defense. Looking at the attribute introduction, Fong Chen also not only cursed a pervert. This amount of blood and attributes was a nightmare for the average professional. It's no wonder no one even comes to the nightmare difficulty. You should know that this copy can only be down to level 59 because of the level restriction. And most of the level 59s are turn 1 peaks, and it's good to have 3000 attack power. However, the defense of this iron armored ant king is 10,000, and I'm afraid that I can't even break the defense when I hit it. You can only grind a little bit. It's not bad to think that you can fight your way through in 3 days. It was a pity that today they had stumbled upon this bug, Feng Chen. With such attributes, if I were to control one and form a protective layer around myself, wouldn't I be invincible? Feng Chen was a little excited in his heart. His perfect control skill had long since cooled down, and it was the perfect day to try it out. But now is not the time. Seeing that the 4 iron armored ant kings had completely drilled out, they discerned the direction and were about to charge towards the 2. Feng Chen was busy shouting, "Do it!" Yes. As soon as Su Muyue collected her previous state, her entire body was fully concentrated. In a burst of magical power, her skills were quickly released. Feng Chen saw. Around those 4 iron armored ant kings, 4 magical fluctuations had indeed appeared. Soon surprisingly, 4 craters appeared. Every pit was half a meter deep. This was the spell skill, Earth Pit Technique, a very unusual spell skill. However, above the mound, a layer of ice crystal prison appeared. This was Ice Crystal Cage, also a very common spell skill. These 2 spell skills consume less blue, so I can support them for a little longer. Not good. Feng Chen, be careful. Sumu language suddenly shouted. Feng Chen instantly saw that one of the iron armored ant kings had not been controlled and had actually dodged the mound. Sorry, I'm having some trouble controlling 4 at once, Sumu Yun said with some self-condemnation. Feng Chen laughed. There's no harm in it. You're already pretty good for making it this far, just practice slowly. It'll still come out of there, just keep it up. Feng Chen said with a wave of his hand, and instantly countless fire-stinging insects and nano-venomous insects had surged towards the escaped iron-armored ant king. Chapter 27. A new record is set when a bug is obtained. Aha! Su Muyue nodded her head, and with Feng Chen's encouragement, she gradually built up her confidence. And at that moment, Feng Chen had already maneuvered the fire-stinging insect to surge towards the iron-armored ant king that had escaped. More than 20,000 fire-stinging insects wrapped up that iron-armored ant king almost instantly. The next moment Feng Chen heard a series of system sounds. Ding! Loss of firebugs under your control +1. Ding! You've lost 2 firebugs. Almost simultaneously, Feng Chen also saw that the attributes of that iron-armored ant king were changing. Double defense, 100, 00, 3000, and it's still dropping like crazy. Although the Iron Armor Ant King has the Silver Armor Body Protection skill, which can increase the defensive effect by 20. However, this increase in defense effect was really a bit inadequate in front of the fire-stinging insect. In just 2 seconds, Feng Chen saw that the Iron Armored Ant King's double defense had turned into, which was clearly no longer visible. And at the same time, the Iron Armored Ant King's blood level was dropping crazily. The value dropped each time, however, is modest. 2,300. 2,200. The Iron Armored Ant King had a full 50,000 blood, and although this was already fast, at the same time, the consumption of the fire spike worms was also great. Feng Chen was busy waving his hand for the fire stinger insects to get out of the way, and transferred the nano-venomous insects over. The nanotoxins had high attack power, and the Iron Armored Ant King had no defense in this matter, and the amount of blood dropped came up all of a sudden. 6,800. 6,700. 6,800. With the nanotoxins taking over the battlefield in just under 5 seconds. That Iron Armored Ant King fell to the ground at once, while bursting out a large amount of stuff. Among them, Feng Chen saw an iron armor that shimmered with silver light. Taking a closer look, Hurricane was exactly the material he needed. Iron Armored Ant Remains. Special materials that can be used to complete the second turn quest. No attributes. Feng Chen raised it at Su Muyue, then put it away. Su Muyue nodded her head with a smile while controlling her magical power, amused. Feng Chen looked towards the other 3 Iron Armored Ant Kings trapped inside the ice crystal cage and continued to make his move. The first one was just inexperienced, costing him a full 2,000 fire spike bugs, and 200 nano-venomous bugs. Although these bugs could continue to split, it still made him a little heartbroken to see so many of them die horribly. However, with the experience of the first one, Feng Chen was much more comfortable maneuvering it later. Only the fire spiker bugs were seen to take the lead, with the nanotoxic bugs following close behind. The two types of bugs directly split into two groups and surged towards two of the ice crystal cages. After only 5 seconds, two more voices rang out in quick succession. Ding! Congratulations on killing the iron-armored ant king, you gain experience plus 500,000. Fang Chen waved his hand and collected the materials that the two iron-armored ant kings had exploded. It was surprising to find that only one piece of iron armor remains had exploded this time. There's a bunch of other stuff. One of them seemed to be a skill book, but he didn't bother to look at it. Looking towards the ice crystal cage that didn't trap the iron-armored ant king at the very beginning. Of the 4 iron-armored ant kings, he instantly secured 3 and left 1 behind. It's all about waiting for the other 3 to refresh from the new one. Wait a few dozen seconds. As expected, soon the other 3 ice crystal cages successively appeared again with black soil, and the 3 iron-armored ant kings that had been eliminated in seconds were apparently about to appear again. Is it still holding? Fang Chen asked. Sumo-yi nodded, but her face was a bit white, and her forehead was covered in sweat. She busily took a bottle of blue medicine and drank it, and her face improved a little. Hang in there, rich girl, you can be your boyfriend for a minute later. Fang Chen laughed. Sumo-yi's eyes instantly lit up when she heard this and said, Then I'm serious. Fang Chen couldn't help but smile when he saw her come to life. Luckily, I brought her along this time. If I came by myself, although I could easily pass the level, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to get enough materials. It may take several swipes to get enough materials together, which definitely adds to the time cost. Teamwork is still important. At least with Sumo-yi around, he wouldn't let the 4 iron-armored ant kings get together, otherwise if they got together he wouldn't be able to kill them one by one. As the other 3 were refreshed, Fang Chen was not polite. Once again, he maneuvered the fire stinger bugs and nano-venomous bugs to kill them. 5 seconds later, 3 more of the 4 iron-armored ant kings died. And this time, they were quite unlucky. Surprisingly, only a piece of iron armor wreckage was popped out. Counting the previous ones, it was only a mere 3 pieces. Fang Chen spread his hands helplessly at Sumo-yi, telling her to keep trying. The burst rate thing has always been the most pitiful. For the next 10 minutes, Fang Chen had killed no less than 50 iron-armored ant kings. It had only been enough to put together 8 pieces of iron armor wreckage, and it seemed to have been caused by tyrannizing the iron armor ant king in this way. The latter dozens of times, apart from the remains of the iron armor, surprisingly, not many other materials popped out. When Fang Chen had gathered enough iron armor wreckage, he then greeted Sumo-yi that he could stop. Sumo Language's face bristled as she walked over and asked, Aren't you going to do anything about this last one? The other 3 will be alive again. Fang Chen said. Find a place to sit down and rest, I'm going to try to take control of this last one. Sumo Language nodded. As an imperial beastmaster or a bug race, naturally, he could not let go of any opportunity to control the bugs. After all, for everyone you control, you can have one more strength. Fang Chen looked at the last iron-armored ant king and directly chose perfect control. The next moment, a series of system sounds rang out. Ding! Congratulations on controlling the iron-armored ant king. Successful. Ding! Congratulations on passing your nightmare level iron armor ant nest copy, the record has been refreshed. Ding! The system will broadcast a new copy record throughout the city in 1 minute, and you can name the team on your own. By default, the captain's name will be used. Hearing the reminder, Fang Chen first handed over the captains to Sumo-yi. It was then that he couldn't wait to look at the attributes of the iron-armored ant king under his control. Name, Iron-armored ant king. Evaluation, Commander Blue. Rank, LV.60. Attack power, 2000. Life value, 50,000. Physical defense, 10,000. Spell defense, 10,000. Passive skill, Silver Armor Bodyguard. When receiving damage, it will immediately increase the effect of double defense by 20. Reminder, Commander and Godworm, evolvable. Divine Worm Splitting Talent in effect, currently splitting, cap 25,000, current number, 1025,000. Looking at the attribute introduction, Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction. The overall attributes are unchanged. However, it was a pity that after taking control of himself, he fell back on the passive and active skills of being rock solid. The skill firm as a rock would be invincible if I could inherit it. It's a pity it wasn't inherited. As for those active skills, they aren't much use, This iron-armored ant is a defensive bug, rather it doesn't need to take the initiative. Fang Chen consoled himself with the fact that he was already satisfied with getting this kind of powerful defense bug. As for that god pole passive being rock solid, no it's not. After all, it was only a commander level 1, and one should be able to become more powerful by finding a way to evolve it later. Just thinking about evolution, Fang Chen felt a wave of helplessness. Bug evolution was too costly. Thought Fang Chen as he prepared to try his previous guess. He took out an iron-armored ant and then chose evolution on the fire stinger insect. Soon a voice rang out. Ding! The fire bug you control has failed to evolve. Reminder, you can't make the bugs under your control evolve with each other, please choose another bug. Seeing the reminder, Fang Chen was completely helpless. It was true that the system wouldn't give himself a chance to take a trick. Trying to complete the evolution with one's divine bug-splitting talent of controlling bugs was not feasible. It has to be a bug that you don't have control over in order for a bug that you do have control over to complete its evolution. To put it bluntly, you need kryptonite. Want to get stronger without kryptonite? Dream on. Hello? How are you? The system is going to broadcast in less than a minute, what about names? As Fang Chen was thinking, Su Muyue suddenly shouted. Chapter 28 Shocking the whole city, shifting shape. Fang Chen sniffed and walked over, saying. Just make the team name directly after you, didn't I give you the captain? Su Muyue sniffed. How can that be, this journey over is basically all you're doing, I'm your pendant at best. All I need is the 1-minute boyfriend you just mentioned. Said Su Muyue with a light in her eyes. Fang Chen said helplessly. Just name it whatever you want then, just don't give it away. With the record being set this time, I'm afraid it's going to cause another wave of sensation, it's too hard to keep a low profile. Suki Language laughed. What's so rare about that? You misled a lot of people with the name you came up with the last time the record was set. But it will definitely happen again down the road. Since your name's Swordsman, don't wear swordsman robes. This one's for you. Saying that, Su Muyue took out a mage robe and threw it over. So that when they investigate the swordsman, they won't pay any attention to you, the lawgiver. And I made this equipment myself, it can be inscribed with a name, I've already made it up. Fang Chen nodded. A lot of beginner gear is do-it-yourself and can be named. The attributes are almost negligible though. There was still truth in what Suki said. Since he himself had misled them to the swordsman, it would be inappropriate to be carrying the swordsman's longsword on his back. At once he changed into this robe. However, at a glance at the name, there was an uncontrollable pang of speechlessness. This mage robe costume, Su Muyue surprisingly named it, I have a girlfriend. Are you serious about this name? What if I can't find a girlfriend in the future? Pick me then, hee hee. Suki Language laughed. If you swipe a copy alone in the future, the name of this equipment will also cover up your original name. It works. Fang Chen was helpless, but it had all started well, that would have to do. Alright then, I'll take the team name then. Suki Language nodded. Fang Chen quickly input the team name. Followed by the time of the system broadcast. Ding! The record for the Iron Armor Ant Nest replica has been set. The latest record is Nightmare, 4 hours and 3 minutes. Created by So's Little Rich Girls Team. Team ID, I have a girlfriend. As a series of system sounds rang out. Su Muyue's entire body just froze. You're so annoying, even though it's true that rich women are rich, you don't have to tell anyone. Fang Chen smiled, and without much ado began to count the loot. And the matter is outside the Yellow Sands replica. Countless professionals froze at the sound. 4 hours? 3 minutes? What kind of devil team is this? Only 2 people? This is a nifty 8th turn professional coming down to blow up a fish pond. Impossible, the Iron Armored Ant Nest has entry requirements, you can't enter if you're over level 59, who the hell are these 2 people? It's too fierce. Back then, Tsunami Wolf's record for them was also at the nightmare level, but it took 3 days. Who exactly is this little rich girl from the Su family? Is this the power of kryptonite? A rich woman is a rich woman, why are you so arrogant? Nima, if I had money would I be like this? Can't even get on a normal team. At the entrance of Huangsha Town, Red One and the others were also stunned. Nightmare level difficulty was simply too much for them to touch. Back then, their president had also paid for Tsunami Wolf and others to lead the team to mix up a spot. But now this record has been set by so much. Boss, do you have a feeling that this little rich Su family woman looks a lot like Su Muyue? Yeah, her family owns an auction house, isn't she a little rich? This stinky girl's strength isn't that strong, could it be the kid who just stood up for her? Red One was still angry with Fang Chen, but when he heard this, his face instantly changed. Go at once. It's too likely that it's that kid, and that kid came out of nowhere, and is out of our hands. It's better to go back and tell the president so he can fix it. The crowd nodded their heads and immediately left Huangsha town. Within the city of Longhua. When Shiho and Nangon both heard this voice, they looked at each other surprisingly both laughed. This person is really powerful. The previous record of the iron-armored ant nest replica was set by Tsunami Wolf, 3 days. I didn't expect this kid to use only 4 hours, and he even let that girl Su Muyue be the captain. That, I have a girlfriend, should be his ID after he hides it, young people nowadays. Nangon laughed. Teacher, young people nowadays are not the same as in our time, but this time, Tsunami Wolf must know the news as well. Do you think he'll? Shiho smiled at his words. He shouldn't be going, the record is set, even if he gets there now it's too late. Moreover, this Fang Chen intends to hide his identity, so I'm afraid he won't be able to see it. He only has 2 choices, 1 to transfer to the temple and so on, and 2 to start on this Su auction. For the little Su family girl to be able to team up with Fang Chen, she's obviously on good terms. If we can find Su Muyue, we'll be able to find Fang Chen as well. Nangon nodded. With his understanding of Tsunami Wolf, the odds were that he would start with the Su family auction house. After all, the transfer shrine was run by the guard. It wasn't appropriate for Tsunami Wolf to come here to block people, and he must have guessed that Nangon and Xianhe were definitely here. Since someone was here, there was no need for him to make another trip. It was easier to start directly from the auction house side. The professionals forum was also almost screened by this system broadcast. Countless people are on the forums begging for the truth. Is this a demon out of our Longhua city? How did you do it in 4 hours? I'd like to know, too, that such a big shot doesn't know the name. People do not have a name well, Su family small rich woman in the foreign another is, this is on the list of rich women This strength you do evening rich women? Not being on the list of rich women? This little Su family rich girl looks a bit familiar, it can't be our school flower Su Muyue. I feel very much like, who the hell is this big guy, to have abducted my goddess? I have a girlfriend? It's infuriating, if you have a girlfriend, just have one, and you're still showing off shamelessly. At a time when the entire city of Longhua was swept off its feet because of this piece of news. Inside the nightmare-grade iron-armored ant nest, Fang Chen and Su Muyue were in no hurry to go out. Fang Chen took out all the materials. There were a total of 8 pieces of iron armor wreckage, and both of them had to go back to turn in their transfer quests, so naturally, they split them equally. On top of that, there were 300 corpses of iron armor ants. The 2 of them would each need 100 of them to do their quests, and the remaining 100 would be an option to take and sell. And in addition to that, they also popped out 2 pieces of equipment and a skill book. Ironclad Ant King's Belt. Grade, Blue Commander. Required level, LV.60. Life plus 3000. Physical defense plus 1000. Spell defense plus 1000. Occupation required, Berserker. Set effect Iron Armor Body Protector, collect 3 pieces of Iron Armor Ant King equipment, double defense increased by 5. Iron Armored Ant King's Underwear. Grade, Blue Commander. Required level, LV.60. Life plus 4000. Physical defense plus 1200. Spell defense plus 1200. Occupation required, Berserker. Set effect Iron Armor Body Protector, collect 3 pieces of Iron Armor Ant King equipment, double defense increased by 5. Surprisingly, it's still a set, too bad there are only 2 pieces. How much can I sell this for, little rich girl? Fang Chen asked. Sumaru shook her head. I don't know, but the set should all be worth quite a bit of money, so if you give them to me I'll take them back and sell them for you commission free. Fang Chen nodded his head. Naturally he couldn't miss out on having this good thing. At that moment, he gave Su Muyue the 2 pieces of equipment as well as the remaining 100 corpses of iron-armored ants in his head. Only then did he look at the last skill book. Generic skill, Shifting Shapes. Can instantly switch positions with summoned or controlled beasts. Applicable professions, Summoner, Beastmaster. This is something you can use, so don't sell it. Imperial Beastmaster life preservation skills are already scarce, you'd better keep it for yourself. Suki said. Fang Chen nodded his head, he thought the same thing. Immediately, Fang Chen chose to use it. Ding! You have learned the skill shift. Seeing this, Sumu Yue busily got up and said. Come on and try it, I want to see the results too. Chapter 29, Schoolgirl takes the initiative, Fang Chen breaks defense. Fang Chen nodded his head, he was also eager to try out whether or not this shifting skill was good. Immediately, he released a few bugs. There were nano-venomous bugs as well as flying fire-stinging bugs, and the iron-armored ants that he had just taken control of. Each of the 3 types of bugs released a dozen or so, and when Fang Chen looked at them again, he realized that a skill option, shift, had appeared on all of them. It seems that if one chooses one of the bugs one can instantly switch places. Sumu Yue stood to one side and waved at Fang Chen. Here, try to get over here. At her feet lay a nanotoxin. Fang Chen nodded his head and immediately chose to shift. In the next moment, he unexpectedly disappeared directly into place, and almost at the same time a nanotoxin appeared out of thin air at the place where he had previously stood. And in front of Sumu Yue's close proximity, the nanotoxin also disappeared out of thin air, followed by a silhouette that suddenly appeared. It was certainly none other than Fang Chen. The shift actually worked. It wasn't yet time for Fang Chen to see what the skill cooldown was. Suddenly he froze. It turned out that the nanotoxin bugs were too small in size, so they had just gotten a little close to Sumori. At this moment, they switched positions, and the moment Fang Chen appeared, he was almost right on Sumu Yue's face. The two of them looked at each other, and in an instant, Fang Chen could smell the scent of Sumu Yue's body, as well as the hot air exhaled between those nostrils. Sumu Yue also looked dumbfounded, she simply didn't expect Fang Chen to instantly stick to her body. The distance wasn't controlled properly, I'm trying. Fang Chen said as he was about to pull away. However, Su Muyi directly hugged him. Hey! Even though there's no one else here, don't mess around, I'm warning you, I'm not a random person, but I'm not a person when I'm random. Su Muyi sniffed and snorted, saying. You're the one who said you'd promise to be my boyfriend for a minute if I stuck around. The clock starts now and you're my boyfriend. After saying this, Sumu Yue even directly towards Fang Chen and then pasted over. The next moment Fang Chen felt warm and soft, and his lips and teeth were full of warmth and softness. Fang Chen busily pushed Su Muyi away and said with his old face a little hot. I'm a scumbag, no initiative, no rejection, no responsibility is my attitude, are you sure? Who holds you responsible? Without waiting for Fang Chen to finish, Sumu Yue once again attacked strongly. Fang Chen's defense was amazing, but in the end, he was still broken, enjoying the warmth between those lips and teeth to the fullest. The next few minutes are paid content. A few minutes later when the two let go of each other, Fang Chen saw Sumu Yue's pretty face slightly red, leaning in his arms in a happy little woman posture. Fang Chen wiped his mouth, feeling a little embarrassed, and busied himself. I'll try my skills again, you pack up the loot, and we'll leave later. Aha! All at your service. Suki language nodded. Fang Chen was busy turning around and releasing a flying fire spike insect. The shift skill had been refreshed at the moment, and Fang Chen wondered what the outcome would be if he was swapping positions with the flying fire spike insect that was in mid-air. The next moment he directly used the shift skill. As expected, in an instant he appeared in mid-air. Fortunately, he was prepared and activated his 7-star heavenly wings the moment he appeared, which prevented him from falling down directly. But at the same time, he also saw the cooldown of the shift skill. It was a full minute. It was important to know that the Imperial Beastmaster and the Summoner, as well as the Master of Laws, were all 3 professions that belong to the law system. Again, these 3 professions are very poor at self-preservation. Comparatively speaking, the law is better, after all, the profession is popular, whether it is practicing leveling or PK are protected. Summoners, on the other hand, can have a large number of summoned beasts, and their ability to defend themselves is above that of the Imperial Beastmaster. Only the Imperial Beastmaster, with no summoning cards or protection from other professionals, could only rely on the beasts under his control. So the ability to stay alive is the weakest. As powerful as this shift is, it's a pity that the cooldown takes a minute. If you're really in an emergency, you can only save yourself once at most, it's a pity. Fang Chen lamented. However, this thing was better than nothing, so Fang Chen didn't think about it anymore. It was still imperative to hurry back and turn in the materials to complete the transfer task. A few moments later, Fang Chen and Su Muyue left the iron-armored ant nest replica one after another. At the entrance of the replica at the moment, a very large number of professionals had gathered. Most of them came over to watch the fun after hearing the system broadcast. However, they didn't know who the creator really was, so when the two of them, Fang Chen, came out, almost no one paid any attention to them either. The two of them bypassed the crowd and then directly used their flying scrolls to rush back towards Longhua City. But at this time in Longhua City, the president of the Red River Guild was sitting on a chair, looking at the guild's financial statement in front of him. A woman in red across the room laughed. "Brother, the iron-armored ant copy record you guys set back then was set, aren't you curious at all?" The woman in red was Red River's own sister, named Red Snow, and was a third-turn level 90 archer. It was also the vice president of the Red River Guild. Red River smiled at his words. "What is there to be curious about? This record was originally paid for by me back then, otherwise how would the Red River Guild have been established quickly? It's normal for this record to be refreshed as the rivers and mountains are filled with talented people, I just didn't expect it to be refreshed so much." "That's what I'm trying to say, brother, the other party is obviously a genius for refreshing so much time, aren't we going to go for it?" Red Snow said. Red River smiled at his words. "Do you think that the Celestials will ever look at a guild like ours? Tsunami Wolf has been busy out there for so long, has he seen this man?" Red Snow understood at once. "He can't even look at the Skywolf Union, does he want to join a super guild ranked in the top 100? But yes, this person is such a genius that it really isn't a problem if he wants to join these super unions. I was the one who thought too much." Red River smiled and said no more. However, just at this moment, a message was sent over, and it was clearly sent by Red One. Red One cleared their encounter on the message. Final word. "Chairman, that kid who set your record is most likely the one who helped Su Muyue out. What do we do now?" When Red River saw this, he frowned and returned. "Get your ass back here immediately. Don't mess with those two again. It's only a matter of time before this kind of genius rises to prominence. If you're messing with it, get yourself me out of the guild." "Yes." Red One was terrified. Hong Jiang, on the other hand, looked at Hong Shuedao. "You go find Red One and the others, these idiots have offended that genius and can't keep getting stuck. Let them break through as soon as possible, then have them go to the lowest level world boss, refresh points and brush materials for the guild." "Aha!" Red Snow nodded and immediately got up to leave. Meanwhile, inside the Skywolf Mercenary Corps, Chairman, City Lord Nangong and Instructor Qianha haven't left the Transformation Shrine for a day. Besides, are we really not sending anyone to Huangsha Town?" the subordinate asked. Tsunami Wolf shook his head. "No need, these two are smart, they set my record just the other day, they should be doing the second turn quest. It's more convenient for them to wait at the Transmutation Shrine while not drawing attention to themselves from others. And the records are set, and it's too late for us to send someone. Can the identity of that little rich Su girl be ascertained? 89%, it should be the daughter of the owner of Su's auction house." Tsunami Wolf nodded his head then said. "In that case, prepare some gifts and wait in front of their house now. Make sure to meet this Su Muyue, it would be best if we can finally know the true identity of that genius from her. If you can't, don't do it the hard way, we're making a gesture of goodwill, not kidnapping." "Understood." The subordinate nodded. Chapter 30 The Guild pulls together, Old Su visits. "Okay, just get it here." On a certain street in Longhua City, Fang Chen said. The two of them had rushed all the way back from Huangsha Town, and by now it was dark. Suki said. "So what time are you going to transfer tomorrow?" "I'll wait for you." Fang Chen said helplessly. 8 o'clock. "Aha! You said you'd take me leveling, I was glued to you until the third turn. After the third turn, I may have to go back." Sumu spoke with some reluctance. "Go back? Where to?" Fang Chen asked. "Back in Jiangbei province, my father came here to open a branch, and the branch has stabilized in 3 years. We're all going to college next, so my dad is going to take me back to Jiangbei province. But I'll be waiting for you in Jiangbei province, so cheer up." Sumu said, but there was still a reluctance in his eyes. Fang Chen nodded his head, he was definitely going to Jiangbei University. "I just didn't expect Su Mudi to leave early." "This is good, save yourself when practicing," followed by a schoolgirl has been charmed themselves, so distracted how to achieve great things. "Go back, you still have to practice hard if you want to turn 3. "Aha!" Su Muyi nodded and then left. 20 minutes later. When Su Muyue returned to his doorstep, he saw 3 or 4 people were wandering around in front of his house. and the clothes on their bodies were clearly the very symbols of the Skywolf labor union. "What's wrong with you guys?" Suki language frowned. "Miss Sue, you're back, we're here to see you." "Looking for me? What's the matter?" Sumu Yue had already guessed what was going on, but she still wanted to confirm it. "It's like this, we would like to invite to team up with you in the afternoon that I have a girlfriend to join our Skywolf Guild. I wonder if Miss Sue can help to get in touch?" The other party said, handing over all the gifts he had prepared earlier. Sumu Yue couldn't help but be taken aback at first glance. That turned out to be a full set of gold mage equipment, and it was a level 60. She'll be able to use it straight away when she finishes her transfer tomorrow. "This is some of our sincerity. If any of your friends would like to join, they will also receive a set of gold equipment corresponding to their profession." "Ms. Sue, you see?" Although Sumu Yue loved the outfit, she still refused. "I can't have this. As for joining your guild, I'll ask for you. Wait for my news." "Thank you, Miss Sue, you'd better accept this gift," the others said. Sumu Yi, however, said faintly, "I said I would ask for you, but I can't have this." Wouldn't my accepting it now be the equivalent of guaranteeing that he would definitely join? As a matter of fact, I can't guarantee it, so you might as well take this back with you. If he really joins, I naturally won't be polite when the time comes, but right now, I can't take it. "But Ms. Sue, if you guys don't leave yet, I'll ask this matter for you face to face." "Dare not dare not dare, we will leave now, Ms. Sue, you must help ask Ah." A few people from the Skywolf Guild were busy leaving with their things. The people from the Skywolf Guild over here had just left. Sumu Tian then walked back from outside. "Dad, what took you so long?" Seeing his old man, Sumu Yue hurriedly ran up and took his arm. "Where have you been playing again, you crazy girl? Even the people from the Skywolf Guild came to give you a gift. It looks like you really did the record this afternoon." Sumu Tian laughed. "Dad, don't be ridiculous, how can I have that kind of ability? Besides, don't you know very well how much strength I have? I'm naturally aware of that, so I'm also curious as to who that demonic genius is who can bring a double flying copy, and it only took 4 hours. You're not even going to talk about Pops?" Suki said. "This can't really be said. I promised people to keep it a secret. Isn't the most important thing for us as businessmen is honesty? You girl, you've even learned to speak to me about honesty." "That's fine, it's fine if you don't say who he is, but at least tell me what his occupation is," Sumu Tian said. Sumu Yue's eyes dripped with thought for a moment, thinking that it should be fine to just reveal her occupation. So said, "Then you have to promise me that you won't divulge that he's a royal beastmaster." "Sentinel?" Sumu Tian froze at his words. This occupation made him think of the person who killed the goblin ancestor's projection a few days ago. Are they alone? While he was thinking about this, Sumu Yue took out a large pile of things, which were clearly the loot from the iron-armored ant nest this time. "These are the loot from the copies I promised to sell for people. This is a very important friend of mine, so don't charge a handling fee. You'll hit me directly with the money later and I'll call the person." Sumu Tian didn't say anything, but stared at the equipment and loot for a moment before saying, "Wasn't the goblin ancestor projection, as well as the record of the fire stinger worm copy of the first turn quest, also made by this friend of yours?" Sumu Yue rose, looking at her father's sudden seriousness, and nodded. "He did it. Who else could have cleared the nightmare-level iron-armored ant nest in 4 hours? Dad, what's wrong with you?" Sumu language was a little worried. She had never seen her father like this. Sumu Tian looked at Sumu Yi and said, "Will you take me to him? I want to meet him." "Dad, you forgot what I just said, people don't want to be exposed," Suki said. However, Sumu Tian was the one who said, "He can't even if he doesn't want to. The divine stones in the transformation shrine all have the ability to record. Every time he transitions there will be information recorded. Nangong and Xianhe's side must already know his identity. I heard that they haven't left the transmutation shrine for a day. Now it's waiting for him to transfer. It's only a matter of time before his identity is revealed. It's not like he cares that one more person knows. Whisper, Dad really has something he wants to meet him, so help Dad, will you?" "But Dad, I don't want to lie to him, he's really important to me." The Sumu language was also a bit difficult. Sumu Tian saw this and said, "What about your mom? He might have a cure for your mom." Boom! Sumu Tian's sentence directly caused Sumudi to be as if she had been struck by 5 thunderbolts. "What did you say? How do you know?" Sumu language said in disbelief. Su Mutian sat back in his seat and picked up a picture frame on the side, which contained a woman in a red robe that looked very beautiful. You've grown up, too, and it's time to tell you some things. I've been searching for so many years, and it's not easy to stumble upon an Imperial Beastmaster genius. I really don't want to miss it. Over the years, the Jiangbei province has also discovered many divine general seeds one after another, but unfortunately none of the occupations match the person I'm looking for. Your friend is the only one. I'll tell you about your mother and you decide for yourself if you want to take me to him or not. Saying that, Su Mutian recounted the matter of Su Muyue's mother. At this moment, Fang Chen was lying on his own bed looking through the professionals forum. The entire forum pretty much blew up today when the ironclad ant nest record was set. Countless people are guessing whether the Su family's little rich girl is Su Muti, while even more people are guessing who that I have a girlfriend really is. Even if you're tugging, you're such a ing oddball. It's great to have a girlfriend. I still have the customized dolls. Fang Chen felt bored after reading for a while, so he went to look for information about the enrollment of Jiangbei University. You are definitely going to JNU yourself, so you have to do your homework ahead of time with some of the information as well. However, as he was watching, suddenly Su Muyue was sending a connection request. Fang Chen froze and smiled as he connected. Little rich girl, is it that efficient? How much did you sell the equipment for? Little rich girl? It was quiet across the room for a full 2 minutes before the sound of Su Muyue sobbing came from the other side. Fang Chen, can I bring my father to meet you? You may be the only one who can cure my mother's condition, and I don't want to lie to you. Can you meet my father? What the hell? Why are you crying? Just see me, I'm not ugly. Why do you sound as if I'm unseemly? Fang Chen said. Su Muyi was instantly amused. Put. You're annoying, I'm serious. I know the address of your house. I'll take my father there now. All right. I'll wait for you. Fang Chen responded. Chapter 31 Ling Shue's past, mythical spirit insects. Something to do with her mother? Fang Chen lay on the bed, feeling as if there might be a story to this. So while he waited for someone, he checked on the forum. There is still very little news about Jiangbei province in Manhwa City. However, Fang Chen found a post after searching around. It's a blurb post from 10 years ago. A team from the Wizards Guild was attacked in the field and suffered heavy casualties. There was no list of names in the content, and it only roughly stated that it was a team sent out by a magician that was attacked by a man. This person seemed to be very powerful and was later subjected to a siege order from the Wizards Guild. It's just a shame there's nothing more behind it. For more information, you may want to check out the JNP Professionals Forum. But there was no need for that. Su Muyue had brought her old man to herself and would have told the truth herself. Waited half an hour. Finally there was a knock at the door. Opening the door, it was precisely Su Muyue and Su Mutian. Su Muyue's eyes were red, obviously having just cried. Fang Chen, I'm sorry, I still let you get exposed. Su Muyun said with a slight apology. Fang Chen, on the other hand, shook his head. It doesn't matter, the boss of Su's auction house isn't something anyone can meet just because they want to. In addition, the Transmutation Shrine has transmutation god stones that record information about despots. It's only a matter of time before they're exposed. Come in and talk. Fang Chen greeted. Su Muyi and Su Mutian entered the room one after another. Fang Chen's home naturally couldn't be compared to the Su family's mansion. But the inside of the room was still very clean and tidy. Rather, it was a bit of a surprise to Su Mutian. Little friend is right, today, Nangong City Lord and Tutor Chiana have not left the Transformation Shrine for a day. I think that's what I'm waiting for. Thank you for meeting me, little friend. Boss Su doesn't have to be like this, we still have a lot of cooperation in the future, just remember to give me a discount when the time comes. Fang Chen laughed. Su Mutian said with an awkward smile. I heard whispers say you guys went to school together? Little friend Fang Chen, I'll be polite then, I'd like to ask you, how sure are you of controlling bugs as a royal beastmaster? Fang Chen froze. Su Muyue was not telling his old man that he was an insect sentinel. This girl is quite righteous. But it wasn't even a secret, just ask around the school. Fang Chen laughed. Boss Su, I'm an insect sentinel, I have an insect affinity, and the probability of controlling the insects is still high. Perfect control. Fang Chen naturally didn't say anything about it, it was his god-tier talent. A light flashed in Su Mutian's eyes as he sniffed, and he busied himself. Then, little friend Fang Chen, I have a matter that I need your help with, whether it's a success or not I'll pay you a huge amount of compensation. How? A huge payoff? Let's start with what's going on. Fong Chen said. He was indeed short of money right now, and bug evolution required a lot of bugs. These ones cost money to buy. But he's not stupid. What if this is difficult? What if it's dangerous? That's only if you have the life to spend it. The thing is, it's my wife, Whisper's mother. Her mother went out on a transfer quest with a team from the Mage Guild back then, and she was attacked by a master poisoner. 10 years have passed since then, but she has never awakened. I've searched all over Jiangbei province for major experts in the use of poison, but they are all at their wits' end. Fong Chen frowned when he heard this. You have to find a nurse if you've been poisoned. I'm a beast sentinel, this doesn't seem to go together. Sumu Tian was busy saying. Little friend, listen to me when I finish, we can really only rely on you this time. My wife's father is one of the elders of the Wizards Guild, a position of great power. During these 10 years, no matter if it's an 8th turn light system healer or an 8th turn poison master, almost all of them have been invited by him to treat Little Snow. The poison in Xiao Shue's body, however, was all cleared away, but she never woke up. Later, my father-in-law found Li Qingfeng, the president of the Diviners Guild, to personally diagnose Xiao Shui. The conclusion that was reached was one that none of us expected. He said that the reason why Yuki had been in a coma was because there was a bug in her head. That bug is a mythic level bug called the Spirit Devouring Bug, also known as the Spirit Bug. Mythic bugs? Fong Chen couldn't help but stare at his words. I thought, if you're talking about this, then I'm interested. Mythic level bugs, Fong Chen had only had one until now, and that was the nano-venomous bug. If one could obtain this mythical spirit bug, one could simply wake up smiling in their dreams. Can you be more specific about this mythical spirit bug? Fong Chen said. Yes. Sumyushin nodded his head. This mythic grade spirit bug is very rare and never moves all the time. These bugs aren't hard to kill, but it's rare to find them. Because their mental power is so strong, they can easily avoid the probing of a professional. The only time it's exposed is when it's spawning. The person who stole the attack back then should have gotten an insect egg and sent it into Xiao Shue's mind. After that worm egg hatched in the mind, it grew using Yuki's mental energy as food. Although it won't jeopardize Yuki's life, it's the one that will make Yuki's mental power keep weakening and turn her into such a vegetable. During this period, we gave Xiao Shui a large amount of spirit-type elixirs, which preserved her spirit power from collapsing. But if we don't find a way to save the body, in at most another 10 years, that bug will break out of the body after it's strong enough, and then it will really be hopeless. So, little friend. Sumu Tian's eyes turned red as he spoke. Sumudi, who was on the side, was also sobbing uncontrollably. Fong Chen said. It's a favor I can try, but what makes you so sure I'll succeed? He himself had perfect control. It wasn't a problem to control this bug, but he wondered how Sumu Tian knew about it. And if he were to go to Jiangbei province right now, he would be delayed for at least 10 days once he came and went. JNU will be enrolling in another month and a half. Wasting 10 days at this time is undoubtedly troublesome. With millions of troops in college, not progressing can mean going backward. Sumu Tian was busy saying. Naturally, I'm not asking little friend to go at the moment. After all, although little friend is gifted, his strength is still a bit weak. I've come over this time because I want to make good karma with little friend, and when little friend rises to prominence in the future, please also walk up for my lady. And my wife is also currently not in Jiangbei province. My father-in-law is taking her in the Magician's Guild, and it will take at least a month and a half to rush over. Fong Chen sniffed indistinctly. So it is. But you're not in a hurry. I am. It was so easy to stumble upon a mythic class bug, he didn't want to miss it so easily. Not to mention waiting a couple years. He was not going to wait a day. Thought Fong Chen said. Thanks to Boss Su's favor, then I'll also deliver. You can contact your father-in-law now and ask him to take your father back to Jiangbei province. 1.5 months later, just as the enrollment of Jiangbei University begins. I will naturally go to Jiangbei province when the time comes. At that time, I will make my move, and I guarantee it will be a success. As for believing it or not, that's up to you, that's all I can say. Fong Chen finished speaking no more. Sumu Tian looked at Fong Chen, and for a moment, he unexpectedly did not know what to say. Fong Chen was too young after all, and had still just switched jobs. Choose to believe? He didn't understand where Fong Chen got his confidence. But if you didn't believe me, wouldn't that offend Fong Chen again? Thinking about it, Sumu Tian Dao. Little friend, actually there is no need to be in such a hurry, we can wait for you. I know what you're concerned about, I'm too young in strength for you to trust. I don't really care, you could have waited 9 years to come back to me. But I still say, whether it's 9 years from now or now, I can cure your wife. Sumu Tian was still a little worried and said, Little friend, do you know that if you fail to control it, that mythic spirit insect will immediately break out of your body? I hope little friend understands my concern. Fong Chen nodded. Understood, but I still say this, I can heal now. As for believing it or not, you decide for yourself, and 9 years, do you really want to wait? With that said, Fong Chen flipped his palm and a nano-venomous insect appeared in his hand. Fong Chen seemingly intentionally or unintentionally said to Su Muti. Oh little Su, do you know what kind of bug this is? Mythic bugs, nanotoxins. When Su Mutian heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. And on the side, Su Muyi was even more busy. Dad, Fong Chen can definitely do it, 9 years. I don't want my mother to continue lying down for 9 years, and the strength of that mythic spirit bug will grow after 9 years. Fong Chen can even control mythic-grade nano-venomous insects, you should trust him. Chapter 32 Special Recruitment Quota, Sword Execution Token. Finally, Su Mutian still faltered. He looked at Fong Chen and said, Little friend Fong Chen, since you've said it all, I'll believe you for once. I will immediately contact my father-in-law and ask him to bring Yuki back. I'll be in touch then. The other thing is this girl Whisper, I heard her say that you guys were at the same table when you were in school before. These days also trouble you, soon I will bring her back to Jiangbei province, if you don't mind you can go back with us. I'll hire a mercenary group for you and take you leveling. There was anticipation in Su Muti's eyes. Fong Chen, however, shook his head and said, Boss Su doesn't have to be like this, I'm willing to help because I'm a royal beastmaster, and an insect royal beastmaster at that. I've earned it by being able to get that mythic spirit bug, as for the matter of practicing you don't have to worry about it. Yes, little friend with such natural talent is naturally not something I should be worried about, then in that case we will take our leave first. Su Mushin greeted. Before leaving, Su Muyua pulled Fong Chen and said, By the way, someone from the Skywolf Guild has approached me and wants you to join their guild, do you want to join? Fong Chen shook his head as he sniffed. No need, Manhwa City is still too small after all, wait until you go to Jiangbei University in the future. Yes. Su Muyi nodded, then left with Su Mutian. There was anticipation in Fong Chen's eyes. A month and a half later, he would be able to see that mythical spirit bug. If he could obtain that bug, his strength would certainly soar as well. It's just that his own current shortcomings are also obvious, the attack is strong though. But defensively it was only the iron-armored ants. If you encountered a sneak attack and it was too late to release the bugs, it would be almost certain death. After the transfer is done tomorrow, better be able to get new gear. Fong Chen said to himself. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, Fong Chen arrived at the entrance of the transformation shrine early. Ironclad ant carcasses are due in a few hours. He had to submit it as soon as he could. When he came, Suki language hadn't arrived yet. Just as Fong Chen was about to go ahead and submit the quest, suddenly the beautiful tutor but ran over with a smile and a respectful face. You are Mr. Fong Chen, right? Nangong City Lord and Instructor Qianhe are waiting for you, please also come this way. Fong Chen froze and asked. How do you know I'm Fong Chen? He's wearing a mask, how come he's still recognized? The beautiful mentor laughed. You're the only one here wearing a mask, so. Fong Chen was speechless, none of the people around him were indeed wearing masks. I should have known I wouldn't have brought it myself. They must have looked up the records through the transmutation god stone, so they knew their names. And here he was the only one wearing a mask, which was really a bit here and there. Since we're all at the door, let's meet. Fong Chen immediately followed the other party. It's a box. Upon entering, Fong Chen saw City Lord Nangong and Instructor Qianhe. The two men saw him stand up as well. Little friend Fong Chen, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The beautiful tutor closed the door and left, and only then did Fong Chen say, What do you two want with me? Tutor Chiho laughed. The person who has caused so much trouble within Longhua City these past few days is yours, right? Yeah, it's not against the law to set a new record, is it? Fong Chen said. Naturally it's not against the law, little friend doesn't need to be so vigilant, we've all come with sincerity. Tutor Chiho laughed. On the side, the Nangong City Lord said. It's natural to congratulate you for setting a new record, but how did you take the fire stinger worm away from within the copy? The transmutation divine stone, but it can protect the fire spike worm from being controlled. Fong Chen sniffed and said indifferently. No comment. If you're here for the fire spike worm, I'll just return it. With that said, Fong Chen waved his hand and a fire-spiked insect flew out and landed in Nangong's hand. He had more than 20,000 of these fire-stinging insects now, so what was the harm in giving one away? If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After saying that, Fong Chen was about to leave. Shiho was busy. Little friend, wait a moment, truth be told, with your strength today rising is not a difficult task. So you may not be able to see our pull, but little friend, I must remind you. Do you know why so many heavenly prides in Jiangbei province have ended up under the protection of the major guilds and academies? That's because this world isn't absolutely safe. Besides our Dragon Kingdom, there are many other countries out there. For example, countries like the Sakura Kingdom exist. They will secretly send assassins to specifically target geniuses like you. If you keep going alone, it's dangerous. Secondly, there are also many traitors within the Dragon Kingdom who will sell your information, so joining a force is an important thing, said Instructor Chiho as he got up. As a member of the Imperial Beastmaster Guild, I am now inviting you to join our Imperial Beastmaster Guild. May you be willing? Although I'm not an elder or president of the Imperial Beastmaster Guild, but with your talent it's only a matter of time before you make a mark within the Imperial Beastmaster Guild in the future. Will you? Fong Chen shook his head as he sniffed. I still need to think about it. I can understand what you're saying, and the Imperial Beastmasters Guild does fit my profession. That's why I didn't say no, and I hope you'll give me some time. Fong Chen was telling the truth. The Imperial Beastmasters Guild is the same as your own profession, so it's something to consider. Good. In that case, take this, said Xianhua as he took out a scroll. Our Imperial Beastmaster Guild is different from other super unions. Everyone in the guild except for the president and elders are called friends in one strand. There are the rules and introduction of the guild on it. If you think about it, you can directly apply to join by directly crushing it. On top of that, I can license you a special enrollment spot at Jiangbei University. I'm also one of the tutors of Jiangbei University. As long as you are willing, you can go to Jiangbei University anytime you want. Of course, if you use this special enrollment quota, then the tutor is me. If you want to study under someone else, I can also get you a special enrollment spot from another instructor, or you can enter Jiangbei University through enrollment on your own, Shiho Mentor said. Fong Chen nodded. I'll think about it. Shiho was an Imperial Beastmaster, which seemed a bit more appropriate for herself. It's just that at the moment he doesn't know what exactly is going on at JNU, so he also wants to wait a little longer. Yes. Instead of getting angry, Shiho readily agreed. Then work hard, and when you complete the third turn quest, I'll take you to a place where you can do your final sprint before enrollment. Aha! Fong Chen nodded his head. The third turn was still a bit far away. Let's talk about it when the time comes. When Xianhua finished speaking, Nangong, who was on the side, was busy standing up and handed over a piece of collar fear. Seemingly afraid that Fong Chen would refuse, he said busily. Little friend Fong Chen, this is the sword executing token of our Longhua City Guard. Common to all of the Dragon Kingdom, whether you develop in the Jiangbei province or the Imperial capital in the future, joining the guard is available. You can consider whether or not to join our guard. If you consider it, you can just drop your blood on it directly. During this period, it will record your merit value. The higher the merit value, the higher the military position, and the merit value can also be exchanged for various items. And you keep it. Fong Chen nodded his head as he sniffed. This was a good thing. As a son or daughter of the Dragon Kingdom, it is natural to serve the country. The most important thing is that the Dragon Kingdom won't treat you poorly, and in the future, when you earn merit value, you will be able to redeem bugs to use for evolution. It's a good way to save a lot of money. Seemingly afraid that Fong Chen would back out, Nangong was busy saying. We still have things to do. Young friend Fong Chen should be transferring, then go as soon as possible. We won't hold you up. Fong Chen smiled and turned to leave without saying anything more. Watching Fong Chen leave, Nangong then sighed with relief. To think that I almost sold my body to join the guard, and now I'm begging someone else to join. This genius is just great. My Dragon Kingdom has another divine general seed. Yes. Shiho also lamented. After so many years of the Imperial Beastmaster profession, Jiangbei University has successively produced so many god general seeds. and one has finally appeared in my Imperial Beastmaster profession as well. It's really something to look forward to. Oh yeah, my hurry up and fix the fire spike worm copy, it's been down for days. Nangong reacted and busied himself with the fire stinger bug and ran out. Chapter 33, Completing Second Turn, Damage Transfer. Joining a guild, although you can get the guild attribute bonus, but the same will also be subject to the guild. For example, if the rest of the guild is in trouble and you are close enough to help, this will undoubtedly change your plans. But just the same, if one is in trouble, others will come to help. So it's both good and bad. Secondly, joining a guild brings some other negative things along with the attribute bonuses. For example, if this guild has a rival guild, or an enemy, one will inevitably be affected by joining it. At the same time, within the guild may not be ironclad, their own strength is still if they are targeted, I'm afraid it's not good. It wasn't unheard of for guildsmen to defect. These were among the reasons Fong Chen had to consider. In comparison, it seemed to be better to join the guard, after all, there was no such thing as killing each other within the guard. But just as well, joining the guard would have limited freedom unless it was of high status. This was also something Fong Chen could not accept at the moment. What he needed most at the moment was time and freedom to improve his strength as soon as possible. After thinking about it for a while, I haven't seen Sumu language, Fong Chen is not waiting for more, he went to submit the task first. During this time, he saw Nangong running towards the first turn of the Divine Sense in a fiery hurry, seemingly going to repair the Fire Thorn bug copy. Not thinking much about it either, Fong Chen submitted his materials directly in front of the second turning Divine Consciousness. Soon the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations on completing the first step of the second turn quest. Ding! Congratulations on completing the second step of the second turn quest. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed all of the second turn quests and gained 100 free attribute points. Ding! The system has detected that the host has completed the second turn mission, the Divine Talent system is extracting the rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for extracting the Divine Talent, Damage Transfer. Damage Transfer? What is it? Fong Chen was busy clicking on the specific introduction. Divine Technique Talent Damage Transfer. The host can designate a type of bug under his control as the target, after which the damage received by the host will be transferred to that type of bug. Looking at the introduction, Fong Chen's eyes lit up at once. One kind. Instead of one, this is unbelievable. Fong Chen was busy looking at his current three types of bugs, the nano-venomous bugs and the flying fire spike bugs didn't have high blood counts, and the highest was still the iron armor ant. Each iron armored ant had a full 50,000 blood volume, and with himself currently reaching level 74, the bug cap should be able to reach 28,000 bugs after the attribute points were added. Each iron armored ant had 50,000 blood, 28,000 of them. What a concept! With damage transfer, it was equivalent to him having 1.4 billion blood. Although his own defense couldn't be compared to that of the ironclad ants and he didn't get to share the defense of the ironclad ants, that 1.4 billion blood. I'm afraid that even if they were to face a 7 or 8 turn big brother and they stood still and let them hack, they would have to hack for a day before they could hack themselves to death. Moreover, his iron armor ants were able to constantly split, and having this divine talent simply made him invincible. That's an awesome talent. Fong Chen was excited in his heart, and at the same time, he was busy adding up his free attribute points, changing into his level 60 equipment, and then looked at his panel information. Name, Fong Chen. Occupation, second turn insectologist. Rank, LV.74. Life value, 5,000. Physical defense, 500. Legal defense, 500. Force, 80. Intelligence, 176. Physical fitness, 83. Spirit, 966 96, 96 for equipping the Goblin King's Scepter passive, mental proficiency increased by 10. Speed, 20 meters second. Free attribute points, 0. Skills, Beast Magic, Attack Form Switching, Evolution, Control Beast Attack Power increased by 10. Generic skills, Divine Concealment Fate, Shifting Shapes. Occupational characteristics, Insect Affinity, the professional is an insect master, and has a high probability of success in controlling insects, while controlling other types of beasts is bound to fail. Divine Grade Talent, Divine Insect Splitting, boosting mental power increases the splitting cap. Current ceiling 28,000. Divine Grade Talent, Perfect Control, can activate the Perfect Control skill once, and it will definitely succeed on the target of the control used. The target is limited to insectoids, and its level cannot exceed its own level 30. Cooldown, 24 hours. Divine Talent, Damage Shift, selected Ironclad Ants, which can currently take 1.4 billion damage. Looking at this attribute, Fang Chen's entire body only highlighted one sentence. Awesome! With 1.4 billion blood, he himself was just walking sideways and no one could do anything to him. As the saying goes, you learn to fight before you learn to take a beating, and now he has the ability to take a beating. As for fighting, it's just a matter of carrying on hard. Fang Chen then took a look at his 3 types of bugs, and their attributes had all changed a bit with his upgrades. Name, Nano-Vermin. Evaluation, Mythical. Rank, LV.74. Attack power, 8,300. Life value, 5,400. Physical defense, 1050. Spell defense, 1050. Attachment effect, Intense Poison. Each attack can be accompanied by an intense poison effect. The poisoned person loses 3,200 blood per second for 3 seconds. Incidental skill, Poison Diffusion, can release a poisonous fog that will poison enemies within the range. If there are no enemies, the fog will exist for 30 minutes. Hint, the effect of poison can be increased with leveling up. Reminder, Mythical God Bugs, unable to evolve. Divine Worm Splitting Talent in effect, currently splitting, cap 28,000, current number, 27,000 28,000. Name, Flying Firebug. Evaluation, Commander Blue. Rank, LV.74. Attack power, 2,800. Life value, 2,000. Physical defense, 100. Spell defense, 100. Passive skill, Fire Armor Piercing attacks can weaken the opponent's double defense 10, the effect can be stacked, the highest can make the opponent's double defense infinitely close to 0. Hint, the effect of Fire Armor Piercing is fixed and cannot be improved. Comes with passive skill, Flight, can spread wings and fly without any consumption, speed is the same as the master's speed. Reminder, Commander and Divine Insects, evolvable. Divine Worm Splitting Talent in effect, currently splitting, cap 28,000, current count, 27 28,000. Name, Iron Armored Ant King. Evaluation, Commander Blue. Rank, LV.74. Attack power, 2,500. Life value, 50,000. Physical defense, 10,000. Spell defense, 10,000. Passive skill, Silver Armor Bodyguard. When receiving damage, it will immediately increase the effect of double defense by 20. Reminder, Commander and Divine Insects, evolvable. Divine Worm Splitting Talent in effect, currently splitting, cap 28,000, current number, 27,000 28,000. Looking at the attributes, Fang Chen was also satisfied. Although the Flying Fire Spiker bugs and Iron Armored Ants had very little, if any, blood and double defense boosts. But this magnificent data should be enough for him to sweep the entire leveling area. Level 74, third turn requires level 89, I have to hurry. For enrollment in Jiangbei University, the weakest must have completed the third turn, and the powerful ones may even have completed the fourth turn task. Not a lot of time. Fang Chen was calculating in his mind. As for bug evolution, this matter could not be rushed, the resources of Longhua City were still too little. It would not be too late to evolve when he would come to the Jiangbei province and there were more resources that he could get. Most importantly, Jiangbei province still had the kind of mythical spirit bug in Su Muyua's mother's mind, and being able to obtain this bug would help him even more. Thinking about it, Fang Chen walked out of the Transmigration Shrine. Just as soon as he came out, he saw that Su Muyi was actually standing at the door, seemingly waiting for him again. Why don't you go inside? Fang Chen asked. I finished the transfer a long time ago, I thought you stood me up, have you finished? Let's go leveling. Suki spoke expectantly. Fang Chen nodded his head. It was probably because he had just been approached by the two Qianhe to talk, so he and Su Muyi happened to miss it. However, now that both of them had completed their transfers, they immediately walked together towards the outskirts of the city. Chapter 34, Meeting Lei Yang again, calling for bitterness. Inside the Temple of Transfiguration. At this point, people had already begun to go forward to the transfer one after another. Soon a city-wide radio went off. Notice! The first turn quest copy of the Transmutation Shrine, the overwhelming Fire Spike Worm copy, has been opened from new, and the first turn quest can now be carried out normally. Fire Spike Worm copies fixed? I'll be damned, I can't wait to finally get a turn, I can't wait. Yes, how many days has it been? The efficiency is too slow, hurry up. Many people rushed towards the Transmutation Shrine upon hearing the news. And at this time at the city gates, Lei Yang and Zhang Dong were also overjoyed to hear the broadcast. Brother Yang, the transformation shrine is finally open, let's hurry up and go, it's been delayed for days. I'm waiting for experience to level up 20 in seconds now. Zhang Dong said excitedly. Lei Yang laughed. There's no rush, the first turn quest has been stopped for so many days, and the people who have been transferred in the same batch as us have all been delayed. Everyone is still on the same page. And there's a cap on experience accumulation, that's good for me too, maybe after this transfer, I'll be level 20 just like Sumu language. Let's go, maybe we'll even run into her at the transformation shrine. The more Lei Yang thought about it, the more excited he became. Suddenly Zhang Dong next to him patted him and pointed in the direction of the city gate. Brother Yang, you were right, it's really her, look. Lei Yang looked in the direction and saw that Su Muyue was coming out of the city. However, next to her there was actually a person following her. Who was this person if not Fang Chen? The two talked and laughed the whole way, looking almost like a couple of boyfriends and girlfriends. Seeing this scene, Lei Yang's fresh thoughts were instantly dashed, replaced by incomparable anger. It's a total of $1.5 billion, it's all been transferred to you, and you didn't even receive any handling fee. Su Muyue smiled and transferred a sum of money to Fang Chen. It was their harvest from yesterday's nightmare-level replica of the iron-armored ant nest. This ninny is efficient, she came home yesterday and took the stuff to sell. But unfortunately, that iron-armored ant corpse had expired due to the long delay. Otherwise it could have been sold in more. Fang Chen didn't care about this, compared to the value of those two suits, the iron-armored ant corpse could be ignored. Together with the remaining 1 billion dragon coins from before, the dragon coins he currently had on him had reached 2.5 billion. Instead, we could be scouting for some commander-class bugs and figure out how to evolve them. There were now more bugs that he could choose to evolve as well, with the flying fire spike bug and the iron-armored ant respectively. However, there was no need for the ironclad ant to rush its evolution at the moment with a god-tier talent like damage transfer, it only needed a high blood count to be enough. Currently, he still had to find a way to raise the grade of the flying fire spike insect, so that its strength would increase greatly, and it would only be more helpful to him. The two were chatting, but suddenly a figure was blocking in front of them. Only then did the two of them see that Lei Yang had unexpectedly appeared in front of them at some point. Suki language frowned. Something wrong with you? Why are you still with him again? What's so great about a trashy profession like insect sentinel? And your father wouldn't approve of you being with him again. Lei Yang said in a cold voice. Does it matter to you? Sumu language said unhappily. Who I am with is my freedom, and in what capacity are you talking to me here? I just don't want you to get cheated on, and you know I like you. Lei Yang said eagerly. Fang Chen, who was on the side, smiled at his words. Sumu language then frowned. But I don't like you, I like Fang Chen. Do I have to like you because you like me? I wish you would stay out of our business. After saying that, Su Muyue directly took Fang Chen's arm and walked towards the side. Fang Chen, on the other hand, hadn't said anything since the beginning. Because there was no need to speak, he had already killed Lei Yang in seconds. Talking would instead fuel his anger, and without talking he didn't even have a place to vent it. Wait for me, Fang Chen, trash insect sentinel, one day I'll let you know how big the gap between you and me is. Lei Yang shouted from behind. Fang Chen spoke with a smile this time instead. No need, I know now how far apart we are. You go for it. You. Brother Yang, why don't we go for a transfer first? Zhang Dong reminded from the side. Only then did Lei Yang angrily walk towards the city. On the way to the leveling area, neither Fang Chen nor Su Mudi were mentioning Lei Yang. With their current strength, they were long ago not in the same world as Lei Yang. After the senior year's transfer, those who were still classmates gradually become people from two worlds. It's the same thing every year, and no one escapes it. By the way, it was just broadcasted that the first turn quest has opened from the new, you returned the fire stinger worm? Suki language asked curiously. Fang Chen nodded. As you can see, it's only right that I return one for all the fire stingers I have. Su Muyue nodded her head, she was smart enough not to ask Fang Chen where exactly he got so many bugs from. Although there were a lot of fire-spiked worms inside the fire-spiked worm replica, most of them were illusory. And yesterday, inside the iron-armored ant nest, she had seen with her own eyes that Fang Chen releasing those fire spike insects could be real. Each one is very lethal. But it's not right, I remember that the fire spike worms couldn't fly before, but the ones you had yesterday could fly. You're not going to evolve the fire stinger worm, are you? Sumu language said, covering her mouth with a surprised face. Fang Chen, on the other hand, nodded with a calm face, as if to say again, what's wrong with this? Sumu Yue instantly laughed. Haven't you thought about the increased difficulty for those who specialize in it when the fire spikers suddenly fly? I feel that they must all be cursing you. After saying that, Sumu Yue busily opened the professionals forum. Sure enough, only half an hour had passed, but at this time, the professional forum had already exploded. How can this fire sting bug fly? Nima, I've only just gone in, the first fire spike worm hasn't been killed yet, how come a large swath of them flew over? Where's the person in charge of transfers? Look for yourselves, is this a human job? I say, how is it that the fire spiker bugs can still fly when they go out for a skulk? Does anyone care? I'm a great master of the law, but I've only decimated the average and gotten 50 free attribute points. What the hell is this fire stinging worm? Pitiful this is, who the hell has transformed this fire stinger worm? Roll out and I promise not to kill you. Could it have been remodeled by the guy who stole the fire spiked bug in the first place? He must be a beast sentinel. It seems to make sense. Imperial beast masters can make imperial beasts evolve. Is this fire spiked insect evolving the ability to fly? One random evolution from the big guy and we're all screwed. The people on the professionals forum screamed in agony, and Su Modi even saw that several of them were actually their high school classmates. You're too ruthless, now almost all the people who transferred won't be able to get the full attribute point reward. Suki language laughed. Fang Chen was also a bit embarrassed and said, this is something I haven't really considered, but the Nangong City Lord will fix it, don't worry. Sumu Yue nodded. She saw that someone on the forum had already gone to contact the Nangong City Lord, probably even he didn't expect the fire spike insects to have evolved in just a few days. So where are we going to practice today? No longer bothering with the fire stinging insect replica, Sumu Yue asked with a smile, as if she was happy as long as she could stay with Fang Chen. Chapter 35 Forest of Fire, Killer River Poison. When it came to this matter of practicing zones, Fang Chen had a bit of a headache. There were many practicing areas around Longhua City, and before the second turn quest in Huangsha Town, it was basically a protected area. There can be no protected areas from the completion of the second turn and beyond. Practicing in these places, you might be decapitated by other professionals at any time. Although the Dragon Kingdom doesn't promote infighting, if they did kill someone, then no one would shut them down. Of course, it's another story if you kill someone with an established background and they seek revenge. On top of that, even if you have the status of a garrison or a university of some sort, it's useless if you get killed in the field. Unless you were stolen by the anti-alliance or a foreign power. Otherwise the garrison wouldn't care. Of course, you're saying that it would be different if the ones killed were the top brass of the garrison. But being able to make it to the top of the guard, it's obviously impossible for the average person to kill him. Because there are only so many resources in each place, it's not unusual for friction to occur between each other. This was, after all, the age of the strongest and the weakest. There's no avoiding this kind of thing. As for the several unprotected leveling zones around Longhua City, he didn't know who was currently in charge of them. Fa Fang Chen said. I really don't know about that, you should know about it, little rich girl, right? Suki said with a smile. I probably understand some of it. The field leveling areas around Longhua City are not high leveled. At the time of Jiangbei University's annual enrollment, other than Jiangbei City, the capital city of the province, the professionals from other places are generally 3 turns and 89 levels upwards. And there are even more resources around Jiangbei City, so some geniuses or people from the big families can be the most powerful to reach the 4th turn 119 level. Even some demons, they are even able to complete the 4th turn quest and break through the bottleneck that is level 119. In terms of the leveling areas around Longhua City alone, in 1.5 months' time, even if we keep going around the clock, we will at most reach level 110, and we will still be a bit short of level 119 from receiving the 4th turn quest. That's why I'll be leaving in a few days. My father wants me to go back to Jiangbei City, where there are more resources. It's best to reach the 4th turn, and it's best if I can complete the 4th turn quest directly. Said Su Mui looking at Fang Chen seriously. You really should have thought about coming back to Jiangbei City with me. The stronger you are at the time of university enrollment, the more resources you will receive after entering the university in the future, and I am seriously inviting you. Fang Chen sniffed indistinctly. But the trip to Jiangbei City was not urgent, and he would be there himself. Not quite like going as invited. By being invited to go in the first place, that freedom is restricted. Secondly, he didn't want to be tied to the Su family, he was on good terms with Su Modi. But that doesn't mean it has to be tied to the Su family. He himself is not yet deep in the world, and he still has to wait and see more about many things. And if he really wanted to level up, Shiho would help himself. We'll talk about this later, for now where are we going to practice? Fong Chen asked. Sumu language thoughtfully pointed in one of the directions. There are 4 practice areas around Longhua City. Separate territories attached to 4 elemental world bosses. Of these, only the fire forest of the fire elemental world boss is currently unoccupied by a guild. We can go to this place to practice. The forest of fire is only an outer area, so there are few people to fight over it, but there are definitely people squatting at the fire elemental boss in the core area. Fong Chen nodded. Then go to the forest of fire. Suki language nodded. On the way, Su Muyue gave another rough description of the third turn quest. A high probability of the third turn quest is to decimate 4 elemental bosses. These 4 bosses are the weakest of all the world bosses. It allowed professionals to understand the strength of the world bosses in advance, so many turn 3 quests required the decimation of 4 of them. Of course, there's also the requirement to collect materials from 4 elemental bosses, which varies from person to person. The 2 made their way towards the forest of fire. Soon Fong Chen felt the temperature around him begin to rise dramatically. At the same time, a large fire-red forest began to appear above the plains ahead. The leaves throughout the forest were surprisingly red. There was a burning smell in the air. The fire elemental world boss should be refreshed soon, and before each refreshment a corresponding scene will appear around it because of the elemental fluctuations. For example, with the ice elemental boss, there will be a lot of frozen scenes around. Suki language explained. Fong Chen nodded at his words. At the same time, he also saw that a few silhouettes were jumping around in the depths of the forest of fire. Apparently at the world boss, someone is squatting. The 2 quickly arrived at the outskirts of the forest of fire. Fong Chen saw a ghost-like fire wandering through the forest. Where they passed, there were no trees to stop them at all, and there was a burnt mark on the ground. Apparently the trees should have been burned on the road they were cruising. Ghost fire, ghost class. Grade, Elite Green. Rank, LV.90. Magic attack, 3000. Blood, 5000. Magic defense, 2000. Physical defense, 1000. Passive skills, flame detection, fire damage reduction, can detect hidden units within 3 meters, reduce fire damage by 10. Active skill, fire spell. Surprisingly, it can reduce 10 of fire attribute damage, no wonder it's a world of fire elements. But the overall attributes are average, so let's practice here. Fong Chen said. Aha! Su Muyue said that she was about to take her staff out, and Fong Chen was busy saying, "Follow me to practice, you don't have to do it yourself, we'll just find a place to sit and wait." Yes. Su Muyue sniffed happily, with a little woman's mentality of being protected by her own man. Fong Chen then said when he saw this, "Don't think too much, you're my gold master, we agreed to pay double commission." Got it. Suki language laughed. Fong Chen also didn't want to let this niece think nonsense, and he was really short of money, so he didn't accept it for nothing. The 2 found a tree branch and sat down, and then the fire stingers and nanotoxins came out in full force. A sea of white and red insects surged towards the nearby ghost spark. Soon a system alert sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations, you've killed the ghost spark and gained plus 1500 experience. Ding! Fong Chen took a look at the experience increase, it was not bad. On average, you get almost a level up for every 100 ghost fires. And within the forest of fire, these ghost fires refresh quickly. At this rate, you can get almost 5-7 levels a day. One is currently level 74, and will reach the level 89 requirement for the third turn in 3 days at most. Speed is fine. By the way, help me see if your auction house still has commander class blue bugs. Fong Chen said. Sumu language nodded and checked it out, but quickly shook his head. No, Longhua City is too small, 100 million worms of this level, almost no one consumes them in Longhua City, many are sent directly to Jiangbei City. You're really not coming with me to Jiangbei, are you? Su Muyue pouted her little mouth a little sadly. Fong Chen said helplessly. Sooner or later, you'll be there, and you can't stick to me like that, or your old man's afraid he'll cut me. I don't give a, and my dad loves you so much, he's going to approve of us. Sumu language said, surprisingly lowering her head shyly. Fong Chen was stunned and busy. Don't be ridiculous, what business do I have with you? You've kissed someone and now you're denying it. Suki said. Hey. To be clear, you were the one who took advantage of me last time, I was passive. Okay, what's all this talk for? By the way, I have a question I've been meaning to ask you. What kind of person injured your mother back then? To be able to make a team from the Magician Guild die or be injured, the other party should be very strong, right? Speaking of this, Sumu Yue's face became serious. She looked ahead and said, it's someone that all the guilds loathe and even unite to hunt down. River Poison. Chapter 36, Alliance Traitor, Poison Master. Speaking of Jiang Poison, Su Moni looked incredibly angry. It was because of this guy that her mother had been in a coma for so many years. She dreamed of killing this person, but she could simply not do it with her current strength. And her grandfather, that was one of the elders of the Wizards Guild, even he didn't make it. Not to mention Su Muyue, who had just been transferred. This Jiang Poison, he is indeed very powerful, an 8th turn 245 level Imperial Beastmaster. Of course, it's not a sentinel now. I've heard that he seems to be very good at using poison, and has since changed his profession to a hidden occupation, Poison Master. Hidden professions? Fong Chen froze. Wasn't the hidden profession set from the beginning? Hidden professions can still appear in later transfers? Suki language explained. Hidden professions will appear every time you change professions afterward, in addition to appearing when you first change professions. But the odds aren't as good as they were the first time. This Jiang Poison started out as a beast lineage Imperial Beastmaster. The talent is very good. When Tutor Qian had cherished his talent, he brought him to Jiangbei University to study. Even got him to join the Imperial Beastmaster Guild. But when this guy was staying at the 8th turn, he even made a move to sneak attack someone from his own guild. This is also the reason why later on, within the guilds, magic crystals were used to set up the magic of no infighting. Jiang Poison was later removed from the Imperial Beastmaster Guild, and he became even more unscrupulous, stealing, robbing, pillaging and doing almost anything bad. I later heard that he broke through the 8th turn mission. This kind of person has not even died until now. The heavens are really blind. Instructor Qianhao was also reprimanded by many guilds because of this, but fortunately there is unity within the Imperial Beastmaster Guild. Otherwise, Tutor Chiho might have blamed herself for withdrawing from the club as well. Fong Chen frowned slightly at what he heard. There was even such a thing. Though Chiho was the leader of the River Poison, it wasn't like he had done anything wrong. The other guilds were going overboard with such accusations. However, listening to Su Muyue, this Imperial Beastmaster Guild was quite united within itself. It seems good if you join yourself. Moreover, Mentor Chiho was able to come out from the shadow of River Poison, but she also had a sense of toughness. Fong Chen couldn't help but increase his favorable opinion of Instructor Qianhe as well as the Imperial Beastmaster Guild by a few points. Although I'm not his match yet, this kind of person will have someone judge him sooner or later. I've heard that several Divine General seeds have already appeared within Jiangbei City, all of which are being secretly cultivated within Jiangbei University. These are all people who have high hopes of becoming Divine Generals. They'll clean up Jiang Poison sooner or later. Suki said. Fong Chen nodded his head, having mixed up to the point where everyone was shouting at him, then it really wasn't far from death. By the way, Fong Chen, you have to be careful. This Jiang Poison is rumored to have joined the anti-alliance. If you run into him, just run. Suki language reminded. Fong Chen nodded. This anti-union he did know. The most powerful forces in the Dragon Kingdom are divided into 3 parts. The first part is the garrison and the second part is the guild. As for the academy not being a power, so it's not included. The guilds and the guards are all bent on guarding the Dragon Kingdom. It's also called a coalition. And the anti-league, as the name suggests, is formed by those who specialize in sabotage. Most of them are ill-intentioned professionals, and some are spies infiltrated from abroad and so on. It's abominable. After so many years of the game descending upon the world, the nature of man remains the same after all. There is good and naturally there is bad. As he spoke, both Fong Chen's levels had also increased by 1 level each. Reach level 75. Taking a look at the bug consumption, Fong Chen realized that the Ghostfire's consumption of his own bugs was surprisingly not even close to the rate of splitting. The bug cap has always been kept at 28,000 bugs. At this rate, he'll be able to sleep without worrying about it at all. Last night itself was not a good night's rest, and greeted Fong Chen. I'll take a break while you pass the time. After saying that, Fang Chen directly leaned against the tree trunk and fell asleep. Su Muyue nodded her head, looking at Fang Chen with a smile at the corner of her mouth. The Imperial Beastmaster practiced leveling so easily, this would probably make others angry if they saw it. And I don't know how long it was. A sudden voice woke Fang Chen up. Attention, the Forest of Fire is going to be cleared, anyone practicing leave at speed. Fang Chen opened his eyes and saw a dozen figures appear not far away. It's coming their way. Fang Chen waved his hand and collected the bugs, and went down to the tree branch with Su Muyue. Soon they saw that those people were surprisingly all wearing uniforms, and they were clearly the very same people from the Skywolf Guild. You're from the Skywolf Guild? Fang Chen asked. By now the men had come closer. They didn't seem to see the bugs from before, and soon arrived close to the two. That's right. You guys hurry up, the Forest of Fire is clearing out. The others said. Why? Suki Language asked. 3 days later, the Fire Elemental boss is going to be refreshed, and our Skywolf Guild is going to hunt it. Also, by the time the world boss is refreshed, this area will be within his damage range, your lives will be in danger here, and we're doing it for your own good. The other party said, with a nice attitude. But it took 3 days to refresh, so it's a little early to be clearing out. During these 3 days, Fang Chen was prepared to directly rush to level 89 of the third turn. Fang Chen was just about to open his mouth, but suddenly the other party was stunned and looked at Su Muyue. You are Ms. Su Muyue Su? Sumu Language was also stunned. Yeah, what's the problem? The other party, however, was busy as if he had discovered a new continent. And this is your friend beside you? Nonsense, can you practice with me if you're not my friend? Su Muyue said without a good mood. The other party, however, had an immediate change in attitude. Sorry, it was my eyes, that's fine, you can continue practicing here. Practice as long as you want, we can protect you if you need it after the world boss is refreshed. Said the other man, who was busy rushing to the side of his men. Why don't you guys hurry up and go guard the surrounding area, don't let others come and disturb Miss Su and his friend. Go! Yes. That several people saw their boss giving them a look and ran to alert the surrounding area. The message was also sent back to the guild headquarters. Fang Chen and Su Muyue were still a bit confused, but they left without disturbing their leveling. They were too lazy to care much as Fang Chen released the bugs and continued practicing. What they didn't know was that the news had quickly reached Tsunami Wolf's ears. Sumu Language and her friend are practicing in the Forest of Fire? Whistling Wolf instantly sensed something and busily turned around and rushed out of the guild's main hall. The next moment he directly rode his racy Tsunami Wolf mount straight to the Forest of Fire. Inside the Temple of Transfiguration, the Nangong City Lord watched the Whistling Moon Wolf whistling past and muttered to himself. This kid is afraid that he's found Fang Chen, it's just a pity that he definitely can't pull it together. Why do you have to make this trip? Many people in the city also noticed this scene, and in their hearts, they were wondering where the Tsunami Wolf was going in this fiery hurry. Some of them, who were in the mindset of watching the spectacle, actually followed. The president of the #1 guild in Manhwa City naturally had a lot of people paying attention, especially since the Fire Spike Worm copy was open today and many people had completed the first turn quest. It was the time when the Skywolf Guild was recruiting new people. No, it's in an alleyway off to the side. Lei Yang Zhangdong and the two of them were waiting for someone to arrive. Is this cousin of yours reliable? Lei Yang asked. Zhang Dong patted his chest. Don't worry, brother Yang, I told him the information about the two of us, and he said he guaranteed that we'd be able to enter the Skywolf Guild. My cousin is a full member of the Skywolf Guild. Hey! He's coming. Chapter 37, Invitation to join the club. Lei Yang is numb. Brother Yang, let me introduce you, this is my cousin's uncle, Zhang Lutian. Uncle cousin, this is Lei Yang who I told you about before, but a light-speed shooter. Zhang Dong introduced with a smile. Hello cousin. Lei Yang had a respectful face. Zhang Lutian nodded and said. Aha! I know all your information. Nice career as a light-speed shooter, but it's a shame your family's in average condition. Cousin uncle, my parents are both senior pharmacists, they're not bad in this Manhwa city. Lei Yang said. His family's condition is indeed very good in Manhwa city. But compared to Su Muyue's family, it was obviously quite a bit worse. Zhang Lutian Dao. Your conditions were good before, but to join my Skywolf Guild would only be average. As you know, with your profession properly cultivated in the future you will inevitably be able to enter the Grand Guild, or a school like Jiangbei University for further studies. But you also have to realize that the guild is not your home. There are plenty of archer professionals out there, and there's a limit to how much help the guild can give you if you want to rise. With your current family situation, it's a bit hard to join a large guild, but there's still hope for you to work hard for Jiangbei University. Saying this, Zhang Lutian took out 2 forms and handed them to the 2. Fill this out. From today onwards you are trainee members of my Skywolf Guild. You'll be able to turn around when you've completed your second turn. Trainee member? Lei Yang was a bit upset. How could he say that he was also a lightspeed shooter, but he ended up being given a trainee member? You're still not happy? Don't pull back. Do you know how many people want to enter our Skywolf Guild? Zhang Lutian said that he was going to withdraw the form. Seeing this, Lei Yang busied himself. No, I'm not unhappy. No, I'll fill it out right here. On the side, Zhang Dong had already filled out the form and handed it over to his cousin's uncle, while at the same time saying to Lei Yang. Although Brother Yang is only a trainee at the moment, he's finally joined the number 1 guild in Longhua City. That Fang Chen kid doesn't even have a guild. Lei Yang nodded his head and submitted the form looking at the words, Skywolf Guild trainee member, that appeared at the bottom of his information and was considered satisfied. The first guild of the Longhua Society, it's not considered weak in the entire Jiangbei province, and I'm one step closer to Su Mui. Sooner or later, the one standing next to Su Mui will be me. There was anticipation in Lei Yang's eyes. And yet, say at this point. In the Forest of Fire, Fang Chen had only just sat down a short while ago. Su Muyue, who was on the side, then stood up with a slight frown. What's wrong? Fang Chen asked. Someone's coming. I just set up magical sentries around the area. It should be the tsunami wolf coming. Su Mui said and looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen froze, followed by helplessness. In the front foot, Taoist Thousand Harvest and City Lord Nangong had just looked for him, and in the back foot, Tsunami Wolf had come. That's a pretty efficient trio of forces. Then meet. Fang Chen recycled the bug and put it away. Being in Longhua City, these things can't be avoided. If Fang Chen had some scruples about not wanting to expose anything before, but now he no longer had that scruple. At least not against the Tsunami Wolf. With this 1.4 billion blood of the iron-armored ant himself, even if he stood and let the Tsunami Wolf hack away, he wouldn't be able to kill himself for 2 or 3 days. At that time, when Taoist Master Qian'ai and City Lord Nangong arrived, he wouldn't dare to do anything to himself. If he didn't have these 2 cards, he wouldn't have stayed here and waited for Tsunami Wolf to come over. A few moments later, the Tsunami Wolf descended from the sky. Behind Tsunami Wolf were several senior members of the guild. Beyond that was a large crowd of people watching. They weren't too far away and were currently pointing their filming equipment this way. At the same time, on the professionals forum, someone even turned on a live stream. After just 1 minute of broadcasting, the popularity directly exceeded 1 million. Who the hell is this guy? Such a big face? I don't recognize it. Tsunami Wolf is in a hurry to actually meet this person, huh? That little girl is so pretty. What's her name? She, is called Su Muyue, is the school beauty of our Longhua High School. I'll be damned, this is the school flower in our school that's a joke. How come I'm no longer at LWHS? Is it too late for me to transfer? What are you thinking? People graduated half a month ago. Who's that guy next to you? He's so handsome too. Sure enough, what a beautiful woman with an ugly man is a lie. A beautiful woman still needs to be paired with a handsome man. What's that handsome guy's name? So handsome. That's Fang Chen, the school bully of our Longhua High School, but he's a bug imperialist after switching jobs to waste. I didn't think the schoolgirl hadn't dumped him yet. This kid is capable enough. The Imperial Beastmaster can even hook up with the beautiful schoolgirl. He seems to have some skills. He's got a hammering talent. Lei Yang was furious, and at the moment, he and Zhang Dong were also watching the live broadcast. Next to him, Zhang Lutian didn't leave either. Uncle cousin, why did the Lord President go back to them? Did they provoke our guild? Lei Yang asked. Zhang Lutian sniffed. Ayo, I have to tell you guys about this too. Yesterday the president ordered that all the members of the Skywolf Guild must not make things difficult for Miss Su. Especially the friends around Miss Su. If you dare to make things difficult, directly kick out of the guild. Why? Is the Su family auction house so capable? Lei Yang said in disbelief. Zhang Lutian laughed. What do you know, the Su family auction house is in business and can't control our guild at all. It's mainly about that iron-armored ant nest copy refreshing earlier. What was the name of that team, Su's little rich girl? The chairman guesses that it might be this Sumu language. This Suki language must have a big brother leading it. That's the one I have a girlfriend. So the president wants to meet this demonic genius, he just doesn't know who it is. Today, I learned that Su Mui was practicing outside, so naturally I went over to take a look. Maybe that kid next to him is the big guy? This can't be right. Lei Yang retorted without thinking about it. We know that kid, he's a trash Imperial Beastmaster. How could the big guy who refreshed the iron-armored ant nest be him? He's not worthy. Yeah, uncle cousin, you guys must have the wrong guy. Zhang Dong was also busy. Uncle cousin shook his head. It's hard to say, after all, no one's ever seen who the big guy is. But then again, you two are losers. People's royal beastmasters can be on the list of rich women like Miss Su. What about you two? One is still a light-speed shooter. How come you don't even have a girlfriend? It's really a case of people getting killed and goods getting thrown away. Lei Yang was gagged on the pass. However, the live broadcast of this matter was remembered by the voice of Tsunami Wolf. Miss Su, Brother Fongchen, I wonder if you two would be interested in joining my Skywolf Guild? As long as the two of you agree, the vice president of my Skywolf Guild, or even the president, can be given to you. All resources are also fully deployed to the two of you. When these words came out, Lei Yang and Zhang Dong were completely petrified. Lei Yang only felt a lightning strike directly on his head. On what grounds? On what grounds, exactly? His own lightspeed archer was still only a trainee member. Fang Chen, a bug royal beast master, was directly the vice president? And even become the president? What the for? Lei Yang looked at his cousin uncle and said, Uncle cousin. Is our chairman out of his mind? What the are you talking about? You're the one who's sick in the head. Zhang Lutian directly gave Lei Yang a slap on the face, causing tears to come down from his eyes from the pain. If he's not sick, why did you let that kid join the union? And give it to the vice president? He's just a trashy bug royalty, huh? Lei Yang's heart was suffocating, he really couldn't figure out why. Chapter 38 Third Turning Quest, Hidden Profession. Trash Royal Beast Master? Kid, you open your eyes and look, that place is the Forest of Fire. How many people who can practice here are trash? Zhang Lutian said in a cold voice. Until this moment, Lei Yang and Zhang Dong did not have the mood to scrutinize where exactly this place was. Sure enough, it really is the Forest of Fire. The Forest of Fire, the monsters are level 90, how did they level up here? Could it be that they've already completed the second turn quest? That's impossible, the first turn Divine Stone was just repaired today. Did they? Zhang Dong didn't dare to finish his own stop. Lei Yang, who was on the side, hurriedly said. Impossible. Even if they completed the first turn ahead of schedule, there's no way they could have completed the second turn quest so quickly. It must be Su Muyue. Su Muyue's family hired a mercenary group to help her practice leveling. I didn't think that Fang Chen would even want to be on the list for this, how shameless. I really can't figure out what Sumu language sees in him. Wait. The cousin on the side but suddenly said. You're saying Su Muyue's family hired a mercenary group to help her practice leveling? Look more closely, where are the third-party mercenary groups at the scene? I asked the other brothers, and when they went there it was just the two of them, Ms. Su. So they're practicing on their own. Lei Yang frowned at his words. That's not impossible, Su Muyue is a hidden profession Phoenix mage and her family is rich. Definitely using good equipment, no problem being able to practice leveling on your own, it's just cheap for that kid Fang Chen, just a soft eater. Zhang Lutian didn't answer, this possibility did exist as well. Brother Yang, that's not the point. The point is, if they join the Skywolf Guild, then us? Lei Yang is hard to watch. In the face of Tsunami Wolf's invitation, it seemed to him that Su Muyue might refuse, after all, she had a better choice, a large guild in Jiangbei province. But Fang Chen, a person who is a soft eater, will definitely not refuse. He's bound to join the Skywolf Guild, let me sell my life under him, don't even think about it. Lei Yang said angrily. Yet just as his words fell. In the live broadcast room, Suki spoke up. Thanks to Brother Tsunami's invitation, I'll do whatever he says. If he joins, I'll join, and if he doesn't I'll forget it. Sumudi said and took Fang Chen's arm. For a while the live broadcast resounded with the sound of countless heartbroken hearts of obsessed men and women. Brother Fong Chen. Tsunami Wolf looked towards Fong Chen. He had a hunch that the person he was looking for was Fong Chen. He also came here this time just for Fong Chen. He didn't care if Su Muyue added or not to the Sky Wolf Guild. As long as Fong Chen was willing to join, it was enough. However, Fong Chen smiled and shook his head. I'm very sorry, I have no intention of joining the guild right now. As soon as Fong Chen's words left his mouth, the entire live broadcast room was abuzz for a moment. Is this kid blind? This is the #1 guild in Longhua City. Nima, this is not even joining? I want to join, people don't want it. Yeah, my mother-in-law said that only if I join the Sky Wolf Guild will I be allowed to marry her daughter. Don't give me your grandpa's spot. This is just infuriating. This kid is crazy, isn't he? When did the Imperial Beastmaster become so hardened? I'd recognize it if it were a FA master. Don't be ridiculous, our master FA is also very low-key, alright. Where are the people from the Imperial Beastmaster Guild? Hurry up and arrest them back for education. Lei Yang and Zhang Dong were also instantly petrified when they heard this. Cousin Uncle, who was on the sidelines, said faintly. See, that's the pattern. You're still too narrow-minded. I seem to understand why you can't get along with rich women. Me. Lei Yang was dumbfounded. He really couldn't figure out where exactly this Fong Chen got his backbone. In the live broadcast room, Tsunami Wolf seemed to have guessed that this would be the outcome. But he didn't get angry and laughed. Since Brother Fong Chen has decided, then I won't force myself. Also from Longhua City, if you need any help you can feel free to look for me. If I need help with the third turn mission, I'll do it myself. Thanks a lot, I won't be polite if I really need it. Fong Chen laughed. Tsunami Wolf still has a point. All of them went out from the small place of Longhua City. It is still necessary to be able to help each other. Okay. I won't bother you guys then, the Fire Elemental World boss will be refreshed 3 days later, so we'll let it go this time. Go for it. Aha! After Tsunami Wolf finished speaking, he left. Fong Chen had a good impression of this guy, being able to make the guild the largest in Longhua City. Tsunami Wolf's heart and mind were worthy. Moreover, they had directly given up on this Fire Elemental World boss, and were also making way for their own transfer. 3 days, when he reached level 89, it was just the right time to receive the third turn quest. But while they were letting it go, I'm afraid the other professionals were the ones who would have heard about it. After all, without the big guilds fighting over it, the probability of others grabbing the boss would increase. Alright, let's practice somewhere else. Fong Chen said. Su Muti froze, but quickly understood. Tsunami Wolf and the others were gone, but those surrounding onlookers clearly had no intention of leaving. They wouldn't be able to practice in peace here, so it was better to continue in a different place. Elemental bosses were mentioned before, and there are 4 of them. So correspondingly there are also 4 practice areas. Fong Chen and the 2 of them had no need to fight the world boss at the moment, so they found a random place and started practicing. And for the next 2 days, they changed places almost every day. The people who put it together are just plain shady. They all ended up having to rest during the day and come to practice at night. After staying up for 2 days I finally reached level 89. On the morning of the 3rd day, Fong Chen and Su Muyue also came directly to the transformation shrine within the city. Start picking up your third turn quest. In front of the third turning divine stone. Fong Chen directly placed his palm on it. A system message rang out at once. Ding! Congratulations on meeting the requirements for the third turn. Do you want to receive the third turn quest? Yes. Fong Chen didn't hesitate to choose directly, and the next moment the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations on receiving your third turn quest. Ding! The Transformation God Stone has detected that you have an abnormal amount of blood, and has activated the Hidden Profession task. This transformation is divided into 2 stages as follows. Stage 1, kill 4 different elemental world bosses, 100 free attribute points for completion. If you only complete the first stage, you will be transferred to become a third-turned insect sentinel. Stage 2, kill 4 elemental world bosses in no more than 5 minutes each, with an additional 100 free attribute points for completion. If you complete the second stage of the quest, you will be transformed into the hidden profession, bloodshedder insectoids. Hearing the system's voice, Fong Chen froze. Hidden profession? Chatterer insectoids? Seems like it's awesome. I didn't expect that the transformation godstone would be able to detect an abnormality in one's blood quantity. It must be a damage transfer god level talent where the iron armored ant's blood quantity is directly counted on one's own body. Although he didn't know how strong this blood chatterer insectoids was, it was obviously very powerful to be called a hidden profession. Kill a world boss in 5 minutes? It doesn't seem that hard. Fang Chen thought with a knowing smile and turned to leave the specialized room. Outside the room, as soon as he came out, he saw Instructor Chiho standing here at some point. Picked up the third turn quest? Tutor Chiho asked with a smile. Fang Chen nodded his head. This matter could not be hidden either, but this hidden occupation, he naturally wouldn't know if he didn't say anything. The third turn quest involves killing the world boss. I can't help you, but it's up to you to complete the third turn. I'll take you to a place to speed up your upgrading pace. You should know that the world boss outside of Manhwa City will help you complete up to 3 turns. If you want to reach the 4th turn rank, you'll have to leave Manhwa City. Fang Chen nodded. One more question, if I go directly to Manhwa City, can I upgrade faster than following you? Mentor Chiho shook his head. What I can offer you is the fastest place within the Jiangbei province that will allow you to reach the 4th turn rank. But how effective it is depends on you. Fang Chen nodded his head in his mind. Following Qianhe to upgrade would be faster, then there was no need for him to go to Jiangbei City with Sumu Yue. Anyway, it would take a month and a half on her old man's side, and when she finished enrolling in Jiangbei University, she would just go directly to Manhwa City to look for them at that time. Thinking of this, Fang Chen nodded his head. Deal. Finish the 3rd turn and I'll go with you. Chapter 39 Lightning Guild, Old Acquaintance Lei Gang. After bidding farewell to Instructor Qianhe, Fang Chen soon met up with Su Muyue at the entrance of the Transmigration Shrine. Su Muyue's 3rd turn quest was similar to Fang Chen's. But there was no hidden profession, she was already a hidden profession phoenix mage herself. So the chances of bumping into a hidden profession in the back are slim. Let's go, my 3rd turn quest is pretty routine, it's to kill 4 elemental world bosses. By the way, this time when we go to hunt the boss, we might run into a lot of people from Jiangbei province, so you have to be careful. Su Muyue laughed, holding Fang Chen's arm like a little elf. Fang Chen asked. That's strange, why would someone from Jiangbei province come to hunt bosses near Manhwa City? Jiangbei province is still a long way from Manhwa City by road. It didn't make sense that they would have to travel so far to come here. There was also this kind of world boss near Manhwa City. Suki language laughed. These are things that aren't in high school textbooks. Although there is also this kind of world boss near Jiangbei province has a much larger population. So per capita, it's actually not as good a grab as LW. There are too many big guilds and clans in Jiangbei province, and many of the world bosses have been dominated by them for a long time. To complete the 3-turn quest, there could be money lined up for weeks or even a month or 2. That's why a lot of people who don't have a high status in Jiangbei province or are in a hurry to complete the 3rd turn will also go to other nearby cities to gun for bosses. Fang Chen sniffed indistinctly. In Jiangbei province, the average, but to other smaller cities that can be a big brother. The probability of success in looting the boss is naturally higher. Sooner or later, we'll run into each other, and since we're robbing the world boss, it's natural to see who's better at seizing the moment, and there's nothing we can do about being robbed. Fang Chen said. Robbing bosses is too common in this world. Because the boss decimation mechanism decided that it is not that you participate in the whole process or the highest damage is yours. The only condition that determines where the boss belongs is who made the last hit. Whoever finishes off the boss last, then that belongs to whoever. Even if Fang Chen didn't put up a fight the entire time, but if he let his bugs bite the world boss to death in the last bit, the item would still be his. Of course, the others who were in the fight the entire time would get a small amount of experience as compensation. But the items that the boss popped out were not available to them. Where are we going today? Suki language asked. The two had arrived at the city gates by now. Fang Chen said as he looked in the direction. Forest of Fire, it seems like the fire elemental world boss is going to be refreshed today. Aha! Sumu language nodded, and immediately with a wave of his hand a white horse unexpectedly appeared in front of the two. Seeing this, Fang Chen couldn't help but stare. I brought it from home, and 1,000-mile horse is faster than a flying scroll. Suki language laughed. Fang Chen, on the other hand, looked at Su Muni and said. You did that on purpose. You brought this out when you had a flight scroll? The fire elemental world boss, it's not refreshed until evening, we're just waiting. Even if we go over there now, might as well ride the white horse and look at the scenery along the way. Alright, hurry up. Sumuyue said and backed Fong Chen up, while she herself sat in front of Fong Chen in a very well-behaved manner. And in the process, he clasped his hands around his waist. Fong Chen was speechless. This niece was also too proactive. It's just that I kissed you last time, and if you did, you'd still be glued to yourself every day. Fong Chen didn't want to give up the entire fresh flower circle just for a single azalea. The world is so beautiful, there are still many beautiful ladies in deep water and hot, waiting for him to save it. No words on the way. The 1,000-mile speed is indeed very good. The two of them practically circled the forest of fire before finally entering it when the sky was vaguely gray. At the moment, the forest of fire was a few degrees hotter than it had been a few days before. The dead branches on the ground broke off as soon as they were stepped on, as if all the moisture had been evaporated. With such scorching heat, it looks like the world boss will be refreshed soon. Sumuyue also put away her previous playful state and appeared to be very serious. Fong Chen nodded and said, "When we get to the place, you hide behind me. Don't forget to go where there are a lot of people, and remember to hide behind me. But you're not a berserker either, it's not good to use you as a meat shield. I can still position myself to hide behind the other team's berserkers when the time comes, and you'll be able to use your full strength," Suki said. It was normal to muddle through this kind of group boss fight scene, and it was nice for her, a mage, to find a random team to hide behind. Fong Chen, however, shook his head. "Just do as you're told." Seeing that Fong Chen was serious, Sumuyue nodded. How did she know that the wheel meat degree was now where any berserkers could match him? 1.4 billion blood, that's no joke. As they spoke, the two of them had already penetrated deep into the interior of the forest of fire. From a great distance, he could see that there was a large clearing in the core part of the forest of fire. This was the territory of the fire elemental boss, and because of its unique fire attribute, it also caused this area to be devoid of grass. Even the ground was charred black. At this moment, there were quite a few people gathered among the trees surrounding this territory. Yet every single one of them dared to take half a step beyond the thunderbolt. Sumoi said as she pulled Fong Chen to crouch down on one of the sides. Fire elemental world boss comes out with its own fire attribute aura on its body. Being within its territory will result in an extremely high blood loss per second. These people are now standing outside of the territory, waiting for the boss to refresh before they hand it. Let's wait too. But you're a beast sentinel, how am I going to work with you later? Fong Chen sniffed. You don't have to cooperate with me, you can fight what you need to fight yourself, I'll take the shot. Suki language nodded. The reason why Sentinel is trash is that it's also a problem when it comes to working with teammates. Summoners, similar to Imperial Beastmasters, generally choose to go solo. The Imperial Beastmaster, on the other hand, has to work with his teammates and has to grind for a long time, and practicing beforehand may not have much of an impact. This time, the drawbacks were highlighted when you swiped the world boss. But fortunately, she had run into Fong Chen, a pervert, and didn't need to think about cooperation at all. While the two were talking, suddenly a voice was coming from the side. Shady. Isn't this schoolgirl Sue? How come the titular schoolgirl Sue is even coming here to grab the boss? Oh, I forgot, in a small place like Longhua City, I'm afraid there aren't many guilds that can clear the field and take you solo. Fong Chen sniffed and looked. Only to see that behind them, a group of people had unexpectedly appeared at some point. The men all wore black robes with a lightning bolt symbol embroidered on their chests. It seems to be a guild. But by the sound of it, it didn't seem to be from Longhua City. When Sumuyue saw the other party, she was also stunned, and then she laughed back. Who did I think it was? Isn't this Lightning Guild's Lei Gang? How come he couldn't snatch the boss in Jiangbei province and ran to Longhua City to snatch it? How is it that in the 3 years I've been gone, this guild of yours has gotten worse and worse? Sumuyue, you're really sharp-tongued. It's not your turn to comment on how our Lightning Guild is doing. You're only as good as your grandpa. Lei just got a cold voice. Sumoni sniffed but smiled. What about you? A second turn level 89 berserker, aren't you rushing here to grab the boss on the strength of your family's guild? At least I didn't rely on my grandpa this time, so which one of us is the bigger loser by comparison? Fong Chen looked at Su Moody, that horror in his heart. This woman is really a double standard, usually in front of himself like a little elf. I did not expect that there is such a ferocious side. Sure enough, the power of love is great. But these two of them have known each other for a long time, and it looks like the conflict is not shallow. And I don't know what the relationship is. Chapter 40, wanting to clear the scene, bringing it to the ditch. Humph. Sharp-tongued, this young man is too lazy to bother with you today. But I'll make you realize what a stupid decision it was to reject me back then. Lei Gang said with a wave of his palm, and instantly someone in the crowd next to him stood out and shouted. Now this fire elemental world boss, our lightning guild has chartered it. Those who want to watch the fun can stay, everyone else just leave. If anyone dares to make a move to grab it from us later, then don't blame us for not being polite. As soon as that henchman finished his words, the crowd saw a phoenix silhouette unexpectedly fly up directly from their group. This one exploded in the surrounding crowd. Fong Chen also watched with a slight frown. That phoenix skill was the signature skill of a third-turn mage, Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens. Supposedly you have to be level 110 to learn it. In other words, this person's level was at least 110 or above as well. And on their side of the world, there is a rule. While this wild map unprotected by all parties can loot bosses and even kill people. But in order to avoid high-level professionals robbing the resources of low-level professionals indiscriminately. That's why the guard used to have explicit rules. For example, the iron-armored ant nest in Huangsha town, this kind of directly puts a limit on the copy, and you can't enter if you exceed the level. And for the field map, the garrison is prescribed. It can't be more than one level. For example, the Element of Fire World boss is a quest map for level 89 at turn 3. Then once you've completed the 4th turn, professionals over level 119 are generally not allowed to come over and help with the kill. If they are reported, the garrison will send someone to catch them. So those who could come to decimate the Elemental World boss had a maximum level of 119 and couldn't complete the 4th turn quest. That's the limit. It was just that Fong Chen didn't expect that this Lightning Guild would actually send a 3rd turn 119 leveled mage over to help Lei Gang. Looks like this kid has some background in his family. How is this going to play out? A level 119 mage, one skill down and we're all doomed. Hey, I didn't expect the Skywolf Guild to quit, only to have another Lightning Guild come in. I'm just pissed off. Why should our territory in Longhua City be cleared by a guild from Zhongbei City? Yeah, is there a big man out there to put it down? It's okay to steal the boss, it'll simply look bad for them. The crowd was talking. However, just at this moment, suddenly above the sky were several figures. When the crowd looked, they were surprised to find that it was actually someone from the Skywolf Guild. And the person in the lead was clearly the Tsunami Wolf. Seeing Tsunami Wolf suddenly appear with the Skywolf Guild's people, the Longhua City professionals present were all very excited. After all, this was the guild that represented their Longhua City. What's he doing here? Fong Chen frowned slightly at the sight of the Tsunami Wolf. Could it be that this guy was here to see himself strike? He had invited himself a few days ago and declined. Could it be that this time he was just trying to simply make sure? Seeing the Skywolf Guild's people, Lei Gang also frowned slightly and shouted. Big brother Tian Lang, long time no see. Didn't your Skywolf Guild announce their withdrawal from this hunt? What do you mean by this visit? Tsunami Wolf didn't even see him, and only then did he look at him when he sniffed. However, the next moment his words made the crowd burst out laughing. Only Tsunami Wolf asked. Who are you? I'm Lei Gang. From the Lightning Guild in Zhongbei City. Lei Gang said with a black face. As the saying goes, a strong dragon can't suppress a snake, not to mention that their Lightning Guild wasn't considered a strong dragon. You still have to be polite when facing the Skywolf Guild in Longhua City. Oh, it's you. Something wrong? Tsunami Wolf said faintly. Lei Gang's face was ugly, but he still had to try to keep his tone calm and said. I'm here to complete the 3rd turn, we're clearing out here. Big brother Skywolf, you shouldn't make things difficult for me. Tsunami Wolf said faintly. No, this time, our Skywolf Guild won't make a move, I'm simply here to take a look. That's good, that's good. When I complete the 3rd turn, I'll pay a visit at the door. Lei Gang said smugly. It seems to be saying, even your local Skywolf Guild doesn't care, what qualifications do you casuals have to rob with me? Sure enough, the crowd around them were all stifled at the words. But thinking that a few days ago, Tsunami Wolf did say that they would not compete for the Fire Elemental World boss today, they were helpless. It's not like this thing can be considered Tsunami Wolf's admission of weakness. Just as the crowd was upset, suddenly Tsunami Wolf was the one who spoke again. Our Skywolf Guild won't intervene this time, but I won't guarantee it for the others. The outcome depends on God's will. Others? Brother Skywolf, you're being too efficient, but this time I've brought along a level 119 peak 3-turn Master of Law. I don't think anyone's not open to it. Tsunami Wolf sniffed faintly. Just watch. Lei Gang also stopped talking. And at that moment on the side, Feng Chen was listening with great interest. Sumu Yue was the one who pulled him eyeball to eyeball. Feng Chen, don't misunderstand, I have nothing with that Lei Gang. It's that he courted me before I transferred to Longhua City. But I turned him down, so he held a grudge. You're the only one I have in my heart right now, I can't look at him if he's that ugly. So you're looking at me because I'm good looking? Feng Chen was speechless. You're too much of an Epicurean. Yeah, I'm all about looks, and good looks are a skill, and I just love you. Sumu Yue said and directly took Feng Chen by the arm, appearing very intimate. Feng Chen was speechless, this niece was really showing love regardless of the occasion, didn't she know that this would pull hatred for herself? As expected, when Lei Gang over there saw this scene, his eyes instantly turned icy cold. Coldly. I thought schoolgirl Sue had her eyes set high, but I didn't think she'd find a guy like this. Wearing a mask and not even daring to show his face, how ugly he must look. That's right, at this time, Feng Chen was wearing a mask and was dressed as a legal master. And under the concealment of the divine concealment fate, no one knew who he was except for Sumu language. The profession is not bad, but it's a pity that within our Lightning Guild, there are as many mages as we want. As powerful as he is, Master Fa is just a part-time worker for our family. Feng Chen smiled at his words. I'll be damned, the Law Lord works for your family? Hey, you heard all about that third turn 119 big brother just now. How can you stand it when people say that about you? I can't stand this anyway. Yeah, I couldn't stand it if I had to. Suki language fanned the flames from the sidelines. The other people watching around them saw that it was Su Mui, and surprisingly, one by one, they also followed and conformed. That's right, it's like calling you a dog. That's right, I couldn't stand it anyway, I just quit. That's right, a third turn 119 leveled Master of the Law, letting a second turn 89 make the call, who is he? Which guild can't go to the third turning Master of the Law? I won't take this if I put it on my body. Listening to the crowd all the way, Lei Gang was a bit flustered, he was being led into a ditch by Feng Chen. Don't listen to them, Uncle Long, I'm not talking about you. You are my most respected elder. Lei Gang was busy explaining. That Uncle Long, however, didn't open his mouth and didn't seem to mind this at all. Seeing that the other party didn't eat this, Feng Chen didn't bother to say anything more. Who knew that Lei Gang was unforgiving and looked at Feng Chen. So you're a sharp-tongued thing too, just be glad this is Longhua City. If this were in Jiangbei province, I would have gotten you killed long ago. What's the use of having a powerful mouth? The world boss won't still be mine later. Sumu Yue, you are also blind, if you had followed me in the first place, would there be a reason why you couldn't even brush a world boss? Sumu Yue sniffed indignantly. Don't get cocky, this world boss hasn't even come out yet, it's still a toss-up as to whose it will be in the end. We'll see. Chapter 41 Boss Robbed, Record Setting. Oh yeah? I can't wait to see it then. Ray just laughed. Yet almost as soon as his words fell, the crowd then felt the ground shake. At the same time, a scorching aura emerged directly from the clearing in front of them. It swept towards the forest in all directions. The people present were all shaken, the fire elemental world boss was refreshed. Come on. Just as there was movement over there, Lei Gang opened his mouth and urged. Almost at the same time, behind him, all of the Lightning Guild's people pulled out of formation, with 3 or 4 berserkers at the front, and the archer and Master of Laws positioned at the back ready to strike at a moment's notice. Feng Chen looked ahead, only to see a large hot wave of fire lingering around the clearing. The range happens to be open space with no trees. That circle of fire waves was incredibly loud. He couldn't help but actually put his palm into the wave of fire. Instantly he saw a flurry of damage popping up above his head. 53,000. 52,000. 51,000. Looking at the high amount of digital damage, Feng Chen couldn't help but gulp as well. With just one touch himself, Firewave had dealt damage 3 times, adding up to a surprising 150,000. Is this what happens when you have no double defense and rely purely on blood? Feng Chen simultaneously glanced at the iron-armored ants. Surprisingly, 3 are dead. After he had risen to level 89, each iron-armored ant had a blood count of 53,000. He himself just couldn't help himself for a moment and died 3 iron armor ants. That's pretty sick though. He was a full 28,000 iron armor ants. Even if you go into a fire wave and turn around and come out, it's no problem. At the moment, the crowd was attracted to the fire elemental world boss, and no one had even noticed the situation on his side. Soon the wave of fire faded away. And in the middle of the clearing, a large-sized fire elemental boss appeared. Fang Chen fixed his eyes on it, and soon the information surfaced. King of Fire Elemental, Elemental Class. Evaluation, Chief Yellow. Rank, LV.95. Attack Power, 10,000. Life Value, 200,000. Physical Defense, 10,000. Spell Defense, 30,000. Effect, Roasting, within the territory, defense is reduced by 10. Incidental skills, Wave of Fire, Flame Jet, Shield of Heavenly Fire, Omnipotence. Looking at the magnificent attributes, Fang Chen also not only lamented. This is the world boss, it's really strong. And almost at the same time, the people from the Lightning Guild next to them had rushed out. Fang Chen couldn't see the attributes of those few berserkers though. However, when faced with a fire elemental boss with an attack power of up to 10,000, they were able to top it. That's a good indication that their double defense is necessarily high. This was because it was impossible for their blood levels to carry a fire elemental boss strike. Then it can only be the damage reduction from double defense that allows them to carry it. Fang Chen looked at the few people rushing at the front, and the fire elemental boss had discovered them as well. Only a jet of flame was seen shooting directly towards the three. They hastily stopped to raise their shields against it. Almost simultaneously a series of damage values popped up above his head. 20,000. 23,000. In just 3 seconds, a whopping 40,000 to 50,000 damage had already popped up on the three people. At the same time, the one who hadn't said anything, Uncle Dragon, the legal master, finally did speak up. Nurse speeds back to blood, shooter strikes. As he spoke, a phoenix rushed up into the sky and blasted towards that fire elemental boss. It was accompanied by several arrows. Fang Chen saw that under their strike, the fire elemental boss had actually dropped as much as 5,000 blood. The boss has 200,000 blood and 5,000 blood in one hit, that's not slow. It's just a pity that my mission requires a 5-minute resolution, that's not fast enough. Fang Chen was calculating in his mind, and he had a rough idea of the combat strength of these people. The Lightning Guild's people were well coordinated, and their speed was fast compared to unusual professionals. Especially those few berserkers, who were able to resist the fire elemental boss's strike, although it was said that they were also on the verge of hanging up. But with a nurse returning blood, it was just enough to carry the day. It's doable to grind this boss down in conjunction. And at this time, there was really no one around to make a move, and the Skywolf Union didn't even care. At this point in time, it was obvious that they would be stirring up trouble. But as the crowd watched the boss not being able to fight, naturally their hearts couldn't be more stifled. What to do? Su Muyue looked at Fang Chen and asked. She didn't believe that Fang Chen would really give up the boss. That was why she had been waiting for Fang Chen to greet her with a strike. However, Fang Chen shook his head. You don't have to care, just stay grouped with me. Let them grind for a while. Aha! Su Muyi nodded and didn't say much more. Fang Chen looked at the time, it had only just started half a minute ago. He still had plenty of time. It had been waiting for a full 4 minutes. Seeing that there were less than 30 seconds left before he completed the hidden quest. Only then did Fang Chen prepare to strike. And at this moment, that fire elemental world boss's blood level had already been knocked down by the Lightning Guild by about 50,000 points. Going to make a move? Why don't you wait any longer? Suki Language asked. There's not enough time, this is as far as I can wait, they're too slow. Then why don't you just start and strike? Suki Language was puzzled. Fang Chen then laughed. Seconds at the start, or they played half in the grab, more suffocating? You're bad. Suki Language laughed. Fang Chen then waved his hand. All of a sudden, the flying fire spiker bugs and the nano-venomous bugs were like 2 torrents of water. Towards the fire elemental world boss it surged. The people from the Lightning Guild who were originally fighting the boss were dumbfounded for a moment. What was that? Looks like bugs. What's with all the bugs? I don't know, I've fought this fire elemental world boss no less than 100 times, and I haven't heard of the summon worm skill. That white bug seems to be poisonous, don't get too big to see what happens first. The legal master, Uncle Long, also spoke up. It was amazing how they all stopped for a moment. And that fire elemental world boss was also attracted by the bugs on its body, and surprisingly didn't bother attacking them anymore. Above the sky, Tsunami Wolf watched this scene, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. President? What are you? Someone next to him asked. Tsunami Wolf, however, laughed. It's okay, let's go, the results of this place are out. His words left his men puzzled. However, almost the next moment, the crowd present heard the sound of a system alert. Ding! The fire elemental world boss has been killed, congratulations to the professionals, and please keep up the good work. Ding! Fire elemental world boss kill record has been set, time, 4 minutes 50 seconds, creator team, Sue's little rich girl and I have a girlfriend. In an instant, the Lightning Guild's peoples were petrified. Instead, the others gathered around them reacted. One was simply thrilled. Holy, Sue's little rich girl again, she's bringing that big guy to set the record straight again. This record is too watered down, it seems like they've only been out for less than 20 seconds. If it wasn't for the Lightning Guild, they might have settled it in half a minute. Speaking of which, is Su Muyue the little rich girl of the Su family? She doesn't seem to have put up a fight. I thought it was strange too, her friend in the mask didn't put up a fight either. Could it be that we're mistaken? The little rich girl of the Su family is not Su Mui? The crowd was talking, and someone even posted the video on the forum, causing speculation. At this moment, Lei Gang, who had just reacted, had a face that was already blue to the core. He looked around angrily. Who is it? Stand the up, who the hell is it? Chapter 42, Human Danger, Windy Canyon. Compared to Lei Gang's anger, Uncle Long, the legal master on the side, appeared to be much calmer. He rushed his men around him and said something unknown before stepping forward and preparing to persuade Lei Gang to leave. However, Lei Gang was still angry and couldn't listen at all. His eyes swept over the crowd and finally landed on Fong Chen and Su Muyue. He charged straight through. Wasn't it you guys who screwed up? Lei Gang was so furious that he was close to making a direct move. Su Muni looked at him but said faintly. What proof do you have that we move? You. Lei Gang was furious, indeed if he had been able to find out who had moved, he wouldn't be here to dilly-dally. What do you say, kid? Wearing a mask and being afraid to meet people, did you do that? Lei Gang looked at Fong Chen. Fong Chen smiled at his words. I say, you've been robbed of your boss and you don't even know who it is yourself. How stupid is yours? Sharp-tongued, do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Lei Gang's eyes were icy cold, yet right at this moment overhead was a sudden shout. Ms. Su, our president asked me to bring you a message. He said that the wind elemental boss will be refreshed in an hour, and that you and your friends are valued guests of our guild. If there's any trouble, we'll help. Thank you, President Tsunami. Suki Language laughed. Fong Chen muttered to himself in his heart as he heard this, the Tsunami Wolf was good at giving away favors. But it was good, with them stepping in, this Lei Gang at least didn't dare to do anything to himself. He also didn't want to waste time on the Lightning Guild. By completing the third turn quest early, he would also be able to follow Tutor Qianhe to see what the place he had arranged for him to practice was. Hen. I said, why are you emboldened? So you have the Skywolf Guild backing you up. Suki Language, is that all the man you found? Lei just taunted. Fong Chen smiled at his words. What's wrong? I think she's looking pretty good. Or else find someone like you who doesn't even know who the boss is when he's robbed? For now, at least, she's still very discerning. You. Sharp-tongued, don't let me catch you in the act, or I'll kill you. Lei Gang could only leave angrily after saying that. With what the Skywolf Guild had just said, he didn't dare to really do anything to Fong Chen. This place is Longhua City after all, he Lightning Guild no matter how big he is, he still has to look at the meaning of the local snake. Not to mention that their Lightning Guild wasn't even a groundhog. Lei Gang and the others quickly left, seemingly to look for the wind elemental boss. Su Muni looked at Fong Chen and said. What do we do now? A lot of people are around and haven't left, and there's no way to take the stuff that popped out. Fong Chen laughed. I told you to be good in class on weekdays, you just don't listen. Things dropped by a world boss that are not picked up within 10 minutes will fly towards the owner on their own. We can't be exposed now, or we won't be able to grab the boss in peace next. You still want to rob? This time it was a surprise. Next time I'm afraid that Fawn will notice you. Sumu language was a little worried. It was also impossible for the tsunami wolf to follow and protect them all the time. If the Faunus found out, they would be in danger, I'm afraid. Fong Chen smiled at his words then. Everyone is supposed to be robbing the boss, how can they be the only ones allowed to do so? And he won't be able to detect it, he's a pure output mage, he doesn't have the ability to detect. Besides, this Lei Gang is so arrogant, since we have to educate him, how can we educate him only once? He'll have to be made aware of the dangers of society. Sumu Us smiled at his words. Why didn't I know you earlier? If I had known you earlier, I would have let you teach him a good lesson when I was in Jiangbei City. The two also left straight away. This led to speculation all around the room from those who were still waiting for the rightful owner to show up and pick up the pieces. And at this time on the professionals forum, many people were also talking about this. It can't really be a mistake, can it? Sumuni and that guy left too. I think it's possible, if they really killed the fire elemental boss, there's no way they wouldn't have picked up something. Hard to say, I remember it was recorded that things dropped by world bosses are attributed. If you don't pick it up in 10 minutes, the thing will find its own owner. But the point is, who can bear not to pick up the things dropped by a world boss? Looks like we really got it wrong. Who exactly is that little Su family rich girl? Are there any other big Su families in Manhwa City? Not necessarily, right? What if it's from Jiangbei City? There was a lot of talk on the professionals forum. Many people also chose to leave, after all, the wind elemental boss was going to be refreshed and they still wished to go and grab it. What if you grabbed it? However, there were still some people who stayed behind, they wanted to see where the items dropped by this fire elemental world boss would fly to. 10 minutes passed quickly. Finally, the large, glistening pile on the ground began to move. One by one, they directly flew up, and soon surprisingly flew in one of the directions. Many professionals started to catch up, wanting to see who the rightful owner was. However, these items are too fast. Soon the crowd was left behind. However, many people on the forums saw the scene and speculated. Wasn't this direction exactly where the wind elemental world boss was refreshed? Could it be that the big guy who just grabbed the boss was really in the crowd too? Just chose to leave to avoid blowing your cover? So is it the two of them, Suki language or not? For a while, the people on the professionals forum were a bit confused. The way this was going had left them all a little guessing as to who the big guy who had robbed the world boss was. And at the same time, many people rushed towards the place where the wind elemental world boss was refreshed. Someone on the forums even started a group invite. Go together to squat over the wind elemental. Yeah, that big guy went over to the wind elemental side too, so maybe we'll see him strike. It's so exciting, even if you can't grab it, it might be cool to see the big guy second the world boss. So many bugs are too powerful, and I don't know if it's a summoner or an imperial beastmaster. I have a feeling it's an imperial beastmaster. In the future, whoever the hell is talking to me about imperial beastmasters being weak, let's see if I don't blow his head off. Windy Canyon. The place where the wind elemental world bosses are refreshed. This area is an extremely wide canyon. At this time, quite a few people had already gathered within the canyon. Lei Gang didn't pretend that he was going to clear the room this time. But by the looks of it, it's clear that it's going to be in the fray as well. Fong Chen and Su Muyue were currently standing outside the canyon. The items from the fire elemental world boss have just arrived. However, the wind elemental world boss refresh was imminent, so they couldn't be bothered to look at it. The two of them saw more and more people coming around, so they mingled in the crowd and hurried over. Inside the canyon. Lei Gang frowned slightly. Uncle Long, you say it's too unlikely. To come here to fight a boss when you're over level 119 of the 4th turn, that's wanted by the guard. I have a feeling that the other party might be some kind of hidden profession, it's unlikely to be a high-level professional. Uncle Long said. The possibility you mentioned is also there, but just to be on the safe side, I've already had someone contact the Jiangbei City garrison to check it out. If a high professional really did strike, they can find out on their end. If not, then you have to hold your temper. To be able to take down the fire elemental world boss in seconds, the opponent's strength cannot be underestimated. It's just a pity that I'm not very good at scrying and I can't find out where he is. Lei Gang nodded his head, a flash of sternness in his eyes. It's just that this wind elemental is too tight for time. If he still dares to come, I'll let Pops transfer Uncle Wind over. There are still 2 world bosses anyway. When the time comes, I'll definitely uncover him and see who dares to steal the boss from my old man. Chapter 43 Lei Gang Crouching, Blade of 1,000 Winds. What a bright icon! The two Fangchen had just entered the canyon's confines. It was then that a large, shimmering silver icon appeared in the crowd in front of them. And the icon was marked by none other than a lightning bolt. This is the Lightning Guild's icon, they lit it up. This Lei Gang is really shameless. Sumu Language said indignantly. Fangchen also saw this scene, but he didn't feel anything. Lei Gang did converge a bit this time and didn't directly open his mouth to clear the room, but once this icon was lit up, it still had some effect. The icon itself didn't mean anything, but the guild that the icon represented, that still had some weight to it. Especially since the Lightning Guild was still a guild from Jiangbei province. I say, that group of people over there are from Jiangbei City Lightning Guild, huh? You just realized, they just got robbed of the boss in the Forest of Fire by our demonic genius from Longhua City, and that's why they rushed over to grab the Wind Elemental boss. I go, is that the one where I have a girlfriend? Seems like it, after all. The captain of the Su family's little rich girl team is a little rich girl usually doesn't excel at fighting and killing, right? I'm so envious, strong strength and a little rich girl to help, how come I can't run into this kind of good thing? Wake up, it's precisely because people are strong that they can run into little rich girls. The difference between you and the big guy isn't the little rich girl, it's the strength. There was a lot of chatter around the crowd. Not enough for many people to discuss the point of not being that, but I say, let's give up this time or else. Lightning Guild, although it's not the strongest in Jiangbei province, it's not weak either. Yeah, and there's a high probability that people like us, whose strength and talent aren't too outstanding, will be joining such a guild in the future. Otherwise, don't grab it from them this time. If you offend them, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome to join the union in the future. Many people who were talking unconsciously took a few steps back, making way for the place where Lei Gang and the others were. Seeing this scene, Lei Gang's heart then felt a little more comfortable. This is how he should be treated as the youngest son of the Lightning Guild. The attitude of Fangchen and Su Mudi before, that was simply a rare sight. Lei Gang even wondered if he hadn't made the right entrance. Lei Gang was enjoying the envious gazes cast by the crowd. Suddenly he saw that two familiar figures in the crowd had actually walked over. If it wasn't Fangchen and Su Mudi or who else? It's you two again, this time I'd like to see if you're the ones who robbed my boss or not. Saying that, Lei Gang directly walked towards the two Fangchen. Fangchen and Su Mudi originally didn't want to take care of him, so they blended in with the crowd and stayed away from him. I didn't expect this guy Lei Gang to run over again by himself. Are you sick? Why are you rushing over? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Seeing Lei Gang, Su Muyue was speechless. Fangchen, on the other hand, stood by the side and smiled as he watched the little rich girl dislike him. That's a really big gap between how you treat yourself and how you treat others. Sumu Language, how to say we are also middle school classmates, although in the end you didn't follow me, but at least we are old acquaintances. I just can't figure it out, what is that kid all about? Can he make you follow him with such devotion? This Jiangbei province against is some of the origin of the people, there is really no I do not recognize, you say he is in the end who? Is it any of your business to be sick? Su Muyue lazily ignored him and turned around to stop talking. Fangchen, who was on the side, laughed. I'm afraid you don't want to know who I am, but rather you want to see if it's the boss we robbed or not, right? Lei Gang sniffed and frowned slightly as he coldly said. Though I'm surprised how you read my mind, but yes, I'm going to see if it was you guys who robbed the old man's boss or not. I was careless last time, this time I'm not going anywhere, I'll just stand by your side. I'd like to see who the person who robbed my boss is. You. Su Muyue sniffed with anger and worry. She then went so far as to directly burrow into Fangchen's arms and rushed at Lei Gang. Then you'll watch, and I hope your heart isn't too clogged. You. Lei Gang was so angry that he didn't have a heart attack at the demolition point. This ing show of love to his face, in normal times I'm afraid Lei Gang would have stormed out. But this time he could still only endure, after all, without evidence he wouldn't dare to strike here even if he was angry. Especially after Tsunami Wolf made it clear that he would help Fangchen if needed. He was even more afraid to make a move against the two easily. Otherwise he might not even be able to leave Longhua City peacefully. However, how could he know that it was still good that he didn't make a move? If he dared to make a move, I'm afraid that he really wouldn't be able to leave Longhua City. As he was talking, suddenly within the entire canyon, it was a gust of wind that blew up. The gale was so strong that it actually caused a series of whimpering sounds to resound throughout the canyon. It sounded like a ghostly cry. But anyone who knows the wind elemental boss knows. This was the movement that would inevitably occur when the wind elemental boss appeared. As long as it persisted for a few seconds, this gust of wind would naturally dissipate. Sure enough, the gale soon began to abate. Almost at the same time, Fang Chen saw that within the canyon in front of him, a huge wind tornado appeared, and that was what the wind elemental boss looked like. King of Wind Elemental, Elemental Class. Evaluation, Chief Yellow. Rank, LV.95. Attack Power, 10,000. Life Value, 200,000. Physical Defense, 10,000. Spell Defense, 30,000. Effect, Wine Condensation. Within the territory, the speed is reduced by 10. Attached skills, Wind Wave, Wind Shield, Blade of 1,000 Winds. Looking at the attributes, Fang Chen nodded his head. The basic attributes of this Wind Elemental boss and Fire Elemental boss were almost the same. It seemed that the 4 bosses in this third turn quest should all be about the same strength. Just the skills will be different. While Fang Chen was thinking about it, the group of professionals on the side were already striking. The Lightning Guild's people took the lead and set up a battle. The other professionals hid behind them. However, Lei Gang really didn't go over there yet, and his gaze stayed on the two Fang Chen. Fang Chen didn't bother to talk to him and just watched quietly. He had 5 minutes, not that he was in a hurry. Within the territory of this wind elemental boss, the speed will be reduced by 10, and it should have an effect on your own bugs as well. And both wind elemental and fire elemental bosses have powerful group damage abilities. The fire elemental boss may not react before being killed in seconds. However, the wind elemental was different, and the slow speed of one's bugs would likely give this wind elemental boss time to react. I'm afraid I'm going to lose a lot of my own bugs by then. So Fang Chen was also waiting for his chance. The biggest difference between a group fight and a team going solo is speed. With the help of the other professionals, the wind elemental boss's blood dropped much faster. In just 1 minute, 1/10 of the blood went down. It also made those present excited and energized. However, right at this moment, a sudden gale centered on the wind elemental boss and swept directly in all directions. Fang Chen's brows furrowed slightly as he watched. This was precisely the wind elemental boss's biggest kill move, Blade of 1,000 Winds. The moment the gale swept through, the shields of the several berserkers at the front were slashed by the gale, and their blood levels were rapidly dropping. One of them was busy shouting. "Everyone in a defensive stance, nurse with blood. There are too many people attacking in groups. The wind elemental boss is releasing the 1,000 wind blade early. Top it off with 2 waves and it's solid." Fang Chen nodded as he listened. This man had a lot of experience. However, Fang Chen wouldn't give them the chance to hold out twice. He was already preparing to strike. Chapter 44. Striking again. Lei Gang gets crazy. Whether it was a wind elemental or fire elemental boss, in the end, they were all law bosses. The biggest characteristic of the law boss is the skill CD problem. Especially the more powerful the skill, the longer the CD time. It was even rumored that some of the forbidden spells of the law system had CD times in days. If the lawgiver had an infinite CD ability, it would be almost a walking spell machine gun. What Fang Chen actually wanted the most after crossing over was a walking spell machine gun. It's just a shame that reality is always different from thinking about it. Good thing there's a system. It's not bad to be a controller with an army of 10,000 bugs. And the wind elemental's Blade of 1,000 Winds had a CD time of 8 minutes. In other words, they could grind down a large portion of the wind elemental boss's blood level as long as they carried it through this time. When the time came, you would be able to take care of the boss by resisting the Blade of 1,000 Winds once hard. The wind elemental boss simply didn't have time to release the third 1,000 wind blade. It's just a shame that plans never catch up with change. Though Lei Gang was a bit irritable, he wasn't actually stupid. He also knew very well that he had to use an army of bugs to deal with the world boss, so after the first and second waves of the 1,000 wind blades were released were good opportunities to attack. Especially after the second wave, because that's when the boss has the least amount of blood, both in terms of probability of success and damage to its own bugs. But after seeing how the fire elemental boss was instantly secured, he couldn't guarantee that his opponent would not strike after the first wave of 1,000 wind blades. So at this moment, his gaze was always on Fang Chen. Fang Chen naturally noticed it as well, but it was just a pity that what was the point of staring at himself? It's not like the bugs came out of him. With the Dantian bug nest, those bugs could appear anywhere within 100 meters of the square garden centered around Fang Chen. Louis Kong couldn't detect it after all. Sure enough, the moment the Thousand Wind Blades attack had just stopped, the entire ground around the Valley of the Winds then opened up with a mound of dirt rising up. Seeing this scene, each of the other professionals around them first stared blankly, followed by what seemed to come to mind. Surprisingly, they all chanted, "It's bugs, it's an army of bugs, that genius is here again. Big man don't give a chance don't rob. Naya, it can't really be an army of bugs. It's over, the big guy has made a move, this wind elemental boss is gone again." Many of the surrounding professionals had even given up on striking out. Seeing these bugs had almost pronounced that this wind elemental boss was wanted. Lei Gang's gaze was dead set on Fang Chen, yet he couldn't see anything. Fang Chen looked at Lei Gang with a smile and said, "Why don't you go help? The bug army could show up." Lei Gang said in a cold voice. "Humph. I told you how it could be you, Sumu language is really blind. When I catch the mastermind behind the control of those bugs, I'll come back to settle things with you for stealing a woman from me." After saying that, Lei Gang turned around and rushed towards the battlefield. At the same time, Fang Chen heard Uncle Long within the Lightning Guild shout, "There's still a chance, all of them strike towards those bugs." Yes. The Lightning Guild's people were still cooperating well. As soon as Uncle Long opened his mouth, all of a sudden those shooters turned their direction towards Fang Chen's bug army and prepared to fire. Fang Chen's eyes went cold at the sight, but it was too late in time. In the heat of the moment, Fang Chen directly waved his hand. Only several more mounds of dirt rose from the ground. And this time, it was surprising that thousands of iron-armored ants had directly appeared. The moment the iron-armored ants appeared, they quickly gathered together. Forming a wall of iron-armored ants, it blocked those attacks from the Lightning Guild. However, at the same time a message of iron-armored ant casualties rang out in Fang Chen's mind. "Ding! You've lost an ironclad ant! Ding! You've lost an ironclad ant!" The Lightning Guild's people still had some strength, and Fang Chen's face was ugly as he listened to the system's voice. His own bugs could split, but he had never been a fan of mass consumption. "I didn't realize that I didn't consume much by fighting the boss, but instead, I was consumed a bit by the Lightning Guild's people." This made Fang Chen's heart very unhappy. However, at this time, after the wall of iron-armored ants, the nano-venomous bugs and flying fire spike bugs were the ones that had completely wrapped up the wind elemental boss. In just less than 20 seconds, a voice rang by the ears of every professional within Longhua City. "Ding! The wind elemental world boss has been killed, congratulations to the professionals, and please keep up the good work." "Ding! Wind elemental world boss kill record has been set, time, 1 minute 50 seconds, creator team, Sue's little rich girl and I have a girlfriend." Sure enough, it's the big man striking again. This I have a girlfriend in the end, who is it? And this Sue family little rich girl, there is who? I don't want to know who they are, I just want to know how the hell they did that, straight up second boss. Look at the forums for this one, someone already posted the video. On the professionals forum, someone did post the video. And there are many more versions, all from different perspectives by different professionals. Although the wall of iron-armored ants blocked the view of many people, there were still many professionals who captured the scene behind them. Only to see countless flying fire spike insects and nano-venomous insects directly wrapping up the wind elemental boss. Soon a series of damage emerged from the fire elemental boss. 3,000. 3,000. 10,000. 10,000. At first, the damage that bubbled up was still very little, but gradually the damage became higher and higher, eventually settling at around 10,000 damage each time. And yet still not in less than 20 seconds, it was dead. Seeing this video, a group of professionals were dumbfounded. 10,000 points of damage at a time, that wind elemental boss will only do 200,000 damage. The horror, did you guys see that? 20 seconds, most of which was spent on those red bugs up front. Yeah, those red bugs seem to be able to break the wind, they look like fire stingers. What do you mean as if? That's the fire spike worms, damn it. No wonder it's so powerful, so many fire spike worms, this is going to break the defense. And then let the nanotoxins attack, I'm afraid if I don't need a windbreaker, I'll settle the fight in 2 or 3 seconds. That's horrible, who the hell is this big guy? Once again, the forums are blowing up. And at the scene, Louis Kong once again failed to find the killer. Looking at the video of the wind elemental boss being killed in seconds on the forums, his entire being simply freaked out. Who the hell is it? Who the hell is robbing my boss? Who the hell is it? Ray just freaked out. And Fang Chen, who was on the side, frowned slightly and directly turned around to leave. Sumu Yue sensed that he was in a bad mood and didn't dare to talk too much, but just followed beside the two of them and quickly left the place. It wasn't until he walked out of the Valley of Winds that Fang Chen asked. Unprotected area killings. What are the consequences? Sumu Yue froze, feeling her heart tremble. Fang Chen was truly angry. Usually there are no consequences, but it also depends on the background of the other person. Is it because the Lightning Guild took a shot at your bugs? Sumu Yun said worriedly. Fang Chen said in a cold voice. They killed 10 of my iron armor ants. Although the iron armor ant's defense was not as good as the world boss, its blood quantity was also very good. 10 of them would be 500,000 blood, and with low double defense the damage they dealt was naturally higher than the damage they dealt to the wind elemental world boss. This was also the reason why the nano-venomous bugs and flying fire spiker bugs were quick in decapitating the wind elemental boss. If they were slower, I'm afraid that the iron armored ants would have lost even more. Sumu Language Heard also said with righteous indignation. It's simply too much. You only have tens of thousands of iron armored ants, how dare they kill 10 of yours? This revenge must be avenged. Honey, you tell me what to report. I'll listen to you. Fang Chen sniffed and looked at Su Mudi and said. You're getting sloppy with me. When was I your husband? And with 7 dead out of tens of thousands, you think I can't hear the refrain? Alright, killing them isn't so bad, but if they take a shot at my bugs, it's the same as taking a shot at me. The next 2 bosses, I won't be polite with them either. Sumu Yue sniffed and busied herself with coming over. So husband you, what are you going to do next then? Fang Chen sniffed helplessly. Don't call me husband. It makes me old. Suki Language nodded. Yes, husband. Fang Chen. Chapter 45, Advanced Sneaking, Where to Crawl. The rewards dropped from killing the wind elemental boss flew over by themselves after minutes. And at this moment, Fang Chen was already on his way back towards Longhua City with Su Mudi on a 1,000 miles horse. Suki Language said as she checked the message. For world bosses, the final water elemental and thunder elemental bosses will be refreshed 2 and 5 days later respectively. In these 2 days, I'm afraid that Lei Gang and the others will be looking for help, and will have to be careful with the water elemental boss 2 days later. Fang Chen nodded. 2 and 5 days are fine time-wise. Although there would be time in between for Lei Gang and the others to prepare a response, it was all the same to Fang Chen. Before, he might have had to worry about the lives and deaths of other professionals, but the Lightning Guild had taken a shot at their own bugs this time. It had already left him without the slightest bit of compassion. Since they were able to make a move, then don't blame yourself for not being polite. 2 days later, water elemental, I'll take it. Let's see the harvest first. Fang Chen said, while there was still time to return to the city. Just in time to give the harvest in inventory. Suki Language nodded. Fang Chen took out all the stuff from decapitating the 2 bosses. Without seeing it, even Fang Chen couldn't help but be a little red-eyed at this glance. The fire elemental and wind elemental bosses combined had exploded a total of 3 pieces of equipment. Plus 2 skill books. As well as 1 wind elemental and fire elemental crystal core each. There are several types of equipment: weapons, tops, bottoms, breastplates, gloves, and shoes. In addition to that, there is a ring and a necklace each. And among the equipment that popped out this time, there was a ring trinket. Ring of the Elemental King of Fire, jewelry. Grade, Yellow Chief. Required level, LV.95. Intelligence plus 200. Increase fire magic damage plus 10. Set effect Fire Elemental set, gather 2 rings and necklaces to summon a fire elemental projection to help in battle, duration 5 minutes, CD 1 hour. Occupation required, Magician. Looking at the attribute introduction, Fang Chen sighed. Not adding spiritual power and being suitable for magicians was not relevant to him. Sumu Language seemed to still have some interest and said. This equipment is estimated to be worth quite a lot of money. When I turn around, I'll auction it off for you and give you the money. Fang Chen nodded his head. Sumu Yue, this niece he knew too well. This time, I am afraid that another piece of dividends also do not want, but he is also lazy to persuade. After all, Sumu Language's family conditions and their own are not the same. Rich women naturally have rich women's condescension. The 2 remaining pieces are Fire Elemental King Staff. Grade, Yellow Chief. Required level, LV.95. Attack power plus 3000. Intelligence plus 300. Mental strength plus 200. Chanting speed reduced by 20. Increase fire magic damage plus 10. Occupation required, magician. Looking at the introduction, Fong Chen was helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Elemental boss itself occupation is the law, so the probability of bursting out of the law equipment is normal. As for whether or not Su Muyi wanted it, that was her business. The last piece is a wind elemental boss drop. Shoes of the King of Wind Elementals. Grade, Yellow Chief. Required level, LV.95. Speed plus 50. Jump plus 50. Incidental skill, wind speed, temporarily increases speed by 100 after use, lasts for 10 seconds, CD 1 hour. Occupation requirements, assassin, swordsman. Looking at the introduction, Fong Chen was somewhat helpless. This equipment would be great if I could have it myself. It doesn't add mental power, but it's great for speed and jumping. Especially the wind speed skill, which could boost speed by 100 when it mattered, was definitely something that could change the battle. The CD is a bit long, but it works absolutely fine. It's just a shame it's from another profession. Just as Fong Chen lamented the fact that none of them were even suitable for him this time. On the side, Su Muyi was excited. Fong Chen. Look! Advanced sneaking, don't sell this skill, keep it for yourself. Fong Chen froze and took the skill book handed over by Su Muyi. Advanced sneaking. Generalized skills. When used, it puts you in a sneaking state, so you won't be exposed when attacked, and the state disappears after an active attack. The introduction was short, but Fong Chen understood how precious this advanced sneak was. Advanced stalking sold for a sky-high price of $5 billion last time our auction house sold it. It's priced to sell, not many people will even put it up for sale. Really don't sell it, I can give it to you if you're really short of money, but good things don't come across all the time. Suki said. Fong Chen nodded his head, this ninny was really good. And he knew exactly what this advanced sneak represented. There are two types of sneak skills, a low-level sneak and a high-level sneak. Low-level sneak can sneak for 10 minutes per use, and taking damage and initiating a strike immediately ends this state. It's a must-have skill for many people, and it's not expensive. However, advanced sneak is sky-high. The main reason for this is that advanced sneak has no time to use, and stays hidden as long as you don't strike. Although it will also be found by probing type skills. But the hidden state doesn't go away. And being in hiding all the time, that would be a natural advantage somewhat. For example, a team with a scout mage diviner spots you, but the others still can't see you. Then unless the matchup is really good, the others can't see you and that attack is naturally messy. And beyond that, there's a difference. That is, advanced sneak allows a professional in sneak to be in sneak, whether it's something summoned or controlled. For example, if Fong Chen was a royal beastmaster, after he turned on advanced sneaking, the bugs under his control would also be in a sneaking state. If the opponent didn't have a scout-type profession, Fong Chen could completely send the bugs to the boss silently, and the moment they appeared the boss was basically seconded as well. It's an absolutely divine technique. This is also for the reason that both are equally sneaky, but the value is vastly different. This skill is quite useful to me, so use it yourself. Fong Chen said, while directly choosing to use it. Ding! Congratulations on learning the general skill, advanced sneaking. Try it. Suki spoke expectantly. Fong Chen nodded his head and took out a nano-venomous bug. Then directly used the advanced sneak skill. Su Muyi then saw that the nano-venomous insect in Fong Chen's hand had indeed disappeared. Can you feel it? Suki language asked. Fong Chen nodded. I can't see it, but I can feel it, try it. Said Fong Chen as he placed his hand on Su Muyi's arm. Soon Su Muyi felt as if there were bugs crawling on her neck. It tickles. I don't have detection magic, and alert magic can't detect it. You can't really feel it unless it's touching your skin. Awesome. Fong Chen nodded his head, grabbing bosses after having this skill was simply too good to be true. He was just thinking about it, but who knew that Su Muyi beside him was suddenly shouting. Fong Chen, what are you doing? Where is that worm crawling? Why is it crawling down? Get him back, ah no! Fong Chen woke up only to realize that he was only slightly distracted, and the nanovirus bug had actually crawled along Su Muyi's neck towards the inside of someone's collar. It's simply humiliating. Fong Chen was busy waving his hand to put away the bugs and said awkwardly. Sorry for just wandering off, it's probably been a while since he's climbed a mountain. You! Su Muyue's pretty face turned red with anger, and she fiercely twisted Fong Chen's arm. Fong Chen laughed. Alright, hurry up and read the last skill book. If you can use it, it's yours. Consider it compensation for the nano-vaxxers molesting you. Chapter 46 Holy Light Field, Danger Warning. Su Muyue's pretty face was slightly red, her mind recalling the words Fong Chen had just said. He probably hasn't climbed in a while. Unable to help herself, she actually looked down and muttered to herself in her mind. Is he complimenting me on my size? Thinking about it, Su Muyi rushed at Fong Chen. Hooligans! Pervert! You're disgusting! Fong Chen was somewhat baffled and could only pick up the last skill book and read it himself. At first glance he laughed. Fine, since you're calling me a pervert, I am. This skill book looks like you don't want it, so I'll go back and find some other beautiful light system mage to give it to. And a kiss in return. What did you say? A light skill book? Show me. Su Muyue's eyes instantly lit up. Illuminati spellbooks are rare. And the profession itself is rare. It's common to see a lot of 4 attributes in the general profession of magician. For example, fire, wind, thunder, and water. Light is more of a holy light class, and in addition to being great at controlling the field, it has a natural restraining effect on inferno monsters. And in this world, the truly powerful monsters are hidden within hell. That's why a light wizard is very sought after. Light-based spellbooks are naturally worth a lot of money. Field of Holy Light. Illumination Grimoire. Use level, LV.95. After the release of the skill, it can form a holy light field within the surrounding kilometers, so that the enemies in the field of holy light lose 2 of their blood per second, and 5 of the monsters of the hell class. At the same time, the enemy will reduce the double protective armor by 5, and the geographical monsters will be 10. Reminder, this skill only consumes demonic crystals, and requires 2 demonic crystals per hour. Watching the introduction, Su Muyue's eyes went straight. This holy light field skill was simply too heavenly, it was simply a must-have buff skill for leveling in group battles. Deducting blood while also lowering the opponent's defense is especially draining against infernal monsters. This is simply a godly level for light wizards. Of course, the downside is still obvious. The consumption was surprisingly demonic crystal cores. Demon crystal cores are materials that can only be popped out by Inferno-class alpha-level yellow monsters. Crafting equipment and many other side professions can use it, so it's worth a lot. A demon crystal core could be sold for roughly 50 million dragon coins. Consuming 2 an hour, that's $100 million. Even a little rich girl like Su Muyi couldn't help but feel a flesh ache. The consumption is great in the early stages, but when you're powerful, you can completely brush the demon crystals on your own. There's absolutely nothing wrong with this skill. Gathering monsters divine technique. Don't be ignorant. Fong Chen said. Su Muyi nodded and was just about to take it. Instead, Fong Chen put the skill book back and said in a serious manner. I'm a pervert, I have to save this skill book to find a beautiful magician to give it to, at the cost of at least a fragrant kiss. Su Muyue smiled at his words. You're annoying, so vindictive. Who knows if the nanotoxins were just there on purpose by you? Bring it here. With that, Su Muyue snatched the skill book. Am I that kind of person? Besides, if I really had that in mind, would I have let the nanotoxins go? I'm usually good in person. Before Fong Chen finished his sentence, Su Muyue actually directly pasted over. Both hands wrapped around Fong Chen's neck and directly kissed him. I don't know how long it was until I heard the sounds of bustling in the city of Manhwa. Only then did Sumu language let go, her pretty face flushed red as she said. I'll be 18 in a month and I can't right now. Fong Chen was filled with embarrassment and said. It's not my fault, it's the weak willpower. So what, to Longhua City, sell your stuff in the next 2 days. See you in 2 days. I'll go first. After saying this, Fong Chen directly jumped off his horse and disappeared into the city in a puff of smoke. The current state of Sumu language hid a smile and left as well. On the way home, Fong Chen recalled the wonderful time he had just had. The heart was in the right place. He asked himself to be a person with very good stamina, but he didn't think that there would be a time when he couldn't hold it. But it can't be helped, men. Once desire is up, all that's left is instinct. When he arrived home, Fong Chen took a cold shower, which calmed his hot body. This time, he had robbed 2 world bosses, and he had completed half of his 3rd turn quest. And 3 pieces of equipment plus 2 skill books as well as 2 crystal cores. It should sell for quite a bit of money. It was a pity that there were no commander-level blue bugs in Manhwa City, so I'm afraid that if I wanted to make the bugs evolve, I would have to wait until I went to Jiangbei province. There's no rush on this, just build wealth for now. When you get to LW, you'll get a wave of luxury evolution directly, beautifully. As for the last 2 bosses, Feng Chen thought about opening the professionals forum. At this point the forums had been swamped with all sorts of posts about grabbing the boss, and the I have a girlfriend speculation. Feng Chen casually flipped through 2 and saw. Who the hell is this I have a girlfriend? I don't know, but this name is too much of a dog, right? If you have a girlfriend, just have a girlfriend, as to come out to pretend? I don't have a girlfriend, this wave breaks the defense. Your Honor, neither did I. Is that little rich Su family woman Su Mui or not? I have a feeling that yes, she was there for both bosses today, and even though she didn't pick up the items, the dropped items will go to them on their own. Envious, Su Muyue is so pretty, but she was also arched by a pig. Don't be ridiculous, my goddess Su isn't that casual, she's definitely still pure, I'll catch up with her sooner or later. Dream on, I have a girlfriend, isn't that implying that someone's girlfriend is Su Mui? That's right, maybe it's all been several shots. Feng Chen couldn't help but curse as he watched. Is he that nasty? But it did seem like she almost couldn't hold back tonight, and listening to Su Mui, wouldn't it be true that she wouldn't say no tonight if she turned 18? It was on horseback in the countryside. This niece is too good at it. It's all going to be brought down on her. Feng Chen was busy changing the post to read it. It was at this look that he remembered the main event. That said, the Lightning Guild guys took a shot at Biggie's bugs today, so isn't that the same as taking a shot at Biggie? Yeah, there's no telling if the big guy will retaliate. I don't feel that it's too much, it's simply too easy for Biggie to exterminate them with that strength. Yeah, if it did strike then it should have struck then. The pattern, this is the pattern. Big Brother's pattern is not something we can understand. Patterns? Talking to me about patterns? I'm purely trying not to hurt the innocent. Feng Chen rushed the screen. He wouldn't have been polite if there hadn't been so many people present. Thinking about it, Feng Chen directly made a post under the name I have a girlfriend. The post is called, Danger Warning. Contents, in view of the Lightning Guild's previous outburst against my bugs, I will not be merciful when the Water Elemental World boss is refreshed 2 days from now, and the Thunder Elemental World boss is refreshed 5 days from now. I was previously concerned about the safety of most of the professionals present, but in the final analysis, we're not acquainted with each other, so starting from today, each one of us will be on our own in the future, and we are responsible for our own lives and deaths. Warm reminder, if you don't want to die, Water Elemental and Thunder Elemental boss, it's best not to go and get together. After posting, Feng Chen then went to his head to sleep. However, what he did not know is that this post was sent out, but overnight in the entire Longhua city set off a furor. Even more furious, Lei Gang had no sleep for the night. Chapter 47, The Stone of Padding, Uncle Feng Jianchen. Real hammer, I have a girlfriend really is robbing boss Big Brother That little rich girl from the Su family is Su Mui, but it's a pity that the guy beside her has been wearing a mask and doesn't know who he is. Yeah, it's just enviable. The big guy sure is pissed. This is wonderful, the big man has directly put the word out, 2 days later it's up to Lightning Guild to dare to go. I'm not going anyway, I'll just watch the battle near the Water Elemental refreshment site when the time comes. Yeah, I'm going too, is there a team going? Awesome, but then again, it seems like we're lying down and getting shot. Yeah, Biggie didn't take a shot at us before even though he grabbed the boss, but it's going to be different from now on. Damn, it's all because of this Lightning Guild's people, if it weren't for them Big Brother wouldn't be estranged from us. That's right, if you can't snatch the boss, then you take a shot at other people's bugs, it's so damn shameless. That's right, what's the difference between that and taking a direct shot at someone in person? Even though we're the innocent ones lying down, I'm still in favor of the big guy to them up. That's right, the big man is awesome. The number of replies to this thread on the forum is increasing every second. After just one night, the number of replies has surprisingly reached a high of 3 million. This matter had even alarmed City Lord Nangong. He was busy early in the morning discussing with the Chiho tutor. Tutor Chiho laughed after learning the reason for his visit. What is there to discuss in this matter? Nangong said with a flourish. Teacher, didn't you say you'd try to keep his affairs a secret? He's bound to be targeted by others when he makes such a mess. And that lightning guild has some power in Jiangbei City. I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Afraid of them dealing with Fang Chen? Tutor Chiho got up and said. The growth of a demonic genius is not a flower in a greenhouse. He needs constant refining as well as countless stepping stones in order for him to go farther and stand taller. Protection is necessary, but if he doesn't let his light shine, how will the higher-ups know how important he is? Which of those divine generals' seeds that were favored by the protection of Jiangbei University weren't radiant in their early days? Fang Chen's radiance has only just begun. What you really have to worry about as well is when the enrollment list of Jiangbei University is announced a month later, it's only fair to deal with the arrangements from above. Nangong seemed to have thought of something when he sniffed. Teacher, you mean that Fang Chen, his name will also be on the enrollment list? Shiho nodded. Every year, the enrollment list is up for any candidate who is a freshman. The previous ones were the same, and this one will be no different. Just what level of protection Fang Chen will receive depends on just how powerful an existence above him he can startle. Before that, the most important thing for him is to improve his strength. Compared to the light emanating from the university admission list, a lightning guild is simply a glowing fire not worth mentioning. I see, thanks for the pointer, teacher. Nangong said excitedly. Shiho nodded without saying more. Longhua City, a certain newcomer area within the Skywolf Guild. When Zhang Dong showed the post to Lei Yang, Lei Yang's entire body froze. Brother Yang, that Fang Chen is definitely me having a girlfriend. Sumo Yi hangs out with Fang Chen every day, it must be him, right? Last time our guild leader Whistling Skywolf even took the initiative to invite him to join the union. That's definitely right. Brother Yang, should we publicize the matter? Zhang Dong said. Lei Yang shook his head. Who would believe it if we say it out? And this is something that even Tsunami Wolf didn't mean to publicize. We've just joined the Skywolf Guild now. Where are we going to go if we get kicked out for offending Tsunami Wolf by exposing Fang Chen? Although I'm upset in my heart, but seriously, the gap between us and Fang Chen seems to be really growing. I'm damned if I'm really upset. Obviously, Sumu language is more suitable for me. Speaking here, Lei Yang took a deep breath and said. From now on, we'll have no more trouble with Fang Chen, just pretend we don't know each other. One must still bow to reality. Zhang Dong sniffed. But Brother Yang, what about Sumu Yue? Don't you like her anymore? And you say, she's obviously better with you. Lei Yang said angrily. What the are you babbling about, Husuki language? I don't even know her. How could I like her? A woman like her can only be matched by Fang Chen. I'm not worthy. Stop talking and get out. Zhang Dong froze, seemed to understand, and busied himself with serious words. I see, Brother Yang, you are indeed wise. What wise, old man is handsome? Juniper? Zhang Dong did not understand, and Lei Yang explained. Those who know what's good for them are the ones who know what's good for them. Zhang Dong was actually speechless for a moment. And on the other side, inside a hotel in Longhua City, Lei Gang and the others are gathering. Uncle Long, you saw it all, that kid is admitting that it was him who robbed the boss. I have a girlfriend, show them what love. It just pisses me off. Uncle Long patted Lei Gang and said. This person has made a post that sort of confirms the fact that he robbed the boss, but you also said it. When you were staring at the wind elemental boss earlier, you didn't even see him make a move. I'm afraid this person has an item similar to an insect nest. And putting that aside, those bugs of his are indeed very powerful, capable of taking down a world boss in seconds. I'm afraid their danger is beyond our ability to resist. Or else. Uncle Long, you're not asking me to give up, are you? Although those bugs of his are powerful, it's obvious that the defense won't work, and it's only those ant bugs that appeared later that have pretty good defense. And that poster posted, this is simply a provocation to our Lightning Guild. If we don't show up on the water elemental world boss side, it'll be a real shame. Ray just said. Uncle Long sniffed and sighed helplessly. What Lei Gang said was also true, but it was true that he didn't have much confidence that he could deal with those bugs. He had made a move that day, and the defenses of those ants and bugs were amazing to him. How long could they hold out if those poisonous insects came toward them? He had no idea in his own mind. Lei Gang obviously read Uncle Long's mind and said. Don't worry, Uncle Long, my father has already promised to let Uncle Feng come over. Uncle Feng can be known as the eagle-eyed Uncle Feng, as long as he's here, that kid will never be able to approach us unnoticed. Also, I asked my father to arrange for Jin Shen to come here as well. The thing that mages, imperial beastmasters, and summoners fear the most is stabbing swordsmen. Sword Shen's strength is so high, if that kid dares to come, let Sword Shen kill him directly. If we're going to do it, it's better to just cut off the roots. And didn't you say that the garrison on the north side of the river had sent word that they hadn't detected any high-level professionals robbing the monsters? That means that kid must be doing the third turn quest as well, level 89 at most. With Jin Shen around, he definitely won't be able to run away. Uncle Long nodded at this. The assassin swordsman is definitely the nemesis of the farcer as well as the imperial beastmaster and the summoner. If Jin Shen could come over, the chances of success were quite a bit higher. This guy, Jin Shen, was a peak third turn professional just like him. Moreover, Jin Shen was a bit more powerful than him and had already received the fourth turn quest, he just hadn't finished it yet. This level was just right for hunting water elemental world bosses, which happened to also restrain Fang Chen's profession. If Fang Chen dared to come and steal the boss, Jin Shen should be able to kill him. Uncle Long did some calculations in his mind and finally nodded his head in agreement. Alright then, with Jin Shen and your Uncle Feng coming together, I'm a little more at ease. Then 2 days later, we'll go squatting for the water elemental world boss as usual. Let's see if that kid dares to come. Yes. Lei Gang was delighted, his heart filled with anticipation. You'd better come, or I'll have to go back to you. Rob my world boss, I'll make you suffer. Chapter 48 The Battle of Attention, Boss Refreshed. 2 days is not a long time to say. On the professionals forum, as the post sent out by Fang Chen continued to ferment, many professionals are also discussing the matter. Many people have even made appointments to go watch the battle together today. Originally, it was just an ordinary world boss refreshment, however, under the public opinion of the professionals forum, it had evolved into a battle for the boss that the whole city was watching. The Lightning Guild was in an awkward position since they were from Jiangbei City. A large portion of the population was in favor of Fang Chen. After all, this big brother, whose true identity was still unknown, did rise from their Longhua city. All those records that have been set, the reminders of the system citywide over and over again, are evidence of that. As for the Lightning Guild, as a foreign guild, the locals naturally still wanted them to lose. Again, there is still a group of people who support the Lightning Guild. And these people were basically preparing to go to Jiangbei province to develop, and the probability of joining a second-rate guild like the Lightning Guild in the future was high. So expressing support now may also be an attempt to make a good impression. Early in the morning, there was a knock at the door. Fang Chen pushed the door to see Su Moni looking at him with a smile. "What time is it, you big slob?" Fang Chen said helplessly. "You're also too early, the boss won't be refreshed until the afternoon," said Fang Chen as he made way and welcomed Sumu Yue in. Sumu Language then said with a serious face, "It's precisely because of the afternoon refresh that I've come to you to discuss a plan. You are unaware that more than half of the occupiers in the entire Longhua city have run to watch the fun. I've also heard that Lei Gang he actually called for new helpers from the Lightning Guild, among them is Uncle Wind, who is known as Hawkeye. This person's best skill is detection, any sneaking skill cannot be avoided within his range. Including the advanced sneaking you just learned as well. What to do?" Fang Chen was still somewhat awake and sniffed. "Cool, let me sleep again," said Fang Chen as he was about to go back to sleep. Su Moni surprisingly followed directly after seeing this. This time Fang Chen immediately hit the ground running and said, "If you do, then I'm not sleepy. And you'd better not be leading people to commit crimes like that. I'm warning you, I don't care if you're 18 or not when I get up randomly." Su Muyue instantly laughed. He, got it. Fang Chen's sleepiness was gone, and he busied himself with washing up. Said while eating breakfast. "Any other intel besides that?" Sumaru shook her head. "Our family is only in business, after all, and it's hard enough to get this. I don't have any others. But the last one sold, for a total of 3.4 billion, which I'll transfer to you." Fang Chen nodded, the exact value of which she was too lazy to delve into. With Su Muyue's character, there was no way she could pit herself, instead, it was more likely that she would fall back on herself. Fang Chen collected the money and glanced at it to find that his savings had actually reached a whopping 5 billion. This would have been completely unthinkable before. But for all that money, in the end it's just 50 commander-class bugs. I also don't know if the evolution going forward is still guaranteed. When we get to Jiangbei province, we must splurge once. I need a point of information about the water elemental boss. Fong Chen said. Suki language nodded. Little thing, give me 10 minutes. 10 minutes later. Fong Chen and Su Mudi were walking on the road to the water elemental world boss. A piece of information also appeared in front of Fong Chen. Looking at the information, Fong Chen frowned slightly. King of Water Elemental, Elemental. Evaluation, Chief Yellow. Rank, LV.95. Attack power, 10,000. Life value, 200,000. Physical defense, 10,000. Spell defense, 30,000. Passive skill, water wave attack. Enemies within the range of the water element will be constantly impacted by the water wave around them. They need to keep moving, and as long as they are within the range of the water wave, they will lose 10 off-tier blood per second. Active skills, water vitality, giant wave, water scroll. Looking at the skill introduction, Fong Chen frowned slightly. Sure enough, he remembered correctly that the passive skill of this water elemental world boss was relatively very unfriendly to him, the Imperial Beastmaster. Not so much the active skills, but mainly this passive. Enemies who are in the range of the water element will not only receive 10 damage per second, but will also be constantly washed back. What does that mean? Against fire and wind elementals, nanotoxins and fire stingers can get close to the boss quickly. But against this water elemental boss is not. The flying fire sting bug can fly, but not affected by the water waves. But the nanotoxins couldn't fly, and once they landed in the water, they could barely get close enough to the water elemental boss to be consumed by this passive. He could instead have the flying fire spiker bugs carry the nanotoxic bugs over. However, this time, the situation was different, and the Lightning Guild's people had prepared for it. By letting the bug army fly over by themselves, they were bound to strike. And by then, Fong Chen would have lost as many bugs as he fought off. In the end, even if he could kill the boss in seconds, the loss of his own bugs would be huge. It's safe to say that even if he wins, he's pretty much screwed. Obviously, this was not the result Fong Chen wanted. Gotta think of a way to do that. Fong Chen was calculating in his mind. In the afternoon, the Wave Channel. The place where the water elemental bosses are refreshed. The Wave platform is a circular high platform located near sea level. It was 100 meters in diameter. One side is near the coast and the other 3 directions are deep blue water. At this moment, there were already dozens of figures standing on the wave by wave stage, and they were all people from the Lightning Guild. And on one side of the shore, a dense crowd of eaters was clustered. It was literally packed. The Grand Guild is just great. It's only been 2 days and so many people have come back. Yeah, dozens of people against one person is a bit shameless. In front of strength, what is there to be ashamed of? If you want to have this strength, you don't use it. That's also true, but that demonic big brother is also powerful, so he should not come. Not coming? Can't you see the tone of that post? People don't even have this Lightning Guild in their sights. But it's almost refreshed, why hasn't it shown up yet? The big guys are the last to appear, wait for it, the boss won't come out until it's refreshed. It seems like that little rich lady from the Su family didn't see anyone either, so envious of Big Brother, running all over the mountain with a little rich lady. It's exciting just thinking about it. There was a lot of chatter in the crowd, and even more people were holding up live streaming devices. Live streaming the entire event on the pros forum to share the scene for those who didn't make it. Minutes passed. Finally, 4:45 in the afternoon. A monstrous wave suddenly rose from the originally calm sea. At the same time, Uncle Long on the wave by wave stage shouted. The boss is refreshed, start moving according to the established tactics. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. The next moment, the berserkers settled in front, each in their own way. At the same time, the crowd could see that 3 or 4 professionals rushed up into the sky, and a pair of wings unexpectedly sprouted from the back of each of them. It was a flying feather, and by the looks of it, it was even a feather that could fly for a long time. Fong Chen had one, but it could only fly for a short period of time. Obviously the grade is not as good as these guys. And amongst these people, there was a man in full black robes who swept his gaze like a torch over everyone present. On the slope of the coastal hill on the side of the wave-expanding platform, Su Mui pointed at this person. See, that black-robed man is Uncle Hawkeye Wind. Let's go over there, he's sure to spot us. Now that the boss is refreshed, it's time for you to tell me what you're going to do. Chapter 49, Too Soon to Be Happy, Terrorist Poisoning. It's simple, just do what I tell you. Fong Chen laughed, and then he waved his hand to release the nano-vermin. Nearly 30,000 nano-venomous insects converged the moment they appeared, forming a mountain of insects like a small hill. And at this point in the scene, Lei Gang watched as Uncle Long and the others had begun to surround the water elemental boss, his heart flowing freely. Shouted at the crowd of onlookers on the opposite bank. "Where's your demonic bigot? Aren't you quite rampant in the forums? And danger warning, now that the bosses are refreshed, where is he? If you don't come, this boss will be mine." Lei Gang was in a very good mood. Most of the crowd on the opposite side of the river were in favor of Feng Chen, and one by one, they disliked him. "Arrogant your ass, the boss isn't dead yet. That's right, it's only just been refreshed, make it look like you've already killed it. Let the bullets fly, Will, the big man will be there for sure. That's right, don't cry when the boss is robbed later." Lei Gang sniffed but laughed. "Yeah? That's it? You can only move your mouth? Come on out, people." Facing Lei Gang's taunts. There's also a lot of dislike on the professionals forum. It was a pity that Feng Chen never showed up, and this kind of dislike obviously didn't mean anything. Soon 2 minutes had passed. Lei Gang had temporarily called out many helpers from the Lightning Guild this time. It also led to a much higher speed for them to fight the bosses. In 2 minutes' time, it was surprising that the boss's blood level had already been ground down by a third. At the same time, however, it also triggered the skill boss's water vitality. After this skill was triggered, it would put the water elemental boss in a constant state of blood recovery, so their speed slowed down at this point. However, just as everyone watching was starting to get a little anxious in their minds as to why the big guy hadn't shown up yet, suddenly someone in the crowd shouted, "Is it going to rain? Why, it's fogging up." It was only then that the crowd sniffed and realized that a large purple mist had appeared in the sky to the west of them at some point. This fog seemed to be blown by the wind, and surprisingly, it drifted straight towards the wave-expelling platform. The crowd didn't react at first. Until someone shouted, "This ING seems to be a poisonous fog, right? This kind of poisonous fog has appeared at the entrance of Longhua City before." "You're damn right, it's still true. Hurry up and run." "Where to run?" "Don't move, that poisonous fog isn't coming towards us." Yes, calm down and don't move, that poisonous mist is heading towards the wave-driven platform." "Nobody move." The crowd did calm down quickly, but a few people took advantage of the chaos and ran, luckily in the right direction. Lei Gang and the others on the wave-by-wave stage also heard the commotion. Looking at the purple mist that was gradually approaching, all of their faces were ugly for a while. "Uncle Windy, what does it say?" Ray just asked. Uncle Wind frowned. "I don't know if it's a poisonous fog, I've never seen this kind of poisonous fog before." "Wait for me to try," said Uncle Foam with a wave of his hand, and all of a sudden a flying bird appeared in his hand. This bird of prey is of average size, but extremely fast. It was the dude he used to train his eyesight on a regular basis. Just a wave of his hand. The bird of prey instantly flew in the direction of the poisonous mist. The speed was strangely fast, almost like a stream of light. However, in the next moment, after that flying bird flew into the range of the poisonous mist, it immediately turned into a parabola and fell towards the ground. At the same time, the crowd saw a series of damage values pop up. 9,000. 9,000. 9,000. Seeing this scene, Uncle Feng's face looked extremely ugly. How come this poisonous fog is continuously dropping blood? Wait till I see for myself. Saying that, Uncle Wind himself flew over. He didn't dare to get close to the poisonous fog, but used his skill from afar and sucked one of the strands of poisonous fog over. However, with the moment his palm touched on the poisonous mist, surprisingly, a flurry of damage sprang up above his head as well. 9,000. 9,000. 9,000. And Uncle Wind had a total of just over 30,000 blood. He saw his blood instantly bottoming out, and his face changed in fear. He was busy rummaging through the potion and pouring it into his mouth. Shouted as he dunked it. "Hurry up and go. This poisonous fog ignores defense and is extremely poisonous. Touch and die. Hurry up." On the wave-by-wave stage, when Lei Gang and the others heard this, each of their faces changed immediately. What had been a very good stand was instantly disorganized. And unbiasedly, at this moment, the water elemental boss blood level had been knocked down by nearly half, and was in the midst of a violent rage. A huge wave of water instantly lashed out towards the thoroughly disorganized crowd. In an instant, at least 3 occupiers were directly slapped to the ground by the giant wave and were obviously dead. Move! Uncle Long shouted hurriedly. One by one, the Lightning Guild's people were like bereaved dogs as they quickly fled the wave-by-wave platform. Almost at the same time, that large swath of poisonous mist had already reached the top of the wave-expelling platform. The water elemental boss looked at the poisonous mist and surprisingly slapped another water wave over. It slapped the poisonous mist directly into 2 halves. Yet the poisonous mist was already lingering around it. Almost simultaneously, everyone saw a shocking scene. Whether it's facing the flying bird, or Uncle Wind, or even facing this world boss, that poisonous mist was surprisingly equal. A large string of damage values popped up as if they didn't want money. 9,000. 9,000. 9,000. And the crowd also saw the blood level of that water elemental boss dropping rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. 100,000, 200,000. 90,000, 200,000. 70,000, 200,000. 50,000, 200,000. 4. 3. 2. 1. The crowd on the coast actually unconsciously counted down the minutes. When they count to 0, the huge water elemental boss only heard a loud rumble and turned into a sky of water waves and landed on the sea. At the same time, a voice rang in everyone's ears. Ding! The water elemental world boss has been killed. Congratulations to the professionals, and please keep up the good work. Ding! Water elemental world boss kill record has been set. Time, 3 minutes 23 seconds. Creator team, Sue's little rich girl and I have a girlfriend. Same recipe, same flavor, even the people's names are the same. At the sound, the crowd on the coast boiled over. Awesome, this poisonous fog was really released by the big guy. Nima is awesome, people didn't even show up, they directly released a wave of poison and robbed the boss. Ha, laugh me to death. Lightning Guild's people have been preparing for 2 days, but in the end, they snatched the boss without even showing their faces. It's a disgrace, the person didn't show up and the boss is gone. In Lei Gang's words, this is it? I didn't even show up in person and the boss is gone? The highest level of robbing a boss is that I came to rob it, but you guys don't even know where my people are. In the face of the crowd's mockery, Lei Gang's face was practically dripping with water. What made it hardest for him was that not only had the boss been lost, but they had also lost several members. Not only did they lose their reputation, they lost people. Now he's going back to his old man and he'll probably beat him to death. Jian Shan, did you find anyone? Lei Gang said angrily. To the side, a youth carrying a long sword shook his head. They're not here, the poisonous fog is drifting from the side hills, they should be on the hills. It's too late to go now. This round, we lost. Chapter 50 Fong Chen counter invites, catch it fine dog? The battle of the water elementals was a big deal. While over here, Fong Chen was a bit speechless. He had finally snagged the water elemental after all the trouble he had gone through. But apart from the fact that the transfer quest had completed another one, the rewards that popped out were surprisingly small and almost negligible. Surprisingly, none of the most valuable equipment and skill books. There was only one elemental crystal core, and it was still broken. Can't even sell it for 50 million dragon coins. But soon he was relieved. He had gotten quite a few good things before, so it can only be said that he was more lucky. This burst rate of water elementals is actually the truest burst rate. It's just that it's the first time he's run into it and he's more or less uncomfortable with it. On the way back to the city, Sumu Language said. 3 days later, it's the last Thunder Elemental boss. Kill him and you can go back and submit the 3rd turn quest. When the time comes, I'll be returning to Jiangbei province with my father as well. Fong Chen, you will come to Jiangbei province, right? There was anticipation in Su Moody's eyes. She was afraid that once she left, she would never see Fong Chen again. Fong Chen smiled at his words. What do you say? I promised your father last time to help your mother. I'll naturally go when JNU starts. I'll wait for you then, he. Only then did Su Muyue happily take Fong Chen's arm. Su Muyue's mother, Ling Shui, had a divine-level spirit bug in her head. Fong Chen was very much wanted, so after a month no matter where tutor Qianhe would take him to practice. Su's family he was all for a walk-up. That night, in a hotel in Longhua City. Lei Gang's face turned blue as Uncle Long, who was on the side, comforted him. Forget it, the chairman has this temper, when you go back, You'll be fine if you admit your fault and punish you with some pocket money at most. Lei Gang, however, said. Does my dad look like he'd be okay with a small allowance fine? This time he's really angry. I know, 1 more month is the enrollment day of Jiangbei University. As usual, the enrollment list will be announced out in the last few days. Our Lightning Guild has planted such a big heel in Longhua City this time, I'm afraid that it will make many people give up on choosing our Lightning Guild. Uncle Long, I'm not willing, is there any other way? There's still 1 more Thunder Elemental boss, this is our last chance. If we can't beat that kid up and redeem our Lightning Guild's reputation, I'm afraid I'll really be sent away by my father to sharpen my skills this time back. Uncle Long sighed helplessly at his words. How easy it is to talk about this matter. I have a girlfriend, this person should be the royal beastmaster, and he has such a powerful poison mist. Thunder Elemental boss, he can do exactly as he did, and no one will dare to steal the boss from him without having to show up at all. And the pro water mages, on the other hand, have the skill of being immune to poisonous mist, but their level has long since exceeded the 4th turn. And the time won't even last long enough for us to kill the boss. What about if we put a formation directly around the Thunder Elemental boss? Ray just said. Are you crazy? Uncle Long frowned. This matter will not work at all. But this person has a big temper. The last time we just took a shot at his bugs, we drew his retaliation. That's something that could be utilized. Lei Gang sniffed and busily asked Uncle Long to elaborate. A day later, in the evening, Fong Chen was preparing to rest. Suddenly a voice message was sent instead. It was clearly sent by none other than Su Moody. Quickly go to the forum, Lei Gang has posted an invitation to battle. An invitation to war? Fong Chen froze, what is this Lightning Guild up to again? Open the professionals forum. Soon Fong Chen saw that a post had been topped at the top. Lightning Guild officially invites me to fight, I have a girlfriend. The content is as follows. 2 days later, when the Thunder Elemental World boss is refreshed, our Lightning Guild will clear the field. I have a girlfriend, if you are bold, come over in person and try. Of course, if you're still going to put poison in it, then forget we said it. But if you have the ability to snatch the Thunder Elemental boss from us without using the poison mist, my Lightning Guild will apologize to you in the forums. From now on, where there is you, we, the Lightning Guild, will back off on our own. Do you dare to take it? Below that is a string of comments from professionals. A guild challenging a person, nigga face let the dog eat it? That's just it, how do you lick your face and send it out? That's not true, the Lightning Guild didn't say what would happen if Fong Chen lost, which means Fong Chen wouldn't have anything to lose if he lost. That's also true, in that case it seems like it doesn't matter if Fong Chen goes and tries it, losing won't have any effect on him anyway. That's not the point, okay? The point is that a guild challenging a person is shameless in itself, okay? The crowd murmured. Suki said. It's weird, why don't they say how if you lose? Fong Chen laughed. Because all I have to do is lose and they get what they want most. What do you mean? Suki language was puzzled. If I lose, they earn fame. Enrollment for Jiangbei University is just around the corner, and it's also a time for many guilds to recruit new people. They planted their heads in Longhua City this time, and what they want is to redeem their reputation as soon as possible. So they want me to lose, not anything else. The Sumu language dawned on him. Then don't answer it, it would have been bad enough for a bunch of them to take on one of you. You can't fall for that. Fong Chen sniffed but smiled. Why don't you pick it up? That's the kind of headstrong opponent I like. And, I'm going to make a killing while I can. Otherwise, when we wait until we get to Jiangbei province, how will we have the money to continue raising our strength? I'll give you as much as you want, I know you don't want to take it for nothing, consider it my investment, you'll have to cover me when you're powerful in the future. Suki language laughed. Fong Chen was still very grateful to this niece in his heart, and every time he lent himself money, he was very careful to take care of his feelings. But this time it's a different matter. If you really need it, I won't be polite with you, but if you can earn them, why not? Said Fong Chen, leaving a message directly under the post. Is it useful for me to ask you to apologize? And Jiangbei province is not my future, it's just a phase. Where there is me, you retreat yourselves, and where I go in the future, you may not even be able to go. So your offer is of no use to me. It's not impossible to want me to take it, bet money. If you guys lose, give me 10 billion dragon coins, dare you take it? There was a quick outcry after the post was replied to. $10 billion? A big shot is a big shot, how dare you ask for this? The big man may not have that kind of money, but he has a little rich girl. Yeah, damn too envious, how come I don't have a little rich girl, $10 billion to bet once, this is just trenchant. The question is, does Ray just dare to take it? I guess I wouldn't dare, does the Lightning Guild have that much money? You're asking for too much, Lei Gang definitely can't take it. As far as I know, the Lightning Guild's annual net profit is about that much. But with the guild system, profits are distributed according to position, so I'm afraid 10 billion would have to be more than half of Papa Lei Gang's savings. He can't even take it. For 5 billion, Lei just scraped it together, and the rest of my sisters should be about the same. Suki language reminded. It dawned on Fong Chen that he had only made a casual remark. I didn't realize that it had exceeded Lei Gang's tolerance limit. No wonder no one replied to the message half the time. Thought Fong Chen as he sent another sentence. Too much? Oh, I forgot, the Lightning Guild is just an average guild after all, so here's the deal. 5 billion. Do you want to take it? If this doesn't even pick up, then forget it, there's no point in going any lower. I'll just release the poison and rob it. Speak up, dog. Can I get it? Chapter 51, the money is certain, the bet is made. Haha, fine dog, is that okay? I didn't expect Big Brother to be so powerful and so humorous as a person. Yeah, I'll lick this big guy. I decided I'm part of the Girlfriends Club from now on. Girlfriend Club? I have a girlfriend Big Brother's fan support club? I want to join too. Please take me with you to lick the big man and try to be the little pendant on the big man. This wave of counter-invitation by the big man is really showing my face, it can still operate like this? Lay just fine dog to take a. People's conditions are open, a mere 5 billion do not dare to take it? If this is picked up and ends up losing, won't it be a complete disgrace? The forums are buzzing. And at this point in time, the Lei Gang area was quite difficult. My lord, $5 billion is no joke. You haven't mastered the financial power by yourself, you don't know well, the assets on each of us is at most about 1 billion, put it together and you can come up with 5 billion. But if we lose the bet, then not only will the Lightning Guild's reputation be greatly diminished, your father, he's afraid he'll be furious. Uncle Long persuaded. With a guild the size of the Lightning Guild, everyone's possessions weren't high, but they added up to quite a lot. Just let them pay for it. In case they lose, who are they going to ask for this money? Looking for the president? They wouldn't dare. Lei Gang said in a cold voice. This kid has made his offer, wouldn't it be more humiliating if he didn't take it? The Lightning Guild's reputation is still going to bed. There's still hope for Bo, but if you don't bow there's really no hope. That won't do, we'll have to discuss this with the president. Uncle Long said. It's too big a deal for $5 billion to be his decision. I have a feeling the odds are they won't pick it up. Suki said. That Lei Gang may be impulsive in nature to take it, but the others around him have been around for a long time. It's sure to be dissuasive, and it might end up poking the Lightning Guild master. Fong Chen sniffed and pondered. That won't do, it's so easy to have a fat meat delivered to the door, how can we let him run away? I'm depending on them for this wife book. By the time you get to Jiangbei province your own bugs are going to evolve, and the higher the grade the more expensive the value. It's going to cost a lot of money, and the Lightning Guild is sending them to the door, so there's no way they're going to let them get away with it. Thought Fong Chen said. How much money do you have, little rich girl? Su Moody froze. Are you going soft? How much do you want? I only have 2 billion on me, but I have an overdraft card from our Su auction house. Up to $10 billion in overdrafts. I'll be damned, your father is really good to you. Fong Chen was speechless, people could overdraft $10 billion as a little girl. It took a lot of hard work to amass $5 billion on my own. The Lightning Guild side was even more so because they had to think about it for so long even at 5 billion. It is true that the richest people since ancient times are businessmen. Doing business is really profitable. But thinking about it, Su Muyue's grandfather that was one of the elders of the Magicians Association. If he didn't have such a background, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do such a big auction house business. Strength is often a factor in determining your wealth as well. Enough. Fong Chen said. Su Muyi sniffed. Why do I feel as if you're the one expecting them to take the bet now? They're probably going to regret it when they mess with you. Fong Chen smiled without explaining and followed with another message in the forum. Puppy? Can't get it? It's no fun, so I'll add another one? If you lose 5 billion, I'll give you 10 billion if you lose. Catch? If you don't dare to take this, I advise you to disband your guild right there. As your name suggests, Lightning disbanded. Num Big Brother is fuming. 10 billion? Nima, kneel down and beg to know the little rich girl. Diggy, did you get this 10 billion from Sue's little rich girl? Schoolgirl, so I'm your classmate, kneeling down and begging for sponsorship of 100 million so that I can buy a set of equipment. Nima, the same are all out of Manhwa University, how come the degree of excitement in life is so big? If I had a rich woman to sponsor me with $10 billion, I would be willing to lick, not to mention being a dog licker. No one will give you $10 billion even if you lick dog. People don't even need to lick the big guys, okay? Rich women come in droves, they can't even be pushed. Countless professionals on the forums watched in excitement. And inside the hotel, when Uncle Long told Lightning Guild President Thunderburst about the situation, as expected, it was directly rejected by Thunderbolt. We, the Lightning Guild, have endured this matter, and after the enrollment stage, we'll be looking for this back when the time comes. Chairman, I just received word that the kid has raised the stakes again. It says we'll pay $5 billion if we lose, and $10 billion if he loses. Now that the forums are blowing up, I'm afraid that it will soon attract the attention of professionals from other cities in Jiangbei province. What's going to happen now? Uncle Long was also a bit flustered. Lei Gang, who was on the side, was even more frightened and his face went white. Why is this thing getting bigger and bigger? Thunderburst's face was also hard to see when he heard this, and he pondered for a moment and said, "This person's methods are truly sinister, now we can't take it even if we don't. And if we send someone there now, our Lightning Guild will be completely discredited. Is Jinshen sure about this?" Thunderbolt asked. Jinshen is at the peak of the third turn after all, and the fourth turn quests are in the works. The opponent hasn't completed the third turn quest yet, at most level 89. The odds are still stacked against us, Uncle Long said. Thunderbolt sniffed. Then take it, now if we don't, our Lightning Guild will really be trampled underfoot. But the amount is also mentioned as $10 billion. Even if we lose, at least we should look good. Dad. Why? Isn't it silly to have an extra 5 billion? Ray just said. Thunderblast, however, spoke angrily. What do you know? We're in a guild, image and reputation are more important. If we really let people offer $10 billion and we offer 5 billion, it won't sound good if we win. Losing is even worse. And this time, it's bound to cause a small sensation in the entire Jiangbei province. All we can do is to protect the guild's last bit of dignity even if we lose. How did I give birth to a fool like you? Letting you go on a transfer quest, and you're still giving me such a big mess. I'll deal with you when you get back, said Thunderburst as he looked towards Uncle Long. You told Jianshen that he didn't need to keep his hands off, it's best if this kind of person can be killed. Over at Tsunami Wolf, don't mind him. If he dares to mess around, my Lightning Guild isn't afraid of him. Understood. Uncle Long nodded. A few moments later, finally the Forum Lei Gang stepped in. We accept this challenge, our Lightning Guild isn't short on your money, we'll offer 10 billion as well. Seeing the reply, Fengchen smiled. The money is finally coming. Very good. Pay the gladiator now. I'm afraid you'll renege. Once Fengchen returned with this message, the angry Lei Gang cursed. The other professionals watching were all laughing as well. Fear that the Lightning Guild will renege on their debt, Big Brother is Big Brother, this confidence is invincible. Ha, the big man's concern is justified, what if they lose and renege? That's right, there are many people who lost the bet and ran away. What is a verbal promise? When the time comes, the guild will be directly dissolved. Who will we find to ask for money? Yes, it's better to find gladiatorial justice. In the midst of the crowd's murmuring, soon a message spread throughout Longhua City under the system's broadcast. I've got a girlfriend. Wager, Thunder Elemental Boss Kill belongs to me. Conditions, I have a girlfriend who is not allowed to use poisonous fog and must be there in person. Wager, $10 billion each. Legging 10 billion has arrived, contributor Lightning Guild. I have a girlfriend, 10 billion has arrived, funded by the Su family little rich girl. Chapter 52 Fame spreads to the north of the river, all eyes are on him. Sure enough, it's Su's little rich girl. The little rich girl who funded $10 billion begs to give me one. Nima envy, if I had $10 billion would I be like this now? God owes me a little rich girl from the Su family. Damnable and repulsive love. You guys just sour, I'm just waiting for the exciting battle in 2 days. The forums are abuzz with talk amongst the professionals. And the story is spreading far more quickly than they thought it would. There are bets every year, but it's so rare to see a $10 billion bet right out of the gate. It is important to realize that even in Jiangbei province, the highest bet that has ever appeared is only $6 billion. And LW generally doesn't even have a billion. This time, however, it was a straight-up $10 billion bet. Naturally, it's hard not to spread the word. Jiangbei province, in the Thunder Extinguishing Guild. What did you say? Lei Bang's son, Lei Gang, is in Longhua City for a $10 billion engagement with someone? What's on the other side? Beastmaster? Killing a world boss in seconds? Interesting, this son of Lei Bao is truly a blessing. Their Lightning Guild has been feuding with our Thunder Extinguishing Guild for many years, so this time there's some hilarity to watch. Inside a family in Jiangbei province. A shocking $10 billion bet in Longhua City? Go check the identities of both parties. The enrollment of Jiangbei University is just around the corner, and these two are likely to be our son's opponents by then. Gangbuk University Student Dormitory. Have you heard, senior brother? A $10 billion bet has appeared in Longhua City. And one of them is also just graduating from high school this year, so maybe he'll be our junior in January. Yeah. Playing so big is probably a master. Yeah, I wonder if it will be the second senior sister Jiang. Jiang Yishue? That can't be right, she's a demon. I heard that she was directly sent by the academy to the hellish abyss to grind this summer vacation. I'm afraid when school starts grades will be drawn again. Fang Chen, in the case of no knowledge, I have a girlfriend this name, but is quietly spread throughout the Jiangbei province. And at this time inside the Su auction house. Sumo said as he put his teacup down. It's been checked out, Mrs. Overdraft card was indeed paid to the gladiatorial arena. But how come Miss didn't change her name, just start a Su's auction house sponsorship and still pull a wave of popularity for us? Sumu Tian smiled at his words. Xiao Whisper doesn't think as much as we do, and she's right to do so. Fang Chen is a man with a high heart. I'm afraid that if we were to pull popularity for us in passing, it would upset him in his heart. We are merchants, but they are friends with each other, rather than being profit-oriented in everything. How are things packed? It's ready to go, anytime. Sumo said. Sumushin nodded his head. After waiting for a few days for the Thunder Elemental World Boss battle to end, it's best if Whisper can complete her third turn, and then we'll return to Jiangbei province. The old man has moved too, it's important to me in a month. Yes. Sumo nodded. Inside the city lord's mansion of Longhua City. Teacher, this kid is really capable of tossing his weight around, even the gladiator arena is involved. But I've heard that the name I have a girlfriend has been circulating in the rest of Jiangbei province. Nangong laughed bitterly. So far Fang Chen hadn't explicitly agreed to join the garrison, leaving him helpless. Shiho laughed. I know what you're worried about, don't think too much about it, even if he joins the garrison in Jiangbei. Using the same sword defending token you gave me, so your credit won't be buried. And this time it's just a small fame, when the university enrollment list is announced, that's when he'll really show his greatness. Things were in full swing. And 2 days passed quickly in the anticipation of all parties. Thunder Elemental World Boss, as the last boss of the third turn quest. On a normal day, hardly anyone cares. However, this time it was because of a bet that became the center of attention for all parties. Thunder Dragon Tower. Where the Thunder Elemental World Boss is refreshed. Compared to other elemental bosses, the Thunder Elemental World Boss was in the form of a Thunder Dragon. When it appears, it will be perched on the Thunder Dragon Tower and form a thunder field around it. Those who are in the Thunder domain will be attacked by lightning from time to time. However, there are a limited number of lightning bolts, so if there are more people, then the probability of being struck is less. Again, it has to do with body type. So here in the group to beat the boss, the berserkers, this profession most of the people tall and big, is easier to attract lightning. On the contrary, some very small-sized professionals were less likely to be attacked by lightning. At this time, outside of the Thunder Dragon Tower, the Lightning Guild's people had already been standing by. Uncle Long himself led the men at the very inside, ready to swarm the boss at any time. On the other hand, Hawkeye Wind Uncle and Sword Chen were in charge of guarding the periphery with their men. Lei Gang, who was used to clamoring on weekdays, had unexpectedly become unusually quiet today as well. It seemed to be aware of the importance of this battle to their Lightning Guild. The countless onlooker professionals, on the other hand, were hiding in the safe area near the Thunder Dragon Tower. With the experience of the last time, they were also afraid of being affected again. After all, Fang Chen's methods were too terrifying, and those virulent poisons had caused even the Thousand Harvest to lose blood in the first place. Not to mention them. Boss, there's still 10 minutes to go before it refreshes. How come the big guy isn't coming yet? I don't know, but the big guy usually comes out last, so hold your horses. Yeah, and the big guys are all second bosses. Even if we let the Lightning Guild fight for a while first, as long as the boss isn't dead, we'll be fine. Hey, someone's coming. Suddenly someone exclaimed. Almost simultaneously, the crowd saw it. A figure did appear near the Thunder Dragon Tower. And this figure was clearly a Sumu language. It's Su Moody, the little rich girl from the Su family. Oh goddess, my goddess. How come the goddess is the only one who came? Where's Big Brother? I don't know, it seems like the goddess doesn't have a team status either. Could it be that the big guy is going to take matters into his own hands this time? Most likely, once the group is formed, wouldn't that be telling Lei Gang and the others that he's here? The crowd was talking. Lei Gang shouted directly when he saw Sumu language. Have you come to spy for him? Having a woman poking around is quite the career softener. Su Muyi, however, looked at him and faintly said. He's not as weak as you think. I came here to do a favor for him. Saying that, Su Muyue took out a card and threw it to Lei Gang. He told me to tell you that the money will just hit this card later. After saying that, Su Muyi turned around and left. Lei Gang's angry rage directly pinched the card and burst it. Su Muyue turned around when she heard the commotion. 10 dragon coins for this card, remember to make it up later. Only after that did he continue to walk in the direction of the crowd. The surrounding onlookers went crazy with laughter. That's nifty confidence, Big Brother is awesome. It's an imperative to play Callie directly. I'm so looking forward to how the big man is actually going to rob it. Yeah, Lightning Guild has so many people, how the hell will he rob them? In the midst of all the chatter, but no one noticed. On Su Muyue's leg, there were 2 unobtrusive ants that landed on the ground. Then it climbed all the way up in the direction of the Thunder Dragon Tower. Soon he reached the vicinity of the Thunder Dragon Tower, then found a hole and climbed in. When Suki language came to the crowd, soon there was a rumbling in the sky. At the same time, a dark cloud rose up. There were still lightning bolts in the dark clouds that appeared from time to time, and the Thunder Elemental boss, apparently, was about to refresh. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they were all excited. It's going to start. The boss has finally refreshed. Is the big guy going to make a move? Looking forward to it. Amidst the excitement of the crowd around them, Su Muyue suddenly smiled as she received a group message. Ding! Professional, I have a girlfriend, you're invited to join the team. Chapter 53, Fang Chen appears, instantaneous boss seconds. Fang Chen had spoken to her before she came. When the group invitation was sent, that was when he made his move. At this moment, the Thunder Elemental boss refresh was imminent, and there were dark clouds and constant lightning above the Thunder Dragon Tower. Even the color of the sky became a few points darker with it, and no one even noticed Su Muyue's side of the situation. Accepted. Su Muyue immediately chose to form a team. And as the two finished teaming up, the next moment, a commotion rang out from the crowd, and it was not known who shouted. Look! It's a bug! Countless people's gazes then followed. Uncle Eagle Eyes Wind, who was responsible for scouting above the sky, was even the first to cast a wary gaze. Only to see that a mound had indeed risen from the ground on the outside of where their Lightning Guild was. The soil was quickly turned over in the mound, and at the same time, several iron armor ants emerged. With what happened last time when he was almost killed in seconds by the poisonous mist, Uncle Hawkeye Wind was obviously much more cautious this time. Shouted at once. Long range, spike those bugs. Yes. At once, some of the Lightning Guild's mages and shooters behind them opened fire. The commotion outside also caught the attention of Uncle Long and the others inside at the same time. They were supposed to be in charge of dealing with the Thunder Elemental boss, but at the moment the boss hadn't been refreshed yet. Instead, it was the fact that the bugs appeared outside first that also made them look over unconsciously. Yet no one noticed. It was in this moment of their distraction. A silhouette, however, had appeared out of thin air under the Thunder Dragon Tower. Yes, it was Fang Chen. In this instant, he directly performed a shift and switched places with an iron-armored ant that was previously lurking near the Thunder Dragon Tower. And the moment he appeared, he cast Advanced Sneak Out. Possessing Advanced Sneaking, no one among those present could even detect his presence except for Hawkeye Wind Uncle. However, this Hawkeye Wind Uncle was also surrounded by many other professionals for protection. Otherwise, Fang Chen wouldn't have been so troublesome. Directly killing him, the entire Lightning Guild would have been ruined. No one would have been able to discover his location. It was too late. The moment Fang Chen appeared, the 3 types of bugs within his Dantian bug nest came out almost simultaneously. First, the flying fire spike insects climbed onto the Thunder Dragon Tower and kept climbing upwards. Followed closely by the nanotoxins, crawling up the body of the flying fire stingers. On the very outside were the ironclad ants, lying on top of the nanotoxins and climbing upwards. In a moment, the 3 kinds of bugs unexpectedly formed 3 layers, all of which were attached to the Thunder Dragon Tower. And the reason why he did this was something Fang Chen had considered long ago. Flying fire spikeworm is the weakest, but it can break defense and must be the first to go. Nanotoxins do high damage, second best. The outermost ones were naturally meaty and resistant bugs like the iron-armored ants. The 3 kinds of bugs were like a tidal wave frantically attaching towards the Thunder Dragon Tower. And at this moment, a lightning bolt suddenly fell above the sky, directly splitting above the spire of the Thunder Dragon Tower. This wave of lightning power unexpectedly formed a hidden Thunder Dragon directly above the Thunder Dragon Tower. Apparently this Thunder Elemental World boss was gradually taking shape. This movement finally brought the crowd's attraction back. The Anserine ironclad ants outside were hard to kill, and after the situation gradually stabilized as the people from the Lightning Guild stepped in. Only then did Uncle Hawkeye Wind take a new look at the Thunder Dragon Tower. Yet it was this one glance that saw his scalp instantly go numb. Under his probing, he could feel a massive aura on the Thunder Dragon Tower. Meanwhile, someone was standing below the Thunder Dragon Tower watching them. In this instant, Uncle Hawkeye Wind reacted and shouted at the Thunder Dragon Tower. "Hurry up and make a move, that kid is coming. He's right by the Thunder Dragon Tower, hurry up and strike." What? One by one, Uncle Long and the others were also taken aback. They were all shocked in their hearts. They really couldn't imagine how exactly Fang Chen had gotten over there. The surrounding crowd was also taken aback at the words. The big man did it? When did that happen? I'd like to know too. Didn't even see him appear in person, just a few bugs. That's not bull. If we could all see it, would we still be bigots? Awesome, the big man sure has a different way of coming out. Hey, it's appearing. As Uncle Long and the others struck out at the Thunder Dragon Tower. In an instant, the entire scene on the Thunder Dragon Tower changed drastically. A layer of silver-white color had gradually appeared on the originally ancient Thunder Dragon Tower. The color was clearly the color of the ironclad ants. The countless iron-armored ants gathered together, actually forming a layer of iron skin-like defense directly onto the Thunder Dragon Tower. And the bugs were still rising in height, and at the moment they were nearing the tip of the tower. Hurry up and attack the spire, we can't let those bugs get close to the Thunder Elemental boss. Uncle Long shouted. Countless magic and arrows struck in the direction of the spire in almost a brainwave. Yet they were ultimately a step too slow. With the iron armor ants attached to the top of the tower, the strong defense directly made those attacks unable to even break the defense. And under the ironclad ants, the flying fire stingers and nano vipers had already begun to make their move. The prototype of the Thunder Elemental boss had appeared, with a huge dragon body coiled around the tip of the tower, waiting for the final infusion of energy. However, almost at the same time, the 3 types of bugs, the flying fire spiker bug, the nano-venomous bug, and the iron-armored ant. However, it was like a tidal wave spreading down the body of the Thunder Dragon towards its entire body. A series of numerical damage popped up in no time at all. 10,000. 9,300. 9,800. 9,700. And the just refreshed Thunder Elemental boss's blood level also dropped by a large amount in an instant. Many people didn't even see the boss's attributes before realizing that the boss, surprisingly, was about to die. Lei Gang's heart had already cooled halfway, and he sat down on his butt, his face ashen. He knew that he had lost this bet. Those bugs do so much damage, and I don't know exactly how they do it. Surprisingly, he was even able to kill a thick-skinned master like the world boss in seconds. This kind of strength even made him suspect that it must be something that could only be done by a great man of the 7th turn or above. But now, this kind of thing was really happening in front of his eyes. And there's also a high probability that it's the work of a 2nd turn pro. This is really over. Lei just wanted to die. If he hadn't provoked the other party in the first place, there wouldn't be any of these things today. However, unlike his depression, Uncle Long knew that they had failed in this bet the moment he saw this scene. But he didn't give up. Instead, he sent a message directly to Jian Chen. The jig is up, the rest is up to you. I'll provide you with cover. After sending it out, Uncle Long made a wink at Uncle Fong, who understood, and then shouted together. So people go all out and grab the boss. The people from the surrounding Lightning Guild heard this, and one by one, they threw all kinds of attacks towards the Thunder Dragon Tower as if they didn't need any money. When Fong Chen saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown slightly. But the good thing is that at the moment he's got it. Only a voice rang in everyone's ears. Ding! The Thunder Elemental World Boss has been killed. Congratulations to the professionals, and please keep up the good work. Ding! Thunder Elemental World Boss kill record has been set. Time, 0 minutes and 13 seconds. Creator team, Sue's little rich girl and I have a girlfriend. As the voice rang out, each of the surrounding onlookers shouted out in excitement. 13 seconds of time. The big guy actually used only 13 seconds of time to solve the boss. You should know that this is a world boss, with a blood volume of 200,000. But it took people 13 seconds. Compared to the other people's excitement, Su Muyue's face was ugly. This was because she realized that the people from the Lightning Guild were actually still striking out at the Thunder Dragon Tower. Meanwhile, Uncle Wind and Uncle Lung were surprisingly shouting. Hurry up and strike. Grab the boss. Don't hold back and go all out. Chapter 54 Xiang Zhuang Dancing Sword, Jian Chen Sneak Attacks. Are they sick? Why are they still shouting for the boss when it's dead? Hell knows, is it too loud for them to hear there? It can't be. The news of the world boss being killed is directly broadcasted throughout the city, unless they're all deaf. Then they must have something else in mind. Xiang Zhuang dances with his sword, but his intention is to be despicable. The crowd quickly responded. When Su Muyue, who was on the side, heard this, her face also changed greatly. He was busy sending several messages to Fong Chen. Yet there was not a single reply. Because at this moment, Fong Chen didn't have any time to check the news. The Lightning Guild's people poured out countless skills towards the Thunder Dragon Tower with all their might. His own defense was comparable to that of the iron-armored ants. It could be said without a doubt that if these attacks landed on the iron-armored ants, they would probably only deal a few thousand damage at most. But if it landed on him, the damage would probably be in the tens of thousands. Although he had a full 1.4 billion blood, even if he stood and let these people fight, they might not be able to kill him. But the loss of the iron armor ants, that was real. Even though he had the divine insect splitting skill, there was no way Fong Chen would be stupid enough to stand and let them fight. Fong Chen was currently hiding behind the Thunder Dragon Tower, using it to block the opponent's attack. But his face gradually became icy cold. He couldn't believe that the other party hadn't heard the system's broadcast. Obviously, these people were in a situation where they knew the bet had failed. It's ready to kill and kill. Even if they die, they still have to pay 10 billion dragon coins according to the bet. But the point is that they can get some face back if they die, and they can solve this trouble of theirs. After all, they had offended themselves this time, and the talent they had displayed had clearly made them feel fear. If they wanted to deal with themselves in the future after they had risen to power, it would only be more difficult. In an instant, Fong Chen figured out these original. If you want to kill me, I'm afraid you can't swallow it. Fong Chen's eyes were icy cold. He was not someone who devoured killing, especially after the game descended into the real world. Humans are already in a difficult situation, and killing each other is even more undesirable. But now people are bullying their heads off. He wouldn't be him if he could still stand it. Give me. Fong Chen was just about to return the favor. However, before the words could be uttered, he suddenly felt a palpitating sensation. An inexplicable feeling of threat instantly bubbled up from his heart. Shift. Fong Chen didn't hesitate and directly chose to switch positions. Yet he was still a step slow. The moment his figure was about to disappear, a figure resurfaced out of thin air behind him. The next moment, a sword had pierced through his chest. However, at the same time, Fang Chen's entire body directly disappeared in place. At the same time, a system voice rang out. Ding! Divine talent damage transfer is in effect. The damage has been taken by the iron-armored ants. When Fang Chen reappeared, he saw a series of damage values popping up on his body. 20,000. 3,000. 3,000. Tear and bleed, the skill of the stabbing swordsman. The Lightning Guild really went out of their way to kill me. Fang Chen's face was icy cold as he lost nearly 50,000 blood in this instant. Instead, his own blood quantity was a mere 5,000, and if he didn't have the divine grade talent damage shift, he would have died several times in that split-second sneak attack just now. He looked at the place where he had stood before, the stabbing swordsman with his longsword in his hand. The eyes were cold to the core. Jian Chen also looked at Fang Chen with dismay in his eyes. That set he had just done himself was enough to hit nearly 50,000 blood. He didn't understand why Fang Chen was even still standing. A second-turn professional, even a berserker, would have a blood volume of around 20,000 at most. It would be good to have 4,000 or 5,000 Imperial Beastmasters. That set of his own could have seconded him 10 times, but he was even standing as if he was fine. You're quite a surprise, Jian Chen said in a cold voice. Fang Chen, on the other hand, smiled icily and said, There are more things that will surprise you. You're not leaving today. Fang Chen finished speaking with a sudden wave of his palm. Jian Chen was just about to kill again, yet around him were countless iron-armored ants that had surged at some point. Iron-armored ants converged from all directions, wrapping up Jian Chen in an instant. Spare him the attack power, but in the face of so many iron-armored ants. But it was simply impossible to rush a path. Fang Chen watched as Jian Chen was wrapped in countless iron armor ants. Then the flying fire spike worm burrowed through it. Then there are the nanotoxins. The whole process took just under a minute. He then saw a light flash up inside the iron-armored ants all of a sudden, as if something had burst out. At the same time, he saw that his ID name "I have a girlfriend" had turned from white to blood red. This is what happens after decapitating other professionals. Commonly known as red name status. This status does not go away, and requires the professional to go to the city on their own and pay a certain amount of dragon coins for the garrison to remove it for them. Otherwise, it would have been this color. This was also to let other professionals know that this person had decapitated other professionals sometime before. It may be a threat to itself. It would also make other professionals angry at the idea of hanging this person. After all, if you have killed others, then naturally others can come and kill you. Fang Chen, however, just glanced at his red name status and didn't care at all. Now that you've done it, you have to do it hard enough. Do it! Fang Chen gave a greeting. The next moment, countless purple poisonous mists were released from the sea of insects. At the same time, the flying fire spike insects all flew up. Carrying the nano-venomous bugs towards the Lightning Guild's crowd, they surged over. Fang Chen, on the other hand, had once again entered a sneaking state, surrounded by countless iron-armored ants that wrapped him up. It surged towards the nearby crowd of onlookers. As the purple mist emerged, the surrounding crowd completely exploded. What's the big guy up to? I thought we said we didn't need the poisonous fog? That's not necessary for robbing the boss, but now that this bet is over and the Lightning Guild is still trying to kill people, Big Brother is fighting back. It's just despicable. Support the big boys to get them. No martial virtues, good riddance. What should we do then? That poisonous mist is too fast, it's better to run. For a moment all the onlookers scrambled towards the distance. The only one who was traveling backwards was Su Muyue, who was worried about Fang Chen. However, how could she alone fight against a team of tens of thousands of people? Soon the crowd was loaded down to the ground. A stampede was about to happen. However, right at this moment, an invisible bug barrier was directly in front of her. The next moment everyone around them was surprisingly gone. Only Fang Chen stood next to her, and the two of them were surrounded by a barrier formed by the convergence of countless iron armor ants. Seeing that Fang Chen was fine, Su Muyue then cried tears of joy. However, following that she saw the torn open clothes at Fang Chen's chest. That crack was clearly a sword mark. She looked at the sword mark and then at Fang Chen when her eyes turned red. You? It's fine, it's not fine, just with them they still want to kill me? Su Muyue didn't say anything, she just hugged Fang Chen tightly and couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Looking at Su Muyue like this, Fang Chen was helpless and could only comfort him. Come on, I'm really fine, it's them who are fine now. Dare to make a move against me, I'll make them remember today forever. Sumu Yue's emotions calmed down a little before she asked. What do you want? Fang Chen, however, smiled and pointed to one side. See for yourself. Chapter 55 Murdering people and crossing the border, only Lei Gang is left. Sumu Yue sniffed and followed her gaze. The first thing I saw was that outside, it had already been a mess. With the Thunder Elemental World boss being killed in seconds, the situation outside was in chaos. The first thing that happened was that the countless people watching and eating fled towards the distance. Secondly, with the Thunder Dragon Tower as the center, a large mass of purple poisonous mist filled the air in all directions. There was also a red bug flying around in the poisonous mist. Wherever it passed, there was literally no grass. Those people of the Lightning Guild who were slightly slower would be killed the moment they were touched by the poisonous mist. Fang Chen also came to pick up Sumu Yue, which would be the time. There were already no less than 7 people from the Lightning Guild who had died tragically under the poisonous mist. More people didn't dare to stay at all, and were about to retreat towards the outside. However, Fang Chen had long since blocked their back way. Iron-armored ants surged over from all directions, surprisingly forming a circle of iron-armored ant walls directly. Trapped these people completely inside. It was only a matter of time before he was killed by the poisonous mist. It was a one-sided massacre. As for the Lightning Guild's crowd that was in the middle of the siege, they were already completely desperate. Many people even directly rushed at Fang Chen and knelt down, only begging to be able to save their lives. Big brother, we were wrong, please let us go. It's Big Brother, this whole thing was instructed by the Lightning Guild, we're all cannon fodder. Big Brother. It's your own choice of path to be cannon fodder, did I force you? Fang Chen, however, had a bland face. He usually didn't like killing people, but if the other party really messed with him, he was definitely not a soft-hearted master. Don't go too far, my friend. Our Lightning Guild has already lost quite a few people this time. Even if you have anger in your heart, this breath is almost out. If you kill us all, you should know the outcome, our guild will definitely fight you to the death. Uncle Hawkeye Wins said angrily. Beside him, Lei Gang was already in 6 minds, and the development of things to this point had long since exceeded his expectations. He had initially just wanted to clean up Fang Chen and get some face back. He didn't even know about the fact that they were going to lay their hands on Fang Chen. But seeing that at this point he Lightning Guild had already died or injured more than half of their number, he was in complete disarray in this mind. Fang Chen looked at Uncle Feng and smiled. From the moment you struck out at me, I knew what you were thinking. Unfortunately, you've got the wrong guy. And the Lightning Guild isn't as bluffing as you think. Die for me. As Fang Chen said that, he only saw a large swath of red flying fire spike insects instantly arrive in front of Uncle Feng. Although Uncle Feng tried his best to block it, yet the flying fire spike insects were able to wear down his defense to infinitely close to 0 almost instantly. The poisonous mist that drifted to him was not even the slightest bit polite, and directly took away his life. Lei Gang dropped to the ground, his entire body having completely despaired. It's even starting to wait for the countdown to his own death. Uncle Long's entire body also gave up struggling. As the most powerful lawgiver, he simply couldn't break through the defense made up of countless ironclad ants. As for escaping, that was something even more impossible to do. Minutes passed. Within the range formed by the iron-armored ants only, there were rays of light appearing from time to time. The crowd of onlookers in the distance could only see the poison floating in the sky because they were too far away. And the occasional glow of various colors. As for what was really going on in there, no one even knew. Sumu Yue felt relieved to watch it at first. But in the end it turned into a heart attack, burying her head in Fang Chen's chest and no longer looking. Feeling the warmth of Fang Chen's chest, she only felt a pang of fear. As Fang Chen's close friends all felt palpitations. I really didn't dare to think how desperate one would have to be if they were Fang Chen's enemy. Just 10 minutes later. Fang Chen patted Su Mui's shoulder. Only then did she let go of Fang Chen. And while looking towards the front, the purple poisonous mist had already begun to dissipate. The ground was a mass of falling things, so many that it was almost dizzying. Fang Chen did not rush forward to collect the things one by one. And Sumu Yue, this was to see that the entire area around the Thunder Dragon Pagoda, except for the Thunder Dragon Pagoda itself, was still there. The only person left, besides the 2 of them, was Lei Gang, who was still sitting paralyzed on the ground. Lei Gang looked at Fang Chen at the moment, his eyes filled with despair and incomprehension. Obviously he didn't know why Fong Chen didn't kill him. After seeing Fong Chen pick up all the things that the crowd had dropped, Lei Gang was finally completely tense. What the hell do you want? If you want to kill me too. What's the point of keeping me? Fong Chen put away the last item before he looked at Lei Gang and faintly said, "Give me everything on you except your clothes. And then you can go." What do you mean? Ray just didn't understand. The things he had on him, Fong Chen could totally do it himself if he wanted. Why make yourself voluntarily hand it over? Did it mean he wasn't going to kill himself? Lei Gang's heart is happy, better to die than to live, as long as you can live on these things count for nothing. I don't want to repeat myself a second time. You have 1 minute to think about it. Fong Chen urged. Those surrounding onlookers were already starting to get a bit stir-crazy, wanting to come over and join in the fun. Fong Chen didn't want to be surrounded as a monkey. In a minute, Lei Gang was bound to have a result. Lei Gang sniffed and busily threw a stream of things on his body onto the ground. Fong Chen waved his hand at him, signaling that he could leave. Lei Gang still didn't understand, but his feet didn't dare to stop running while looking at Fong Chen. It wasn't until after he saw Fong Chen take his things and lead Su Mudi away for real. That was a long relief. The surrounding onlookers quickly surrounded Lei Gang and inquired about the situation. But Lei Gang at this time where there is still a mood, he now only wants to hurry home. Manhwa City is simply not a place for people to be. He just wants to go home. Will you guys get out of the way? I want to go home. I miss my mom. Get out of the way, all of you. Louis Kong was on the verge of tears. On the other side, on the way back to Longhua City, Su Muyue finally couldn't help but open her mouth to inquire. Why didn't you kill him? Fong Chen smiled at his words. Kill him and who will transfer my money? What about 10 billion? Besides, I've plundered everything on him, so it doesn't matter if I kill him or not. Keep him so that today's events can get out. As the saying goes, fame and fortune are worth 1,000 words. Su Mudi sniffed but snorted. That's an okay reason to fool others. You wouldn't be using an alias if you were really looking at fame and fortune. Fong Chen sniffed but laughed. Little rich girl, I really didn't lie to you this time. Used to use an alias for self-preservation. And right after this thunder elemental boss is decimated, following it can be the enrollment of Jiangbei University. Sooner or later my name is going to be exposed, and the more famous I am at this time, the more useful it will be to me. When we enter Jiangbei University, strength is the only way to get resources. So, you've got to get your ass in gear. Su Muyue sniffed and looked at Fong Chen, and for a moment, she was actually a little worried that the gap between her own strength and Fong Chen's would grow wider and wider. I don't even want to go back to Jiangbei province, you're so good, what if another girl seduces you during the time I'm gone? Fong Chen sniffed but said in a serious manner. Then take it, but I'm dead set on not looking for anyone under 18 anymore. It's easy to suffocate. You hate it. Su Muyue hammered Fong Chen in the chest and said. Sooner or later, I'll tire you out, you're mine anyway, even if you find 100, you're still mine. Fong Chen laughed. That's hard to say, you're not my girlfriend, okay, go back and finish the transfer first. Also this time the harvest will have to be exchanged for money by your family's auction house. Chapter 56, The First Ruthless Man, completing 3 turns. At the same time that Fong Chen and Su Mudi returned to Longhua City to prepare for the 3rd turn. This fight for the Thunder Elemental World boss was also finally coming to an end. And the news spread far, far too fast than they thought it would. After only 2 hours, it had spread to almost the entire Jiangbei province. What? I have a girlfriend who kills people and directly destroys a team from the Lightning Guild? This is a big beam. Who says it isn't? Doesn't this kid go to Jiangbei province to develop? Definitely go. Longhua City has only one option in Jiangbei province to go to university. This kid must be crazy. Crazy? This kid is the one who's ruthless alright, destroying a team of others, and it's rumored that there's a big shot inside who's working on a 4th turn quest. Awesome, 2nd turn kills 4th turn, this is what people can do. JNU. What did you say? Jian Chen is dead? That I have a girlfriend who killed him? I'm going to take back what I said before, this kid might really be comparable to Jiang Ishue. It looks like senior sister Jiang is going to run into an opponent this time. I just saw Li Yuan heading towards the entrance of the abyss, he should be going to tell senior sister Jiang this news. Li Yuan is also very strong. When the enrollment ends, I'm afraid he'll have an opponent as well. Yes. The professionals in these sessions are so strong. Jiangbei Province, Lightning Guild. Hearing the news, Thunderbolt slumped straight into his chair. Below him, several of the Lightning Guild's capable generals were all blue in the face and angry. President, if such a great revenge is not taken, how will our Lightning Guild gain a foothold in Jiangbei City in the future? Yeah, that kid has to be killed for that to happen. Thunderburst looked at the crowd, but said, how to kill? Sword Chen is halfway through his 4th turn quest, and he killed them all. Even Uncle Dragon and Uncle Wind are dead. If you want to kill him, I'm afraid you'll have to have the strength of a 6th turn. Old me is only at the 5th turn. This person is demonic through and through. Joining Jiangbei University is already a nail in the coffin. I said how come Qianhe didn't come back for almost half a month after arriving in Manhwa City. Normally he would come back in 3 days at most. This son is no longer something we can mess with. Pass the word down and send someone to fetch my son back. From now on, wherever this person goes, we, the Lightning Guild, will back off on our own. President. The crowd below was still unwilling, yet Thunderburst spoke angrily. Do as you are told. Whoever dares to say half a word otherwise will be directly expelled from the guild. Those of you who want to take revenge, just quit the guild and go by yourselves. Don't bury the last bit of my guild's living. Also, starting tomorrow our guild will change its name. The name Lightning Guild is no longer usable at all. We'll just have to let time wash over this one. The crowd below sighed helplessly. They were actually aware that one person had annihilated a team of them. This kind of strength was indeed beyond the reach of their guild. Fighting it hard will only hasten one's own demise. LW. On the way back to the city, Fang Chan and Su Muyue had been paying attention to the movements of the forum. It's just a few hours away. I have the name of my girlfriend, and I was actually rated as the #1 ruthless person in Longhua City. Even people in other parts of Jiangbei Province recognized this. Just grabbing a boss is all it takes to exterminate a team of others. That's a tactic that not only the first ruthless person can express. Longhua City, inside the Red River Guild. When Red One and the others saw the news, they were so scared that they barely fell to the ground. Even the Lightning Guild of Jiangbei Province was in this state, and if they had really gambled on the 2 Sumui outside of Huangsha town in the first place. I'm afraid the grass is growing in my grave right now. Inside the city lord's mansion of Longhua City. Come on, look at you in a hurry, it's not just killing a few people. For one thing, the vicinity of the Thunder Elemental boss is not a protected area. Secondly, it was the Lightning Guild's people who made the first move, so you can just go and ask about the situation when the time comes. Once he completes the 3rd turn, I'll take him away, so you don't have to worry about things in the future. Tutor Chiho said. Nangong sniffed, which was a relief. Such a great master placed in his Longhua City really made him sit on pins and needles. In case he caused something bigger to happen one day, he, the city lord, was afraid that he wouldn't be able to cover it. Even at this moment, he felt very fortunate that Fang Chen had not directly joined his garrison. As the saying goes, eat as much as you can with as much stomach as you can, or you'll be stretched to death. Alright, they're already in the city, we should go too. Shiho greeted. The Nangong city lord was still a bit scared afterward and said. You can just go, I won't go, right? Shiho froze. If you don't go, who's going to remove his red name? You can't complete a transfer in a red name state. Nangong froze and forgot about it. At that moment, the two of them rushed towards the transmutation shrine. Inside the Temple of Transfiguration. Sumu language has completed the transfer quest. Together with the experience gained from killing the 4 world bosses, he had directly turned into a 3rd turn level 100 Phoenix Mage. And Fang Chen also personally tried before sending down, red name state unexpectedly cannot be transferred. So I'll just have to go ahead and eliminate the red name later. Then I'll go ahead and get things sorted out for you in 3 days tops. But I have to leave tonight, so this may be my goodbye to you. Sumu language was a little reluctant to give up. Fang Chen, however, laughed. It's not like I've disappeared, I'll make a personal appearance in a month's time. Aha! Sumuyue nodded, her own mother's illness was still waiting for Fang Chen to go. Looking around at the people coming and going in the transmigration shrine, no one seemed to be paying attention to this side. Only then did Sumuyue busy herself by sticking over and kissing Fang Chen on his mask. I'll be waiting for you in Jiangbei Province, no matter how you fool around outside, remember to come home. After saying that, Su Muyue turned around and ran out of the transformation shrine. Fang Chen was speechless as he listened. Was he that casual? Besides, when did he ever forget to go home? It's good out there, but it's not so bad at home. There's no such thing as choice in the adult dictionary. As long as it's good, I'll take it. Over here, Su Muyue had just left, and Fang Chen hadn't even left the transmigration shrine yet. A voice then came through. Little friend, as a person who has been here before, I have to remind you. Manhwa City is too small, and you've seen too few beautiful women. Although Su Muyue is good, you may not run into a better one in the future. You have to be careful about what you do in life. Seeing that the visitor was actually the Nangong City Lord, Fang Chen could not help but laugh. I'm sorry for the City Lord's worry, but my greatest hobby is collecting beauty. But all the good ones are wanted. Do you think it would be too greedy? The Nangong City Lord smiled at his words. Greed is not a bad thing, the key is that it depends on whether you have the strength to protect what you have gotten through greed. It's not unheard of for strong men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines after the game Advent World. Okay, I'm here to help you get rid of your red name. Xianho is instead already waiting for you in the box, so you can go see him once you finish your transfer. Fang Chen nodded. Tutor Chiho was rather more anxious than him. But it's also true that there isn't much time left before college enrollment. It's only right to be anxious. At that moment, Nangong personally eliminated Fang Chen's red name status for him, and he didn't receive any money. Fang Chen didn't say anything, and directly walked towards the 3 turns divine stone. After submitting the quest, a series of system beeps rang out. Ding! Congratulations on completing the 3rd turning quest, as well as completing the hidden profession quest test. Ding! Congratulations on becoming a hidden profession, bloodshedder. Ding! The system has detected that you have completed the 3rd turning task. The divine talent system is extracting the rewards. Chapter 57 Divine Grade Talent, Divine Insect Fusion. Ding! Congratulations on completing the 3rd turning quest, as well as completing the hidden profession quest test. Ding! Congratulations on becoming a hidden profession, bloodshedder, gaining 200 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations on your leveling up to 100, please use your free attribute points as soon as possible. Ding! The system has detected that you have completed the 3rd turning task. The divine talent system is extracting the rewards. Ding! Divine talent system extraction completed. Congratulations on obtaining the divine talent, divine insect fusion. Please check the specific effects by yourself. A series of system sounds were heard. Fang Chen's heart was overwhelmed with excitement. He was busy first clicking on the God level talent to check the talent he just acquired, God Insect Fusion. Divine Bug Fusion, Divine Grade Talent, allows the host to fuse with the bugs under their control, allowing the host to gain the power of a divine bug, the specific attributes of which can be viewed on the Divine Bugs page. Merge yourself with the God Worm? Fang Chen's heart stirred, feeling as if he had touched a brand new door. He was busy opening his God Bug list. At once, he saw that his God Bug attributes had followed suit. Name, Nano-Vermin. Evaluation, Mythical. Rank, LV.100. Attack power, 10,000. Life value, 6,000. Physical defense, 1,300. Spell defense, 1,300. Attachment effect, Intense Poison. Each attack can be accompanied by an intense poison effect. The poisoned person loses 4,000 blood per second for 3 seconds. Incidental skill, Poison Diffusion, can release a poisonous fog that will poison enemies within the range. If there are no enemies, the fog will exist for 30 minutes. Hint, the effect of poison can be increased with leveling up. Reminder, Mythical God Bugs, unable to evolve. Divine Worm Splitting Talent in effect, currently splitting, max 30,000, current number, 29,000 30,000. Name, Flying Firebug. Evaluation, Commander Blue. Rank, LV.100. Attack power, 3,500. Life value, 2,000. Physical defense, 100. Spell defense, 100. Passive skill, Fire Armor Piercing attacks can weaken the opponent's double defense 10, the effect can be stacked, the highest can make the opponent's double defense infinitely close to 0. Hint, the effect of Fire Armor Piercing is fixed and cannot be improved. Comes with passive skill, Flight, can spread wings and fly without any consumption, speed is the same as the Master's speed. Reminder, Commander Class God Bugs, evolvable. Divine Worm Splitting Talent in effect, currently splitting, max 30,000, current number, 25-30,000. Name, Iron Armored Ant King. Evaluation, Commander Blue. Rank, LV.100. Attack power, 3,300. Life value, 55,000. Physical defense, 10,000. Spell defense, 10,000. Passive skill, Silver Armor Bodyguard. When receiving damage, it will immediately increase the effect of double defense by 20. Reminder, Commander and Godworm, evolvable. Divine Worm splitting talent in effect, currently splitting, max 30,000, current number, 26,030,000. As his own level increased, the level of the god bugs began to increase as well. And the number is capped at 30,000 as well. However, one's free attribute points have not been added yet, while the equipment has not been changed. The cap should be higher when it's replaced. There's no rush on that. And from the number of them, it was also evident that the flying fire spike insects had lost quite a lot from the previous battle with the Lightning Guild. The bugs were too bad at defending themselves, so they lost the most, followed by the iron armored ants, with only the nano-venomous bugs having the smallest number of losses. Fang Chen stopped thinking about it and checked the effects of the divine insect fusion. Nano-venomous bug, mythic grade venomous bug, currently fusible. Fusion properties are as follows. Attack power, when fused with itself, it will gain the effect of nano-vermin attack power, 300,010,000 x 30,000. 10,000 attack power each, 30,000 in total. Poison passive, each attack will cause the enemy to enter a poison state, losing 4,000 blood per second. Hint, you cannot perform the skill poison mist diffusion while in the fusion state. Looking at the introduction, Fang Chen's eyes instantly straightened. Attack power of 300 million? Nima, wouldn't that be a punch that directly seconds the world boss? Even counting the opponent's defense, one's own punch would definitely be able to go down in seconds. But soon Fang Chen reacted. This fusion, while powerful, is something that only makes one powerful in melee combat. It's obviously better not to fuse when practicing requires a wide range of decimation of monsters. And not being able to use the poison mist diffusion skill is a bit hard. Fang Chen thought as he continued to look at the second type of bug. Flying fire spike insect, commander level, currently fusible. Fusion attributes are as follows. Ignore 50 defense after fusing with yourself, you will gain the ability to ignore 50 defense. God bug grade is low, after the fusion effect is only 50 ignore defense, and will not stack. Raise the bug grade can raise the ignore defense limit. Looking at the introduction, Fang Chen fell into deep thought. By letting the flying fire spiker bugs swarm themselves, you can reduce the opponent's defense to 0 indefinitely. The effect was naturally the best, but he also knew very well that if he were to face a more powerful monster or a powerful FA master, his own flying fire spike insects might not even get close to his opponent before he was swarmed. So after this fusion skill, although there is only 50 of ignoring defense, it is very good at some times. Knowing that, look at the last one. Fang Chen placed his gaze on the last type of bug. Iron Armored Ant King, Commander Class God Insect, currently fusible. Fusion attributes are as follows. After life value is fused with itself, it will gain the effect of Iron Armored Ant King life value, 1.65,055,000 x 30,000. 10,000 blood per ant, 30,000 in total. After physical defense is fused with itself, it will gain the effect of Ironclad Ant King physical defense, 300,010,000 x 30,000. 10,000 physical defense each, 30,000 in total. After spell defense is fused with itself, it will gain the effect of Ironclad Ant King spell defense, 300,010,000 x 30,000. 10,000 spell defense each, 30,000 in total. Reminder, continuing to raise the rank will result in a maximum of double defense immunity effect. Looking at the introduction, Fang Chen was so excited that he simply wanted to go out and run around naked. Each of the three bugs can be said to have their own blend. If the nano vermin gave him invincible attacks, then the Iron Armored Ant King was giving him invincible defense and blood. With the attributes, Fang Chen could even just give up the double defense and blood on his equipment and just pursue spiritual power. Just raise your god bug limit. 1.65 billion of blood, 300 million of double defense, unless encountered some ignore the defense of perverts and specific monsters, or else afraid of 8 turns below no one can break his defense. Of course, it would be best if we could continue to improve to the level of complete immunity. It could be said that this divine grade talent directly allowed Fang Chen's ability to preserve his life to take a qualitative leap. If I were to let that sword Chin come in for a sneak attack right now, I'm afraid that if I let him slice his sword into the roll, he wouldn't even be able to hurt me. Fong Chen's heart was overwhelmed with excitement. It was true that what you want comes what you want. Previously he had to use iron armored ants to form a defensive layer around him when he fought someone. And now it's entirely possible to just choose to fuse yourself. It will simply be a walking invincible boss. Who can compete with that? Calming down, Fong Chen then added up his free attribute points. At the same time, he was ready to see what his attribute panel, as well as the hidden profession that he had just switched to, the Bloodthirster, had the ability to do. Chapter 58, Bloody Bug Envoy, List 1 Jiang Hao. Name, Fong Chen. Occupation, third turned Bloodthirster Bloodthirsty Bugbear. Rank, LV.100. Life value, 5,000, after God Bug Fusion, 1.65 billion. Physical defense, 500, after God Bug Fusion, 300 million. Legal defense, 500, after Divine Bug Fusion, 300 million. Force, 106. Intelligence, 228. Body mass, 109. Spirit, 1407 140, 140 for equipping the Goblin King's Scepter passive, mental proficiency increased by 10. Speed, 30 meters second. Free attribute points, 0. Skills, Beast Magic, Attack Form Switching, Evolution, Control Beast Attack Power increased by 10, Bloodletting. General Skills, Divine Concealment Fate, Shifting Shapes, Advanced Sneaking. Occupational characteristics, Insect Affinity, the professional is an insect master, and has a high probability of success in controlling insects, while controlling other types of beasts is bound to fail. Divine Grade Talent, Divine Insect Splitting, boosting mental power increases the splitting cap. Current ceiling 30,000. Divine Grade Talent, Perfect Control, can activate the Perfect Control skill once, and it will definitely succeed on the target of the control used. The target is limited to insectoids, and its level cannot exceed its own level 30. Cooldown, 24 hours. Divine Talent, Damage Transfer, selected Ironclad Ants, which can currently take 1.65 billion damage. Divine Talent, Divine Insect Fusion, currently confused Divine Insects, Nano-Venomous Insects, Iron Armored Ants, Flying Fire Spike Insects. Looking at the introduction, there wasn't anything special about it, except that one's profession had completely changed from Beast Sentinel to Blood Chatterer. And there was also an additional, Blood Chatter, skill. Fong Chen first checked the introduction of the occupation. The Blood Chatterer, also known as the Blood Chatter Bugmaster, was a rare profession from the ancient times. Controlling worms provides them with powerful blood-sucking abilities. The worms will not be destroyed, and the bloodsuckers will not die. It looks awesome just from the description. Fong Chen was busy going through the skill description of the blood chattering technique. Chattering, passive skill, all the bugs under the host's control will convert 10 of the damage into life force and supply it to the host at the same time as they cause damage, and the converted life force can be passed on to other bugs through the host, so the bugs won't die until the host is extinguished. Looking at the introduction seemed a bit complicated, but soon Fong Chen understood the significance of the skill. It's like attaching a blood-sucking skill to yourself and the bugs you control, all of them, and share this effect with each other. As an example, the Flying Fire Spikeworm is too fragile, but is effective in lowering the opponent's defense. That's why every time before they did it, it was the Flying Fire Spike insects that desperately went to open the way. And now with Blood Chatter, a portion of the damage dealt by the Flying Fire Spikeworm is converted into blood. As long as Fong Chen fed this blood back to the Flying Fire Spike insect, then it would be possible to make its attrition much lower. Secondly, with the nanotoxins also joining the fight. High-attack nanotoxins will provide more blood-sucking effects, and the blood sucked is even more capable of being passed on to the flying fire stingers. In this way, even the flying fire spike insects might not be able to lose much even if they were hardened. This was simply a divine skill for Fong Chen. As a Sentinel Beast Master, Fong Chen knew exactly where his shortcomings were. It used to be that you had to watch out for sneak attacks from professions like the Assassin Swordsman. And the Divine Insect Fusion just made up for this shortcoming, allowing him to be invincible in melee combat as usual after fusing the Divine Insects. And bug consumption was a constant headache and something he tried to avoid. Because the number of bugs is his absolute core, if the bug casualties are huge in a short time, then in the time it takes for the bug to finish splitting, he's pretty much out of the fight. And now the hidden profession, Blood Chatterer, was an effective way to alleviate some of this pressure. It could be said that the current Fong Chen's weakest aspects had also been made up for. Aside from the exploding bug population still being something to keep an eye on, there was almost nothing left to threaten him. And the chattering spell goes a long way, preventing the appearance of mass deaths of his bugs. Fong Chen took a deep breath. At this moment, he only felt that his road to rise was finally completely open. After the third turn he was incomparable in overall strength. If at this time in the face of those people from the Lightning Guild, why would he have to find a way to shift closer to the Thunder Elemental boss? No one could even stop him if he just waltzed right in. There was also that Jian Shen. Now even if he stood and let him stab him, he couldn't even break through his defense. Yes. Fang Chen shouted, and then calmed his emotions before returning from within the transmutation shrine. Nangong has left. Fang Chen didn't say anything, took a deep breath, and walked towards one of the side boxes. Inside the box, Tutor Qianhe had been waiting for a long time. How many levels? Seeing Fang Chen come in, Tutor Qianhe asked with a smile. 100. Fang Chen didn't hide anything and directly said. The 4 world bosses have allowed you to accumulate 11 levels of experience, directly rising from 89 to 100. Not bad. With your current rank, you'll probably be ranked around 100 after the enrollment list of Jiangbei University is released. The top 100 are all allowed to enter Jiangbei University, but the higher the ranking the better the treatment and resources after entering the university naturally. Shiho Mentor said. Fang Chen sniffed but was puzzled. I have a question. From the time I awakened and transferred until now, it's safe to say I've hardly rested. And whether it's a copy or a world boss, I got the rewards too. Why is it yet ranked 100th? This problem Fang Chen indeed could not figure it out. He had come all the way here almost sitting to the extreme, try to ask who else could do better than him? But why is the ranking around 100? Tutor Chiho smiled at his words. Because this ranking ranks. There are only ranks, and only ranks. As for combat power and such, it doesn't count within the period. Tutor Chiho explained. All of you are currently just completing your awakening in just a month. The gap in strength occurs once before the third turn. Good careers with backgrounds will skyrocket, while average careers with no background resources will consider going for the unionized life. This is the first gap. The second gap is then associated with university enrollment, and if you make it into the top 100, you can continue your education. If you can't get in, odds are you'll choose some of the better guilds to improve yourself while adventuring. And you think you've done well enough in a month's time, and I admit it has indeed been good. But what some people will do to get into JNU is beyond your comprehension. For example, said Tutor Chiho with a wave of his hand. The avatar of a youth appeared in front of him, but there was no name, and it looked like the grade was about the same as his own. For example, this person, named Jiang Hao, is currently level 115 in the third turn. It's a whole 15 levels more than you, and that 15 level difference is why he's currently in first place. And leveling up will get slower and slower from the third turn onwards. With this 15 level gap, you won't be able to catch up by brushing world bosses alone. Although bosses can provide a lot of experience, the refresh cycle is too long. 10 days and half a month apiece is simply impossible to use for leveling. So there are specific places to practice. And do you know, what is this Jiang Hao's occupation? Fang Chen shook his head. He did not recognize this person. Tutor Chiho laughed. He's a priest. Priest? Fang Chen froze at his words. Priest and immortal technique are the same, both are nurse professions, but immortal technique is more oriented towards blood boosting. Priests, on the other hand, favor status classes, such as blessing, continuous blood return, and other statuses. It could be said that the profession of priest was very ribald, and generally a guild only needed one senior priest. Adding a bit of status before departure could last for 10 days and half a month, and priests were kept within the guild on weekdays without needing to do any quests. After all, they were weak in combat and were just hanging around by adding status. For a priest to be at the top of the list for the time being, this guy is definitely a rich kid. Chapter 59 Leaving Longhua, List Announcement. This Jiang Hao, from Jiangbei City, his father is none other than Jiangbei City's city lord, North Jiangnan. And since he completed his awakening profession, his father has hired 2 teams of mercenaries. Taking turns to take him leveling 24 hours a day, it's safe to say that he just slept in the wilderness until he reached his current level. A priest doesn't need to be proficient in all kinds of combat skills, he just needs to be high-leveled with awesome various statuses, as well as being able to save his life. When he needed to complete the transfer quest, the family prepared all kinds of materials for him, and he didn't even need to leave the transfer shrine to complete the quest. World Boss Turn 3 quest. A week before collecting it, the 4 elemental bosses outside Jiangbei City were cleared by the mercenary corps. He completed the third turn in one morning. You think you're doing well enough, but you don't realize that other people are better than you, that you earn every day and they earn every second. Tutor Chiho said. You might think that this doesn't make much sense. After all, it's a priest. Even if he got into JNU at the top of the rankings, what can he do? What I told you first, in this world, college is just a still short part of your life. No matter where you are, no matter what strength you are, if you don't progress, that means regression. So if you continue to stay in Longhua City, you will only be limited by this place. You don't have a strong background or resources, you can only work harder and more diligently than them. Fong Chen nodded. Previously he had felt like he could walk sideways with the system. But now it seems that there are few people who work harder than they do. A priest can occupy the number one spot on the list, so you can imagine how much effort people put into it. It was indeed time for himself to leave Longhua City. The world outside was wildly wide so that he could fly higher. Just tell me directly what I should do. Since I decided to go with you before, I naturally won't go back on my decision. Also, that list you mentioned, I wonder what's announced? Fong Chen asked. He understood that the fight for Longhua City was over, and the next fight for enrollment places in Jiangbei University had just begun. Although Mentor Chiho promised to give him a special enrollment slot. But this kind of enrollment event, he naturally didn't want to miss it. The enrollment list will be officially announced 3 days later. After the announcement, it also means that you only have 1 month left before the start of enrollment. So I'll give you 3 more days at the end to prepare. 3 days later, leave Longhua City with me. Fong Chen nodded. Although he didn't have much family in Longhua City, he had lived here for so many years in the end. There's still some feelings after all. If you leave after 3 days, I'm afraid you may not have the chance to come back, so it's only right that you say goodbye. Su Muti left with Su Mutian that night. Still, after 2 days, she called in the money as promised. A total of 15 billion. 10 billion of that was a bet with the Lightning Guild. The other 5 billion was the sum total of what he got after decimating the Lightning Guild's group. And up to this point, the dragon coins on Fong Chen had reached 20 billion. Instead, you can barely find a chance to evolve the bugs a bit. It's just a shame that there's no bug material in LW yet. So he could only wait until he got to Jiangbei province. Originally he had wanted to go and acquire some equipment. But Tutor Chiho said that the place they were going to also had an auction house, and it was bigger. It can be replaced when it arrives. After all, Longhua City is a small place and naturally has fewer choices. 3 days later, Fong Chen left with instructor Qianhe as promised. On this day, the Nangong City Lord, Tsunami Wolf, and the others even came to personally greet them. The two of them, Lei Yang and Zhang Dong, were naturally not qualified to come over. But in the professionals forum, they watched the situation live, and their hearts were filled with emotion. It's only been a month and the difference in life is already so great. I had thought that the one who would rise would be myself, but now that I look at the gap, it's really embarrassing. Beneath the night sky, Fong Chen sat on Tutor Qianhe's royal wind golden eagle and watched as the scene below quickly swept by. There was suddenly some anticipation in his heart, wondering where exactly Mentor Qianhe would take himself. Yet not before he had opened his mouth to inquire. Suddenly, Tutor Chiho smiled and said, "The list is going to be announced." Fong Chen froze, and almost simultaneously a voice rang in his ears. Ding! The enrollment list of Jiangbei University is officially open. But all students belonging to the range of Jiangbei province and professionals who happen to have completed their awakening tasks this year are eligible to participate in the registration. The information of the professionals has been entered, you only need to choose whether to enroll or not. After abandoning the enrollment, the data will be automatically erased, and after confirming the enrollment, the professional's name or alias will appear on the top of the enrollment list. Registration is limited to 1 hour, so please complete your registration as soon as possible. It's amazing that this is still broadcast throughout the province. Awesome! Fong Chen marveled in his heart, and at the same time realized that this Jiangbei University's enrollment list turned out to be based on the entire Jiangbei province. In other words, this list was the stage for the geniuses of this session of the entire Jiangbei province to compete. As Fong Chen was thinking, suddenly another system voice sounded. Ding! Are you enrolled? Fong Chen didn't even think about it and directly chose yes. Ding! Please choose the name you use, your real name or an alias. I have a girlfriend. The system gives 2 options. Fong Chen was helpless, but after thinking about it, he chose, I have a girlfriend. Although he didn't mind revealing his identity. But for now, since it's not exposed, it's good to hide it. Moreover, Mentor Chiho had also told him that he should only be careful. After all, within the Dragon Kingdom, there were also anti-alliance figures that existed. It would be safer to use a pseudonym. As for being exposed in the future, it's good to be exposed, and it's an earning if you can hide it for one more minute. Ding! Congratulations on your successful enrollment. The enrollment list will appear in 1 hour. Please follow the rankings yourself. The system gave one last reminder and went silent. Fang Chen, on the other hand, realized that there was an additional leaderboard option in his panel. After tapping on it, a huge curtain of light appeared. But at this point there is no name on it. This hour is the time for registration, and it is assumed that the exact rankings will not be announced until after registration is over. Fang Chen was not in a hurry and asked as he turned off the list. Mentor, where are we going? Xianha hadn't said where she was going to take Fang Chen and sniffed. Abyss Town. Abyss Town? Fang Chen stared at the words and quickly realized what this place was. The place was briefly described in a high school textbook. In the first decade of the game's descent into the real world, the original urban pattern of the Dragon Kingdom was almost completely destroyed. With the emergence of the professionals, the size and pattern of the city began to be redrawn. And near each of the large province-based towns, there is a place called Abyss Town. Jiangbei Province is no exception. It was said that this was because there was an entrance to the abyss near Abyss Town. And at first there was no city nearby, as a large number of professionals converged near the entrance to the abyss. Only gradually did the city develop. So there was also an entrance to the abyss near Jiangbei Province. Abyss Town is the closest place to the entrance of the abyss. Abyss Town is not far from Jiangbei City, so it will be convenient to go and find Su Modi after a month. Fang Chen was calculating in his mind. He was very interested in the mythical great spirit insect in Su Muyua's mother's head. I didn't expect Tutor Chiho to take him to this place. Was he preparing to let himself go into the abyss to practice? Chapter 60 Falling Down the 100, Abyss Restaurant. Tutor Chiho didn't mean to go into detail. Fang Chen also simply didn't bother to ask more questions. Waiting until he got to the place would naturally make it clear. Waiting patiently for an hour. Finally the leaderboard option lit up. At the same time a voice rang in Fang Chen's ears. Ding! The enrollment list of Gangbuk University has finished registering for enrollment. The rankings will appear in 10 seconds and officially end after 30 days, when the enrollment results will be announced based on the rankings. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown sounded, Fang Chen also placed his eyes on the leaderboard. Though he didn't like this arrangement where rankings were determined by rank. But JNU clearly has its own considerations. For example, Jiang Hao, a priest, could occupy the top of the list. That was enough to show how powerful the background and resources behind him were. College admissions can't all be based on talent either, because the rise of a strong person can't be achieved with only talent. Huge resources and support are also important. In comparison, the rank thing speaks volumes about a person's overall strength in a short period of time. Ding! The list has been announced. As the system's voice recalled, Fang Chen saw a name begin to appear on top of the list. Sure enough, the one who ranked first was the young man named Jiang Hao. First place, Jiang Hao, level 116, third turn, priest. It's only been 3 days since I've seen you, and you've even risen another level. Fang Chen was staggered. It was true that being rich was good. At this rate, I'm afraid that he'll be able to complete the 4-turn quest by the end of the day. Maybe even pick up a 5th-turn quest if you're good. Of course, the probability of that is small. To be able to complete the 4-turn mission to enter Jiangbei University, that was an extremely demonic existence. Not to mention receiving a 5-turn quest is too unlikely. Fang Chen continued to look down. First place, Jiang Hao, level 116, third turn, priest. Second place, Jian Li, level 110, dark swordsman in third turn. Third place, Mighty Man, level 105, berserkers. Fourth place, Li Kai, level 104, immortal arts. Fang Chen realized that there were indeed people on here who also used aliases like himself, such as this fierce brother. And the fourth place, Li Kai, was actually an immortal technique. A milkmaid rank is also so high it seems that the family background is not bad. Beyond that, there's very little level difference further down, basically a lot of it is in the middle of level 103 to 104. It seemed like there were quite a few powerful professionals placed within the entire Jiangbei province. He himself was considered diligent before, but he was only at level 100 now. Fang Chen looked all the way down the list, and sure enough, he found himself in the 100th place. Number 100, I have a girlfriend, 3rd turn, level 100, Imperial Beastmaster. The 101, the little rich girl of the Su family, 3rd turn, level 100, Mage. Su Mui, this ninny, was surprisingly close behind. What a difficult brother and sister. Fang Chen laughed helplessly. However, just when he was helpless, suddenly he was seeing Su Muyue's ranking change from 101 to 102. And his own ranking had gone from 100th to 111. Holy! Fang Chen couldn't help but curse. He's still in a hurry, and these dogs are even practicing. You're not even saving yourself for the first 100. It was a straight squeeze. What? You care about the ranking? Tutor Chiho was finally speaking. Fang Chen smiled at his words. I'm young, and it's instinctive to be competitive. Of course it's best if we can take first place, but now the 100th place has been squeezed out. Chiho laughed. You'll catch up when we get to Abyss Town. Well, we're ready to go down. Saying that, the sitting royal wind golden eagle turned its wind direction and flew towards the ground. Below, Fang Chen saw that a brightly lit town had indeed appeared. It looks like there's a lot of people coming and going. The two landed outside the town. Tutor Chiho then said, I have to go back to JNU to pick up one more thing, so you're on your own tonight. If you want to change your equipment or anything else, just take care of it, and I'll take you inside the abyss first thing in the morning. After saying that, Tutor Chiho left. Fang Chen was a bit helpless at this was directly leaving himself here. But it's good, I have money on me, so I'm not afraid. The first time he came to a place more lively than Longhua City, he naturally had to improve his strength first. Thinking that Fang Chen didn't talk nonsense, he directly entered the town. On both sides of the road were stores selling items. Fang Chen even saw a lot of yellow chief level equipment. Of course the price is naturally high. However, I didn't see any orange lord level ones, so I thought that this kind of precious equipment should be in the large auction house. Fang Chen was new to the city and didn't know where the rowdy rows were. So it was off to the grocery store first to buy a copy of the local intelligence and information about the Abyss. The petition shows that there is a place called the Abyss Restaurant within this Abyss town. It's a store directly operated by the Jiangbei Provincial Guard. Inside, along with the auction house, you can relax and buy what you want at the same time. Also, intelligence etc. is at its best here. Seeing this, Fang Chen didn't say anything and directly rushed to the Abyss Restaurant. Moments later, in the hall on the first floor of the Abyss Restaurant, Fang Chen sat down while ordering a pot of wine. Drinking while studying the abyssal situation. According to the information, the abyss near Jiangbei province was called the Demon Lord Abyss. It was said that within this abyss, there lurked a Lord-class orange boss, the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord was so powerful and hiding in the depths of the abyss that even Jiangbei City Lord, Bei Jiangnan, didn't dare to easily enter it. Bei Jiangnan's strength was very high, and if he were outside, it wouldn't be difficult to decapitate a Lord-level Demon Lord. But in the depths of the abyss, it is possible to get into trouble yourself. That's why this boss hasn't been eradicated so far. While the abyss had been remodeled by the Jiangbei City Guard, there were currently a total of 2 levels open to the public. The first level requires payment of 100 million dragon coins each time, and you can enter to sharpen your skills for 1 day. The second tier, on the other hand, required the payment of 1 billion dragon coins each time, sharpening for a day. Looking at the renewal fee, Fang Chen couldn't help but be staggered. This was simply robbery. The first time it all took 100 million a day. Wouldn't one's $20 billion family fortune only last for 20 days at the second level? Chiho won't make me pay for it out of my own pocket, will she? If that's the case, then I'd better run and go back to brush the world boss. Fang Chen was speechless. He had worked so hard to save up so much money to be used to upgrade bugs. Not for tickets. Looks like we'll have to spend all the money tonight, so we won't get screwed over by Chiho when the time comes. Fang Chen moved a little. There are obviously a lot of benefits to being able to charge so much. And reading the introduction, it said that maintaining the formations within the abyss consumed a great deal. That's why the fees are so high, but the practicing experience is also substantial. Fang Chen still had some expectations. Thinking of this, he greeted without delay, and a maid came over. Sir, may I help you? Fang Chen did not wear a mask, and the pretty maid could not help but be taken aback when she saw Fang Chen's handsome face. I need to buy something. Level 100 equipment that mainly adds mental power, other attributes don't matter. In the meantime, Commander Class Blue Bugs. Help me see how many there are on the market. Thanks. Yes, please wait. The pretty maid said as she busily turned away to make arrangements. After only a few moments, she walked back and laughed. Sir, the equipment is available in the auction house for a total of 300 million, including a weapon. As for the Commander Class Blue Bugs, our auction house currently has 10 in stock. You can transfer it for you if you need more. The pretty maid said. Fang Chen nodded his head and without any nonsense directly took out his own piece of diamond card and handed it over. The beautiful receptionist was calm, however, after receiving the card and reading the information, a hint of surprise flashed across her brows. Chapter 61 Master Xian, Evolution Explained. You? Are you Mr. I Have a Girlfriend? Problems? Fang Chen asked, is this alias of his so famous now? He had never been to this abyss town himself, and he didn't think that the name had even traveled here. Your name, sir, can be said to be unknown in Abyss Town right now, and most importantly, the auction house that this Abyss Tavern cooperates with is actually also a Su-style auction house. And his lordship has specially explained that as long as anyone with this diamond card comes to spend money, the bill will be waived. Free? Fang Chen froze. This Su Mutian was generous, but he categorically wouldn't want it. As the saying goes, taking advantage of a person's shortcomings and taking advantage of a person's soft mouth, taking advantage of things done too much, that is to lose character. No need for freebies, just a couple discounts. I'm on a tight schedule, so let's hurry up, okay? Fang Chen urged. Shiho then gave him a night's time, and he was still preparing to go and learn more about the situation below the abyss after he evolved the bugs. The pretty maid nodded her head and immediately led Fang Chen to the upstairs box. Good man, the identity of this treatment has changed. Fang Chen laughed bitterly. It was true that in this world, only strength was the best passport. Sir, Miss Xian, the principal here, will personally come over later, and she'll be at your service then. After saying that, the pretty maid left. Fang Chen nodded his head and leaned back on the sofa and waited patiently. And at this time in another room of the restaurant. What did you say? I have a girlfriend? Sure it's him? Ziyan was a bit surprised. The pretty maid nodded. Absolutely right, it's his diamond card. Ziyan took the diamond card and looked at it. Alright, I know, I'll go over there. Later on if Mr. Jiang comes, you stop him for a while. Mr. Jiang? I'm afraid I can't stop you. The pretty maid was a bit embarrassed. She knew that Duke Jiang's temperament, and how easy it would be to stop him. Ziyan said. Then just tell him that I'm receiving a distinguished guest and leave him alone for now. Ziyan was a bit anxious, and after finishing, she busily took a black gold card and rushed over towards the box. The pretty maid looked at Ziyan's reaction and was somewhat puzzled, thinking. Doesn't this I Have a Girlfriend just pit the Lightning Guild? As for even the Master of Ceremonies to look at it so favorably? Or is there something else about him that his lordship values? Even Sister Xian has left Mr. Jiang unattended. How strange. Naturally, she didn't know how important Fang Chen was to Su Mutian. It was only people like Ziyan, who could be in charge of a local auction house, who were qualified to know about it. In fact, from the moment Su Mutian left Longhua City with Su Muyue, he knew that Fang Chen could not stay in Longhua City all the time. So the first thing he did after leaving was to notify the people in charge of the Su Plan auction house spread throughout the entire Longhua City. But anyone who has a situation with Fang Chen, that is, the person I have a girlfriend with, must be reported immediately, while having a request answered. You can even just get it free. Their own boss had given such a word, so they naturally didn't dare to slack off. Su Mutian did this because he also wanted to grasp Fang Chen's dynamics. After all, it was about his lover's life, he couldn't really care. Inside the box, Xian came a few moments later. Hello, I am Xian, the principal of this auction house. Sir, you are a friend of the boss of our auction house. The boss has specially explained that as long as you come, you can be exempted from the bill, and if you insist on paying, you can be given a maximum discount of 50%. Said Xian as she handed over a black gold card. Seeing this, Fang Chen didn't say anything and directly took it. Forget about freebies, just take 50% off. Well, then I'll cut the crap. Do I want things brought? Ziyan nodded her head and waved her hand, and instantly 10 neat brocade boxes appeared in front of her. It's all here. If it's not enough, we can transfer it from Jiangbei City overnight. It's expected to arrive tomorrow morning. Xian said. Fang Chen sniffed but frowned. There's no time to lose. He was going to enter within the abyss with Tutor Qianhua early tomorrow morning, and it was obvious that he couldn't wait. And I'm afraid the 10 bugs in front of me are not really enough in number. After all, the last time I evolved the ability to fly for the fire spiker worm, it took a full 10 worms to do so. Seeing Fang Chen frown, Ziyan was busy saying, "If you are in a great hurry, sir, we can issue a collection order overnight. The entire population of Abyss Town is also quite large, and there are many professionals, so it's not guaranteed that anyone has a larva in their hands. It's just that the larvae collected by this collection order won't be able to give you a discount. How much the purchase price is we can give it to you directly without earning a price difference." Fang Chen nodded his head as he sniffed. This was a solution, and since Ziyan had said this, he also appreciated it. "Okay, but we'll talk about that later, just in case we have a blowout tonight." "Then you're out first." Fang Chen was just about to greet her out when he looked up and realized this. This Ziyan was surprisingly still a big beauty, and belonged to the mature imperial type. He had kept his head down before, and surprisingly, he hadn't even realized that the words he wanted to tell her to get out had reached his lips this instant, and he was actually a little embarrassed to open his mouth. Ziyan looked at Fang Chen and said with a smile instead, "I'll be out then, call me when you need me." Fang Chen nodded his head. This mature woman really did know what she was doing. She knew what to do when you looked up. After Ziyan left, Fang Chen did not delay any longer and on balance decided to first chemicalize the fire-stinging insect. Ironclad ants are defensive bugs and are currently balanced in all attributes. The boost to yourself is already high, especially with the Divine Worm Fusion God tier talent. It could be said that what Fang Chen currently lacked was not defense at all, but damage. If the flying fire spike insect could evolve awesome skills in, it would undoubtedly be of great help to him. Thinking that Fang Chen would not delay any longer, he directly took out a flying fire spike insect and placed it in the palm of his hand. At the same time, the first brocade box was opened. He then saw that inside the brocade box was a small worm tied with a black string. Green spotted larvae. Grade, Commander Blue. Rank, LV.0. Attack power, none. Defense, none. Skills, none. Description, an artificially bred bug with no attributes or combat abilities. Looking at the series of attributes, Fang Chen was somewhat speechless. This bug had no ability whatsoever. Could it evolve an ability by bringing it to evolution? Thinking about it, Fang Chen opened the second box and found that it was still this kind of bug inside. He opened all the boxes in one breath and realized that they were full of these bugs. Now he was a little helpless. Is there any need for evolution when this bug has absolutely no attributes whatsoever? It's really hard to know what to do without a mentor to guide you. This is also when the benefits of going to college with a mentor come into play. However, Qianhua wasn't an insect sentinel, and he was probably still in a hurry right now, thinking that Fang Chen still went to the auction house to buy a detailed book about the evolution of insects. And then flipped through it first. The evolution of the beastmaster. It was clearly documented with all aspects and advice about the imperial beastmaster's control over the evolution of the beast. It says, the evolution skill, as one of the core skills of the imperial beastmaster, was one of the ways for him or her to make the beast under his or her control stronger. Apart from evolution, the fastest way to obtain a powerful control beast was to capture a new control beast. And this is undoubtedly difficult, so evolution becomes something that every sentinel must understand and be proficient in. Understanding evolutionary skills can give you a better understanding of exactly what you need to do when faced with evolution. Chapter 62 Double Evolution, Attribute Enhancement. According to the explanation above the evolution detail, Fang Chen realized this time that his previous thoughts were all wrong. He had always thought before that choosing some bugs with special attributes to evolve would allow the fire spiker bugs to gain new abilities. Yet it is clearly stated above this detail. This is not bound to happen and the probability is low. In particular, the lower the grade of the bug, the lower the probability that the acquisition of an ability will occur. And it's not even necessary. This was something Fang Chen could understand. Since everyone else has very few control beasts, it's not cost-effective to spend a lot of money on evolutionary training from a very low rank. Might as well use it as a transition and just replace it with a better control beast when the conditions are right. And there was still some difference between Fang Chen and them. The most important thing about him is that there are a lot of bugs, so it doesn't matter if the grade is lower, as long as the attributes are counterintuitive, plus the quantity. Then he is invincible. And this detailing works on bug evolution, which boils down to two things. First, there's no point in caring too much about the skills of a bug with a low grade. The grade itself is low, so you might as well raise it as soon as possible. So when evolving, you don't need to care about whether the material has new attributes or not. Letting the bugs raise their grade as soon as possible is the most important thing. Secondly, after the bug evolves, various attributes will also increase, while there is a probability that it will comprehend new skills on its own when its rank is raised. Of course, the higher the grade, the higher the probability of comprehension. The opposite is smaller. Fong Chen was relieved after figuring this out. The most important thing about the flying firebug is its armor-breaking ability. That is to say, even if there were no new ability skills, he could still accept it, and at the same time, if the rank was raised, the base attack power increase would be a boost for him. Instead of going after materials with other skills attached to them, the minuscule gained ability when evolving. Might as well just go for the base attribute boost that comes with high quality. Thinking of this, Fong Chen began to move without further delay. Evolution. Ding. Your flying fire spike bug, this evolution has failed. Familiar voice, familiar result. Fong Chen smiled helplessly and continued to make his move. Ding. Your flying fire spike bug, this evolution has failed. Ding. Your flying fire spike bug, this evolution has failed. Ding. Your flying fire spike bug, this evolution is successful. Fong Chen froze, surprises always came so suddenly. This time, he didn't expect that the evolution of just 4 of his fire spike worms would be complete. At the same time, the option to evolve went surprisingly black, which meant that the flying fire spike bug couldn't continue to evolve. Fong Chen thought of something and busily clicked on the message to check. Name, Firebug Emperor. Evaluation, Chief Yellow. Rank, LV.100. Attack power, 5000. Life value, 3000. Physical defense, 200. Spell defense, 200. Passive skill, fire armor piercing attack can weaken the opponent's double defense 10, the effect can be stacked, the highest can make the opponent's double defense to 0. Hint, the effect of fire armor piercing is fixed and cannot be improved. Comes with passive skill, flight, can spread wings and fly without any consumption, speed is the same as the master's speed. Reminder, chief level god bugs, evolvable. Divine worm splitting talent in effect, currently splitting, max 30,000, current number, 25-30,000. Looking at the information presentation, Fong Chen couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, he had guessed correctly that his fire stinger insect rank had been raised. Elevated from commander to chief level. Moreover, the basic attributes had been improved, and although new skills had not been comprehended, the original skills had been changed. Previously, the commander class fire spikeworm was unable to make the opponent's double defense completely 0, but after the rank increase, it was possible. This difference is small, but it's always a boost. Thinking about it, Fong Chen was busy clicking on the divine grade talent, divine insect fusion. Fire spiked bug emperor, chieftain level, currently fusible, fusion attributes are as follows. Ignore 70 defense after fusing with yourself, you will gain the ability to ignore 70 defense. God worm grade medium, after the fusion of the effect is only 70 ignore defense, and will not be stacked, improve the worm grade can raise the ignore defense ceiling. The maximum can be up to 100. Ignoring defense after fusion has increased by 20, not bad. Fong Chen nodded in satisfaction. The benefits of a grade increase are still acceptable. And most importantly, this time, he only used 4 commander class bugs. Lots of luck. Fong Chen took another look. The fire spike bug emperor was currently at the alpha level yellow, which meant that if it was going to continue to evolve, it would need bugs of the same grade. He opened the auction house and casually checked it. It was a dumbfounded moment. The alpha level yellow bugs sell for a surprisingly high 1 billion each. And there was surprisingly only one in the entire auction house. Fong Chen did some calculations. He was going to cost himself 1 billion dragon coins this time just for these current 10 commander level bugs, plus another 300 million for his equipment. He still had more than 18 billion dragon coins left, so he was monetarily well off. But the problem is, there's no stock. Thinking about it, Fong Chen was prepared to buy this one and only alpha level yellow bug first. However, when he was inquiring, he realized that the bug was surprisingly gone. Fong Chen was somewhat speechless, this bug was too sought after. I hesitated for just a moment myself, and I'm surprised it's gone. Unable to do anything about it, Fong Chen could only put it down for now and continue to start raising the iron armored ants. The fire spike bug emperor could no longer be upgraded, and these remaining 6 material bugs could not be wasted. Evolution. Ding. Your ironclad ant, this evolution has failed. Ding. Your ironclad ant, this evolution has failed. Ding! Your ironclad ant, this evolution has failed. As a series of failing sounds rang out, Fang Chen felt that this time would be the end of it. The iron-armored ants were, after all, ascending for the first time, and it was unlikely that they would want to succeed. Yet just when he was on the verge of giving up himself, suddenly a voice but rang out. Ding! Your ironclad ants, this evolution is successful. Hearing this sound, Fang Chen froze, and at the same time, he saw that the remaining 6 bugs were all consumed. Tonight, his own luck had really exploded, and he had completed 2 evolutions with only 10 bugs. He was busy opening the attribute panel. Name, Iron Armored Ant King. Evaluation, Chief Yellow. Rank, LV.100. Attack power, 4000. Life value, 60,000. Physical defense, 12,000. Spell defense, 12,000. Passive skill, Silver Armor Bodyguard. When receiving damage, it will immediately increase the effect of double defense by 40. Reminder, Chief and God Bugs, evolvable. Divine Worm Splitting Talent in effect, currently splitting, max 30,000, current number, 26,000 30,000. Looking at the introduction, Fang Chen was thrilled in his heart. He didn't expect that the Iron Armored Ants would have evolved only once, and their grade had also increased. Iron Armor Ants boost blood and double defense have increased. The most important thing is that the effect of the Silver Armor Body Protection skill boost has changed from 20 to 40. This means that he gets meteor when he fights others. Fang Chen was busy glancing at the fusion effect. Iron Armored Ant Emperor, a chief level bug that is currently fusible, with the following fusion attributes. Life value, when fused with itself, it will gain the effect of Iron Armored Ant King life value, 1.8 billion 60,000 x 30,000. 60,000 blood per ant, 30,000 in total. After physical defense is fused with itself, it will gain the effect of Iron Armored Ant King physical defense, 360,012,000 x 30,000. 12,000 physical defense each, 30,000 in total. After spell defense is fused with itself, it will gain the effect of Ironclad Ant King spell defense, 360,012,000 x 30,000. 12,000 spell defense each, 30,000 in total. Reminder, continuing to raise the rank will result in a maximum of double defense immunity effect. Looking at the magnificent data, Fang Chen's entire being was content. As expected, the Iron Armored Ant's attribute boost to himself after evolution was the most obvious. There are too few alpha-level bugs, so it looks like we'll have to evolve here tonight. The rest of it would be good to see if there's any other gear that fits. Chapter 63 Hate Feather, Monster Gathering Artifact. Fang Chen greeted him, and Zian walked into the box from the new. It was still just a smile on his face, and he couldn't see the slightest fluctuation of emotions. I'll use all 10 of those bugs, so you can just count the money. Also, I'll take that level 100 equipment. Other than that, do you have any flying gear here? Fang Chen asked. Flying gear? Is a mount okay? Zian asked. You should also know that the price of flight equipment is several times that of a mount, so it's not as cost-effective as a mount, to put it mildly. Fang Chen nodded. Flying mounts can be controlled with a crystal ball and can be used regardless of profession. And flying gear is the equipment category, which is very few in number, so it's worth a lot of money. However, there is one thing flying mounts can't match, and that's the fact that flying equipment can be used while fighting. And flying mounts, for the most part, don't have much combat power. Unless it was a beastmaster like Qianhe, who could directly control beasts as mounts could also make them come out to fight. For normal flying mounts, since they were sealed with a crystal ball, the mount's combat power was also weak. Of course, the exception to this is the lawgiver, who can seal the beast within the scroll. Although it can't be used as a mount, it can be summoned to help in battle. It's just that sealing scrolls are very expensive, and very few can afford to use them. However, Fang Chen didn't want a flying mount. First of all, he was an insect sentinel, and in the future, if he had the chance to get flying bugs, it would be best if he could gain the ability to fly after fusion. Secondly, flying mounts don't help in combat, and it's better to use a flight scroll to simply catch up. So flying gear was his first choice instead. I want flying equipment, with better attributes. Aha! Ziyan nodded her head, and a few moments later, she fetched an equipment. Hatred Plume of the Killing Honored One. Rank, LV.240. Grade, Orange Dark Gold. Speed plus 500. Mental Strength plus 500. Active skill, Killing Sprint can double flight speed in 10 seconds. Blue consumption per second, 10,000. Looking at this piece of equipment, Fang Chen's eyes instantly lit up. With a 500 speed and mental power boost, the effect was simply huge for him. How much? Fang Chen asked directly. 5 billion. Ziyan said. How cheap? Fang Chen frowned. This was an orange dark gold level equipment, and this selling price was too low. It was important to know that an unusual dark gold equipment was at least 10 billion to start with. And its rank. This level 240 is the level after the 8th turn. You take it out? Fang Chen frowned. This was a rank he wouldn't be able to use. Ziyan then explained. Sir, you don't know, this equipment is broken. Therefore, there is no limit to the level, and it can also be used at level 1. Of course, this equipment consumes so much blue that the average person can't use it. This is the equipment of Venerable Slayer in his lifetime, and after he fell this piece of wing was picked up and bought to our auction house. Fang Chen nodded. This equipment did consume a lot of blue. His current blue levels added up to just over 500,000. And this equipment consumed 10,000 per second, which worked out to Fang Chen being able to fly for just over 50 seconds. But the attribute boost of this equipment was indeed perverse. To be honest, Fang Chen was a bit moved. I'm afraid that this equipment was the best substitute for him before he was unable to fly. And most importantly, if he doesn't need it in the future, he can still use it to recycle it, so basically he can't lose any money. As Fang Chen was thinking, Ziyan was busy saying, Sir, there's one more thing I want to remind you of. If you are going to enter the abyss, this equipment is something I suggest you had better not use. Why? Fang Chen was puzzled. Why did he buy it if he wasn't allowed to use it? Ziyan explained. You don't know, sir, but this venerable slayer died in the land of the abyss back then. When he turned 8, his most beloved granddaughter died in the land of the abyss, and he killed directly into the abyss in anger, slaughtering countless abyssal monsters and finally provoking the abyssal demon lord to appear. Battled with it for several days and eventually fell. The demon lord was also beheaded by him. Yet demon lords don't die when they're in the abyss, and then they gradually come back to life. That's why the monsters in the abyss now have a great hatred for the slaying venerables, and any professional who carries the equipment he used to use will become a priority target for the abyssal monsters to attack. It's okay if you don't reveal yourself, but if you do, I'm afraid you'll be mobbed. Fang Chen froze, thinking that there was still this. Then this equipment is simply a monster-gathering artifact. When one's wings were released at that time, not only did one load up, but one could also automatically pull monsters. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. That's just right. That's it. Pay now. Ziyan was a bit confused, but since Fang Chen had said she wanted it, she naturally had no choice but to obediently give the item to Fang Chen. By the way, sir, this item was given to you with special instructions from Our Lady. When Ziyan came back again, there was an additional purple crystal ball in her hand. A message rang out on Fang Chen's bracelet at the same time as the result. Hubby, this is the resurrection crystal, you must take it or I'll go straight over to you. Fang Chen was speechless. How come he couldn't avoid this Ni Su Muyue wherever he went? Ziyan also couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh when she heard this address. It was your young lady who took matters into her own hands. I didn't promise to be her husband. Also, how much is this resurrection crystal? I don't like taking things for nothing. 5 billion. Ziyan laughed. Fang Chen nodded. This resurrection crystal he had heard of. It's something that can save your life. If you crush it when you're dying, you can be revived once. But it can also be used only once, the second time is useless. And I'm afraid that this is worth more than 5 billion, Su Muyi, this niece must have expected that she would not take it for nothing. So let Ziyan open a price range she could afford. However, Fang Chen didn't try to be brave, his own heart arrived. If you really ask for $50 billion, you can't get it yourself. And this stuff does matter quite a bit. Sir, you still have 10 billion left. Ziyan smiled and handed over the black gold card. Fang Chen, however, shook his head. I'll leave the rest with you guys, you'll collect the alpha level yellow bugs for me. I'll pick it up next time. Yes. Ziyan nodded. Only then did Fang Chen nod his head in satisfaction and get up, ready to leave. The business that needed to be done was basically done, and with the remaining time he was prepared to learn more about the police situation inside the abyss. However, what he didn't know was that at this time in the hall of the Abyss restaurant, a youth ran in Dusty. There were a dozen pugilists behind him. The The youth waved his hand to signal them not to follow him in and ran towards the second floor alone. Sister Xian? Sister Xian? Mr. Jiang, the lord in charge is receiving a distinguished guest, please wait. A moment. A guest of honor? What honored guest? Is there a more valuable guest than me in this abyss town? Say who this man is. Duke Yu. Say no. If you don't say it, I'm looking for Su Mutian now. How dare you let my Xian sister receive someone else? Duke, you are still. Jian Hao. Stop it. While the pretty maid was fretting, a voice came from the side. Only Ziyan was accompanying Fong Chen as he prepared to leave. Fong Chen was also stunned when he heard this name. Jian Hao? Jian Hao, the number one on Jiangbei University's enrollment list? This kid still has a sister fetish, huh? Like a mature royalty like Xian? Fong Chen sized up this Jian Hao. He was about the same age as himself, and he was not bad looking. I just didn't expect to like the sister model. Jian Hao also sized up Fong Chen and snorted coldly. Kid, who are you still wearing a mask? Are you too ugly? How dare you ask my sister Xian to accompany you? Tell me what's the origin. Chapter 64, Fetish for Sisters. My name is Fong Chen. Fong Chen wanted to laugh as he looked at him. This Jiang Hao was actually somewhat of a child's temperament. I don't know how they got to the number one spot on the enrollment list. Jiang Hao, stop at this as our auction house's honored guest. Xian said. Fong Chen waved his hand and laughed. It's not much of an honorary guest, but rather, it's Mr. Jiang Hao's great name that rings a bell. Jiang Hao was able to say with a smile at his words. It's good to know me, but I'm really curious as to what exactly your status is that you can make my sister Xian receive you personally. There are only a handful of people who come here who get to meet her. Kid, what the hell are you? Tell me, I'll buy you a drink. Fong Chen froze. There was still this kind of operation. I have a girlfriend. Fong Chen introduced himself. Jiang Hao sniffed but said. Who asked you if you had a girlfriend? I asked you your name. And you're great for having a girlfriend, aren't you? I'll have one in the future too, won't I, Sister Xian? Step aside, I'm not right for you. Ziyan said helplessly. Jiang Hao, however, said with a serious face. But I think it fits, and my old man said he doesn't care as long as I like him. Kid, I asked for your real name. He's the one I have a girlfriend with, the one who killed a team from the Lightning Guild in Longhua City a few days ago. Xian explained. Jiang Hao froze at his words, then laughed afterward. So it's you, go, I'll buy you a drink. I've heard about that Lightning Guild thing, it's just too good to be true. Jiang Hao came up and put a hand on Fong Chen's shoulder, pulling, and he went to drink. Looking at Jiang Hao being so self-centered, Fong Chen was helpless. However, he also wanted to learn about what was going on inside the abyss from this kid's mouth, so he didn't refuse. Seeing this, Ziyan was helpless and could only greet the maid next to her to prepare the wine. Still in the same box as before, the three sat down. Jiang Hao pulled Fong Chen to chat about the specific details of his previous decimation of the Lightning Guild. Listen to Jiang Hao. This Lightning Guild's strength wasn't great, but its ability to pretend was notorious in Longhua book. Those who knew they were a second-rate guild, those who didn't thought they were the city lord. Moreover, Lei Gang was usually arrogant and domineering, and hadn't come to Abyss Town to harass Ziyan, so he had long been displeased with him as well. If it wasn't for the tight watch at home, he would have gone to clean up Lei Gang. Fong Chen smiled helplessly at his words. Xian was indeed pretty, I didn't think that even Lei Gang was interested in her. Jiang Hao, as the foolish son of the city lord's family, didn't expect that he would also fall under Xian's pomegranate skirt. Ziyan, who was on the side, did not have the good sense to say. Don't listen to his nonsense, sir, this kid has a sister, but he was admitted to Jiangbei University last year. He started to miss it when he didn't have his sister in charge, that's why he's working so hard this year trying to get into Jiangbei University to find his sister. Fong Chen smiled at his words, not realizing that there was even such a thing. By the way, are you here to practice within the abyss as well? With your talent you should indeed be here, I'd quite like to take you. It's a pity my old man doesn't agree, but when you get inside the abyss, feel free to find me if you have any problems. Jiang Hao enthusiastically said. Fong Chen nodded and asked. Can you tell me about the inside of this abyss? No problem, nothing really. There are 3 levels to the abyss. The first and second floors pay to get in, but the third floor is a practicing area exclusive to Jiangbei University. We're all just freshers, we're not eligible to enter by definition. And there's no help allowed in there either, you're on your own for everything. So I am not interested in to get in either. You have joined JNU. Either that or you have to get a token from one of the instructors or you won't be able to get in. And none of those who can get the token are the tutor's special favorites, not even those who were chosen as the divine general seed. To put it simply, if you can get a tutor's token to enter early, then you're almost always being trained by the tutor as an inner disciple. I, for example, am not so lucky. There is a tutor from the priest department within Jiangbei University, but they only accept female disciples, and I'm a male, so I don't have a token either. But I don't care, the third floor doesn't allow people to be brought in, and I can't practice if I go there as a priest. It's still the second level that's comfortable, spend money to find a mercenary group to bring, lying down to get experience. How cool. Fang Chen listened and gained some general understanding of the situation within the abyss. According to what Jiang Hao said, the entire abyss was currently known to him in 3 layers. 1 or 2 of the floors are not much to talk about, and you can pay to go there. This third floor is the only one that is not open to the public. And the only way to enter it is to go through the monsters and practice by yourself. You can't use the forces of the mercenary corps. And Jiang Hao's purpose was only to enter Jiangbei University, whether it was rank 1 or not he didn't care at all. So he really didn't need to go to the third level. If he really wanted to go, with his father's status as a city lord, where could this third floor really stop him? If you want to put it this way, did tutor Qianhe go back to Jiangbei City overnight to get the token? Rather, he had worried too much and thought he was going to make himself pay to practice. It turned out that people were preparing to let themselves enter the third level to cultivate. Jiang Hao drank a lot of wine and pulled Fang Chen. Brother, I can tell you, it's not like you can go in there and practice leveling in peace in the middle of this abyss. The first level has the most people, but the monsters are also the weakest, they're all for ordinary people to practice. The second level has the most monsters, but there are even more people, so if you want to level efficiently on the second level, you need not only money but also strength. Don't worry, when you go, I'll divide a piece out for you then, if you have a team then I don't care. Jiang Hao said. Fang Chen nodded his head in appreciation, he didn't know the specifics yet. It's a little early to be thinking about that. Next, Fang Chen and Jiang Hao talked a lot more, all the way from the abyss to women, and finally to Xian. Jiang Hao also drank a lot of wine and began to talk some nonsense. To be honest, this kid loves to have fun, but he's a real dish when it comes to drinking. Fang Chen's face wasn't even red. Just as Fang Chen was about to greet Xian and leave, suddenly a group of people were walking through the hall below. Jiang Hao leaned on the window and saw that the pedestrian warmly greeted him. "Old Li, you're here too. Come up for a drink." The man below shouted. "No need, Jiang Shao, I still have some things to do." Fang Chen looked and realized that it was also a young man, very handsome looking, just with a few serious eyebrows. "Who is this?" Fang Chen asked. Ziyan laughed. "He's Li Jian, Jiang Hao's friend, currently second on the enrollment list. It's fate to say that Jian Li's brother and Jiang Hao's sister are in the same class. And both joined JNU last year. These two are also very much expected to join JNU at the moment. I just hope he'll hurry up and join, and when he does, he'll go stick it to his sister and not to me." Ziyan said helplessly. Fang Chen smiled as he looked at Ziyan. "The girl looks so pretty, go away Jiang Hao, but someone else will come. You can't hide." Ziyan smiled at her words. "Your Excellency is joking, I'm just an ordinary woman, if only everyone was as honorable as you, Your Excellency." Fang Chen sniffed but smiled and came over and said, "I just have business tomorrow, or I'd show you my unorthodox side." Saying that, Fang Chen took off his mask, and that one exquisite cheek couldn't help but gulp at the sight of Ziyan. Fang Chen looked at Ziyan's pretty face reddening just with a smile and said to Jiang Hao, who had already passed out on the ground from drinking, "My name is Fang Chen. You remember that? I'll see you in the abyss." After saying this, Fang Chen put his mask back on, waved at Ziyan and left first. Fang Chen. Good name. And handsome too. Looking at Fang Chen's back as he left, Ziyan surprisingly found herself unable to move her gazes. Chapter 65 Li Jian's words, entering the abyss. A trip to the Abyss Tavern was not expected to be the first and second on the enrollment list of Jiangbei University. Even Fang Chen didn't know whether to say that he was just too lucky, or if it was really all a coincidence. Arriving on the first floor, Fang Chen unconsciously glanced in the direction that Li Jian had left earlier. Only to see that in the corner of the hall on the first floor, Jinli was chatting about something with a person wearing a nightclothes. It just so happened that the direction to leave the tavern was also this way, so Fang Chen pretended to walk towards that side as if nothing had happened. As he approached where the two Li Jian were, he heard the man in black say, "My lord, it's all done. This kind of thing used to happen, but your brother asked me to ask you. Can Jiang Hao come along? After all, his sister is also qualified for this. Besides, if he doesn't go, your brother still wants you to help take care of him." Li Jian sniffed but coldly and said, "He's so concerned when his sister hasn't even stepped in to ask." Jiang Hao wasn't even interested in the top one, his goal was to enter Jiangbei University. As long as he was guaranteed to be in the top 100 he would be satisfied. As for taking care of it, if you want to offer a favor, let him do it himself. Taking care of Jiang Hao's middle-aged unknowing second-generation ancestor, I'm not interested. If it wasn't for his special status, do you think I would have looked at him? How does a trash priest deserve to be my friend? Fang Chen happened to hear these words as he passed by. Taped it in passing. He had just seen Jiang Hao and Jian Li greet each other and thought they were friends with good relations. I didn't expect that this Li Jian's true colors would be like this. But come to think of it, professions like priests are indeed very chicken. It's normal to be looked down upon. When Fang Chen had just switched to become a royal beastmaster, wasn't he treated in the same way? It's just that Jiang Hao's family background is powerful, and many people naturally have one thing on the surface and one thing behind the back. Fang Chen shook his head and didn't think much more about it. Now Jiang Hao was as drunk as a pig. It's no use telling him. After leaving the Abyss Tavern, Fang Chen casually found an inn and stayed there, just waiting for the arrival of Chiho's mentor the next morning. And in the meantime, inside a certain luxurious residential area in Jiangbei City, Su Muyue jumped up from her seat in excitement. "You said you have news of Fang Chen? Where is he?" As soon as she heard Fang Chen's news, Su Muyue was simply thrilled. Su Mu Tian sighed as he looked at his daughter like this. "It looks like I'm going to get scooped up for this baby bump too. Oops. Dad, we're just good friends, don't be ridiculous, where the hell is he?" Suki spoke urgently. Su Mutian had no choice but to tell Su Modi the situation that Xian had reported up. "When did you little girl ask the people below to prepare the resurrection crystal behind my back? A piece can be tens of billions. To give it away just like that, is it really just an ordinary friend? When? Of course, besides I'm investing." Suki spoke wryly. "It's really just an investment? It's the first time I've seen something that gives away tens of billions of dollars as an investment. But this kid Fang Chen is indeed powerful, it's not a bad thing for you to befriend him. I heard Xian say he would be acquiring alpha-level yellow bugs. We have a few in Jiangbei City, let's have someone send them in the next few days." "Dad," Sumu Language suddenly said with a serious face. "I'm going to Abyss Town. I'm also going to practice in the middle of the abyss." "Are you crazy?" Sumu Tian had a worried look on his face. "How dangerous that place is, the demon lords in the abyss are still alive, maybe they'll kill out again at some point to cause chaos. No, I've arranged for you to practice somewhere else. Though there's no way you'll be able to break into the top 30 by the time enrollment ends. But keeping the top 100 is absolutely fine." Sumu Tian was worried. Although the last few decades have been peaceful in the land of the abyss, but no one can guarantee when the demon lord in here will come out. Once you touch it, it's a 9-way tie. He couldn't afford to put his baby girl at risk. "Dad, just guaranteeing top 100 is too much fun. Your daughter is a phoenix mage anyways, besides I want to go and hit the top places." Sumu Tian faintly said. "You really want to impact the top few places? Not trying to go after Fang Chen? Ouch. I'll ignore you if you keep this up." Su Muyi's pretty face was slightly red. Only then did Su Mu Tian helplessly say, All right, the girl's not a girl. Since you want to go, go. But let me make it clear, you can only go to the second level at most, and I'll hire a team of mercenaries for you at that time. Of course, if Fang Chen is willing to take you, then I don't care how many floors you go to." Okay, got it, just let me go." There was anticipation in Su Mudi's eyes. She wasn't certain that she would be able to meet Fang Chen, but just the thought of practicing in the same place as Fang Chen made her happy. At least this way there's a chance to meet him. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, Tutor Qianhe found Fang Chen. lead him straight to the entrance of the abyss. On the way, Fang Chen bought some more supplies for resupply, as well as things like tents. Looking at this battle, I'm afraid that this time, if we enter the abyss, we won't be able to come out without 10 days and half a month. There's a tent to rest in as well. After all, he was a human being, not a machine, and always needed rest. 1 hour later. In front of a high tower outside of Abyss Town, Fang Chen saw the entrance to the abyss. The places lined up at this point. Many of them were also dressed in the clothes of a mercenary group. Obviously they were all hired by some young master with a background in power. Tutor Qianhe handed a token to Fang Chen and said, "The land of the abyss is the best place to sprint up the leaderboards. Take my token and you'll be able to enter the 3rd floor at the highest. The 4th floor is unguarded, and you guys usually can't get in. If you mistakenly enter it, be sure to wait for help, the monsters inside are strong. As for the 5th floor, don't even think about it, you'll surely die if you go in there, it's the demon lord's territory inside. As for the first 2 floors, you can test the waters first and rush to the 3rd floor as soon as you get used to it. You might run into some of the regular JNU students there, all your older brothers and sisters. It's best if you can make a good relationship, but if you can't, don't pay any attention to them, just practice your own. Oh. One last word of advice, with a token you can take one person in. But it's best not to, because the 3rd floor is already dangerous, and unless you can guarantee the other person's safety, bringing them in would be harming them." "Understood." Fang Chen nodded. Chiho said as she patted him. "That's all I can do for you. How far you can fly and how many people you can shock depends on your own strength. Remember, the more talent you show now, the more it will help you in the future. Don't be stingy, this is your chance to soar. It doesn't matter even if you don't join our Imperial Beastmaster Guild, I only hope that you can stay true to your heart." Fang Chen nodded, he knew what Tutor Qianhe meant by this. He might have said the same thing to River Poison back then. It was only a pity that later on, Jiang Poison rebelled against the Imperial Beastmaster Guild and even more so, the entire alliance for the sake of strength. And now that Qianhe was saying this to himself, he was afraid that he was also worried that he would become the second Jiang Poison. Fang Chen sighed in his heart, honestly he felt that Tutor Qianhe was a very good person. Even in his heart, he had already decided to join the Imperial Beastmaster Guild. Even if it was just to return the favor to Chiho, it was worth doing so. But joining now is more or less insincere. When this university enrollment is over, I'll join the Imperial Beastmaster Guild. Fang Chen said to himself in his heart. Throwing in the towel, he wasn't a man who didn't know how to return the favor. Go away. Fang Chen gave a final greeting, and then he followed the crowd towards the entrance of the abyss. It quickly disappeared into the teleportation array. Chapter 66 Blood Demon Trial, Dark Realm. The light flowed, and when Fang Chen reappeared, he was already in a dimly lit space. It was a dark red color and looked like hell. The environment fits the name Abyss well by then. The place was, however, surprisingly crowded. You can even hear a lot of yelling and shouting for good measure. Fang Chen looked around and couldn't help but be drawn in as well. It was only a rectangular cave. The entire space has to be the size of 3 or 4 soccer fields. One side of it is repaired with a meter-high fence, and this side of the fence appears to be the activity area. And that side of the fence seems to be the engagement zone. At the moment there were many professionals who were fighting to kill the enemy on the opposite side, shouting and yelling. Fang Chen had never seen this type of practicing before, so he was ready to check out the introductory stone tablet in front of him. However, he had just taken 2 steps when someone suddenly took his shoulder. Turning his head to see it was no one else, it was actually Jiang Hao. Brother, what a coincidence. We meet again, you sure did come to the abyss to practice as well. It's a good thing I looked at you more often or I wouldn't have known it was you. Fang Chen smiled helplessly, although he was wearing a mask, he did not hide the idea I have a girlfriend. Why did you leave without saying goodbye last night? When I got up in the morning I thought you'd lost it. Right, first time here, right, do you want me to introduce you to the place? Jiang Hao was very enthusiastic. Fang Chen was worried about not being able to read the situation here, so he nodded. Mentally muttering to herself, it looked like Xian didn't tell Jiang Hao her name last night, or maybe this kid slept too much, Xian never had much of a chance. Jiang Hao pointed ahead. This first level is called the Blood Demon Trial. Look at those fences in front of you, inside those fences is the proving ground. This first level is mainly to familiarize everyone with the abyss as soon as possible. That's why there are fewer rules, just go straight inside the trial field, and soon a kind of abyssal monster called Blood Demon will come over to you. The longer you hold out, the more of those monsters will converge, so they must be killed as soon as possible. Look over there, said Zhang Hao, pointing at a stone tablet on the side. The tablet is empty at this point. This is a record stone tablet. When the results of this round come out, the top will be ranked according to the number of kills. But it's not much use, the strength of the blood devils on this first high level isn't much, there's not much of a challenge. Moreover, the first level has a protection mechanism. Once the number of blood demons gets too high, the formation will activate to purge them out. It's hard to see anyone being able to kill all the blood devils on the first floor. Alright, there are people who have done it too, not to mention the senior brothers and sisters of the previous classes. There are people in our class who have done it once too. That's Jianli, my friend, Zhang Hao proudly said. Fang Chen smiled helplessly. This guy took Li Jian as a friend, but Li Jian may not take him as a friend. Just as Fang Chen was thinking about whether or not to show Zhang Hao what he had recorded last night, suddenly not far away from the crowd but a commotion rang out. Almost at the same time Zhang Hao's transmitter rang. Go, this Li Jian kid is going to make a move. You can see the clearing scene on your first day here. You kid is blessed with eyes. Zhang Hao pulled Fang Chen and ran over to join in the fun. Although Zhang Hao was currently number 1 on the enrollment list. But in the end, he was a priest and didn't have the means to attack at all, so every time he saw a powerful attacking professional like Li Jian make a move, he was still thrilled in his heart. Fang Chen looked at him but was a bit helpless. This Zhang Hao no wonder had a sister fetish. That's as close to a child's heart as you can get. However, this Li Jian was temporarily located in the second place of the enrollment list, so he thought that he had a few strengths. It's nice to be able to visit. The two quickly squeezed their way to the front of the crowd. It was only at this moment that many professionals inside the trial area rushed over. It seemed to be purposely making room for Jian Li. The trial area, which was originally still bustling with activity, completely chilled out after a few minutes. Fang Chen saw that there was only one youth carrying a black longsword on his back, standing in the trial area. After the blood demons in the trial area lost their target, they gradually all drew closer towards him. Blood Demon, Abyssal Demon Class. Grade, Commander Blue. Rank, LV.120. Attack Power, 8000. Blood, 10,000. Active Skills, Blood Blade Shock, Blood Demon Roar. Looking at the monster information, Fang Chen nodded his head. The strength of a commander-level demon was average. The main thing is the high level, 120 is already considered the required level for the 4th turn. It was no wonder that this place was the most suitable for leveling. Such a leveled first tier would be able to satisfy the leveling needs of most professionals after the 3rd turn. Roar! Suddenly a roar rang out from within the trial area, and the next moment Fang Chen saw that countless blood demons began to move. After the first one let out a roar, one by one, the other blood devils surprisingly rushed towards Jian Li. Before, there were so many professionals in the trial area that it didn't feel like anything. But now, within the entire trial area, only Jian Li was left alone. In an instant, countless blood demons surrounded towards him alone, all of them looking uncontrollably nervous. However, just at that moment, suddenly Fang Chen was seeing. A black aura unexpectedly appeared instantly in the roughly dozen meters around Jian Li. This aura seemed to have formed a black field, but any blood demon that came close to within this field unexpectedly began to receive damage, and a series of numerical values popped up above their heads. 1000. 1200. 1300. Seeing the scene, Fang Chen couldn't help but frown. What kind of skill was this? It seemed to look a bit like its own poisonous mist, but the damage this blood demon was taking seemed to be increasing. Zhang Hao laughed. See, this is Li Jian's signature skill, the Dark Field. This kid is a rare dark swordsman with a very powerful assassination ability, and this Dark Field is one of his passives. Being within the range of the Dark Realm, you will be constantly damaged, and the closer you are to him, the more damage you will take. This kid's skill, in the first layer of the abyss, is simply a divine skill for brushing monsters. Envious. Zhang Hao said that he was truly envious. Who wouldn't want to be a powerful professional? If he hadn't been converted into a priest, he would have wanted to. It's just a shame that there's no choice in what profession to awaken. Fang Chen nodded his head. This Li Jian's skills had surprised him. Just to compare it to himself, the speed of Li Jian was still slow. Once his own poisonous mist came out, ask these blood demons how long they could hold them back. It's unthinkable. You want to try? Jiang Hao asked. Fong Chen shook his head. Forget it, Jianli might have to wait a little longer to settle this, let's go to the second floor. Fong Chen didn't want to waste any time, he was going to start practicing directly from the second level. Once you've familiarized yourself with the second level, set out for the third. Jiang Hao nodded and led Fong Chen straight to the transmission array. Soon the two found the transfer formation at the end of the first level. At the same time the two left the first floor, Jianli also walked out from the trial area. On the record stone on one side, the record he had just set appeared. Blood Demon Trial, number of kills 99, time 10 minutes 9 seconds, creator, Jianli. Looking at the record, Jianli smiled with satisfaction and muttered to himself. Set the record once more, and it's time for me to set off for the third floor. Now that the record for the first floor has been set, the second floor is next. Saying that, Jianli also walked towards the teleportation array. Chapter 67 Skeleton Warrior, Immune to Poison. Second Layer. When Fong Chen and Jiang Hao appeared, they saw that the environment on this level was surprisingly quite a bit harsher than the first level. Jiang Hao said. I heard from my sister that the further down the abyssal lands go, the more austere the environment. There are still artificial facilities on the first and second levels, but almost nothing on the third. This second level is dominated by a demonic monster called the Skeleton Warrior. Look over there. Saying that, Jiang Hao pointed ahead, only to see an open space in front of him. A formation stood above the open space, forming a large circle. As far as the eye could see, there were probably around 10 formations. There are a total of 10 formations here, and within each formation there are 10 more trial zones. So there are a total of 100 trial zones. You enter a random formation and it will transport you to a random trial area. You can go alone or in a group. I usually just let the mercenaries fight the monsters while I eat the experience in the back. Want me to go with you? Jiang Hao asked. Fong Chen shook his head. No need, it's already a lot of trouble, I'd better check it out myself next. You mind your own business too? Jiang Hao nodded his head. I'm not in a hurry, the mercenary group is taking a day off today, so I can rest for a day as well. Right, there's a record stone tablet over there as well, the record of this second level won't disappear. But only the top 10 records are shown. It's ranked by the number of kills. Fong Chen nodded his head and looked towards the record stone tablet. It was found that the one who ranked first was actually Li Jian. First place, Jianli. Number of kills, 333. Second place, Slugger. Number of kills, 230. There's no way, the record is whoever kills, so I don't have a record. Jiang Hao said helplessly, as a priest it was obviously impossible for him to personally behead these skeleton warriors. Fought Fong Chen as he asked. Didn't you say that these records are not going to disappear? What about the records of the older brothers and sisters of the previous classes? Jiang Hao smiled at his words. On the back. Fong Chen sniffed and came to the back, and really saw a different record. This side doesn't mark the first place, it's just a sequence based on the number of decapitations. Zhang Yixue, 8,777 kills. Li Yuan, 8,500 kills. Xiaoling Feng, 6,666 kills. Jiang Hao explained. This record list doesn't really mean anything, you can keep brushing monsters here when you're strong, the number is naturally high. The opposite is true the less it is, because the record is about quantity, so it's not really informative. Those with large numbers can only be said to be demonic in some way, as they probably came when they were very weak, hence their large numbers, such as Zhang Yixue. It seems like she just came here after completing the second turn quest and has been practicing here, so her kill count currently even exceeds senior brother Xiaoling Feng's. Fong Chen nodded his head, such a record Fong Chen indeed had little meaning. It seems that this senior sister Jiang has extraordinary natural talent, to be able to occupy the first place in the overall list. Jiang Hao smiled at his words. The natural talent is okay, but don't think highly of her, she's not the first place in this overall list. Not her? There's no one up here. Fong Chen froze. Jiang Hao, however, smiled bitterly and raised his hand to rub it on the stone tablet. Following Fong Chen, he saw that a layer of silt the same color as the monument had been pasted on top of the master list. As the sludge was wiped off, Zhang Yixue surprisingly had another person's name appear above her. And with that name, Fong Chen looked stunned. He had heard of this man. River Poison, 88,888 kills. This Jiang poison killed 80,000 skeleton warriors back then. It can be said that on this level, except for the skeleton king boss he hasn't killed, basically the small monsters are almost killed by him. This is a record that no one has been able to break so far. I heard from my sister that within Jiangbei University, there are a lot of records set by Jiang poison, and to this day there are still a lot of them that haven't been broken. That senior brother Xiao Lingfeng on the overall list seems to have been trying to break Jiang poison's record. It's just a shame that the talent is worse. This person, Jiang poison, is the one who brought shame to Jiangbei University, so many people don't want to see his name. Jiang Hao said. Fang Chen nodded his head. He didn't think that Jiang poison would have come here as well. Well, I won't keep you any longer, so hurry up and familiarize yourself. I'll meet you outside. Jiang Hao laughed. Fang Chen nodded. Jiang Hao was a good person. We'd better tell him about Li Jian's character when we find a chance. Soon Fang Chen found a teleportation array and walked straight in. The next moment his entire body disappeared into the teleportation array. And almost at the same time he teleported to the trial area. Jian Li also came to the second level. When Jiang Hao saw him, he smiled and walked over. Brother Li, so diligent, you're going to continue practicing after only one night's rest? Jiang Hao smiled. When Jian Li saw Jiang Hao, he squeezed out a very perfunctory smile. Yeah, not without trying. After all, I'm not as good as Brother Zhang's family can give to hire a mercenary group. Again. Jiang Hao didn't have a good mood. With a smile, Jian Li said. No kidding you, I'm going to go practice. Plus I think I'd like to sprint up the list today and see if I can make it to the overall list. Jiang Hao sniffed and laughed. You'll have to step up your game then. The top 10 on the overall list can all start in the tens of thousands. Do your best. Jian Li said, and then walked towards one of the teleportation arrays. The smile on his face disappeared instantly even as he turned around. Only Jiang Hao didn't see it. It was a room of only 10 square meters. When Fang Chen appeared, he saw that there was a light curtain door on one of the sides of this room. There was a sign on the side of the doorway with some words on it. Guide to the trial zone. Walk out of the light screen that is the engagement area. If you need to exit the battle or rest, can retreat into the light screen to return here. Looking at the introduction, Fang Chen nodded. It turned out to be a rest area shrouded by a formation. This is a good design. The first two levels still have a lot of consideration for the safety of professionals. I also wonder what the third level will be like. Fang Chen thought and walked directly inside the light screen. Soon as he passed through the curtain of light, he saw that an open tunnel appeared ahead of him. It was roughly 6 or 7 meters wide, with the light of a formation flowing overhead. Apparently it's not washable up here and should be one with the rest area space behind it. At the same time, Fang Chen saw that there were a few skeleton Zhang walking back and forth in front of the tunnel. Behind these skeletons was a dark, bottomless passageway that led deep into the earth. Fang Chen placed his gaze on the skeleton. Soon the message bubbled up. Skeleton Warrior, Abyssal Demon Class. Grade, Commander Blue. Rank, LV.125. Attack Power, 10,000. Blood, 15,000. Passive skill, Undead Resurrection. Within 1 minute of a skeleton warrior's death, other skeleton warriors can resurrect them. Passive skill, Negative Immunity. Abyssal demonic monsters are immune to all negative states, such as poisoning, fear, slowing down, etc. Looking at the introduction, Fang Chen couldn't help but call out perverts. If this didn't have a strong group attack ability, it could easily result in a situation where the skeletons that had just been decapitated over there were resurrected from the ground before this side was finished. With such a sick passive on the second tier of minions, I can't imagine how fierce the third tier will be. Moreover, this demon skeleton was actually immune to poison, which caused him some pain, but his own nano-poison bug poison mist was unable to be used. Moreover, these skeletons were surprisingly immune to other negative statuses. Fang Chen remembered that this kind of monsters that were immune to negative statuses were instead restrained by light-based statuses. For example, the skill that Sumu language had gotten earlier, Holy Light Field. It was a pity that Fang Chen didn't know these light magic. I can't use poison, I have bugs too. Let's try God Bug Fusion first. Fang Chen smiled and immediately chose Divine Insect Fusion. Chapter 68, Crushing Skeletons, Deeper into the Lair. God Bug Fusion. As Fang Chen began to move his hands, all of a sudden he saw countless iron armor ants began to converge on his body, surprisingly forming a defensive layer similar to iron armor. Iron armored ants are silver at the head and tail. followed by fire stingers and nanotoxins that quickly pooled on both of his palms. Surprisingly, it formed a path of red and white colors. Looking at the bugs covering his body, Fang Chen's heart was also incomparably excited. He was busy glancing at his attribute panel. Gorgeous numbers that momentarily made him all a little disbelieving. Name, Fang Chen. Occupation, third-turned bloodthirsty bugbear. Rank, LV.100. Attack power, 300 million, base attack power, 0. Lifespan, 1.65 billion, base lifespan 5,000. Physical defense, 300 million, base physical defense 500. Legal defense, 300 million, base legal defense, 500. Force, 106. Intelligence, 228. Body mass, 109. Spirit, 1407 280. 280 is a level 100 weapon passive, mental proficiency increased by 20. Speed, 50 meters second. Free attribute points, 0. Skills, beast magic, attack form switching, evolution, control beast attack power increased by 10, bloodletting. Generic skills, divine concealment fate, shifting shapes, advanced sneaking. Occupational characteristics, insect affinity, the professional is an insect master, and has a high probability of success in controlling insects, while controlling other types of beasts is bound to fail. Divine grade talent, divine insect splitting, boosting mental power increases the splitting cap. Current ceiling 30,000. Divine grade talent, perfect control, can activate the perfect control skill once, and it will definitely succeed on the target of the control used. The target is limited to bugs, and the level cannot exceed your own level 30. Cooldown, 24 hours. Divine talent, damage transfer, selected ironclad ants, which can currently take 1.65 billion damage. Divine talent, divine insect fusion, currently confused divine insects, nano-venomous insects, iron armored ants, flying fire spike insects. After changing to level 100 equipment last night, my mental power has increased a bit more. It's just a pity that the divine insect upper limit hasn't been raised. It seems that the spiritual power hasn't been raised enough. First, let's try the effect of this god insect after fusion. Fang Chen was somewhat looking forward to this. This was the first time he had used divine insect fusion after completing the third turn quest. The power surging through his body made him leap to his feet. Without any further delay, Fang Chen came directly in front of the first skeleton warrior. As soon as he approached, he instantly caught the attention of the three skeleton warriors, and the other rushed towards him. Fang Chen, on the other hand, stood still for a moment, and when one of them came close to him, he threw a punch. Bang! With a loud bang, the skeleton warrior shattered to the ground in response. A damage value popped right up. 290 million, too many zeros to write. Looking at the terrifying numbers, Fang Chen's entire body went crazy. A punch close to 300 million blood, that's a lot of damage, and he just wants to ask who else. Fang Chen charged all the way over, punching a little friend. It only took less than a minute for all the skeleton warriors inside the entire passageway to fall to the ground. Not even a passive resurrection to use. During this time, Fang Chen even tried it out and let one of the skeleton warriors give himself a slash. Yet the amount of blood coming out of him was 1. 1 is the smallest value there is. Unless he can achieve double defense immunity, he'll get 1 even with a high defense. Looking at the damage, Fang Chen was simply excited. With this kind of defense and attack, throughout the second layer of the abyss, he could completely walk sideways. Why doesn't this skeleton refresh in half a day? Looking at the empty passageway, Fang Chen finally placed his gaze on the depths at the end of the passageway. Since the skeleton warrior won't come out, I'll just go in. Thinking about it, Fang Chen released the nano-poison bugs as well as the fire sting bugs. Only let the iron armor ants fuse with themselves. Although the fusion nano vermin and fire stingers were powerful, this could only be used in melee combat after all. Brush efficiency is a bit slow. Right now, what Fang Chen wanted wasn't to experience the thrill of striking, but to brush up the monsters and upgrade as quickly as possible. Depart! At Fang Chen's command, the fire spiker bugs brought the nano-venomous bugs in a red and white torrent towards the depths of the passageway and surged over. Fang Chen followed closely behind, with iron armor ants attached to his body, and walked towards the depths of the passageway. And the matter was at the Abyssal Guard garrison above ground. Lu Feng, the garrison of Abyss Town, was coming here to inspect the work as usual. My lord! Aha! How's it going? Inside the monitoring room, Lu Feng asked. The man in charge of the monitoring room was a man in his 30s with a big belly. Back to your excellency, there is nothing unusual. I'm watching what's going on within the 100 trial zones. Aha! Keep up the vigil and report any problems. Yes. Lu Feng turned around and left. The middle-aged man saw Lu Feng leave before he continued to doze off in his chair. More than 100 trial zones, looking at them one by one he would have to die of exhaustion. So he pressed on. There are automatic alarm formations within each trial area. And there was also a protection array that would automatically purge the skeleton warriors once there were too many of them. At the end of the day, his job is a fat one, and he doesn't even have to bother sitting around and getting paid. It's a good thing old me was smart enough to pay $2 billion for this job in the first place. Go back to sleep, said middle-aged man snort again, not even noticing. In the surveillance screen, Feng Chen had disappeared into the depths of the tunnel. Passing through the open-air tunnel, Feng Chen went deeper into the depths of the tunnel. The width of this place narrows significantly, only 2 meters in width and height. The environment is also humid as hell. Feng Chen had some hidden expectations in his heart. There were many demons in the abyss. It would be great to stumble upon a bug or two that suits you. Since taking control of the iron-armored ants, it had been a long time since he had come across a bug he liked. Perfect control skills are getting rusty. It would be great to find one or two this time. A lot of skeletal remains can be seen inside the passage. All as a result of flying fire stingers and nanotoxins after they swept in. Feng Chen was happy just listening to the sound that kept ringing in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on killing the skeleton warrior, you've gained plus 20,000 experience. Ding! You have killed a demonic monster, your merit value is plus 1,000. When Feng Chen heard that there was also an increase in merit value, he remembered that he still had a token of the guards on him that Nangong had gifted to him back then. Flipping his hand, he took it out. Feng Chen then saw that a circle of light appeared on the gold-level sword executing token. This is something that only happens when you keep gaining merit points. There are 4 levels of garrison ranks, junior, commander, garrison, and general, respectively. Below the general, each level is also divided into 10 stars. The general started with a total of only 5 stars. Nangong as the highest administrator of Longhua City seems to be only at the garrison level. It's said that the city lord of Jiangbei City, Beijiangnan, is only a 1-star general. I'm still a 1-star pawn. Feng Chen shook his head helplessly. The thing doesn't even activate itself though, it automatically absorbs the merit value. It's not bad at all. And the merit value can be exchanged for things at the guard in the future, so just keep it then. Feng Chen looked at it and put the sword execution token back in. At this moment, he felt that he was gaining experience faster and faster. The front seems to have reached the lair of the skeleton warriors. He took a few steps forward. Sure enough, it was quickly seen. A large space appeared ahead, which was surprisingly dense with hundreds of skeletal warriors. And throughout the entire space below, there were even skeletal warriors climbing upwards from time to time. Feng Chen looked around and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as well. It seemed like he had arrived at the core hub of the entire second level of skeleton warriors. The whole space was a huge circle with many holes in the 4 walls. Each hole seems to correspond to a proving ground. Those skeleton warriors climbed out of those holes and should have reached their respective corresponding tunnels of the trial field. And the entire bottom of the space seems like a bottomless pit. Countless skeleton warriors have climbed up from below here. Spectacular, if I kill all these skeletons, I might be able to helicopter 2 levels today. Feng Chen had some expectations in his heart, and immediately waved his hand. All of a sudden, the flying fire spike insects and nano-venomous insects surged towards the front like a wave. Chapter 69 Level 4 in seconds, monsters gone? 30,000 flying fire stingers, 30,000 nanotoxins. Like 2 torrents, they surged towards the entire spherical space. Wherever they passed, those skeleton warriors simply didn't manage to last more than a second. The whole scene was almost like a horizontal push. Feng Chen only heard the system's voice in his head continuously ringing out. Ding! Congratulations on killing the skeleton warrior, you've gained plus 20,000 experience. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a demonic monster, merit value plus 1,000. Ding! Congratulations on reaching 50,000 merit value, merit upgrade to 2-star pawn. A series of sounds came one after another, and Feng Chen saw that his experience bar was also rapidly soaring. His current level was only 100, and the experience he gained from facing a level 125 skeleton warrior was a lot. Jiang Poison killed more than 80,000 skeleton warriors in the first place, which means that the skeleton warriors here are in the tens of thousands. Even if there weren't as many here as before after Jiang Poison's decapitation back then, there must be at least a few tens of thousands recovered then. If I kill them all, I should be able to rush to level 105. Fong Chen was calculating in his mind. 5th level, that's just in the middle of this abyss. If it were any other place, I'm afraid that without several days it wouldn't be possible to do it at all. Now that I'm here, I'm not going to be polite. There was greed in Fong Chen's eyes. Taking experience for nothing was not for nothing. Right away, Fong Chen switched his attack form for the first time to automatically attack enemies in range. Everything in the form switched, and in a split second the formation of flying fire stingers and nano-venomous bugs was completely pulled apart. Originally, it was like two swords, but now it was two large fans, surging in all directions but wherever there were skeleton warriors. Just 2 minutes later. Ding! Congratulations on your ascension to level 101. 5 minutes later. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 102. 7 minutes later. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 103. Looking at the rising levels, Fong Chen's heart was also very excited. He was busy glancing at the enrollment list ranking. Only to see that, I Have a Girlfriend, had risen from the 101st place, directly to the 53rd place. Only 3 levels up, but this ranking has changed drastically. It couldn't be helped that on the entire enrollment list, other than Jiang Hao in the first place, and Li Jian in the second place, the two of them had reached level 110. The rest of them were generally around level 103 to 105. This third level that Fong Chen had raised directly allowed him to surpass many others. And according to his current upgrading speed, I'm afraid that it's only a matter of time before he surpasses the 4th rank level 104 Li Kai, and the 3rd rank level 105 Slammer. And once he surpassed them, Fong Chen would directly become the 3rd place. While studying it, Fong Chen was a bit surprised. It's been 3 minutes, why hasn't it escalated? Thinking about it, Fong Chen looked towards the front, followed by freezing. He realized that there were no more skeleton warriors in the entire sphere space. In just 10 minutes the skeleton warriors here were surprisingly cleaned up by him. And experience is stuck at half of level 103. I didn't count the number, but it seems like the number doesn't match what I guessed before. Fong Chen frowned. According to his calculations, there had to be at least tens of thousands of skeleton warriors here, but he felt that he had only killed a few thousand at most. It's still a bit short of the predicted number. As Fong Chen was thinking, suddenly the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations on killing the skeleton warrior, you've gained experience plus 20,000. Then the system's voice began to intensify again. Fong Chen looked towards his surroundings. It turned out that after clearing the entire spherical space, his own flying fire spiker bugs and nano-venomous bugs had actually begun to surge towards those passages above the 4 walls. There seemed to be a lot more skeleton warriors in those passages. But those passages were leading to different trial grounds. Was it considered robbing monsters if one did so? I didn't see anyone either, so it doesn't count as a robbery, and what if I did? Can only other people rob me? Fong Chen shook his head. Before Lei Gang even robbed him of his boss, and this abyssal land didn't say that it wouldn't allow robbing of monsters. Being such a good law-abiding citizen, they certainly wouldn't have done it if they had rules for themselves. And there's no rule against looting here, so that means they're encouraging it. Where's the fight if you don't grab the monster? Where would you be in the mood to improve if you didn't fight? Thinking this way, Fong Chen instantly felt that he had done the right thing. At that moment, he continued to look at the enrollment rankings. Wanted to see where I could move up to. However, at this time within one of the trial areas. Jian Li had only just appeared in the passageway of the trial area. Looking at the few skeletal warriors in front of him, his heart was filled with anticipation. Although Jiang Poison's record is terrifying, I can't reach it. But it's not impossible to shock Jiang Yishu as, that little cutie Li Yuan, was mesmerized by a human woman. To what extent? Our Li family still depends on me. Li Jian said with a cold look in his eyes. The black field around him was instantly released, and he stabbed his sword towards the skeleton warrior. However, before his sword touched the skeleton warrior, suddenly the skeleton warrior was all soft. The next moment it directly fell apart and fell to the ground, actually already dead. Dead? It shouldn't be. This dark realm of mine isn't so exaggerated. How did it suddenly die? As Jianli was thinking, suddenly a white worm was flying out from the skeleton corpse, flying in towards the depths of the tunnel. Li Jian looked puzzled. When did these skeleton warriors get worms? It's a demonic monster. It's not corrupted. How can it still produce worms? Feeling puzzled, Jianli just wanted to deal with the other skeleton warriors. However, it was discovered that these skeleton warriors unexpectedly fell down one after another, and all of them were actually dead. This time, he was completely nonplussed. What the hell? Jianli waited for a while and did not see any new skeleton warriors appear, so he could only helplessly return to the formation. Get ready to go out and see what's going on. And at this point there are still a handful of people who have encountered the same situation as him. Inside one of the trial grounds, a big bald man was brushing his levels with vigor. As a berserker, his attack power wasn't high, but it was good that he had amazing defense. So one person is slower and more efficient, but the upgrade rate is still substantial. But as he brushed, he realized that there were no monsters around him. I'll go, since when did an old man, a berserker, brush monsters so fast? Why aren't the monsters out yet? The slugger waited a while for things to go wrong in front of him, and had no choice but to leave to go out and ask what was going on. Inside another trial area, Li Kai was sitting in the back and kept adding status to his teammates. As an immortal arts nurse, she was able to occupy the 4th place on the enrollment list, and that was due to multiple wealth and billions of dollars. Miss, there are no more monsters ahead. The head of the mercenary group in front walked over with a helpless face. No more monsters? What is the person in charge of this abyssal place up to? Let's go out and ask. Li Kai frowned and got up to lead the team to leave the trial site as well. What no one noticed, however, was this. Just as they were leaving the place of trial in droves, on the enrollment rankings, a name that almost no one had noticed before had quietly risen to 5th place. 5th place, I have a girlfriend, a 104th level beastmaster. Fang Chen watched as his ranking was finally squeezed into the top 5, and his mood was also momentarily relieved. It's only been half an hour and I've risen 4 levels. After waiting for a wave, it's estimated that I'll be able to rise to level 107, by then I'll have to go to the 3rd floor. The upgrade speed here doesn't satisfy me anymore. Fang Chen was calculating in his mind. However, he was unaware that at this time, the other professionals had already killed together in the office of the head of the abyss above the ground. Chapter 70, Townwide Broadcast, Boss Appears. Above the ground, Lu Feng had easily finished inspecting today's work and was ready to return to his quarters to rest. However, the person hadn't even gotten out of the building in charge. Suddenly it was several subordinates who ran over. My lord, it's not good. Something's happened to His Excellency. What's the alarm? Lu Feng frowned slightly. With himself sitting in this abyssal land, what big deal could there be? He was disgruntled when he looked at his subordinate's panicked appearance. My lord, many people just came to the 2nd floor to respond that there are no more monsters in the trial land. Yeah, among them are also the seated players on this Jiangbei University's enrollment list. They're all reacting to the fact that there are no monsters left in the trial site. Lu Feng frowned slightly at his words. No more monsters? Skeleton King on his period? How come there's no report from the surveillance room? One by one, the subordinates also expressed their puzzlement at the words. Lu Feng's face sank when he saw this and he directly walked towards the monitoring room. Monitoring room in charge of the fat man just lay down to rest. A snore has not yet hit out, only to hear bang, a loud bang. The door was kicked open. He was just about to get angry when he saw that the visitor was actually Lu Feng. Great! Lord, what brings you here? But what's the arrangement? Arranging your ass. A lot of people reacted to the fact that there are no more monsters on the 2nd floor. Didn't you realize that? Lu Feng said angrily. No more monsters? That's impossible. The Skeleton King has always been in the deepest part. Fatty said, while cutting the screen over. But following that, he was dumbfounded. Only to see that the place where the Skeleton King was surprisingly empty, nothing. And surprisingly, all the skeleton warriors within the other trial zones had disappeared as well. Where is the Skeleton King? Is that how you run the surveillance room? Lu Feng was furious and was just about to turn around to see the situation, when suddenly a voice was ringing out above the entire Abyss town. Ding! Attention professions, because the skeleton warriors have been wiped out in large numbers, causing the Skeleton King's wrath. The Skeleton King has now left the lair, please kill him as soon as possible. Hearing this voice, Lu Feng frowned slightly. The entire land of the abyss had formations laid down by the bigwigs. He wasn't worried. But what he couldn't figure out was how any of the skeleton warriors could be wiped out in large numbers. This situation had only occurred once since the establishment of Abyss Town into the beginning. That was caused by Jiang poison obliterating more than 80,000 skeleton warriors back then. Hurry up and find it for me. I want to know where the hell the Skeleton King is. Lu Feng said angrily. The fat man in charge nodded his head and busily started checking into the surveillance. And at this time within the second level, Jiang Hao, Li Jian, Li Kai, and Mighty Man were also dumbfounded. Erasing a large number of skeleton warriors, who did that? Don't look at me, I'm a berserker, how could I be? I can't possibly, I'm just a team of mercenaries, and I'm chopping just fast enough to keep up with the refreshes. Li Kai also shook his head. Li Jian was even more speechless, he hadn't even started yet, and the monster had collapsed. To this day he doesn't know what happened. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, looked at the direction Fang Chen had left earlier and muttered to himself. It's all out of monsters, why isn't that brother out yet? The entire Abyss Town was amazed, not knowing what was happening within the abyss. Even this news had alarmed some of the professionals who were cultivating in the third layer of the abyss. Yuki, did you hear that? Something happened on the second floor. Li Yuan said as he fended off the monsters surging in front of him. I hear you, focus on the enemy, plus don't call me Yuki. Jiang Yishua frowned slightly. We've gotten to know each other so well, it's not so bad. Li Yuan was somewhat helpless. Jiang Yishua sniffed but directly exited the team, while a flash returned to the safe zone. I don't like people calling me that. Besides, with the dangerous situation on this third floor and the summer enrollment going on outside, it's already great that the teacher is willing to let us come here to cultivate. All the other students have gone home. If you're not concentrating on your training, be my guest, I can solo myself. After saying that, Jiang Yishua was ready to go fight monsters alone. Li Yuan said helplessly at the sight. Fine, I won't say it, alright, the efficiency of practicing alone is limited after all, I'd better team up with you. Jiang Yishue, however, simply ignored him. She wasn't stupid, or she didn't understand Li Yuan's meaning, it's just that she wasn't a fan of this guy at all. Instead, he was tired of being pestered so much. If it wasn't for the sake of practicing leveling in peace, she wouldn't have even teamed up with Li Yuan. And she was now curious as to what had happened on the second level. Surprisingly, it was able to cause the Skeleton King to become angry, a situation that hadn't occurred since Jiang Poison's defection. Even Xiao Lingfeng back then didn't do it. And just as everyone was attracted by the situation on the second level of this abyss, Fang Chen, on the other hand, froze in place somewhat confused. Skeleton King? There's even a Skeleton King boss in this place, how come no one ever said anything about it before? Fang Chen swallowed his spit, and in his mind, he played with the attention of this Skeleton King boss. The experience of one boss is very substantial. Especially since the Skeleton King boss was also very stone suitable for his practice level. If he was able to kill it, he would definitely be able to break through 104 at this level, and might even reach level 106. Just where is this Skeleton King boss? As Fang Chen was thinking, suddenly another system voice sounded in his ears. Ding! Due to the fact that you have decimated a large number of skeleton warriors in a short period of time, you have provoked the wrath of the Skeleton King. You are in the territory of the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King will appear in 10 seconds, please prepare for battle. If you are alone and your strength has not reached the third turn, please leave as soon as possible. Fang Chen heard a blank stare, and only then did he react. After all the fuss, it turned out that he had angered the Skeleton King? That's just as well, and saves him the trouble of looking for it. And this system broadcast seemed to be for him alone. Just as he was thinking, suddenly Fang Chen heard a new broadcast sound. Ding! The Skeleton King will appear on the second level of the Abyssal Lands in 10 seconds. Countdown begins, 10, 9, 8. And this time, Fang Chen heard clearly that this system's voice was clearly broadcasted throughout Abyss Town. He didn't care though, with a boss who would turn off the others. Upgrade first. With a wave of his hand, Fang Chen immediately activated the Divine Insect Fusion talent. All of a sudden, countless nanotoxins as well as flying fire sting bugs attached themselves to him. A terrifying aura even spread out. At the same time, Fang Chen even felt that the ground beneath his feet was trembling. Deep within that spherical space in front of him, something seemed to be climbing upwards. Outside the second layer, when Jianli and the others heard this system broadcast, there was burning heat in each of their eyes. As the top few existences on the enrollment list, they naturally wanted to deal with the boss as well. However, after the excitement, Li Jian was asking a question that they all wanted to know. Where is this boss? Hell no, I haven't heard of any bosses here since I came here to train. Speaking of which, how are we going to kill this boss if we don't know where it is? This system broadcast doesn't seem to work either. Jiang Hao was also confused. However, Lu Feng, who was in the monitoring room at this time, said in a cold voice as his face sank. Immediately mobilize the garrison and enter the second level of the abyss. We can't let the Skeleton King boss run around. If it activates the formation and gets wiped out, the second level of the trial will be ruined. Yes. A subordinate next to him immediately went to make arrangements. And almost at the same time, the countdown for the Skeleton King boss ended. The fat man in charge who was investigating the surveillance on the side was busy shouting. My lord has found it. Found the Skeleton King's trail. Chapter 71. One punch in a second, the whole town is shocked. Only to see that in the picture, what was captured was clearly the scene within that spherical space. However, this image was facing the spherical space directly below, and at this moment, only a figure whose entire body was blazing with flames was climbing up the wall step by step. And that figure was no one else, it was really the Skeleton King boss. The image was unbiased and happened to avoid the entrance to the tunnel where Feng Chen was standing. Only Feng Chen stood at the entrance, looking at the fiery red figure directly below that was already close at hand, and he couldn't help but be staggered. This Skeleton King boss was simply too big. The huge deep pit was almost filled with his body. Looking at the size, he wouldn't be able to get inside the tunnel at all. No wonder they were trapped here, only the skeleton warriors could enter the outside proving grounds through the tunnel. Feng Chen stared at it, and the Skeleton King's message popped up with it. Skeleton King, Abyssal Demon Class. Grade, Chieftain Yellow. Rank, LV.130. Attack Power, 50,000. Blood, 100,000. Physical Defense, 30,000. Spell Defense, 50,000. Passive skill, Undead Summoning, can resurrect an army of skeletons to attack the enemy at regular intervals. Passive skill, Negative Immunity, abyssal demonic monsters are immune to all negative states, such as poisoning, fear, slowing down, etc. Active skills, Flamestorm, Skeleton Strike. Looking at the Skeleton King's information presentation, Feng Chen couldn't help but be surprised. The blood quantity of this Skeleton King was surprisingly inferior to the 4 elemental bosses he had killed earlier. This thing is more or less anomalous. Although it was said that world bosses were generally very strong, the Abyss class bosses were not weak either. It doesn't make sense that they're both alpha and yellow and there's a level difference of over 30. But the blood volume is such a big difference. In this case then there is only one explanation. The Skeleton King boss inside this abyss should indeed be less powerful than the elemental world boss. According to what Feng Chen had learned in high school before, there were many alpha-level bosses within this abyss, so they were generally not as powerful as the world bosses outside. And here was only the second level, letting an alpha-level boss be the test subject. I really don't know how the third level will be. Is it very common to see this kind of alpha-level bosses within the third level? Feng Chen had begun to somewhat look forward to the third floor. These thoughts just flashed through his mind. At the same time as the sound of the system's countdown fell, the Skeleton King boss's gigantic skeleton head had already looked towards Feng Chen. Almost at the same time, Feng Chen saw that the corpses of those skeletal warriors that he had previously decapitated were actually converging rapidly. Surprisingly, it was to be resurrected. A skeleton warrior had already converged and formed at a very tight distance from Feng Chen, surprisingly charging towards him right back. A thought flashed through Feng Chen's mind. Do these skeleton warriors that were revived by the Skeleton King still give experience? If it would still be given, then there was absolutely no need for him to kill this Skeleton King. How nice to just wear him out and let him keep summoning little monsters of his own to brush up his experience. Thinking about it, Feng Chen blasted his fist over, and almost simultaneously a damage value popped up. 290 million. The skeleton warrior also shattered again in an instant. However, this time, Feng Chen did not hear the sound of gaining experience. It seems that the minions revived in this short period of time don't give experience. Then there's no point in wasting time with it. Feng Chen turned his head and looked at the Skeleton King again. The Skeleton King's flame-filled eye sockets looked at him as well. In the next moment, the two flames unexpectedly sprayed directly towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen didn't dodge, and charged straight up against the flames. A punch sent the flames scattering in all directions. But at the same time a damage value emerged from the top of his head. 10. 9. 10. With nearly 300 million in defense, the damage inflicted by the Skeleton King on Fang Chen was a pitiful 10 points. This kind of damage value simply didn't even break through Fang Chen's defense. And at that moment in the surveillance room, Lu Feng and the others saw the Skeleton King boss release a large mass of flames into the air when they were a bit confused as to what was happening. Suddenly they saw that a figure actually directly resisted the Skeleton King's flames and rushed into the painting full. However, that person was surrounded by flames, causing it to be impossible to see clearly. Couldn't even tell if it was the man or the woman. The only thing that could be seen was the series of numbers that had sprung up above his head. 10. 9. 10. Who is this man? Lu Feng asked with a frown on his face. However, the group of subordinates on the side were all confused, and it was obvious that they didn't know either. Great! My lord, the Skeleton King didn't even break through this person's defense. This should be a big man. The fat man in charge said. Lu Feng sniffed and cursed. Crap, can't the old man see he's a bigot? That Skeleton King's flames, even I have to retreat. The last time I was accidentally burned, I directly lost over 10,000 blood. This person was able to resist the Skeleton King's flames. How did he enter the abyss? None of the alarm devices responded? You're in charge of the monitoring room, and you didn't see such a big change in the second level of the abyss? Lu Feng was furious, and the fat man in charge was also aggrieved. There are hundreds of images on the second level alone, and hundreds more on the first. He does have some trouble managing on his own. My lord! Just as the two of them were talking, that abyssal boss in the screen was the one that had already put away its flames. It seemed to have sensed that his flames could not help that professional at all. Turning to the man, he raised a huge stick of bone and slammed it down towards the man. From the time the flames disappeared to the time the stick of bone appeared wasn't even a second. Before Lu Feng and the others could see clearly what kind of person it was, Fang Chen's figure was blocked by that bone stick. However, the next moment, they were treated to a dumbfounded scene. Only to see that the stick of bone directly tense up the moment it smashed into that professional. At the same time that professional actually yanked one of the Skeleton King's skeletal arms off with a single punch. The powerful shockwave kicked up bone remnants in the sky. Just when Lu Feng and the others wanted to take a closer look at just what exactly that professional was. Instead, the huge shockwave instantly crashed into the camera. Only to hear a click sound, the camera was directly broken in an instant. The screen went black in an instant as well. Lu Feng's entire body froze. Just as he was about to open his mouth, suddenly a voice rang in his ears. Ding! The Skeleton King has been killed. Congratulations to the professionals, and please keep up the good work. The surrounding crowd also froze one by one when they heard this voice. I don't know who asked. My lord, the Skeleton King was killed, so is the second level still useful? Lu Feng's gaze was dull, and it took half a day before he returned. The Skeleton King is dead. What do you think is the point? Quickly! Find out who did it. Also hurry up and inform Lord City Lord that a big brother has trespassed into the Abyssal Land. Killing even the Skeleton King with a single punch, I'm afraid it wouldn't even take 2 punches to blast me with this strength. Crazy, 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 how could such a terrifying existence come to the Abyssal Land? Hurry up and find out, hurry up and find out. Pretty much the same as Lu Feng. At this time, Li Jian and the others at the second level of the abyss were also all staring blankly. All apparently startled by the sound of the system broadcast just now. Jiang Hao even muttered to himself. From the time the Skeleton King boss appeared to the end, it seems like it was only 10 seconds. Killing the Skeleton King boss in 10 seconds, what kind of big shot is this? Chapter 72 Ranking Refresh, A Small Fortune. I don't know, I have to deal with skeleton warriors for more than a dozen slashes to be able to decapitate one. This ing 10 seconds to solve the boss. Is this still a human being? The slugger was also in disbelief. Li Kai even said with a light in her eyes. Such a powerful person can still come to the Abyssal Land to practice. He wouldn't be at the same level as them, would he? If that's the case, no matter how much it costs to be able to hire him to help me level up, it's cost effective. Same rank? It can't be. Even the previous generation's Jiang Yishui and the others definitely didn't have this strength. Jian Li frowned. He couldn't quite believe it was something someone in their class could do. After all, he couldn't even do it. Saying that, Jian Li busily ran to the record stone monument. Jiang Hao also followed when he saw this. Since a big guy had killed the skeleton king boss, it was logical that a new record would appear on this record tablet. However, when they got close enough to take a look, the record on the stone tablet was completely disorganized. The entire monolith seemed to be affected. Seeing this, Li Jian directly ran towards the outside. Li Kai was busy following suit. "What are you going to do?" Jiang Hao asked. "Of course I'm going to go wait outside, there's bound to be a garrison coming over for something this big, and when the time comes, it's best to meet this man and pay him to take me leveling." Li Kai shouted. The slugger sniffed and went after him. "I've got to check it out, someone that fierce deserves the title of fierce man, I've got to go and worship it." Jiang Hao was somewhat speechless as he looked at the stone tablet again to find that the rankings on it had actually begun to stabilize. Moreover, he saw that Zhang Poison's name had actually appeared again. Only this time his name, surprisingly, wasn't in the same place it was originally obscured. Jiang Hao couldn't help but pluck away the dirt on top, and in an instant, he saw a new name appear on the stone tablet. First place, I have a girlfriend. Kill count, clear. Looking at this line, Jiang Hao's entire body was instantly struck by lightning. Is he? Jiang Hao somewhat couldn't believe his eyes as he busily opened the university enrollment list. Instantly he saw the rankings change. First place, Jiang Hao, level 116, third turn, priest. Second place, Jian Li, level 110 dark swordsman in third turn. Third place, I have a girlfriend, level 106, beastmaster. Fourth place, mighty man 3 turns, level 105, wild warrior. Fifth place, Li Kai, level 104, immortal arts. Sure enough, it's him. Jiang Hao remembered that he hadn't seen this person within the top 10 before, but now I have a girlfriend has even rushed to the third place. That's a horrible upgrade speed. If he hadn't killed the skeleton king boss, how could he have such a terrifying speed? Awesome, this dude is open for business. Jiang Hao was a little excited in his heart, and after looking at the direction where Jian Li and the others had left, he actually ran directly to the entrance where Feng Chen had gone in and waited. And at this time in the outside world, Lu Feng no longer even dared to bring people to the second level to look for Feng Chen. Such a terrifying strength that even he, the resident guard, felt threatened. If this person was from the anti-alliance, then if he went over without authorization, the result would most likely be obliteration. So at the first moment the skeleton boss was decimated, he directly ordered the people within the abyss to withdraw as soon as possible. And he himself stayed in the surveillance room, together with helping to find the previous surveillance footage. In the meantime, someone has been sent to report the situation here. At this time in Abyss Town, almost everyone was talking about this matter. Killing the skeleton king boss in 10 seconds, this kind of battle achievement, there was something that an average person could do. The Abyss Town forums had even been swept up by this one. I say, what kind of a big shot made all this commotion? Who knows, if it wasn't for this big guy, I wouldn't even know that there's even a skeleton king boss on the second level of the abyss. Who says it isn't, but isn't this big guy afraid of the guard's investigation if he runs here to brush up? No way, this big guy might be the same rank as us? Is this possible? I've heard that the top few in our class are only at the level of decapitating skeleton warriors, right? The crowd was talking. And at this time on the way to Abyss Town, Sumu Yue also received the news. When she saw that someone had actually decapitated the skeleton king boss, the first thing she thought of was Feng Chen. So she directly opened the enrollment rankings, and sure enough, she saw that Feng Chen's name had appeared in the third place. It's really you who did it, worthy of my man, it's really good. Suki Language laughed. Ziyin, who was on the side, saw this and asked with a smile. Miss, not bad for your man? Who is your man? The boss never said you had a boyfriend. As the head of the Abyss Town auction house, the one who came to pick up Sumu Yue this time was naturally Ziyin. That's him, Sister Ziyin, you've seen him before. Said Suki Language, let her go to see the third on the list, I have a girlfriend. Ha? Ziyin froze at her words. It's Feng Chen, huh? You and him. I like him, and sooner or later I'll be his woman. Sister Ziyin, you've seen him too, isn't he handsome and awesome? Sumu Language asked with a smile. Ziyin nodded. It's handsome and awesome. Congratulations. Sister Ziyin, why do you look a little less than happy? Suki Language asked. Ziyan was busy laughing. No no no. Sumudi didn't ask any more questions when she saw this. And the Skeleton King boss was decimated over time. Soon enough some people also began to notice the changes that had occurred in the enrollment list rankings. When I Have a Girlfriend suddenly appeared in third place, it naturally caused a lot of speculation. I'll go, the Skeleton King couldn't really have been decapitated by this big brother. I think it's quite possible, after all, this is something I hadn't even heard of until I had a girlfriend. What haven't I heard of? This kid is from Longhua City and killed a team from Lightning Guild not long ago. Ah, I remember, that guy who pitted the Lightning Guild for $10 billion, he really is a bold artist. Then it looks like there's no escape, it must be this big guy who decapitated the Skeleton King boss. Yes, it's definitely him. I remember he was ranked at 101 before. I didn't expect to rush into the top 3 so quickly. 6 levels in a row in one day, this upgrade speed is simply heaven-defying. While the crowd was speculating. Fang Chen, however, was satisfied and put away all the things that the Skeleton King had exploded. Luck was pretty good in this decapitation of the Skeleton King. He popped out a weapon and a demonic crystal core. Demon crystal cores are a material that can be used for things like alchemy and are needed for some skills. For example, when Su Muyue had gotten that Holy Light Domain skill earlier, it required the consumption of a demon crystal core. As for the weapon attributes, they're pretty good too. Skeleton King's Scepter. Grade, Gold Yellow. Rank, LV.130. Attack power plus 5000. Intelligence plus 500. Mental strength plus 500. Passive Fire Elemental Affinity, Fire Elemental Magic Attack Power plus 20. Passive Fire Elemental Acceleration, Fire Elemental Magic Chanting Time 20. Active skill, Sea of Fire, can greet the Sea of Fire to cause a large area of fire attribute damage attack. Set effect, Skeleton King set, gather 3 pieces to summon 10 skeleton warriors to assist in attacking. Fang Chen estimated that with these attributes, this weapon could be sold for at least 5 billion to start with. It's also a small fortune. This second level doesn't mean much for upgrading anymore, I'd better hurry up and go to the third level. Fang Chen thought and went back the way he came, preparing to go to the third level to upgrade. However, before he could come out, the summoning token rang. A glance turned out to be a message from Su Muyue and Tutor China. Chapter 73 Joining the Guild, entering the third level. Suki Language, the Skeleton King boss must have been you, right? My husband is simply fantastic. Sumu said, hubby, I'm already on my way to Abyss Town, you must take me to upgrade by then, okay? Looking at the sappy message sent by Su Muyue, Fang Chen was somewhat speechless. How did this ninny even rely on herself, to come to Abyss Town as well? Thought Fang Chen back. Okay, bring upgrades $1 billion an hour. Soon after Su Muni spoke back. You're so dark, but let's not talk about 1 billion, I'll give you 10 billion, our family estate will be yours sooner or later anyway. Put. Will your father be angry and spit out blood when he sees this news? Fang Chen was speechless, this niece was really active enough. He had better hurry up and practice leveling himself, when she came then I'm afraid that I won't be able to do it even if I want to concentrate on leveling. Casually opening the message sent by Instructor China, Fang Chen was somewhat stunned. You killed the Skeleton King boss? Why are you so stiff, kid? If you kill the Skeleton King boss, the second level of the Abyss will be ruined, and it's definitely going to startle North Jiangnan now. Ah. I killed it, I didn't know, besides it's not so bad, an abyssal boss still alarms the city lord? Fang Chen was somewhat helpless. It wouldn't be fun to alert the city lord about this. Teacher, you'll stand in for me, right? I'm your inner student. Fang Chen returned. Tutor Chiho then returned. Don't worry, startling him is just right, it was supposed to be your rise during this enrollment list. You've saved yourself a lot of trouble by doing that. I'll meet Beijiangnan in person when he arrives, but you have to keep up the good work. If you startle him, then you have to achieve results, and it's best to startle a higher being so that you can get more resources. Even what? Fang Chen asked. There might even be people from the top-ranked guilds in the future to invite you to join. If we can join the top-ranked guilds, it would indeed be better than joining our Imperial Beastmaster Guild. It's actually quite good for you to join other guilds, after all, the higher the ranking, the more it will help you in the future. Chiho returned. When Fang Chen saw this, he sort of understood. Mentor Chiho was still worried about that. But Tutor Chiho is really nothing but a good person. Although he wanted to join the Imperial Beastmaster Guild himself, he still told himself all the pros and cons. That's the kind of person that definitely means deep friendship. Fong Chen smiled and returned. Don't worry, the best thing about me is that I'm a man of love. After saying this, Fong Chen directly took out the Royal Beastmaster Guild's token, and in the next moment crushed it to go. At the same time a voice sounded in Fong Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations on joining the Imperial Beastmasters Guild. Ding! As you have not yet reached level 119 of Turn 4, the guild chat channel has not yet opened. Guild status is temporarily unavailable and guild quests are temporarily unavailable. Please reach level 119 as soon as possible, at which time you can open the chat channel, and at the same time, you can get the guild status bonus, and at the same time, you can receive the guild quests. Completion of guild tasks will earn you guild contributions, which can be exchanged for items within the guild. Listening to the series of voices, Fong Chen was somewhat helpless. It seemed that his level was still too low. What's in this guild warehouse though? Thought Fong Chen as he flipped through it. He couldn't take his eyes off it for just a moment. Only to see that in the guild's warehouse, there was actually a large swath of golden glowing items. What with the alpha yellow materials, equipment and even a skill book and so on. Seeing Fong Chen was exciting. At a glance, he saw one of the sets of equipment that seemed to be something he could use. Dark Beast Set. Grade, Gold Yellow. Rank, LV.119. Set of 6 pieces, wearing can get set attribute bonus. Contribution required for redemption, 100,000. A whole set of gold level equipment with a set effect. That's quite a benefit of a guild. It's just a shame that I'm so low leveled. In the future, if you have the opportunity, you must get your hands on this Dark Imperial Beast set. Fong Chen had expectations in his heart. On the other hand, Tutor Chienha couldn't help but smile when she saw Fong Chen join the guild. That was something he hadn't expected. This kid is always giving surprises. That's just it, I'll meet him in North Jiangnan. Tutor Chiho was in a good mood. However, Fong Chen, after leaving from the teleportation array, saw Zhang Hao guarding the outside. Seeing Fong Chen come out, Zhang Hao had an excited look on his face. Brother, you can do it. Hiding so deep. But first things first, we knew each other first, right? If you're going to the 3rd floor you must bring me alone. I won't let you take it for nothing. How much you ask? I promise not to bargain. Fong Chen was a bit confused and didn't understand what he meant. Zhang Hao let him take a look at the forum of Abyss Town. He himself just killed a boss, how did he make such a big commotion? It's true what they say, you want to keep a low profile but your strength won't allow it. Isn't your family quite rich? Why don't you bring your own mercenary group into the 3rd floor? Fong Chen asked. With Zhang Hao's family background, it was obviously more appropriate to lead the team into the 3rd level. Zhang Hao sniffed helplessly. It won't work, the 3rd floor is unprotected, and it's the inherent practicing ground of Zhangbei University. So it's not allowed for mercenary groups. A support profession like me can't make it in there unless there's a regular team willing to take me in. If it were normal I could still get my sister to take me, but now that JNU is on summer vacation, a lot of people have gone back. Can't get a team together, or I wouldn't be practicing on the 2nd level. Brother, your strength is completely capable of topping a team by yourself, you must bring me along. Zhang Hao said expectantly. Fong Chen nodded at his words. It was nothing for him to bring someone, and there was money to be made. He could finish the evolution of the bugs as soon as possible. Why not? It was just that Fong Chen only had one spot to bring someone into the 3rd floor. Moreover, Su Muyi was on the way again, and in terms of relationship, he was naturally better with Su Muyi. Thought Fong Chen said. I can take you, but you'll have to figure out the quota on your own. Fine. My sister can take me in. But I have to contact her first, and I have to go out and get ready. I'll contact you when I'm ready. Zhang Hao said excitedly. Fong Chen nodded, and the two of them added a friend. Zhang Hao left first, while Fong Chen walked towards the entrance of the 3rd floor. When he arrived at the entrance, Fong Chen was just about to go in. 2 figures were seen walking out from within the formation. A man and 2 women. The female was very pretty, and Fong Chen looked at her more than once. The man next to him, however, cast a hostile gaze, as if he was afraid that Fong Chen would rob him. When Zhang Yishua saw Li Yuan like this, she smiled somewhat apologetically at Fong Chen. Only then did he turn to leave. Fang Chen felt puzzled, but he didn't think much about it and directly entered the teleportation array and entered the third floor. And almost simultaneously, inside the Zhongbei City Lord's mansion, Bei Jiangnan sat up from his chair. A guard was busy running in. "My lord, it's bad. News has come from the Abyss townside. An expert killed the Skeleton King boss on the second level of the Abyss with a single punch. The first 2 levels of the Abyss are currently closed. The person is still inside the Abyss. Lu Feng doesn't dare to move without authorization. Please go and check the situation, City Lord." Bei Jiangnan frowned slightly at his words. Decapitated the Skeleton King boss? And only used 1 punch? I'm afraid this strength has to be a 7th turn. Lu Feng is cautious, but how could someone so powerful go to Abyss Town? And Snowy and Hao are still there, so I'd better take a trip to check it out. Don't let this get out, I'll just go over there myself. Bei Jiangnan got up and said. Yes. The guards responded, and then retreated. Chapter 74 Sisters and Brothers Meet, Scorched Status. By the way, it's better to send him this video. Just after entering the formation, Fang Chen remembered the video recording. This Jiang Hao was not a bad person, quite to his liking. This Li Jian was different. This person had one thing on the surface and one thing behind his back, which made him a bit irritated. Anyway, he was about to enter the third layer himself, and he would definitely choose to close the door then, so it was better to settle this kind of thing now. After posting the video from that night, Fang Chen then entered within the formation and quickly disappeared. However, at this time, Jiang Hao had just left the land of the Abyss. Zhang Yixue then came out with Li Yuan on his feet as well. At this time at the entrance to the Abyss, it was full of people. The sudden closure of the first and second levels of the Abyss had caused many of the still shocked professionals to come up from within. Everyone is also waiting for the garrison in charge to give a statement. Is it still working or not? After all, the entrance fee was paid for today. Zhang Yixue saw Jiang Hao and walked straight over. What the hell is going on out there? Who killed the Skeleton King? Zhang Yixue asked as soon as they met. Li Yuan beside him also laughed. Yeah, we heard it all on the 3rd floor. Your sister was worried about you. We came out. Jiang Hao, however, didn't have much favor with Li Yuan and said. What does my sister worrying about me have to do with you? Still think you're my brother-in-law? I'm telling you, you won't get past me alone, let alone my parents. Come on, let's go over there and talk about sister. Jiang Hao pulled Zhang Yixue and walked towards the side. That's right, Zhang Yixue was indeed none other than Jiang Hao's own sister, and was likewise the biological daughter of Zhongbei Province City Lord North Jiangnan. A hint of sternness flashed in Li Yuan's eyes, yet it was quickly suppressed, and with a smile on his face he didn't say anything, but just followed. Zhang Yixue is also to take him no way, touch such a bull plaster wanna shake cannot be shaken off. Hurry up and tell us what's going on out there. Zhang Yixue asked. Jiang Hao hurriedly told him all about what happened before. Zhang Yixue couldn't help but be taken aback when she heard that the originator of all this was actually a schoolmate. A 3rd turn, level 100 Imperial Beastmaster? When did the Imperial Beastmaster become so strong? I wonder too, but I'm on good terms with this kid now that the 1st and 2nd levels of the Abyss are closed. I was going to ask him to take me to the 3rd floor to practice, and he agreed. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you about this quota, sister. Zhang Yixue frowned at his words. The matter of the quota is nothing, but it's dangerous within the 3rd layer. I have to be careful when I'm practicing on my own. Can he really take you practicing? If there is any danger within the 3rd layer, I'm even afraid I'm not capable of saving you. Sister, then you haven't seen his strength, don't you know my vision? Jiang Hao said. Zhang Yixue, however, shook her head. It's not that I don't believe in it, I just have to be careful. You can go if you want, but I'm going to be with you when you do. Also, don't go for the next 2 days, I'll have the family send over your resurrection crystal. If there's really trouble, there's no turning back. Not really. Jiang Hao didn't feel it was necessary, and he didn't have his resurrection crystal with him. In this part of Zhongbei Province, who would dare to make a move against him, and he had a mercenary group to lead him in his practicing, so this thing had been kept at home. Zhang Yixue, however, said seriously. This matter is not negotiable, the others know your identity, but the monsters within the Abyss do not. Moreover, I heard from my mentor that there are still many unknown regions within the Abyss, and there may even be anti-alliance people operating. Father said that as long as you enter the 3rd floor even I will have to carry the resurrection crystal, you won't be able to escape either. It's just as well to take advantage of the fact that the first 2 floors of the abyss are closed in these few days, so wait for a while and I'll go and check out that brat's strength first. I thought you said he entered the 3rd floor, I'll go back later. Jiang Hao could only nod helplessly at his words. However, he was still in the number 1 position on the list for the time being, so a 2-day delay was not a big deal. Jiang Yishua quickly left. Li Yuan naturally followed her. Jiang Hao then directly contacted his old man, only to learn that his old man had actually already set off from Jiangbei City to rush here. It will arrive in 2 days at the most. So Jiang Hao could only return to the Abyss Tavern to wait. But at the same time, he also saw the video Fang Chen sent. When he heard Li Jian's words in the video, a hint of anger appeared on his originally calm face. He really treated Li Jian as a friend, but he didn't expect that behind his back, Li Jian was judging him like this. Taking care of Jiang Hao's middle-aged unknowing 2nd-generation ancestor, I'm not interested. If it wasn't for his special status, do you think I would have looked at him? How does a trash priest deserve to be my friend? Oh, I'm a trashy priest not qualified to work with your friend? Good. Good for you, Jianli, I'll remember that. Jiang Hao's face turned blue with anger. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't know where Jianli was, he might have gone straight to this kid. Fang Chen didn't put too much emphasis on Jiang Hao and Jianli's matter. After all, he didn't know Jianli well himself. Telling Jiang Hao this was purely because he felt that this person was not bad. Come to the Abyss Town also has a few days, the so-called also let Fang Chen heart feel quite deep. But the most important thing right now was to hurry up and level up. 1 day passed and 1 day less until the end of enrollment at JNU. And the final ranking situation is the only criterion that affects the enrollment situation. So Fang Chen just wanted to hurry up and practice leveling right now. As the light dissipated, soon Fang Chen appeared in a somewhat dimly lit space. The surrounding area was dimly lit, with a very bright red light at intervals. It looked, surprisingly, like lava fire. Behind him was the teleportation array to leave this place. The place where the entire teleportation array was located was a 10-meter square high platform. The high platform was surrounded by a beam that crossed in mid-air. Beneath the beams, lava flows. This place can be a bit worse than the first 2 levels. Even Fang Chen could see that there was lava tumbling up from below from time to time. If this were to stick to some of it, it wouldn't be instantly and seriously injured. Fang Chen looked towards the surroundings and realized that on the side wall of the high platform, there was a sign hanging. The 3rd level of the Abyss Trial Zone, any professional who leaves the teleportation high platform will be attacked by Abyss monsters, and the longer they stay, the more monsters will come, so please don't leave the teleportation array too far away so as not to get lost on the 3rd level. Warm reminder, there are 10 teleportation arrays in the 3rd floor, distributed all over the place. If you are really separated, please don't give up and rush to the nearest teleportation array as soon as possible. Fang Chen took a glance at the introduction while looking around, probably because the space was too big. He didn't see the location of any other teleportation arrays. Could it be that this place has a map? Rather right. Fang Chen was a little helpless, but as long as he didn't leave this high platform of transmission too far, he thought that he would be fine. With his own strength, the monsters on this 3rd floor couldn't help him. Thinking of this, Fang Chen didn't delay and directly used his god-level talent, God Insect Fusion. He then walked out of the teleportation high platform and came to the bottom of it. And as soon as he left the teleportation high platform, he felt a scorching aura spreading over him. At the same time a damage value popped up right on his head. 1. At the same time the system's voice rang out. Ding! Due to your entry into the unmodified abyssal world, you are suffering from a burn status and losing a certain amount of blood per second. Fang Chen sniffed and glanced at the top of his head, and was relieved to see that he was losing 1 point of blood per second. Old me is nearly 1.7 billion blood, this state doesn't affect me much. Chapter 75 Lava Skeleton, Crazy Upgrade. Looking around, Fang Chen realized that the beam beneath his feet had to be at least a dozen meters away from the lava. And the situation within this 3rd layer seemed completely different from the first 2 layers. He hadn't even encountered a single monster in the nearly 3 minutes since he stepped off the teleportation plateau. Speaking of which, Fang Chen was a bit helpless. It was said that actual combat was the only test of strength, and now that he had really come to the 3rd floor, he realized that he was still a bit lacking in certain aspects. For example, the ability to detect. As a royal beastmaster, there were very few scouting skills that he could learn. So whether there were any hidden monsters around at the moment, he didn't know. It just felt like a monster was approaching towards them. but it was nowhere in sight. Suddenly, Fang Chen saw a tumbling in the lava not far away, followed by a shadow that actually climbed up from the lava. The moment he saw the shadow, Fang Chen froze, only to see that what crawled up from the lava was actually a blood-red skeleton. The skeleton also held a large red sword in its hand. It looks grim-faced. Lava skeleton, abyssal demon class. Grade, Commander Blue. Rank, LV.130. Attack power, 15,000. Blood, 30,000. Passive skill, Lava Resurrection. Skeleton warriors can be resurrected within a short period of time if their bodies fall into lava after death. Passive skill, negative immunity. Abyssal demonic monsters are immune to all negative states, such as poisoning, fear, slowing down, etc. Passive skill, fire attribute affinity, immune to all fire attribute attack damage, but doubles damage from ice attribute. Looking at the introduction, Fang Chen eeped in surprise. This lava skeleton didn't even have an active skill. However, when you think about it, it was only a commander level blue rank, so it should be the weakest existence within this third layer. That passive resurrection skill is all a bit cheeky though. Corpses can come back to life when they fall into the lava, and with holes under their feet where they stand, these corpses are obviously going to keep falling. But Fang Chen didn't really care. It didn't matter if he kept coming back to life, most importantly, as long as he was experienced. Thinking about it, Fang Chen waved his palm. A large swath of fire-spiked insects flew past. Soon he saw that the lava skeleton's defense immediately dropped by a large margin. However, after waiting for a moment, he realized that the lava skeleton was not even dropping blood. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in his head. Ding! The lava skeleton is immune to the fire stinger worm's attack and did not deal damage, nearly lowering its defense. Fang Chen was a little confused, looking at the damage values that were popping up on top of that lava skeleton's head. It was then that he reacted to the fact that the fire-spiked insects were fire attribute damage. Just in time to be immunized by these skeletons. Thinking about it, Fang Chen waved his hand and put the fire-stinging insect back. At the same time, he rushed over towards the lava skeleton with a single healthy step. A punch was then thrown at the lava skeleton. There was not the slightest surprise. 290 million. As the damage values popped up, the lava skeleton shattered in an instant and fell into the lava below. Ding! Congratulations on killing the lava skeleton, you've gained plus 30,000 experience. Ding! Congratulations on killing the lava skeleton. Merit value plus 2,000. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached 1 million merit points and have reached the rank of commander. Listening to the system's voice, Fang Chen froze. His merit values had all reached the commander level. However, 1 million merit value is only at the level of commander. This merit value is really hard to earn. You can keep brushing in the abyss by yourself, and a garrison level like the Nangong City Lord would require at least 10 million merit values. And he obviously couldn't have come here to brush up on his meritocracy. It was evident that Nangong must have had his own encounters before, or else he wouldn't have had so many merit values. 2,000 for 1, 20,000 for 10, and only 200,000 merit values for 100. 10 million merit value, wouldn't it be necessary to kill 5,000 of them to gather 10 million merit value? It's too hard to get this much merit value in the middle of the abyss. I'm afraid I can't do that unless I can kill a lot of bosses above the chieftain level. Fang Chen muttered to himself in his mind. Looking around, this lava skeleton didn't even explode. Fang Chen couldn't help but feel a little helpless. However, he soon realized that as the first lava skeleton was cut down by himself, the lava tumbling around him started to become more intense. Sure enough, soon the second and third lava skeletons popped up as well. Seeing this, Fang Chen's eyes went cold and he charged towards one of them. One punch at a time, in just less than 10 seconds, Fang Chen had decimated both of the lava skeletons that had popped up. However, this time, after only half a minute, 7 or 8 more lava skeletons unexpectedly appeared around them. At the same time, a system voice sounded in his ears. Ding! Due to your rapid decapitation speed, you have alerted the lava skeleton army. Please prepare to be besieged. Siege? Interesting. Fang Chen licked his lips. His greatest fear was the absence of monsters. And now it's good. Is it finally coming? Fang Chen looked around, and sure enough, the lava in all directions around him began to stir. A lava skeleton sprung up from below like a rainbow. Scrambling towards Fang Chen's location, they surged over. Looking at such a large number of lava skeletons, Fang Chen's eyes were incomparably hot. possessing the divine insect fusion skill, at this moments like the god of war, god blocking god and killing Buddha. The countless lava skeletons in front of him were as simple as slicing and dicing. Fang Chen listened to the system beeps that kept ringing in his ears, and his heart was unrestrained. Sure enough, this is where practicing should be. Finally, after decimating almost 80 lava skeletons, a system beep was heard. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 107. Fang Chen opened the enrollment list to check and found that although his ranking hadn't risen, his rank had become level 107. Above him there was also only level 110 Li Jian, and level 116 Zhang Hao. This upgrade speed, it's simply refreshing. Fang Chen was unimpeded, looking at the increasing number of lava skeletons around him, and directly flipped his palm. The nano-venomous insects and the fire-stinging insect emperor directly diffused out. There were so many lava skeletons that he could no longer run over and decimate them one by one. It's still an army of bugs if you want to be efficient. Although the fire spike worms couldn't do any damage to these lava skeletons, they could lower their defense. Nanotoxins or poison attribute damage, just the thing to take care of these lava skeletons. As the bug army filled out, the surrounding lava skeletons began to fall one by one. And the bugs are losing at an acceptable rate. Although these lava skeletons had high attack power, they didn't have active skills, so they wouldn't cause extensive damage. After only 5 minutes, the first wave of rioting lava skeletons around the area was cleared out in its entirety. But at the same time, Fang Chen felt the ground shake. A system voice then sounded in his head. Ding! Due to you decapitating too quickly, you have startled the lava skeleton king. The leader is about to descend. Please prepare for battle. Chief? Fang Chen froze, not expecting to run into the chief so soon. The alpha-level yellow monsters within this third level were really more than those in the second level. With a wave of his palm, Fang Chen directly recruited the bug back and fused it back into himself. When facing a boss, it was still easier to deal with it after the godworm fusion, and it would also prevent the worms from dying in large numbers. The lava tumbled, and soon Fang Chen saw that the beams in front of him had been broken off several times. At the same time, a huge skeleton with flames still permeating its entire body emerged from the lava. Chapter 76, Yishui surrounded, heart shaking. Lava Skeleton King, Abyssal Demon Class. Grade, Chieftain Yellow. Rank, LV.135. Attack Power, 50,000. Blood, 100,000. Passive Skill, Lava Recovery. Lava Skeleton King can quickly recover his life value after entering the lava, recovering 10 per second. Passive Skill, Negative Immunity. Abyssal demonic monsters are immune to all negative states, such as poisoning, fear, slowing down, etc. Passive Skill, Fire Attribute Affinity, immune to all fire attribute attack damage, but doubles damage from ice attribute. Active Skills, Lava Burst, Lava Protector, Lava Summoning. Fang Chen looked at the Lava Skeleton King, and information bubbled up. Aside from being 5 levels higher than the Lava Skeleton, the skills are mostly the same, but this Lava Skeleton King surprisingly doesn't have a resurrection skill. Doesn't that mean it's not a respawnable monster? But this blood skill is perverse enough. Fang Chen muttered to himself, and at the same time, he looked underneath the Lava Skeleton King and realized that this fellow was surprisingly about the same size as the Skeleton King on the second level. Although the upper half of his body emerged out of the lava range, the lower half of his body was surprisingly still in the lava. This meant that if he could not cut him down in a very short period of time, then due to the fact that the lower half of his body was in the lava, the opportunity to obtain the ability to constantly return to the blood, 10 per second of the speed of recovery, is amazing. It was no wonder that this guy had managed to survive until now without being decapitated by other professionals. It was indeed not easy to decapitate this guy. And strong people usually don't come here. These monsters are still left for young people to practice, and I think it's because of this that they have survived until now. Wait and see first. Fang Chen said to himself. There were many similarities between this Lava Skeleton King and the Skeleton King on the second level. The biggest similarity is the summoning of gargoyles. The minions summoned by the Skeleton King on the second level can no longer continue to gain experience. I also wonder if the little monsters summoned by this Lava Skeleton King still get experience. Fang Chen was also prepared to try it out first. In the meantime, inside the second layer of the abyss, Li Yuan caught up with Jiang Yishui and said, Yishui, now that the second and first floors are closed, I've gotten word that it's likely that a seventh turn big shot has struck. Even though the third floor isn't closed, it's still a bit too risky for us to go in now. Jiang Yishui, however, said without turning her head. You don't believe Jiang Hao's words, right? Li Yuan said. It's not that I don't believe it, it's just that you think it's possible, huh? Can a third turn level 100 Imperial Beastmaster kill the Skeleton King with a single punch? Even our current strength can't do that. And Jiang Hao said that he entered the third layer himself. Think about what it means to enter the third layer with a strength of 3 revolutions. In the past years of Jiangbei University's enrollment, there were very few students with the strength of the third turn, and most of this strength ended up joining some guilds to muddle through. Even if there are some that can join Jiangbei University, they are simply not qualified to enter the third level of the abyss. We were all allowed to come here to practice after the 4th turn. Even if what Jiang Hao said is true, instead, I now feel that it's even more important to pray for that kid now. Maybe because of his recklessness, he might have already died on the 3rd floor. Li Yuan said. Jiang Yixue ignored him. Li Yuan's words were not unreasonable, it was just that she knew this brother of hers very well. He didn't believe Jiang Hao would lie, and there was no point in telling such a lie at all. How do you explain that enrollment list ranking? Jiang Yixue said. Li Yuan sniffed but said. What's so hard to explain? It's not like there aren't any places to practice leveling in the entire Jiangbei province besides the Abyssal Land. For example, the secret copy, that kid I've inquired about, knocked the Lightning Guild for $10 billion in Longhua City. It's totally possible to go brush the secret copy to upgrade. The experience of the secret copy is so much, it's totally possible to go up 6 levels in a day if you brush it in a row. And the most important thing is that he's a beastmaster, there's absolutely no way he's going to the 3rd floor alone. So the probability that he's swiping a copy of the secret realm seems greater to me instead. Li Yuan analyzed the head. Yet Jiang Yixue was still feeling the need to go and take a look. After all, she still trusted her brother's character. Either way, let's go check it out when we're all there. There are 10 teleportation arrays on the 3rd floor, and will randomly appear on different teleportation platforms if we don't team up. Let's find out if he's there or not. After saying that, Jiang Yixue took the lead and entered the teleportation platform. Seeing this, Li Yuan had no choice but to follow. A flash of light flashed, and the 2 people also disappeared into the teleportation formation almost simultaneously. Inside the 3rd level, Fang Chen looked at the small lava skeleton monster that had collapsed beside him, and his heart was thrilled. This was because he realized that the little monsters summoned by the Lava Skeleton King were surprisingly still gaining experience all the same. This is definitely an important discovery for him. What does that mean? This meant that as long as he didn't kill this Lava Skeleton King, then endless lava skeletons would appear. It's a total leveling cheat. Fang Chen was excited in his heart and didn't attack forward, he just stood still and waited for those lava skeletons to come over and give away their experience on their own. Watching his experience value continue to rise, Fang Chen's heart was so comfortable. However, after lasting a few minutes, his experience at level 107 had risen by roughly 20%. The lava skeletons around them surprisingly began to diminish. At the same time, the Lava Skeleton King in front of him unexpectedly began to become furious. This made Fang Chen a bit puzzled. This guy couldn't have realized his intentions and raged, could he? That's no fun, I want to upgrade. Fang Chen said helplessly. However, what he didn't know was that at this moment, on the teleportation platform not far away, a silhouette had been standing for many hours. Jiang Yixue was really lucky, and the first time she came in, she directly appeared on the teleportation high platform near Fang Chen. So the image of Fang Chen punching a lava skeleton was something she had seen. This guy, he doesn't even take the initiative to attack the Lava Skeleton King, instead, he lets it keep summoning small monsters to practice. What Jiang Hao said is really true. This person is also too demonic. There was a light in Jiang Yixue's eyes, she had never seen someone so strong. Where is this? This was the 3rd level of the abyss, and even with her current strength of 4 turns, she had to deal with it carefully. But the kid in front of him was in no man's land, instead he was practicing with the help of the Lava Skeleton King's summoning skill. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about it, but she simply couldn't do it. Because she simply couldn't clear out the lava skeletons in a short period of time, when the number had accumulated to a certain level. It was difficult for her to even get away, let alone decapitate the Lava Skeleton King. It is simply not possible without 2 strong teams. Is he going to make a move? Jiang Yixue suddenly saw that Fang Chen had actually walked towards the Lava Skeleton King. It seemed that the number of lava skeletons around him was dwindling, and he was ready to end it. Watching this scene, Jiang Yixue's heart couldn't help but tense up. The Lava Skeleton King was only a few levels higher than the Skeleton King on the second level, and the rest of the overall strength was pretty much the same. If what happened on the second level was really this person's doing, then wouldn't he be able to kill this Lava Skeleton King in seconds with a single punch? With the strength of a third turn, could one really manage to kill an alpha level yellow boss with a single punch? Jiang Yishua really couldn't convince herself to believe it, her eyes staring dead ahead for fear of missing the scene that she couldn't believe. Chapter 77, A Real Punch, An Unsolicited Invitation. Below, Fang Chen was getting closer and closer to the Lava Skeleton King. Jiang Yishua saw that the Lava Skeleton King violently raised one of its dry arms. In the next moment, the countless lava around them tumbled and surged towards Fang Chen. At the same time, a layer of lava armor unexpectedly appeared on that Lava Skeleton King. This was none other than his Lava Bodyguard skill. Use lava to form a layer of defense outside of your body, increasing your defense and blood count. Fang Chen looked at this scene, but the corner of his mouth smiled and thought. Add a shield and you think you can resist your own punch? Only Fang Chen spared a direction to avoid the spewing lava, and at the same time, the moment he got close to the Lava Skeleton King, he threw a punch. The Lava Skeleton King was also very fast, and saw Fang Chen's fist blasting in. Surprisingly, he raised his scepter and smashed it down towards Fang Chen's head. However, the moment that scepter touched Fang Chen's fist, only heard a bang crunch, even directly broken. The Lava Skeleton King was also shocked in his heart when he saw this scene. Seems to be aware of the youth in front of him is not easy to deal with, even turned around to escape from the new hidden in the lava. But Fang Chen didn't give him a chance, and rushed over with an arrow step. The moment the Lava Skeleton King was about to shrink down the beam, a punch was thrown at its head. A damage number instantly popped up. 280 million. Following Jiang Yishua before she could see the damage clearly, 2 rays of light appeared in an instant, directly covering the damage value. Apparently this Lava Skeleton King, as a leader-level boss, had exploded something. With a wave of his hand, Fang Chen put the item away, and at the same time, he heard the system's voice ring out. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 108. Ding! Since you killed the Lava Skeleton King, there are no more monsters occupying this territory. In 5 minutes there will be other monsters coming over to divide up the territory. Please leave as soon as possible. If you stay you will continue to meet the battle. Listening to the system's voice, Fang Chen's mind drifted off. So that's how the third level plays out. Although there was no fixed leveling area on the third floor, it was littered with demonic-type monsters. So even if you just stay in one place, there will be a steady stream of monsters coming. And it's supposed to be getting stronger. No wonder practicing in this place was dangerous, there were so many things to watch out for. Not only do you have to face endless monsters, but you also have to be careful not to go too far away from the teleportation platform, or you might not be able to get out. There's a real reason why there are so few people practicing here. There were still 5 minutes left, so Fang Chen didn't think much about it. What he wanted was exactly this feeling of constant upgrading. He looked through his harvest. This Lava Skeleton King was not stingy, and in addition to popping out a demon crystal, he also popped out a piece of equipment. The Ring of the Lava Skeleton King. Evaluation, Gold Yellow. Rank, LV.135. Intelligence plus 500. Mental Strength plus 1000. Flame Astrological Level plus 1. Occupational Requirement, Astrologer. Looking at the attributes, Fang Chen was getting excited, but when he saw the occupation he was immediately dumbfounded. Nima, such a good attribute, but you need an astrologer to use it. Fang Chen cursed straight away. Other than that Goblin King scepter that had been eliminated, he had never exploded any equipment that he could use. That's just dog luck. Moreover, the astrologer belongs to the 4 attributes are dabbled in. As a result, this Lava Skeleton King illegal master unexpectedly burst out of the astrologer's ring. It's not even out of your own Imperial Beastmaster's outfit, this nasty dog. Fang Chen was furious. But this ring is also worth a lot of money and can be sold for a good price in the future. Another demon crystal could be sold for some money. The returns are not bad. As Fang Chen was thinking, suddenly a voice came over instead. Is this ring for sale? I'll pay $4 billion and trade it now. Fang Chen froze and turned his head to look, only to realize that on the teleportation high platform, there was actually a person standing. Although Fang Chen didn't mind revealing his identity, the feeling of being spied on was something that irritated him. Who are you? How does a little girl have a habit of peeping? Pervert? Fang Chen didn't have the good sense to say. At the same time, he returned directly to the teleportation plateau. With someone here, he naturally couldn't comfortably practice. Seeing Feng Chen come over, Jiang Yishua had a light in her eyes and busied herself. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to spy on you, it was my brother Jiang Hao who said he found someone to bring him to the third floor to practice. I wanted to come over to see your strength, and just now you were fighting the Lava Skeleton King, so I didn't bother you. My name is Jiang Yishua, I'm Jiang Hao's older sister. Jiang Yishua hurriedly explained, the scene of Feng Chen's punch just now that decapitated the Lava Skeleton King simply shocked her too much. At this moment, when he saw Feng Chen come over, he was still in a bit of disbelief. Feng Chen's face eased a bit when he heard Jiang Yishua say that she was Jiang Hao's sister. You're Jiang Hao's sister, you're quite pretty, how can you do things so uncontrolled? You want this ring? Feng Chen asked. Aha! Jiang Yishua nodded her head. I happen to be an astrologer, and since this equipment doesn't have set attributes, 4 billion isn't a bad price. Feng Chen nodded his head, he had only valued this equipment at around 3.5 billion before. Jiang Yishua can offer 4 billion already. Deal. Feng Chen didn't talk nonsense and directly threw his equipment over. Jiang Yishua took out her own card and transferred money to Feng Chen. Alright, you've seen the strength, I have to practice by. Feng Chen was about to leave when he finished speaking, he wasn't comfortable being watched by someone here, so he decided to go a little deeper. It was unlikely that anyone else could go as deep as he could anyway. Jiang Yishua saw this and busied herself. Wait, you're a schoolmate right, when the university enrollment ends with your strength you'll definitely be able to join Jiangbei University. I count myself as your senior sister, and I'm practicing on the third floor as well. If you don't have a teammate, I can team up with you. And although there are no fixed practicing areas within this third floor, there are still some practicing places that will be more efficient. I can take you there. Feng Chen froze and looked at Jiang Yishua. Is schoolteacher so kind? Jiang Yishua, however, said with a smile. Even though I'm your senior sister, your strength shocks even me. You're fully qualified to compete with us older students. And I have limited efficiency in practicing on my own, teaming up together is good for both of us, I'm an astrologer who can control the field to provide you with group damage and vigilance. Feng Chen nodded. Astrologers are somewhat similar to mages, though they have good warning of danger and control of the field in addition to their powerful group attacks. To top it off, the Ascendant also has some group status increases similar to a nursemaid. It's a little bit of each, but none of them are as proficient as the other professions. And the greatest characteristic of an astrologer is divination and warning. Perception of some potential dangers is keen. Just now when Feng Chen was practicing, Jiang Yishua was beside him for half a day and he didn't even notice. This was because Feng Chen lacked the skill of scouting and alerting. If he could team up with Jiang Yishua to practice leveling, this aspect could be left to her. You don't want to be surrounded by people all the time, the second and first floors are closed, I'm afraid that in the next few days, many people will choose to come to the third floor to practice. There will be a lot of people there, and I can make sure you're not disturbed. Jiang Yishua said. Feng Chen nodded at his words. Deal. I'm actually more interested in knowing where the more efficient practicing area is that you mentioned. When Jiang Yishua saw that Feng Chen agreed, she said with a sudden joy. I'll take you. After saying that, Jiang Yishua led Feng Chen into the teleportation array. The two were teamed up, so they would also appear in the same place after teleporting. Jiang Yishua explained as she teleported. We might have to go through several teleports, that place is fixed, so we can only teleport to that place to make it work. Feng Chen nodded and didn't say much. Chapter 78 Li Yuan joins, takes off his mask. After 3 or 4 transmissions, the two finally stopped at a larger teleportation plateau. At the same time Feng Chen saw a scene that excited him. One could only see that the place where this teleportation high platform was located was actually very much like within a prison. There were those rusty walls all around, and the whole space had to be half the size of a soccer field. And it was so deep ahead that it seemed to go on forever. And beyond the high platform, it was surprisingly densely filled with a kind of humanoid monster. Demon Werewolf, Abyssal Demon Class. Grade, Commander Blue. Rank, LV.130. Attack power, 15,000. Blood, 20,000. Passive skill, negative immunity. Abyssal demonic monsters are immune to all negative states, such as poisoning, fear, slowing down, etc. Active skills, Werewolf Snarl, Demon Curse. Looking at the attributes, it was not even close to the lava skeletons, but the number was clearly more than the lava skeletons. Moreover, Fang Chen swept a glance and realized why Jiang Yixue said that leveling was faster here. This was because he realized that among the demon werewolves around him, there were surprisingly a lot of alpha-level bosses interspersed in 2s and 3s. Demon Werewolf King, Abyssal Demon Class. Grade, Chieftain Yellow. Rank, LV.135. Attack Power, 30,000. Blood, 100,000. Passive skill, Negative Immunity. Abyssal demonic monsters are immune to all negative states, such as poisoning, fear, slowing down, etc. Active skills, Werewolf Roar, Demon Curse, Werewolf Shock. Looking around, within a 500-meter radius, there were surprisingly 3 alpha-level bosses. With this kind of boss density, it was hard to not be fast at practicing. No one usually comes here, and I didn't dare to come here to practice leveling before, but with your strength our group can totally practice here as long as we're careful. How? Jiang Yixue asked. Fang Chen nodded his head in satisfaction. Thanks, I love this place, and by the way, since I promised your brother we can all practice here when he gets here. It's just that he hasn't contacted me yet, so let's start on our own. Fang Chen asked. He didn't want to waste time. Jiang Yixue said. He'll have to wait 2 more days, this place is dangerous and he needs to prepare. You can read it first, I have another classmate I need to tell. Feel free. After Fang Chen finished speaking, he left the high platform first and went to try his hand first. Although Jiang Yixue didn't like Li Yuan, but this time, how could he say that he had helped to look for Fang Chen together? Now that she had found it, she naturally had to inform Li Yuan. The message was quickly sent, and it wasn't long before Li Yuan appeared on the teleportation platform. As soon as he appeared, he saw that Jiang Yixue unexpectedly had a group status. At the same time, he also saw Fang Chen who was teasing those demon werewolves in front of him. That's him? Li Yuan frowned. Aha! He's great, I'm going to be practicing with him for the rest of the day, so you can join if you want, or practice on your own. Jiang Yixue opened the door. You're practicing with him? What's his strength? Li Yuan asked with a frown. Jiang Yixue was able to team up with him, he had softened up for days, and now he was actually teaming up with a strange man to practice. This made Li Yuan feel bad in his heart. Jiang Yixue, however, faintly said. Third turn it seems, can't see it exactly, he's hiding the information. Li Yuan looked at Fang Chen. Sure enough, he could not see anything but a name. I have a girlfriend. It's really him, I remember that the information on the leaderboard is a level 106 Imperial Beastmaster. Are you sure he's okay? Li Yuan frowned, he couldn't even look at the strength of a third turn and didn't understand why Jiang Yixue was so taken with him. The man's name is interesting, though. I have a girlfriend, this kid has a girlfriend, so he shouldn't be able to steal Jiang Yixue from me. But in that respect, look at this kid. Li Yuan reassured himself. As long as he didn't steal Jiang Yixue from him, he still didn't mind teaming up with Fang Chen to practice leveling. Believe it or not, it's your business, I'm just letting you know that the man has been found. I'm ready to go practice too, so think about it. Jiang Yixue also left the high platform after saying that. Seeing this, Li Yuan was also busy following him, and at the same time sent out a group request. Fang Chen was teasing a demon werewolf, and he realized that this demon werewolf was quite fast. However, individual attacks were limited, and it would be more efficient to have an army of bugs out against the monsters here. Just thinking about it, the system suddenly rang. Ding! Li Yuan has applied to join the team. Do you agree? Li Yuan? Your friend? See Jiang Yixue coming over? Fang Chen asked. Well, and I went to school together. You decide if you want to add him or not. Jiang Yixue said that the captain had been handed over to Fang Chen. Fang Chen said. Since they're seniors, let's go together, I think their strength shouldn't be bad. Fang Chen directly chose to agree. He then saw Li Yuan's message. Li Yuan, level 140 Terminal Archer. Jiang Yixue, level 149 Astrologer. Senior, why don't you release your information? Don't worry, Senior and Sister won't laugh at you, we can also choose the number of monsters to pull based on your strength if you release it. Li Yuan laughed, and there was a sense of condescension in his words. Fang Chen smiled at the words and also chose to turn off the skill, Divine Concealment Fate. Soon his message was also phenomenal. Fang Chen, 108th level Beastmaster. Seeing this message, Li Yuan and Jiang Yixue were both stunned. Isn't this kid level 106? When did he go up 2 levels again? Li Yuan muttered in his mind. Jiang Yixue, on the other hand, had a light in her eyes. She hadn't been this perverted when she was at this level before. Within a day, he had risen 8 levels in a row, and at this time, there was even a light of admiration in his eyes as he looked at Feng Chen. Li Yuan was upset in his heart when he saw this and busied himself. Brother Feng Chen, you're too high profile. If you have a girlfriend, just have one, and you still have this name. Who's your girlfriend? I'm dying to know. Li Yuan's words killed 2 birds with 1 stone. On one hand, it brought the relationship closer, and on the other hand, it could also remind Jiang Yixue that he had a girlfriend. You'd better die and follow me honestly. As expected, a trace of disappointment flashed across Jiang Yixue's face as she sniffed. Feng Chen then laughed. I don't have a girlfriend. It was started by a friend who wants to be my girlfriend, but I haven't said yes yet. Oh. Like this. Li Yuan smiled at his words. It seems that Brother Feng Chen is also a discerning person. Since the information has been liberalized, then don't wear the mask. The few of us together don't need to be so careful. To be honest, Li Yuan also wanted to see what Feng Chen really looked like. If it was ugly, it would be just the thing to cut off Jiang Yixue's adoring gaze. Even if it wasn't ugly, it shouldn't be able to enter Jiang Yixue's eyes. Jiang Yixue's aesthetic standard that was very high. He believed that when Jiang Yixue saw Feng Chen's true colors, she would definitely lose interest. Senior's right, it's actually quite tiring to wear this thing. Feng Chen smiled while removing his mask. Yet when that handsome, downright breathtaking cheek appeared, Jiang Yixue instantly looked dumbfounded. At the same time, Li Yuan's entire body froze. 10,000 grassmakers? Running through his mind. One is fine with letting people take off any masks. He even saw that Jiang Yixue's gaze was fixed on Feng Chen, and surprisingly, she couldn't move away. Elder sister, shall we begin then? Time is short, so let's stop talking. Feng Chen reminded. Fine. Jiang Yixue reacted. Her pretty face was still a little red and busy. And when Li Yuan, who was on the side, saw this scene, that anger in his heart, he directly said. Right, let's start then. You're too low-leveled, schoolmate, take care of pulling the monsters. Yixue, you're in charge of field control and group attack. I'm the terminal archer, responsible for attacking terminal monsters. Li Yuan was upset in his heart and was eager to show his power, saying that he raised his bow and shot several arrows towards one of the demon werewolves. Jiang Yixue was a bit speechless at his words, but he still reminded. Feng Chen, it's your first time here. First take charge of pulling monsters to familiarize yourself with these monsters. You can do it yourself later. Feng Chen nodded. Thanks, sister and senior, that's very kind of you, so I'll start. Chapter 79 Terminating Archer, Feng Chen pulling monsters. In this area, most of them are demon werewolves. This kind of monster has the demon curse skill. As long as the hatred is our team's, they will be affected by this status. I will increase your resistance status. Jiang Yixue said from the back, while her whole body flashed with light, only to hear. Astrology, avoiding evil. As Jiang Yixue's voice rang out, Feng Chen saw that with Jiang Yixue as the center, a formation covered in starlight unexpectedly emerged out of thin air. The entire range of the formation was only about 20 meters, which was not considered big in this place, but it was just enough to cover Feng Chen and Li Yuan. There were only 3 of them, and they couldn't be too far away from each other, or else they would be divided and broken by those demonic cold people. So this 20-meter diameter is considered just the right distance. As the formation enveloped him, Feng Chen realized that he had an additional status of resisting the curse on his body. Moreover, as soon as this formation appeared, the hatred of the demon werewolves within a 20-meter diameter around them was also pulled over. 7 or 8 demon werewolves rushed towards the direction they were in. At the same time, Feng Chen saw 7 or 8 gray streams of light flying towards the crowd. That stream of gray light was simply impossible to dodge, only to hear Jiang Yixue reminding. That's a demonic curse that can't be avoided, but there's a tendency to avoid evil state that can resist it. Feng Chen nodded his head, so it turned out that this state of Jiang Yixue was to fight against this demonic curse. But what effect does this demonic curse have? Thought Feng Chen as he opened his mouth to inquire. Li Yuan, who was beside him, sniffed and explained. This demonic curse is a multifaceted negative status that may cause persistent bleeding. It could also be temporary blindness, or an increase in the chanting time that would occur in a law system, etc. As long as one is hit with this status, everyone is different, and the most terrifying ones can also move the professional to other places randomly. It's dangerous to practice here without the status skills of an immortal or astrologer as well as a bright mage. Once you get teleported too far away from the group, it's dangerous. You must be careful yourself, you must never leave within the boundaries of this astrological formation. Fang Chen nodded his head. He didn't expect that this demon werewolf itself wasn't strong, but this demon curse was so good. It would indeed be quite dangerous if it did get randomly moved out. As they spoke, the 7 or 8 demon werewolves had already approached the crowd, and Fang Chen was only responsible for pulling monsters at first, so he didn't make a move. He saw Jiang Yishue wave her palm, and immediately there were countless round meteorites that unexpectedly smashed towards those 7 or 8 demon werewolves. It didn't smash it to death, but it did put down most of its blood. While Li Yuan on the side saw this, he bent his bow and shot 8 arrows out in an instant. Fang Chen was surprised to see that only after these 8 arrows were shot out, 3 demon werewolves died instantly directly. The other 5 were bloodied and did not die outright. Li Yuan added a few more arrows, which took care of the remaining 5. After resolving these 8 demon werewolves, there were no other demon werewolves coming around for the time being. Li Yuan took advantage of the space to laugh triumphantly. Elder brother Fang Chen, I'm a terminal archer, how's this attack? Jiang Yishue was a bit speechless at his words and didn't bother to talk to him. Fang Chen on the other hand shook his head. To be honest, this damage was not a bit weak compared to him. Before he could open his mouth, Li Yuan smiled smugly. Why are you shaking your head? Don't be discouraged, after all, you're only level 108 at the 3rd turn, we're all 140 levels up, that's still a big level gap. It's naturally impossible for you to have such high damage, and since you're still an Imperial Beastmaster, I'd rather suggest you take the support route. Take control of some bugs with strong defense and use them as berserkers in the future. Jiang Yishue, who was on the side, almost didn't laugh out loud at the words. This Li Yuan really thought that Fang Chen was just an elementary school student, and he even instructed people. If he had just seen Fang Chen smash the lava skeleton king to death with a single punch, he didn't know if he would have found a crack in the ground at this moment. Seeing that Li Yuan hadn't understood the situation, Fang Chen didn't bother to explain and asked. Senior, what is this terminal archer profession? This is the first time I've heard of it, can you introduce it? The 3 of them were currently teamed up, and it naturally wouldn't hurt to know more about each other's professions. Li Yuan sniffed with a proud face and said. That's a good question. This terminal archer is a branch of the archer profession. There are many branches of the archer profession, such as the thunder archer who comes with light elemental attacks, and the light speed archer who is known for his fast attack speed. And this terminal archer of mine has a very powerful passive skill. With each attack, there is a probability to directly kill the enemy in seconds. Of course the probability is low, but it will increase as the enemy's blood level decreases. The blood levels of those 8 demon werewolves just now have all fallen below 50% under your senior sister Zhang's consumption. My probability of this passive spike is up to about 30%. So inside the first 8 arrows, 3 were killed in seconds. So when you pull the monster later, you'll have to work hard. After all, Senpai's finishing power is very strong. Li Yuan had a smug look on his face. Fang Chen nodded, thinking that this passive was good, but it was a pity that he didn't have it. But he didn't really need it himself, after all, the probability thing was too face-saving, and he still liked the feeling of his kind of one punch at a time. Jiang Yishue couldn't listen anymore and laughed. Terminal archer is good, but unfortunately the probability of that is too low. I remember that the probability of you facing the chief extreme yellow boss in seconds is 1 in 10,000, isn't it? 10,000 arrows before it can be triggered once, and I'm afraid that 10,000 arrows will grind the boss to death before 10,000 arrows can be shot and dealt with. Sure enough, this probability thing is unreliable. Li Yuan was a little embarrassed at his words, and he busily gave Jiang Yishue a wink, telling her not to reveal her old self. That since we're familiar with each other, let's get started. Elder brother Fang Chen, you have to sell your strength. Senior me, this attack power is high, you don't have to worry about me shrugging off and pulling monsters. There are only monsters you can't pull off, but nothing your senior can't solve. Fang Chen nodded with a smile. He naturally begged for it. It was good for him to be upgraded as soon as possible. And he's only responsible for pulling monsters, so that's a lot easier. Senpai, then I'll start. You guys get ready. Fang Chen had a serious face. Jiang Yishue also looked at Fang Chen, with anticipation in her eyes. I wonder how he'll pull off the monsters, although he killed the lava skeleton king boss with a single punch earlier and seems to have a strong single attack. But pulling monsters is going to work at range, after all. She was also curious as to how Fang Chen would pull the monsters. Li Yuan, on the other hand, said with a look of disinterest. Elder I but always ready, you refueling if you pull less, and so gather for a while, and so much more elder only shot. Just shrug off the monsters and pull them, don't worry about the rest, it doesn't matter senior will step in. Said Li Yuan also blew at the bowstring of the exquisite longbow he was holding. Then he wiped the bowstring, with a look like you just pull the monsters and leave the rest to me. Fang Chen didn't talk nonsense when he saw this. With a wave of his palm, a stream of purple smoke floated out from in front of him. Only responsible for pulling monsters, Fang Chen didn't even summon the nano-vermin. Directly let them release the poisonous mist inside the Dantian bug nest. The poisonous mist instantly filled out and swept towards the front. And when Li Yuan saw this scene, he first froze, followed by a smile. Old brother Fang Chen, you're being unprofessional, this demon werewolf is also a demon-type monster. With negative status immunity, this poisonous mist of yours won't even hurt them. Don't believe me. Chapter 80, Senior's Great, the bowstring is broken? As Li Yuan spoke, those poisonous mists had already drifted towards the nearest few demon werewolves. Sure enough, soon enough a damage value appeared above the heads of those demon werewolves. 0. 0. At the same time, Fang Chen heard the system beep. Your poisonous mist was immunized and did no damage. Your poisonous fog. Look, what did I say, you have a long way to learn, schoolboy. Li Yuan laughed while glancing at Jiang Yixue. It seemed to be looking forward to Jiang Yixue looking at herself with eyes full of adoration. However, Jiang Yixue did not look at him at all, instead, she looked at Fang Chen and said. Although the damage of this poisonous fog was immunized, the range was large enough to cause hatred from these demonic werewolves as well. It's a great monster pulling skill, and if you put it in a place that isn't immune to poison mist, it can also deal damage. It's the first time I've seen an Imperial Beastmaster use poison mist like this, not bad. Li Yuan froze at his words, his face a little hard to see. Sure enough, only Fang Chen was heard to say. Senpai, I thought you told me to pull monsters, so it doesn't matter if there's any damage. Do you think this first wave is a good number? Li Yuan sniffed and looked towards the surroundings. This look instantly changed his face. Only to see that those purple poisonous mists had unexpectedly spread over a large area without realizing it. There had to be at least 50 or more demon werewolves around them charging towards them. Even Li Yuan saw a demon werewolf leader boss among them. Seeing this scene, where there is still a mood for nonsense, bending the bow and arrow busy to do. A stream of arrows shot out towards the surroundings as if they didn't need money. Jiang Yixue also put away her smile, with a serious and earnest face, and all kinds of control and attack skills were released non-stop. Instead, the monsters around Fang Chenmo were pulled over. Simply jumping directly onto a raised rock to the side, he continued to release the poisonous mist, drifting towards the demonic werewolf further away. Li Yuan shot hundreds of arrows in a row, which took care of a dozen or so demon werewolves. There were too many monsters around, and Jiang Yixue's group attack skills were somewhat insufficient. Many of the demon werewolves were in a full-blooded state, and Li Yuan immediately felt the pressure multiply. It often takes 6 or 7 arrows to settle one. However, more demon werewolves around them were densely swarming towards them. Looking at Li Yuan, his scalp went numb. He wanted to yell at Lord Fang Chen to stop pulling monsters, the ING numbers were enough to kill him for half a day. Something's going to happen at La Coca. And there were bosses like the demon werewolf king mixed in there, so even he would have to play through if he wasn't careful. However, the surroundings were filled with demon werewolves, and he couldn't see where Fang Chen was at all. Couldn't find anyone to talk to if I wanted to. Jiang Yixue was also frowning at the moment, there were too many monsters. She also felt the pressure. Moreover, she was closer to Fang Chen and could see that he was still pulling monsters. As the most outstanding professional of the previous class, she was also well known within Zhangbei University. At this moment, a thought of defiance actually rose in her heart. Fang Chen was able to pull so many monsters over without worrying, if he himself couldn't even cope with so many monsters. I'm afraid I'm not qualified to team up with him in the future. With such an excellent professional, the benefits of being able to team up with him for leveling were naturally numerous. And Jiang Yixue didn't think she couldn't accompany him. Thinking about it, Jiang Yixue gritted her teeth and directly poured several bottles of blue pills, firing on all cylinders. The group attack skills and field control skills seemed like they didn't need any money, and they were smashed indiscriminately towards the field. At this moment, Li Yuan was already surrounded by most of the demon werewolves. Fang Chen's first wave of poisonous mist was finally consumed by those demon werewolves. He paused, looking down at the hundreds of demon werewolves that had surprisingly been pulled in, as well as the 3 demon werewolf bosses. Heart Road. That should be a sufficient amount. Is the number of seniors enough? Fong Chen shouted. However, Li Yuan didn't answer. There were too many monsters around. Surprisingly, Fong Chen didn't even see Li Yuan. Thinking about it, Fong Chen moved towards one side, ready to check on Li Yuan. Whether or not to continue pulling monsters. It seems like Senpai's attack power is a bit out of step. How did he know that at this moment, cold sweat had already broken out on Li Yuan's forehead? The long bow in his hand didn't stop for a moment. Drawing a bow and shooting arrows is almost like pulling smoke. The palms of my hands hurt. Yet the number of demon werewolves around them was still increasing. Even Li Yuan saw 2 demon werewolf bosses coming his way. If he delayed any longer, I was afraid that even he would be finished later. Li Yuan's heart was burning with anxiety, and his hands didn't dare to delay for a moment, and in his heart, he greeted Fong Chen's family a dozen times. Doesn't this kid want money for his poisonous fog? Why are you pulling so many monsters? Do you have any brains at all? Don't you even think about whether or not I can take care of it? How could I be so unlucky to run into such a dumbass teammate? Jiang Yishue. Can Jiang Yishue hear me? Li Yuan shouted in the team channel. Jiang Yishue was too busy to respond herself at this point, so where did she have time to look at the team channel? Fong Chen saw it instead. Senior Li Yuan is so powerful? Facing so many monsters, he actually still has time to chat with senior sister Jiang? With this in mind, Fong Chen shouted in the team channel. Senpai is awesome, did I not pull enough monsters? Or I'm going to pull some? Li Yuan almost didn't spit out blood when he heard this, but he didn't want to admit his weakness in front of Jiang Yishue, so he could only reply back. Not bad. Jiang Yishue didn't bother to take care of Li Yuan when she saw this, even she was overwhelmed by the effort to cope with it. Li Yuan even said it was okay? Is this okay? That's it for Fong Chen for now, we'll continue pulling when we clear some of it off. Jiang Yishue finally spoke. Fong Chen nodded his head as he sniffed. He was in charge of pulling the monsters anyway, and seeing this, he sat on the sidelines and watched the show. Jiang Yishue didn't see Fong Chen resting here. If she did, she would probably be able to be infuriated. You're so powerful you don't make a move and leave yourself and Li Yuan here to fight to the death. This was too unorthodox, and Jiang Yishue understood that it was Li Yuan who had arranged it this way. The guy who gets the most hate is also this guy. If he hadn't pretended to let Fong Chen pull the monsters, it wouldn't have developed into the current situation. There was a 3-minute wait. Over there, Li Yuan finally felt a bit overwhelmed and began to quietly approach towards Jiang Yishue's side. He didn't have the face to ask Jiang Yishue to help him, but if he didn't think of a way out, he was going to be beaten to death by these demon werewolves. So he could only secretly approach towards Jiang Yishue's side, hoping that she could help him apportion some monsters. Jiang Yishue also sensed Li Yuan's mind and shouted in the team channel. Have some face, I'm a girl. Li Yuan sniffed a little awkwardly and could only stop where he was and not continue to approach. Fong Chen sniffed and also realized this and asked. Senior, why did you go over towards senior sister's side? Was the monster not enough? I'll pull some more? La. Pull your ass off. You're such a old 6. Can't you see that the old man himself is almost finished? Li Yuan cursed Fong Chen in his heart. On his lips, he was laughing. No, I'm worried about your senior sister Jiang. So little monsters are still. For me. Bang. Li Yuan didn't finish a sentence, but suddenly his entire body just froze. Standing poorly dumbfounded. Only to see that the bowstring of the longbow in his hand had unexpectedly broken without knowing when God had broken it. The bowstrings were curled. Looking at the longbow in his hand, Li Yuan was completely dumbfounded. Heartway. Finished. Nima, this time the bowstring is broken, I still play your big man ah? Fong Chen got up and looked at Li Yuan. Seeing him frozen in place, he asked busily. Senpai, why don't you do it? Is being so idle not monster enough? I'll be pulling some then, soon. Said Fong Chen as he jumped to the side again, ready to pull monsters. Chapter 81, showing his wings, Li Yuan is numb. You. Li Yuan cursed in his mind and immediately tried to stop Fong Chen. If he pulls it any further, he's really going to be completely screwed. Even though Jiang Yishue didn't want to admit defeat easily, she was a bit anxious when she heard Fang Chen's words. If she pulls any more, she won't be able to stay up. However, before either of them could open their mouths, the next moment they saw a scene that left them dumbfounded. Only Fang Chen was seen standing on a raised stone platform. In the next moment, there was a surprising turn of flowing light on his body, and a pair of gorgeous wings directly appeared. The wings were very large and appeared black throughout. There was even a black aura flowing around it, and it looked incredibly drawn out. However, the moment they saw the wings, Jiang Yishue and Li Yuan's faces both changed at the same time. Because they all recognized that this wing was no other, it was precisely a wing that was very famous within the Su clan's auction house. The Killer's Broken Wing. This wing equipment had a high-level requirement, normally requiring level 240 to use. But it's a broken piece of equipment, so there's no equipment level at the moment. You can bring it even if you are level 0. And it provides a speed bonus for a short period of time. The results are very good. Of course, if this outfit is out there, you can wear it however you want. But this place, on the other hand, is the land of the Devil's Abyss. This piece of equipment should never be in a place like this. Showing up at a place like this would mean big trouble. Back then, the Slaying Exalted One broke into the land of the Abyss and almost slaughtered most of the demonic monsters within the entire Abyss. Even the demon Abyssal Lords had once died under him, simply because deep in the land of the Abyss, the Abyssal Demon Lords could be resurrected. That's why this wasn't killed. Yet that venerable Slayer died here. But any equipment that was used in the life of the venerable Slayer is okay if it's not revealed. Once revealed in the land of the Abyss, it was something that would attract the hatred of the monsters in here, and even mobbing. This was something that many people who practiced in Abyss Town knew. That's why the wings were never purchased. One of them can't be used in the land of the Abyss. It's too expensive. Who would have thought that Fang Chen would have bought it and brought it to the Abyss? This time, not to mention Li Yuan, even Jiang Yishue's face changed. If Fang Chen was using poisonous mist to pull monsters, none of them would feel so alarmed, and if they couldn't fight, they would just return directly to the teleportation platform and leave. But now Fang Chen was directly revealing his Slayer wings. Then the nature of things can change. As if Li Yuan had found a lifesaver, he was busy shouting. Crazy, crazy, crazy! Why did you bring the Slayer wings in here? The world's gone mad, Yuki, hurry up and run. Li Yuan said that he had already taken the lead in jumping out of the demon werewolf's encirclement and ran towards the teleportation platform without looking back. Jiang Yishue was still frozen in place. Hearing Li Yuan's voice this time, she looked at Fang Chen. She realized that the countless demon werewolves around her as well as the demon werewolf king leader boss had begun to become riotous. One by one, they actually directly abandoned her and Li Yuan, and instead rushed towards Fang Chen. And that was still light. She even heard the angry growls of other beasts coming from deeper around her. The appearance of this Slayer's wings had apparently caused the monster further down the road to become enraged. I'm afraid that more powerful demonic beasts will come over later. Fang Chen, go quickly. This place can't stay any longer. Jiang Yishue opened her mouth and shouted. However, at this time, Li Yuan had already returned to the high stage of the transfiguration. Because of the distance, he also withdrew from the group in an instant. Fang Chen and Jiang Yishue both heard the system beep. Li Yuan leaves the team. Fang Chen froze and asked in the team channel. Why did Senior quit the team? Just now I saw that he was quite idle, and I thought I was pulling some monsters. Jiang Yishue was simply speechless to the extreme and said. You think too highly of him, he couldn't even handle the monster just now. The bowstring is all taut, he can't even practice without a weapon. Huh? There's this thing? How come I didn't know? Fang Chen was surprised for a second. This was something he really didn't know. Jiang Yishue was speechless and said. It doesn't matter anymore, hurry up and get out with me. Once these wings are released, more monsters will come later. I'm afraid there's going to be a monster riot, we have to go. I'm afraid this teleportation platform is going to be all destroyed later. Jiang Yishue reminded. Fang Chen, however, had a puzzled look on his face. Why are you leaving? I came here to practice. Aren't you guys? Jiang Yishue was momentarily speechless, surprisingly not knowing how to refute Fang Chen. It's true to practice, but how can you practice like this? This is not practicing, this is clearly coming to play with your life. But looking at Fang Chen's serious face, Jiang Yishue actually felt as if he was telling the truth. Adding to that, Fong Chen's terrifying standing dolly that had resolved the lava skeleton king with a single punch earlier. Jiang Yixue surprisingly felt for a moment that Fong Chen must have a way to resolve the scene. "Aren't you going to leave, schoolteacher?" Fong Chen asked. Jiang Yixue looked at Fong Chen with a light in her eyes and said, "If you're not afraid, I have nothing to fear. If there's real danger later, you'll protect me, right?" Fong Chen froze in thought. Why does this sound so familiar? Why is it the same flavor as that niece Su Mui? This senior sister Jian wouldn't have a crush on herself too, would she? Sure enough, one's true colors still can't be revealed casually, being too handsome is also trouble. I'm always on the prowl. I can survive, but my kidneys can't either. You guys are crazy, why don't you leave? Li Yuan stood on the high platform of transmission and was in a hurry. Every time there was a monster riot in the abyss, it was common for the teleportation platform to be destroyed. As he watched the monsters converging around him grow, the demon's roar grew louder. Li Yuan was really a bit fidgety. However, the Fong Chen and Jiang Yixue in this matter were to hear his shouts. Fong Chen stirred his wings behind him and looked at the dense crowd of demon werewolves and some newly appeared monsters converging around him. There is heat production in the eyes. He opened his mouth to ask. Sister, I'm now level 108 at turn 3, how many levels do you think I can go up if so many monsters die? Jiang Yixue froze at his words, and although he felt that it was unlikely that Fong Chen would be able to do it, he still ghosted back. At least 3 levels. Level 3? That's level 111. It can surpass Jinli and come in second place. Fong Chen nodded in satisfaction, this speed was not bad at all. However, from the time he entered this abyss, he hadn't closed his eyes for nearly a day and a night. It was also more or less tired at this point. Well, let's brush up on those and get back to resting. Fong Chen thought with a smile, then rushed at Jiang Yixue. Sister, for the sake of you bringing me here, I won't charge you a substitute fee. But you can't tell what you saw today, huh? Or I won't take you next time. Jiang Yixue froze. The next moment Fong Chen was waving his palm. Jiang Yixue instantly saw that around the two of them, a red and 100 torrents had unexpectedly appeared. The moment the torrent appeared, it surged in all directions. Jiang Yixue fixed her eyes on it before realizing that the torrent that appeared was actually all bugs. Countless bugs were like locusts, biting demonic beasts on sight. It had spread out over a dozen meters in a matter of moments. A huge army of bugs spread out towards the surroundings. Fong Chen could only hear the system's voice in his head ringing out. Ding! Congratulations on killing the demon werewolf, you gain experience plus 20,000. Ding! You have lost 1 fire spike worm emperor under your control. Ding! You have lost 1 nanotoxin under your control. Ding! You've gained the chatter status, and the nanotoxin's blood level is back to full. Ding! You have gained the chatter status, the fire spike bug emperor's blood level is back to full. There was a bug loss beep at first, but then surprisingly I never heard it again. Aside from the sound of gaining experience, the rest was surprisingly the sound of blood returning to full strength. Only then did Fong Chen realize just how strong this hidden profession bloodthirster of his was. Chapter 82, Sweeping Away the Monsters, rising 4 levels in a row. As the hidden profession, blood-chattering bug envoy, the most important thing was this blood-chattering skill. It allows 10 of the damage dealt by Fong Chen and the bugs to be converted into your own blood. Even that blood can be shared to the bugs. And that means whenever an army of bugs goes out, except for the bugs lost at the beginning, the rest of the bugs pretty much just won't die. Because of the sheer number of bugs, over 60,000 bugs. Even if they only dealt 1 drop of blood damage each, that instant would still be over 60,000 damage. And 10% of over 60,000 damage was a full 6,000 blood conversions. And the nanotoxins and flying fire stingers get that much blood replenishment per second. It's almost unkillable. Not to mention that this is the lowest value. It was important to realize that the damage inflicted by the fire spike bug emperor and the nano-venomous bugs per second would never be just 1 drop each. So once the battle starts, there's a steady stream of blood converting over, which is almost a perfect solution to the problem of bugs being consumed in large quantities. As the fire spiked bug emperor and the nano-venomous bugs swarmed out, monsters were constantly falling around them. Spare a thought for the fact that the burst rate of a commander-class monster like the demon werewolf was very low. But you can't beat the numbers. Soon there was still some white glow on the ground. Even when a boss like the demon werewolf king fell, there would be green and gold rays of light that would appear from time to time. Wherever a red and a white wave of insects passed, the ground was nothing but the corpses of monsters. All that was left was the various things that popped out. Jiang Yishui was looking dumbfounded. She couldn't even somewhat believe what she was seeing. Pinched his white cheeks and realized he wasn't dreaming. She looked to the man beside her. That handsome face that almost drove people crazy was one that had calm written all over it. Jiang Yishui really couldn't believe that such a handsome, yet powerful man could actually exist in this world. And surprisingly, he was standing right beside himself at the moment. Who doesn't love a perfect man? In the eyes of the onlookers, Jiang Yishui is high and cold, so unreachable. But she herself was aware that her bright talent and her privileged background had made her see things in a very high light. Ordinary men don't even make it to her. She had always wanted a man she could admire. He hadn't seen a man like that since he was a kid, except for her father. Even after entering Jiangbei University, the same cannot, even the legend of Jiangbei University is very powerful Xiao Lingfeng's senior brother, has not let her have this feeling of looking up. But at this moment, when she looked at Feng Chen, she was actually experiencing that feeling of looking up. The feeling was like a mountain that made her realize that she couldn't cross it no matter how hard she tried. Killing hundreds of demon werewolves in a minute in seconds, Jiang Yishui asked herself that she couldn't do away with the Tao at all. And far away on the high platform, Li Yuan froze in place as he watched the scene. He froze for half a day before he realized what was happening. Watching Jiang Yishui's gaze never move away from Feng Chen, Li Yuan's heart was completely broken. He had been a licking dog for so long, but he couldn't withstand these few hours of Feng Chen's appearance. Sure enough, lick the dog, lick the dog, lick the dog, lick the dog until you end up with nothing. Looking at the bowstring that had been broken in his hand, Li Yuan silently entered the teleportation array and left. His heart was in turmoil at the moment, unable to continue practicing with a broken bowstring. Solely better go out and get a new weapon first. As for Jiang Yishui's matter, right now he couldn't interfere at all. In terms of size, he didn't lose to Feng Chen, but in terms of strength and face value, Feng Chen had left him behind for 18 blocks in either case. The only thing he felt there was still hope for now was the girlfriend that Feng Chen hadn't admitted to. I wonder if Jiang Yishui is her opponent. If Feng Chen's first suitor could come and Jiang Yishui could voluntarily give up, then she might still have a chance. And putting that aside, with Feng Chen's terrifying strength, Li Yuan did not want to fall out with Feng Chen. People are all selfish, although he had looked at Feng Chen somewhat disparagingly before, but if he could be a bit more brazen. Riding on the leveling express that was Shang Chen, there might be a qualitative leap in leveling as well. Although it seemed a bit spineless to do so, Li Yuan decided to do so after weighing his options. And the thing about backbone is that if you don't have the strength, you can't hold it up. What's more, there was technically no beef between him and Feng Chen. Even if Jiang Yishui really liked Feng Chen, that was still Jiang Yishui's business. What did it have to do with Feng Chen? Other than that, the fact that Li Yuan could figure this out at least showed that the essence of his character was not bad. The third level of the abyss. The growl got louder. There were even formations that were beginning to be a bit unable to suppress these roars. The voices could be faintly heard within the abyss town beyond the abyss. Lu Feng and the others above the abyss were even more frightened to hear it. The last time this kind of roar was heard was when it appeared when someone discovered the equipment of the slave venerable. I didn't expect to hear it again today. Lu Feng ordered the garrison to hold the entrance to the abyss. Let no one in. Today's matter was too big, and he really didn't dare to open the entrance to the abyss without waiting for the northern Jiangnan city lord to come over. Of course, he couldn't care less on the third level. Nature is still open as usual. No one from the Jiangbei University side came over to inquire about the situation, and there was nothing he could do about it. Inside the third level. When the last boss fell, Feng Chen was finally satisfied and collected all of the bug army. A quick check revealed that, sure enough, the bug army had suffered little damage. In the time it took to decimate the monster, the bugs that were lost at the beginning were also automatically all replenished due to the god bug splitting talent. He'd barely lost any bugs in this big battle. And the ground was densely packed with loot, and he couldn't help but smile at the sight of it. Sister, I'll go pick up something first. Feng Chen laughed, then walked over. Jiang Yishui looked at Feng Chen's figure, her entire eyes glowing. She actually volunteered to come up and help along. In the end, the things were given to Feng Chen. It's a bit ungentlemanly, but I killed all the monsters, so I'll be polite. Feng Chen scratched his head. Jiang Yishua's old man was a city lord. Naturally he didn't lack money, but he did, and the future bug evolution could all depend on this money. Naturally, he would not be polite with Jiang Yishua. You killed all the monsters, as it should be. You just said you were a little tired. Are you going to go out for the night first? Jiang Yishua asked. Fang Chen nodded. Although upgrading was important, he also felt a bit tired this day and night, mainly a bit mentally tired. Still have to go back and get a night's rest before I do. This is, after all, a game descending into the real world, not a pure game world. Keep brushing as long as you can, people can't do it. Alright then, I'll go out with you. What time are you practicing tomorrow? I'll wait for you at the entrance. Jiang Yishua said. Fang Chen froze, thinking how this niece still wanted to be with him. It's not really going to stick to you, is it? That senior, I don't know yet. If you have a plan you can go ahead and practice on your own. How embarrassing to make you wait for me. Jiang Yishua heard Fang Chen's meaning, but she pretended not to understand and laughed. I don't have any plans, I'll go wherever you go tomorrow. I don't let you lead for nothing, I can pay or act as a counselor for you, there are many more places within the third level of the abyss. Ask me anything you want to know. Also, don't you have to bring my brother later? We can just team up and go together. Fang Chen saw that this niece was determined to stick to herself, and simply said without any nonsense. That's fine, your brother spends money anyway, and with a big beautiful girl like you, it's not like the men and women are tired of working together. I'll see you tomorrow then. Fang Chen turned around and left after saying that. While walking towards Abyss Town, Fang Chen glanced at his rank. Quite a surprise. He had surprisingly risen 4 levels in a row, reaching level 112. Currently on the leaderboard, it had surpassed Jian Li's level 110 and was temporarily in second place. Chapter 83, Stock of the Harvest, causing a sensation. The equipment can be replaced with level 110s now, but there's no need. On the way back, Fang Chen was calculating in his mind. You will be able to receive the 4th turn quest at level 119, and you will also be able to open the guild chat channel. There was a set of Dark Imperial Beast set inside the guild that was also level 119 capable, and Fang Chen liked this set of equipment. The gear replaced now is of mediocre quality, and one still relies mostly on bugs, which isn't a huge boost unless one has a very good set. So replacing equipment was not very necessary for Fang Chen. Instead, it's better to let your bugs evolve. Fang Chen thought about coming directly to the Abyss Tavern. But surprisingly Xian was not there. He was greeted by another appraiser. Fang Chen didn't recognize it either, and after giving the black gold card to the other party, he began to count the items. There are quite a few things to get in the abyss. Aside from the piece of jewelry he sold to Jiang Yishue, he had harvested a total of 6 pieces of equipment. The attributes are all pretty average though. 2 of them are of gold yellow quality. It was the one that popped out later, after brushing 6 bosses in that place of the demon Wolf King. The other 4 pieces were dropped by commander-class demonic beasts, all of which were of average quality. Add it all up, and the other side offered $5 billion. Fang Chen was also too lazy to auction it off slowly, so he gave it to the other party in his head. On top of that, there were a lot of materials dropped by demon werewolves that added up to $1 billion. Aside from these, there were 3 skill books left, as well as 8 demon crystals. These 8 demon crystals Fang Chen didn't bother to sell, one was worth 100 million. It's better to give it to Su Mui directly when she arrives. Although he didn't want to be a licking dog, but after all, in the future, he still had to trouble their family's auction house to net worms for himself. So it's a relationship that still needs to be messed with. The last 3 remaining skill books are Cursed Skills. Occupation required, Mage. A curse can be released, causing the opponent to fall into a state of blindness. The higher the opponent's strength, the shorter the duration, lasting a maximum of 10 seconds, the minimum duration of 1 second. Somewhat cocky, it's a single attack. Lava Descending. Occupation required, Mage. Can summon a swarm of lava, dealing damage to enemies within range. This skill book is good, suitable for mages, especially pro fire mages. To use the damage will be higher, but the skill CD is also very long. Summer Speak is more on the control side of things, and Phoenix Mage itself favors the light side of things, which is not a good fit. The last book is a status-based skill book. Flames Surrounding. Occupation required, Berserker. Forms an aura of flame around you, continually damaging enemies. Opposing Tatsu isn't much use. The 3 skill books combined sold for 5 billion. Fong Chen took stock of his gains. Made $15 billion on this trip to the abyss. Together with what's left over from before, we still have 20 billion dragon coins on us. The alpha level yellow larvae, on the other hand, cost around 1 billion dragon coins each. That means you can buy 20 of them yourself, and with a little luck, you can make the bug evolve once. If you're unlucky, then there's not much hope. Fong Chen asked the appraiser, and the other said. Back to our honored guest, our auction house currently does not have any alpha level yellow larvae. But Master Xian has already explained that if there is one, it will be transferred over for you as soon as possible. A collection order has also been issued, only it has not yet been found. Fong Chen was somewhat helpless, and in the end, he can only put this matter down for now. Artificially bred bugs are rare at the alpha level. Most of them have to be discovered by luck. And it has to be a larva, which is difficult to imagine. It makes sense that the auction house doesn't have one. Thinking about it, Fong Chen searched for another detection class skill and found that there were no suitable ones for Imperial Beast Masters either. There are plenty of detection and alerting skills for other professions such as Hawkeye Archer, Stabbing Swordsman, and Assassin. But none of them are quite suitable for the Imperial Beast Master. Unable to do anything about it, Fong Chen could only give up. It was a trip back, but I didn't get anything except a little money from the sale. Alright, then. Fong Chen got up and left the Abyss Tavern. Tonight was all about relaxation, so Fong Chen went straight to Abyss Town and found a hookah to listen to music, preparing to rest for the night. This side was just laying down in the hall to listen to a song. Instead, there were a lot of murmurs from the professionals in his ears. Hey, have you guys heard? The things that happened inside the Abyss in the past 2 days seem to have been done by that kid. Who? Just that I have a girlfriend. Now it's all spreading like crazy. He's risen 14 levels in a row in a single day. Nima is simply a pervert. Holy really? Isn't he in second place right now? Really, a day ago he was level 100. I go awesome. That's for sure. The forums of Abyss Town are blowing up right now, and I heard that even the city lord has been alarmed and has already come over towards this side of Abyss Town. I go, the city lord is really here. Fong Chen was a bit speechless when he heard this. He was just practicing a level. How come even the city lord really came? Thinking about it, Fong Chen logged into the Abyss Town Profession Forum, and sure enough, he saw a lot of posts. The current JNU enrollment dark horse has come to the fore. 1 day to rise 14 levels, in the end is open hanging, or please pay attention to the depth of analysis. I have a girlfriend. Who the hell is this guy's girlfriend? The top few posts were almost exclusively about Fong Chen's speculations. Fong Chen looked helpless and casually flipped through it. Which is nothing more than speculation about his identity and his girlfriend. And naturally, there were few professionals who came out from Longhua City. Soon the speculation about the heroine among I have a girlfriend fell on the head of Suki language. Many people even sent out the news that Fong Chen and brought Su Muyua along to practice leveling in the first place. It's just a shame that so far not many people know that Fong Chen is I have a girlfriend. There are just a lot of people who know that the little rich girl of the Su family is Su Moody. Also thought she might be my girlfriend who has a girlfriend. In this regard, Fong Chen didn't care. He wasn't prepared to continue hiding anyway, so let's expose it. He looked through it again and quickly found a lot of other information. One of them broke the news that Jiangbei City's lord, Northern Jiangnan, had already set off yesterday to rush to Abyss Town. There were even some students from Jiangbei University who broke the news that there were many tutors from Jiangbei University who had even set off towards Abyss Town. When Fong Chen saw these messages, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Are all these people coming for themselves too? Looks like we have to go to practice early tomorrow, or else I'm afraid we'll be blocked. Fong Chen was calculating in his mind. Tutor Chiho had said that this enrollment list itself was meant to cause a shock. It seems to be starting to show results. But a Chiho tutor at JNU is enough, let's forget about other tutors. He didn't have the energy to deal with it himself, but the city lord could meet if necessary. Fong Chen didn't really want to waste time on this. These things could totally wait until he got to Jiangbei University. The most important thing at the moment is still to make an impact and try to complete the 4-turn quest before the end of college enrollment. You can also get a guild attribute bonus when the time comes. It was destined to be an uneventful night. Fong Chen is listening to a song at the hook. Instead, North Jiangnan, Sumui, and many other guilds and even instructors from Jiangbei University were all surging towards Abyss Town. not for any other reason, all of them were rushing towards Fang Chen. To rise 14 levels in a row before one day, such an upgrade speed, it was hard not to cause a stir. Somewhere in a tavern within the town of Abyss, Li Yuan met Li Jian. Li Yuan said, "I understand what you mean, in itself I don't want you to venture to the third floor. But now the first and second tiers are closed, to make sure you get into JNU with the top few grades. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to the third floor. Also, I've met a big guy, so tomorrow if you have a better attitude, I'll try to get you to join the team, and then I'll follow him to level up." Big brother? What big brother? Xiao Lingfeng? Jian Li asked. The most famous person in Zhangbei University is currently Xiao Lingfeng. But he's long past the point of hanging out in Abyss Town, I think. Li Yuan shook his head. No, it's that the freshmen in your class are so strong, and as you know, it's the one who surpassed you today to take second place temporarily that I have a girlfriend. Is he? A hint of displeasure flashed in Li Jian's eyes as he sniffed. He was squeezed into third place himself, and he'd be damned if he'd be cool with that. I see, I also want to meet this person. What is he capable of ascending 14 levels in a row in a day? As for letting him lead me, forget it, it's not my turn to be led by someone who's in the same class as me. I don't even put Jiang Hao in my eyes. Li Jian disdainfully said. Li Yuan didn't bother to explain and said, "You'll see for yourself tomorrow." Chapter 84 City Lord arrives, Thousand Harvest interviews. The Abyss Town in the early morning was as lively as ever. However, unlike normal days, many people in Abyss Town today were blocking the entrance to the Abyss to make the garrison give a statement. The first and second levels of the Abyss were closed for 2 days at a time, which put most people's cultivation at a standstill. This is very damning. Especially since most of them are freshers who took part in the JNU enrollment. Not progressing, that means going backwards. Yet what could the garrison do? This matter was so important that no one could make a decision except for Bei Jiangnan, the city lord. Yet the town of Abyss was destined to be uneventful this morning. The lady has arrived. Ziyan looked down and said. Su Muyue opened her eyes, her face full of anticipation. Go get him," said Su Muyue, who couldn't wait to drop down towards the ground. Ziyan said as she followed. "Miss, I won't go with you, you also know that I'm afraid many people will come to Abyss Town today." Suki Language nodded. "I know, and it's just as well that you help me spy on their intentions so I can tell me him." Ziyan nodded her head while laughing. "Miss, you really care about him, and does he care about Miss like that?" Su Mui said with a smile at his words. "That's for sure, he even took me practicing before, let's go." Su Muyue said and left first, not saying that Fang Chen was still charging for taking her to practice. "This stinking Fang Chen, taking me to practice leveling and still charging me, I'll just adopt you if I charge you this time," Suki said in a whiny tone. And almost exactly half an hour after Su Muyue arrived in Abyss Town, a strong aura also began to gradually appear in the vicinity of Abyss Town. In a quiet courtyard, Tutor Qianhe was finally opening her eyes. He looked at the sky and said faintly, "Finally, it's all here. It's about time I stepped in." After saying that, he waved his palm of his hand and the royal winged golden eagle instantly appeared, and then carrying him, it flew directly above the mid-air. "Mentor Chiho?" A voice came out, and then only a group of dozens of people appeared not far away. Among these people, there was also a large flag with the word Jiang written on it, which was the flag of the Zhangbei City Guard. The person at the head was clearly none other than the city lord, North Jiangnan. "It seems that this time, the matter in Abyss Town has something to do with your Zhangbei University." Bei Jiangnan opened his mouth, an inquiry on his righteous face. Tutor Chiho nodded and smiled. "I've been waiting here for a long time, so I'd like to invite Lord City Lord to go downstairs to talk more about it." Go! North River South Road. JNU and the Guard have always had a good relationship, one of mutual dependence. While we may all belong to different guilds, other than that, there is basically no conflict in the greater good. Inside the Abyss Tavern. After Tutor Qianhe and Bei Jiangnan took their seats, Ziyan was also busy rushing over to receive them. With such an honored guest, it was natural that she, the officiant, could not be absent. Bei Jiangnan sipped his wine and said, "Mentor, tell us what's going on in this Abyss Town. That kid, what the hell is he?" On the way here, North Jiangnan naturally that heard some news, came up to open the door and asked. Tutor Chiho looked around. Seeing this, Bei Jiangnan waved his hand for his subordinates to retreat. Only then did Tutor Chiho speak up. "See for yourself," said Instructor Qianhe as he handed a point of information to Bei Jiangnan. Bei Jiangnan took a look. The name on it was Feng Chen. It clearly recorded the time of Feng Chen's first transfer, as well as the time of each subsequent transfer and the completion of the quest. The record refreshment of the fire spiky worm replica at the beginning, the completion of the transfer quest in 2 days, and even the later looting of the Lightning Guild's content hadn't surprised Bei Jiangnan. However, when he saw that Feng Chen was only level 100 when he came to Abyss Town 3 days ago, but now he was level 114. A hint of surprise finally appeared in his eyes. Does this son have a background? No background. And did you help him? How can I help him with the transfer quest and the abyssal lands? With no background, and you have not helped him, do you mean? Bei Jiangnan had already vaguely guessed something. God General heir. Shiho Mentor said. The God General's heir? Bei Jiangnan frowned slightly at his words. I don't think that's necessarily true. At best it's considered the seed of a divine general. It's just a pity that my Jiangbei province has discovered quite a few God General seeds over the years, Xiao Lingfeng, Jiang Ishua, and even a few others. But what about today? They've all joined JNU for at least a year now, and their growth rate has dropped drastically. I see that the seed of this divine general, I'm afraid it has not yet landed in my Jiangbei province. Mentor Chiho nodded. Jiangbei province had indeed seen the emergence of many powerful professionals over the years, many of which were known as the seed of gods and generals. Both JNU and JNU also tried their best to cultivate them in the hope that a divine general would emerge. It's just a shame that with enrollment and time, many people's dazzling talents fade into mediocrity once they enter college. It wasn't that they didn't use their strength, but there was only so much talent a person could have, and talent was something that could make you shine when you were weak. But when the strength is strong, the talent provides very little. The enemies faced at the university were so strong that whether or not they were divine general heirs would soon be tried out. However, this time, Tutor Qianhe was addressing Feng Chen as a divine general's successor, not a divine general's seed. There is a big difference. The God General's seed just felt that this person had the potential to become a God General. As for the God General's heir, that was almost certain that this person would inevitably become a God General in the future. Bei Jiangnan asked. How can you be sure that he is the heir and not the seed? Shiho shook her head. Can't be sure, it's all in the gut. I hope the lord of the city will give him some time. Don't see him or meddle in his affairs until the enrollment of Jiangbei University is over. When the enrollment ends, you'll know whether he's a divine general's heir or not as soon as you see it, Lord City Lord. Bei Jiangnan fell into deep thought as he sniffed and said. I've always believed in your vision, Qianhe, just can you guarantee that he won't become the second Jiang Poison? Also, he's not the only student in Abyss Town, I can't just ignore the situation of the others. You want him to prove it to me, I can give him time. It's just that I hope he won't become the second Jiang Poison. Tutor Qianhe smiled bitterly at his words. Could it be that if you take in a wrong disciple, you will never take in a disciple again? Do you eat a bug at dinner and never eat again? Lord City Lord, I can't give you this guarantee, I can only tell you that Feng Chen is a good seedling. What will happen to him in the future, I can't say for sure, and he can't tell you if you ask an astrologer such a question. Otherwise there wouldn't be river poison. The gods of my alliance will not only be watched by the anti-alliance, but also by those evil guys outside the domain. We can't afford to be careless. I asked you to give this little guy time, did it ever occur to you that he's actually fighting for hope for himself? If he fails to draw the attention of higher powerhouses, he might be on the anti-alliance's assassination list based on this first place in the Jiangbei University's enrollment list alone. So this month will not only be for you, but also for himself. Mentor Chiho spoke in a serious tone. Bei Jiangnan eventually nodded. I see. In that case, let's wait a month and see just how far this son can go. I can stay out of his business, but the first and second levels of this Abyss Town still have to be resolved. I have things to do, so I'll take my leave. Oh right. Bei Jiangnan was just about to get up and leave when he suddenly remembered something and turned around. There's something else to tell you. When I came here, I heard that many guild presidents, including many instructors from your Jiangbei University, came over as well. How are you going to solve this problem? Tutor Chiho smiled at his words. Those who want to leave can't stay, and those who don't want to leave naturally can't dig them out. No need to settle. Chapter 85 The Three Guilds, Family Memberships. Achoo! Fang Chen was sleeping soundly when he felt something soft and itchy at the tip of his nose. After sneezing, he opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a big face right across his face, and he was almost scared to death. With a reflexive turn, he rolled off the bed. Then he heard a woman scream, followed by a soft body pressed against his own. It was surprising to smell a woman's body odor between breaths. Fang Chen was instantly confused. He was sure he slept alone last night, so how come there was an extra woman in the room? Holy, still lying on top of myself. What did you do last night? Drunk and disorderly? Nima wasn't like that herself. And? Girl, did I order you last night? We didn't. Fang Chen. Before Fang Chen could finish a sentence, he saw the woman sit up, and a familiar face was reflected in her cheeks. Suki language? Why are you here? Ah no, you're here? Fang Chen reacted. Su Muyi had said she would come over a few days ago, and he didn't expect it to be so fast. That's not the point, I wasn't there and you actually ordered the lady last night? Su Muyue looked at Fang Chen with tears in her eyes. When did I order, miss? You ran into my room early in the morning and blinded me too, okay? Fang Chen was speechless, busy pushing Su Muyue, who was sitting on top of him, away and asked. How did you know I was here? Seeing that it was a misunderstanding, Su Muyue smiled. Of course I know, isn't that what they say? When you want to see someone, you can find them wherever they are. I just wanted to see you so badly that I found you easily. Come on, are you meaty? Fang Chen was helpless and said as he busily straightened his clothes. You didn't just do anything to me, did you? I'm still innocent, right? Su Muyue smiled at his words. Don't worry, don't say you didn't do it, even if you did I'd still be responsible for you. Oh, who wants you to be in charge, not even 18 yourself? Suki language is unconvincing. I'll be 18 in less than a month, so just wait. Okay, enough with the bull, you came here to practice? Fang Chen asked. Right. You'll take me right. If I can't I can pay the same as before. Su Muni took Fang Chen's arm and said expectantly. Fang Chen nodded. If you're such a vegetable, who's going to take you if I don't? Alright, it's getting late, let's get going. Fang Chen said that he was about to go out, while Su Muyue was busy stopping him. What are you doing? Fang Chen asked. What do you want to do in the middle of the day? And you're not even 18 yet, I can tell you, if you're playing with fire this time I don't care. Anyway, my principle is, no initiative, no responsibility, no refusal. Stinky Fang Chen, what are you thinking? See for yourself what's going on out there. Suki said. Fang Chen froze and pushed open the window, and immediately the sound from outside came in. The South Side Guild is looking high and low for I have a girlfriend. Anyone who can provide a clue will be rewarded 1 billion dragon coins. Those who can find me directly will be qualified to join our South City Guild. North Side Guild looking for I have a girlfriend. I'm invited to have a girlfriend to join our guild, with a reward of 10 billion dragon coins for joining, and to serve as the lord of our guild's first hall. East Side Guild looking for I have a girlfriend. If you are willing to join our guild, you will be gifted 10 billion dragon coins and will be treated at the vice president level. Listening to the voice coming from outside, Fang Chen froze. What is this? Fang Chen was a bit confused. How come the sky had changed after a sleep? You don't know? Yesterday you rose 14 levels in a row, and you're already second on the temporary enrollment list. And of the top 10 on the enrollment list, only you are a newcomer, I've inquired. The original top 10 had been divided among the major guilds long before the list was announced. But they basically didn't pull in a few people. That Li Jian seems to have joined the East City Guild. Slugger joined the South City Guild, but no one else chose to join these guilds. Both Mighty Man and Li Jian's family conditions are average, so it's normal for them to join in the face of the tempting conditions given by these guilds. What about you want to join? I'll go wherever you go anyway. Su Muyue took Fang Chen by the arm. Fang Chen asked. Are these guilds great? Suki said. The top 3 guilds in Jiangbei province, those are the 3. Respectively, East City Guild, South City Guild, and North City Guild. These 3 guilds all have cooperation with the garrison and are responsible for the defense in the direction of the 3 cities, so their strength is also the strongest within the guilds. There are no cooperative guilds on the west side because it's towards Longhua City, and because North Jiangnan brought most of the garrison on the west side. Being able to join these 3 guilds is basically a way to mix well in Jiangbei City. It dawned on Fong Chen that this was the case. However, he had already joined the Imperial Beastmaster Guild, so those 3 guilds were better off. You haven't told me which guild you're joining. Sumu Yue watched with bated breath. Oh, I already have a union, the Imperial Beastmasters Guild. It's not quite right for you, you'd better get your grandfather's help to go to the Mages Guild. Fong Chen said. Sumu Yi, however, shook her head. I'm not going to, I hear the Mages Guild is a bunch of old men. How pointless that would be, I'm going to be in a guild with you, wait I'll apply now. Saying that, Sumu Yue began to apply to join the union. Fong Chen laughed. I say, little Su, what do you think the Imperial Beastmaster Guild is? When I joined, it was all because of the joining token given by instructor Qianhe. You certainly won't be granted a direct application. Sumu languaged but laughed. That's not necessarily true, I applied anyway. Hey! Look! Sumu language exclaimed. Fong Chen followed suit, and he saw that a string of logos had actually appeared above Sumu Yue's head. Membership in the Royal Animalmasters Guild. I'm in. They agreed. Sumu language excitedly said. Fong Chen was a bit dumbfounded. He thought to himself, isn't this Beastmaster Guild very powerful? Although it didn't make it into the top 100, it's pretty much the same. Why do they take people in so casually these days? Fong Chen felt as if he had been punked by tutor Qianhe. As he was thinking, suddenly he received a message from tutor Chiho. Your girlfriend is chasing you to the guild, young man has a future. Fong Chen froze, girlfriend? Thinking about it, he busily asked Sumu language. What did you just request a message for? Sumu language flinched and said with a serious face. I'm writing about your girlfriend. Wrong? Fong Chen instantly seemed to understand something, and he busily opened the list of guild personnel changes. Sure enough, I saw the details. Sumu Yun applies to join the guild, note, Fong Chen's girlfriend. Mentor Chiho approves the application. Looking at the 2 messages, Fong Chen was somewhat speechless. Good lord, he hadn't even opened the guild channel yet, and his girlfriend had popped up. This would completely make him famous within the Imperial Beastmaster Guild. Waiting for the level to open the guild chat channel would be embarrassing. Sure enough, one thing led to another, and Sumu Yue was her own nemesis. Honey, what's wrong with you? Suki language asked. Don't call me husband, you're my husband. Fong Chen was speechless. Sumu Yi, however, had a serious face. But I'm a girl, I could be your wife. Ah. Okay, let's go practice first, okay little rich girl? Fong Chen is really unable to chat with Sumu Yi, in chatting down is estimated to be in place to worship marriage. Fong Chen put on his mask and pulled Sumu Yue out of the room, rushing all the way towards the entrance of the abyss. Chapter 86, Tutor Wuya, actually a bosom friend. At this time at the entrance to the abyss, there was a sea of people, except for the professionals who were still anxiously waiting to enter the abyss. Even more so, there are quite a few people from the 3 major guilds who have come here to keep watch, hoping to find I have a girlfriend so they can invite him to join the guild. Hey, who the hell is this my girlfriend? How come even the 3 major guilds in Jiangbei City are alarmed? New here, right? You don't even know this? Yesterday, he rose 14 levels in a row, he's already the best dark horse on the enrollment list. Yes, I've heard that. I'm afraid I'll be able to overtake Zhang Hao, who's at the top of the list, today. Awesome, no wonder it can startle the 3 major guilds. This is nothing, look over there, even many instructors from Jiangbei University have come over in person. Holy! Wouldn't that mean that none of them need to take part in the enrollment, and all of them would be able to enter Jiangbei University directly? There was envy in the eyes of the crowd. They didn't work their asses off just so they could join JNU. But now, there was someone who had attracted the mentor of Jiangbei University to come over directly. It's true that people are worse than people. Amidst the crowd, Fong Chen led Sumu Yue to the entrance of the abyss very quickly. The entrance into the abyss is guarded by a garrison at the moment, and unless you present a token that allows you to enter the 3rd level, you will not be let in. Fong Chen looked around at the sea of people, while surprisingly seeing Zhang Yixue chatting with a few people. Zhang Hao was also beside them. Originally Fong Chen was not going to wait for them. But seeing Jiang Hao, he still decided to wait. After all, they had agreed before that they would take Zhang Hao to practice leveling. Now that we've met, it's a bit unseemly to pretend we didn't see it. At this moment, Zhang Yixue and Zhang Hao were seriously chatting with a few middle-aged people. Jiang Yishue said. Mentors, I did see that I have a girlfriend, but I don't have his contact information. If I see it today, I will naturally pass it on for you. Jiang Hao sniffed and tugged on Jiang Yishue's sleeve, wanting to say I have his contact information. However, Jiang Yishue twisted him, telling him to keep his mouth shut. Jiang Hao turned his head just in time to see Fang Chen in the distance, and was busy tugging on Jiang Yishue's sleeve. Jiang Yishue followed her gaze over and also spotted Fang Chen, and busied herself. That tutor, I'm ready to go practice, so I'll take my leave. Only then did he pull Jiang Hao towards Fang Chen's side. Sis. Why didn't you say I had a girlfriend right here? Jiang Hao said in disbelief. Jiang Yishue then reminded. How many times have I told you, this kind of thing has nothing to do with us, Fang Chen doesn't want to be exposed, we have no reason to expose him. This is not the way of friends. Jiang Hao nodded, he didn't think about it that much. Watching the two come over, Fang Chen waved. When Su Muyue saw Jiang Yishue and Jiang Hao, she was first stunned, then she seemed to think of something. When the two came over, Jiang Yishue also saw Su Muyue. Jiang Hao then asked with a smile. Biggie, this can't be your girlfriend. Su Muyue was delighted at his words, not expecting to come across someone who understood so well, she busily nodded her head. Fang Chen, on the other hand, was speechless. Don't listen to her, I haven't said yes yet. Alright, it's crowded here, let's hurry in. The crowd nodded and spiraled into the abyss. When I came to the first floor, it was much less crowded. Jiang Yishue said. Those people up there just now are tutors from Jiangbei University, they're all here to see you. It says that if you are willing to be their disciple, they can give you a place to enter Jiangbei University, and they will also make every effort to cultivate you. Fang Chen nodded. Got it, but no need. Jiang Yishue didn't say anything more when she saw this. On the contrary, Jiang Hao, who was on the side, said. Big brother is right, these tutors are all very average tutors from Jiangbei University, like the powerful ones. I've heard that there's a tutor named Wuya in the Royal Beastmaster department who's very powerful. People don't even come. Tutor Wuya's indifferent nature, a bit stubborn and arrogant, it's impossible for him to come over personally. But in the future, when enrollment is over, you can still choose your own mentors. When the time comes, you can consider Instructor Wuya, but Instructor Wuya is also a Royal Beastmaster, so you're not suitable, only Fang Chen is. Jiang Yishue said. Mentor Wu Fei? Fang Chen secretly memorized the name. However, in his heart, he still preferred to follow Tutor Chiho. After all, old acquaintances are easy to communicate with. As they were walking, suddenly Su Muyue, who was on the side, spoke. Yishue, don't you remember me? Jiang Yishue froze and looked at Su Muyue for half a day before reacting. Wooden language, your Su wooden language? Fang Chen was a bit surprised to hear that. Looking at the two women, he thought, you still know each other? Only to see Su Muyi nod, the two women actually directly pulled their hands together, looking very excited. When did you get back? Jiang Yishue asked. Sumu language was also very happy and said. Just a few days ago, I didn't realize that you've even joined Jiangbei University now, you'll be my schoolmate from now on. What schoolmates? If you hadn't gone to Manhwa City, we'd be in the same class. Jiang Yishue was also very happy. Fang Chen later realized that Su Muyue and Jiang Yishue were actually one-term students. They were all in Jiangbei City at first. However, Su Muyi was too young, plus at that time, Su Mutian was going to open a branch in Longhua City. So he took her and transferred her to Longhua City, which happened to be in the same class as Fang Chen. I didn't expect to meet again here. So you're really his girlfriend, huh? Jiang Yishue asked, a hint of despair flashing in her eyes. Sumu language but helplessly said. I'd love to, but people don't want to. Jiang Yishue said. You're so pretty and your family is good, why wouldn't he want to? Sumu language said helplessly. I don't know, but I just love how he's so high and mighty. He. I said, good looks, good family, I have to be willing? Then you're not so bad looking, and you're still the daughter of the city lord. If you pursue me, I have to be willing too, right? Fang Chen turned his head and said without a trace of anger. Jiang Yishue's pretty face instantly blushed when she heard this, and she was somewhat at a loss for words. I'm not going to pursue you, Wood. Wood language likes you. Su Muyi sniffed. No, I'd like you to pursue him, and if he accepts you, LL accept me. Fang Chen was speechless as he listened. I can thank you for that. If you had a few more girlfriends, I wouldn't have to develop, I'd just die of exhaustion. And how many city lords in the whole world have rich and wealthy daughters? If they all pursued me, I would be as strong as an ox and I would be exhausted to death. Su Muyi sniffed. You're not satisfied with two of us, greedy. Fang Chen was helpless, and Jiang Hao on the side said. I say sisters, you're girls, be reserved, okay? Although Fang Chen is handsome, he doesn't have to be so proactive. Look at me guys, I'm good looking too. Go! The two women didn't have a good time. The few people chatted along the way and soon arrived at the entrance to the third floor. However, before they could enter, they saw that there was actually a woman standing at the entrance of the third floor. Su Muyue and Jiang Ishua looked at Fang Chen almost simultaneously. The look seemed to say, you even have a woman? Fang Chen was speechless. What does it have to do with me? I'm innocent, besides you two aren't my girlfriends, why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Hao hurriedly said. Stop it, if it isn't Li Kai. What's she doing here? Li Kai, what's wrong with you? Jiang Hao opened his mouth and asked. Chapter 87, Li Kai joins, seeing Li Jian again. Who is Li Kai? Jiang Ishua asked. Sumu whispered. The enrollment list was originally 4th, but now it's ranked 5th. Jiang Ishua suddenly realized, but why was this person here? Li Kai looked at the group of people, and finally her gaze landed on Fang Chen. Girlfriend, I have something I want to discuss with you. Li Kai said. Fang Chen froze, and seeing that her gaze was indeed on him, he said. You'd better call me Fang Chen, what kind of girlfriend is that? Your name is Fang Chen? That's good, Fang Chen, I want to make a deal with you. Li Kai opened the door. Say. Fang Chen said. I'm an immortal artist, and as you know, I can't practice on my own. Now that the first and second levels of the abyss are closed, the mercenary groups can't use them. I know you're good, and I want to pay you to hire you to take me leveling. The usual price for mercenaries is 100 million an hour. If you take me to the third floor, I'll give you 200 million an hour. How? You're practicing on your own, take me one, I can even give you a blood boost. Li Kai said confidently. $200 million an hour was already a good price, and incidentally, she believed that Fang Chen had no reason to refuse. Fang Chen sniffed and just wanted to speak. Jiang Hao, who was on the side, however, said. Beauty, you're late, brother Fang Chen has promised to take me leveling. And I'm paying $1 billion an hour. Jiang Hao was rich and generous and didn't care at all. Su Muyue, who was on the side, sniffed and tugged on Fang Chen's sleeve and whispered. Honey, I don't have that much money, is $1 billion a day okay? Big deal, at night, I'll give you a shoulder and back rub and wash your feet. Fang Chen didn't hold back his laughter and said. As long as you don't sleep with me, it's all good. Beautiful you, pervert. Su Muyue didn't have the good sense to say, and twisted Fang Chen's waist. Jiang Ishua hurriedly turned her head at this scene, seemingly a little sad. Li Kai fell into silence as she sniffed. The price of 1 billion per hour was indeed a bit more than she could afford. Even if you practice 10 hours a day, that's $10 billion. She couldn't afford such consumption even if her family was rich. Beauty, why don't you think about it? Let's go over there first. Jiang Hao said. Fang Chen was indifferent. He himself had to practice leveling, and he wouldn't refuse to make money along the way. After all, he would definitely need a lot of money to upgrade his bugs in the future. Seeing them going over, Li Kai clenched her teeth and said. $1 billion is $1 billion, big deal, I'll only practice for 10 hours a day. Seeing Li Kai's promise, Jiang Hao was also stunned and busy. That's all I'm saying, pretty lady, it'll have to be decided by big brother Fang Chen, said the crowd as they all looked at Fang Chen. Seeing that Fang Chen didn't say anything and seemed to be somewhat hesitant, Jiang Ishua said. It's okay if you don't want to bring it, if you're short of money I can pay more. Su Muyue sniffed and busily tugged on Jiang Ishua to keep her quiet. Jiang Ishua was still a bit confused about what was going on. Fang Chen, however, said indifferently. Rich is great, huh? You two are rich, but don't try to have me all to yourselves. Beauty, I brought it. After saying that, Fang Chen walked towards the teleportation port. Jiang Ishua was a bit dumbfounded, not understanding what she had done wrong. Sumu whispered. Fang Chen's family is not well off, but he's a man who wants to save face. It's fine for you to let him take us leveling, but don't let him think that we're rich and so on and so forth, or he'll definitely get angry. Jiang Yishue was suddenly enlightened at his words. That's not what I meant, the guy has quite a temper. Suki language laughed. Have a personality, I guess, that's what I like, strength and personality. Having a temper without strength is incompetent rage. Strength without temper, that's too girly. That's the kind of thing I like with strength, temper, and a face. And you're so shallow. Jiang Yishue said. Su Muyi, however, was full of concern. Don't you just love it? I wouldn't like him, after all, you like him. Jiang Yishue said. Su Moni sniffed but smiled and said. So you don't like him because of me? I'm not getting it now anyway, so you can try. Jiang Yishue. Fang Chen hadn't even heard these words of theirs, or else he would definitely have died of speechlessness. What are you? An object? It was just sold. The light from the teleportation array flowed, and the fast group appeared in a brand new leveling area. Jiang Yishue said. There are fewer bosses in this place, it's better for us to choose this kind of place to grind on our first day of team leveling. Besides, I didn't mean it just now. Those last words were spoken to Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded. Anywhere will do, let's not waste time and get ready to start. Since you're all golden, stay, I'll do it myself. I have field control skills, I'd better help you along. Jiang Yishue said. I'll join you, I still want to try out this holy light field skill of mine. Suki language chimed in. Jiang Hao and Li Kai were not polite, and after adding statuses to the three Fang Chen, they sat down to rest. Their side was just getting ready to start. Suddenly the teleportation array flickered again, followed by the appearance of two more people. The crowd froze at the sight of these two. The ones who appeared were clearly none other than Li Yuan and Li Jian. Li Yuan and Li Jian were also taken aback when they saw the crowd, not realizing that there were so many people here. When Fang Chen saw Li Yuan, he apologized a little. Senpai, I'm sorry about yesterday, I messed up your bow. Li Yuan sniffed with some embarrassment, busy waving his hand. It's my problem, it's my problem. Right, brother Fang Chen, are you practicing here? Can you bring us brothers along? As soon as these words were uttered, even Jiang Hao and Li Kai, who were resting next to them, stood up. Jiang Hao saw that Jian Li originally didn't want to take care of him, but when he heard that they actually wanted to join the team to practice, he immediately opened his mouth. I'm afraid this won't work, brother Li Jian is number 2 on the list, he shouldn't be able to look at us. Jiang Hao, what do you mean by that? Jian Li frowned. Jiang Yishue and Li Yuan, who were on the side, were also both puzzled by what they saw. In the past, Jiang Hao and Li Jian had a very good relationship. Why do you seem to be a little out of sorts this time? What do I mean, isn't brother Li Jian himself clear? We've paid our dues, so you could say we're employers now. Of course, who brother Fang Chen wants to bring is his freedom. If he's willing to lead, that's fine with me. What about you? Saying that, Jiang Hao looked at Li Kai who was on the side. Li Kai frowned. It wouldn't have worked in the old days, after all, we're employers, but times are different now, I'm with you, Fang Chen decides for himself. I'm out of pocket anyway. Li Yuan sniffed and busied himself. It's not like there's a cap on the group, if brother Fang Chen is afraid of being generous, we can also contribute. What's the cost? $1 billion an hour. Jiang Hao said. 1 billion? Why don't you go and rob it, he's in the same class as us, what qualifies him to charge so much? I think you're all crazy. Even if he rises 14 levels in a row in a day, does that prove he's good? Beastmaster is nothing but a trash profession. Jian Li said in displeasure. Seeing this, Li Yuan was busy rounding up the situation, but he had truly seen Fang Chen's strength. Don't be angry, brother Fang Chen, this brother of mine can't speak without thinking. I'm persuading. There's no need to persuade, we're in a hurry, and since your brother doesn't want to, then naturally I won't force him. But senpai, you can always join the team if you need to. Fang Chen said. He had a pretty good impression of Li Yuan, except for being a bit jealous. Most importantly, yesterday, I kept pulling monsters myself and broke people's bows. Consider it compensation. It's okay to take him practicing. Anyway, he would soon reach level 119 himself, and by then he would have received his transfer quest. Fang Chen was also prepared to go to the 4th floor to check out the situation. With one's God Bug fusion skill, one couldn't just go anywhere except where the 5th level demon lords were located. The 4th layer is afraid that they can all walk sideways. Chapter 88, You Cow, I'll Go, Mysterious Shadow. Good. Thanks a lot. Li Yuan busied himself and then went after Jian Li. After seeing Fong Chen's terror yesterday, how could Li Yuan still dare to see Fong Chen as his schoolmate? He didn't even dare to be on the same level as himself. Watching the two walk away, Fong Chen opened his mouth. Start practicing. After saying that, Fong Chen took the lead and left the teleportation platform. Zhang Yixue and Su Muyue followed one after the other. At the same time, Zhang Yixue added her status and released her ascendant formation away, followed by Su Muyue, who also released her own holy light domain. You hurry up, ha, this holy spirit field of mine consumes 1 demon crystal core per hour. It's expensive. Suki language reminded. Fong Chen smiled at his words. You're a little rich girl and you're still afraid of these expenses? Suki said. Are you stupid? Isn't my future yours too? Your delay is equivalent to spending your money. Fong Chen froze, and was surprisingly speechless for a moment. Zhang Yixue sniffed and bared her lips, but then her eyes showed envy. She also wanted to be on such good terms with Fong Chen, but it was just a pity that her personality made it impossible for her to say such jokes like Su Muyue. Holy Light Field is a ranged skill. Attributes within range that can restrain demonic monsters. Fong Chen took a look. With the blessing of the Holy Light Domain, the attributes of those demonic-type monsters around him had indeed lowered a lot. As long as there were enough of them, his efficiency was absolutely fine. Begin! As Fong Chen opened his mouth, the caged monsters around them began to surge towards them one by one. The area they were in today was mostly filled with a monster called the Demon Rhino. This kind of monster is characterized by high defense, and although its attack power is not strong, it is brutal and very easy to disrupt the formation. As the crowd made their move, the demonic rhino change began to surge towards the crowd. Demon Rhinoceros, Abyssal Demon Class. Grade, Commander Blue. Rank, LV.130. Attack power, 10,000. Blood, 50,000. Passive skill, negative immunity. Abyssal demonic monsters are immune to all negative states, such as poisoning, fear, slowing down, etc. Active skill, Rhinoceros Charge. It's true that looking at the presentation it's not very strong, it's just meteor. This place was not as good as the area where we practiced yesterday. After all, there were too few bosses. Fong Chen calculated that he would have to go to the demon werewolf's place yesterday after practicing here. After all, there are a lot of bosses and you can level faster. Their side was waiting for the monster to approach. And on the other side, Li Yuan was finally catching up with Jian Li. Li Jian was angry and saw Li Yuan and said, Do you want to be ashamed or not? A 4th turn level 140 terminal archer, letting a 3rd turn imperial beastmaster lead you in your leveling. Aren't you ashamed? Li Yuan sniffed. That's because you don't know Fong Chen's strength. I'm telling you, it's useless to lose your soul in front of strength, not to mention losing your face. I'm at the 4th turn of strength, but I can't compare to him. You're my own brother, could I harm you? I don't know what happened between you and Jiang Hao, but it has nothing to do with Fong Chen. You come back with me, I'll find a way to get him to take you leveling. Li Yuan was bitter. Jian Li, however, couldn't see Fong Chen at all. You're crazy. With him taking me to practice? He's not worthy, said Li Jian, who also saw the rhinos that swept below. The black longsword had sprung up in the palm of his hand. A leap followed, and he jumped off the high platform. Seeing Jian Li suddenly appear, Fong Chen and the others were stunned, not knowing what he was up to. Li Jian then looked at Fong Chen with disdain in his eyes. It then charged towards one of the rhinos, only to see him charge up with his sword against the rampaging rhino. Moment of brush with the rhino. The demon rhino's head popped up as soon as the damage value arrived. 20,000. One sword went down nearly half of the blood. Then he only saw Jian Li come to the rhino's side with a sideways turn and strike 5 swords in a row. Instantly that one rhino fell to the ground in response. The whole thing was very clean. It's just a little slow. Jian Li stuck his sword back in and looked at Fong Chen and then at Li Yuan. Seems like again, do I need someone else to take me practicing? Fong Chen looked puzzled, not knowing what Li Yuan was doing. And at that moment a demon rhino had already approached Fong Chen. Seeing this, Fong Chen instantly activated God Bug Fusion, while simultaneously blasting over with a punch. The crowd didn't expect Fong Chen to directly choose physical combat without even a single weapon. Li Jian was even watching with interest, and in his heart, he even began to feel sorry for Feng Chen. With a punch like that, it would be like to have your arm broken, and you'd probably be knocked straight to death. However, the next moment, everyone present was stunned. Only to see that the demon rhino's horn directly break the moment it touched Feng Chen's fist. The entire demon rhino was even more like hitting metal. The body accumulated directly and died instantly. At the same time, a value popped up. 290 million. That series of zeros that seemed to have no end in sight stunned those present. 290 million? Nima, is this human? Jiang Hao was shocked by what he saw. Li Kai, who was on the side, was even looking at the light in her eyes, and at this moment, the way she viewed Feng Chen's eyes changed. Jiang Yixue shook her head with emotion in her heart. Still so sick. For her part, Su Muyi cheered outright. Handsome. Honey, you're so handsome. Li Yuan patted Li Jian's shoulder. I told you, he's different. Li Jian reacted, the whole person was incomparably embarrassed, and his heart was even more shocked to the extreme. He looked at Jiang Hao and then at Feng Chen, and for a while, he actually didn't know what to say at all. All that came out at the end was one sentence. You cow. I'll go. He said and turned toward the other side. It seems to be a little groundless. Feng Chen looked puzzled and greeted. Begin. I'll help. Li Kai had a gleam in his eyes and busily jumped off the high platform to rush over as well. At this time, the countless demonic rhinos around them had already rushed over. With a wave of Feng Chen's palm, the fire-spiked insect emperor and the nano-venomous insect swarmed out. It swept towards the surroundings. Li Jian glanced at it and his whole body was shocked. He saw the demon rhinos surging past around him surprisingly fall down one after the other. The speed is simply staggering. At this moment, Li Jian unexpectedly stopped in his tracks, with some hidden regrets in his heart. With such a speed of leveling, even his high pride couldn't help but be a little red-eyed. But reason still kept him from going back. After all, it would be too humiliating to go back now. Better find a place to practice on your own for a while and figure it out. Li Jian said that he was about to leave, but suddenly his eyes twitched. Seeing a shadow flash in front of his eyes, followed by a disappearance. In that instant he saw clearly that it was clearly a man in a black robe. But how did it suddenly disappear? Li Jian was busy rubbing his eyes, but he didn't see half a figure. That's strange, am I just seeing things? Jian Li frowned and walked over in a direction without thinking much. Li Yuan didn't come after him again, he did what he had to do. The problem of the mind can only wait for your brother to adjust himself. In a world where the strong are honored, dignity without strength is a joke. A few moments after Jian Li left, it was only in the darkness that a slight voice sounded. My lord, it's all been scouted out, there are professionals practicing on the 3rd floor. There are quite a few people, most of them are the top few existences on the enrollment list. Understood, no haywire, I'll be right back. The sound quickly faded and the surroundings returned to calm once more. Only the roar of the demonic rhinoceros connected. Chapter 89 Li Jian captured, monster gone. The upgrade path is difficult. Especially practicing in a place like this where there were no bosses, the efficiency was no better than yesterday. 7 whole hours down the line. Feng Chen had surprisingly only risen 2 levels to reach level 116. Jiang Hao, together with the experience he had saved before, had risen 2 levels, reaching level 118, just 1 level short of receiving the transfer quest. Jiang Yixue had instead risen 1 level, reaching level 150. Li Yuan had not been upgraded because he had arrived late. On top of that, Li Kai had risen 3 levels to 107. The one who gained the most was Su Muyue, who was originally only level 100. Even though there was no boss, she still went up 5 levels to level 105. But this efficiency Feng Chen was really somewhat less than satisfied. And he did the math. Even if he himself had charged Li Kai and Jiang Hao, it would only add up to 14 billion. It's surprisingly a billion less than he was yesterday. And there's too much of an experience gap. He secretly decided that he still had to find a map with a boss to upgrade tomorrow. This ensures efficiency. As for whether or not Li Kai and the others go, that's their business. It's best if you're willing to go, you'll make more for yourself, and it's fine if you don't go. The efficiency was too slow, so Feng Chen's side decided to go back early and practice in a different place tomorrow. However, before they could leave, suddenly the system's broadcast sound was ringing out. Attention all Abyss Town professionals. The second floor of Abyss Town has been repaired with the help of the city's lord, Lord Beijiangnan. Starting tomorrow, it will remain open. Please understand the inconvenience caused to you all. For some reason the monsters on the second floor will be replaced with new ones soon. Overall strength remains the same as before, please check the rest on your own tomorrow. Hearing the system's broadcast, Feng Chen looked at Li Kai. Sure enough, this niece looked at Feng Chen after hearing the voice and said with some reluctance, "Big brother, although you're great, but this charge is too high, I'd rather go to the second level tomorrow. Would you mind adding a friend to that one?" "He minds, go away." Before Feng Chen could reply, Su Muyue on the side opened her mouth. Jiang Yixue also breathed a sigh of relief at his words. Feng Chen just smiled and didn't say anything, and Li Kai gave Su Muyue a dissatisfied look before leaving. "What about you?" Jiang Yixue asked Jiang Hao. He was only one level short of receiving the transfer quest, and it was no longer meaningful to continue following the practice. "I'll go to the second level as well, and wait until I'm level 119 to receive my transfer quest, then I'll come back to you guys," Jiang Hao said. Feng Chen nodded. The fourth turn quest seemed to involve killing several bosses, depending on where Jiang Hao chose. If it was in this abyss, when he reached the transfer condition, he could help out together. "Let's go then." Feng Chen greeted. "That's all for today, tomorrow you can definitely find a better place to practice. You guys go first, I'll go look for Jin Li." Li Yuan laughed and then left first. Feng Chen and the others didn't delay and directly entered the teleportation platform to leave the third floor. And what they don't know at this point is this. Somewhere on the third floor, 3 or 4 silhouettes dressed in black were crouching together, looking at Li Jian not far away and whispering, "Boss, do we really have to do it? It's likely to be exposed." One of them asked. "But this kid is starting to exist third on the ranking list. If we catch him and offer him to Demonis Willow, we can get some benefits when we turn around." "Yeah, isn't Demonis Lu's favorite fresh meat, let alone on the charts?" One of the middle-aged men spoke. "A few others are too strong, and they're still practicing in a group, so it's unlikely that we'll be able to get our hands on them with our strength. On this silly boy himself, we'll give it a try. This Demonis Lu is Lord Zhang's concubine, so if she can deliver a man, she'll be very happy. That's the ticket. Bottoms up." Saying that, the middle-aged man waved his palm, and instantly several people directly disappeared in place. Li Jin practiced for a few hours and didn't even go up a level. Looking at the top few level changes on the list, his heart was helpless. Even when he saw that Su Muyue had rushed straight into the top 50 from outside the 100, he was even more anxious. "At this rate, I'm afraid I'll be squeezed out too. Do I really have to go and apologize?" Li Jian was still a bit unwilling in his heart. Making him apologize to Feng Chen and Jiang Hao was really a bit unacceptable to him. But if he didn't apologize, his rank would surely be thrown off. Just as he was thinking, suddenly Li Jian's eyes went cold and instantly the darkness domain was released. "Who? Your grandfather." No sooner had his words fallen than a voice came over. At the same time, the 4 figures had already arrived in front of him. Zhen Li was just about to draw his sword to defend himself, yet one of them slammed a hammer on his head. It smashed him unconscious in an instant. "Hurry up! Someone's coming!" The black-robed man at the head of the group shouted. Several people then carried Jin Li and disappeared into the third floor. When Li Yuan arrived here, he didn't even see Li Jian's shadow. Where did it go? Did you go back first? Li Yuan searched around for half a day to make sure that no one was there before he had no choice but to leave. The change in rank on the leaderboard caused a furor once again. Especially on the professionals forum, it caused countless discussions. The crowd is speculating that Jiang Hao and Li Kai and that Su Modi who just rushed up, are they looking for I have a girlfriend substitute trainers? How to upgrade so fast? Feng Chen has little interest in seeing this, and dismissed Su Modi, returning to his residence to sleep. The next day, Feng Chen and the others returned to the place where the demon werewolves were practicing. And leveling is significantly faster where there are bosses. With Jiang Hao and Li Kai leaving, only 4 people remained: Feng Chen, Su Modi, Jiang Yixue, and Li Yuan. Feng Chen wasn't polite, and directly sacrificed his Slayer wings to pull monsters. He was prepared to charge 3 levels directly today, aiming to reach the level where he had received his transfer quest. Yet the turn of events left him somewhat speechless. After killing the demon werewolf boss and rising to level 117, Feng Chen then realized that there were no more bosses coming over or even small monsters. The situation left him a little confused as well. Jiang Yishue, who had also never seen this before, said, "It shouldn't be. Why are all these little monsters gone? It's reasonable that they would keep coming over for the sake of the territory as well. Not to mention you used the Slayer wings, which should have attracted even more monsters. How is it that now we only hear growls, but no monsters are coming?" Su Muni was also a bit confused. She was upgrading to a high level, and had already rushed to level 110, and was temporarily ranked in the 4th place. But it was suddenly not weird. Could it be that Fang Chen was so powerful that those monsters were scared away? Suki said. Li Yuan and Jiang Yishue were stunned at his words, thinking, can it still be like this? Fang Chen was speechless as he listened. These are demonic monsters, no way, is this a demon? Listening to the roars coming from the surroundings, Fang Chen was also somewhat speechless. What they don't know, however, is this. At this moment, outside of Abyss Town, Bei Jiangnan couldn't help but laugh as he watched the situation on the 3rd level of the Abyss. This Fang Chen is really fierce, to the point where he's fighting demons that don't come. Interesting. By the way, did you find out why? Lu Feng beside him was busy saying. Back to the city lord, we have detected the voice of a demon lord in the roar. I guess it ordered the demon to avoid Fang Chen. This demon lord is becoming a demon. Bei Jiangnan nodded as he sniffed. Don't worry about it, this thing hiding in the land of the abyss just won't die, there's nothing we can do about it. But with Fang Chen making such a mess, they can't bring up this upgrade speed. It's estimated that Fang Chen will only be able to return to the 2nd and 3rd floors to practice next. As Bei Jiangnan was thinking about it, Lu Feng, who was on the side, said with a change of face. My lord, I've just gotten word that there's a gap in the 3rd layer of the abyssal land. It seems to be a natural formation, should we send someone to plug it? Bei Jiangnan frowned at his words. Sure it was formed by the Celestials? Beware that it was done by the Anti-Alliance. Send someone to block it immediately. Yes. Lu Feng received the order and immediately went to make arrangements. What no one knows, however, is this. Within the 5th level of the abyss, a large expanse of blood-red lava above a wall in the middle. A woman's figure appeared at the edge of the red formation. This red formation enveloped her like an egg. The woman frowned as she watched the huge monster within the lava below continue to roar. Why is the demon lord getting more and more berserk lately? This is not good. If I delay my big event, I won't be able to account for it on Jiang Poison's side. What the hell caused this? Chapter 90 Seducing the Apothecary, half a month later. Who? The woman suddenly turned her head to the other side. Only to see that within the lava space, several figures suddenly appeared, and they were clearly the very same people wearing black robes. Jian Li was also being carried by them at the moment, still in a coma. Greetings, Lord Lu, we've been ordered to send supplies over. The black-robed man at the head of the group said. The woman asked with a nod at her words. Who is that youth? The black-robed man was busy saying. Back to your excellency, this person's name is Li Jian, and he is the 3rd existence on this Jiangbei University's enrollment list. We passed by just in time to see him fall to practicing alone, so we caught him by hand, and specially offered him to your excellency, hoping that your excellency will have fun. A hint of greed flashed in the woman's eyes as she smiled. You do have a heart, so put it down. If there is an opportunity on Lord Zhang's side, I will naturally put in a good word for you. Thank you, my lord. The black-robed man hurriedly said respectfully, while handing over the prepared supplies to the woman as well. My lord, if there is nothing else, we will take our leave. The woman sniffed and was about to nod when she suddenly remembered something and asked. When you came over, did you ever know what was happening on the upper levels? I'm puzzled by the demon lords ranting and raving these past few days. The black-robed man said after a moment of silence. Back to my lord, we don't know about this, it might be that there is a professional outside who is practicing and has disturbed the demon lord. But my lord, you are here too? The woman's eyes chilled as she sniffed and said in a cold voice. Don't ask what you shouldn't, let's go. Yes. The black-robed man didn't dare to ask more questions, so he turned around and left. Boss, this woman is also too impolite. She was polite at first, why did she directly flip out once she talked about her purpose here? Yeah, if it wasn't for the fact that this demon woman is too strong, I would have wanted to. What do you want? Seeing a pretty face and thinking about her? I tell you, you want to think of anyone want to, but do not think of her. This old hag tactics can be very powerful. Legend has it that Lord Jiang have suffered in her hands. Big brother, is this true? On the way back, a few juniors discussed and looked at the black-robed leader. The black-robed leader nodded and said, "This old demoness is named Lu Zi, and is a very rare charming pill master. Not only does she have a seductive face, she's even better at potions. Because she is good at seduction, she is best at harmony scatter in terms of potions, and it is said that the harmony scatter she configures can be cracked by very few people. Back then, Jiang Poison was hit by her harmony scatter, and that's how she got her way and became Jiang Poison's woman. Otherwise, do you think that Jiang Poison would be able to look at her? Jiang Poison has already reached the 8th turn level, and this Liuji has heard that she completed the 7th turn quest with Jiang Poison's help not too long ago. That's why you shouldn't mess with anyone but this woman. If you fall into her hands, she can play you to death. That Li Jian, I'm afraid it's going to be a disaster, but to die in the hands of Jiang Poison's woman, and to die that way, he's not really a loss." The crowd of minions were shocked to hear that. The leader of the black-robed men said, "Let's cut the crap and get the hell out of here. This place can't stay for long. I'm afraid the professionals practicing on the upper floors have already affected that old demon woman. I guess that old demoness is going to make a move on them. We're too weak to stay and we might be used as cannon fodder by that old demoness. Let's get the hell out of here before she realizes what's going on out there." Yeah. The group of henchmen were busy responding, and then they left the way they came. It was just that they didn't know that at the passageway they had left, Lu Feng was at the moment blocking the exit with the men from the guard army. But on Feng Chen's side. The next day, the four of them, Feng Chen, Su Muyue as well as Zhang Yixue and Li Yuan, came back to the leveling area where the demon werewolves were located. Yet to their amazement, this time when I came over, the demon werewolves in the practicing area, surprisingly, were all gone. Not even the little monsters that have been left behind. They had no choice but to go to other leveling areas through the teleportation array. However, every time you start practicing for no more than 5 minutes, the little monsters will all flee. As for the bosses, I didn't see a single one. In one day, they had almost circled the entire leveling area of the 3rd floor. It turned out to have little effect. Aside from Su Muyue, who had risen from level 110 to 112, the others surprisingly hadn't even risen a single level. Feng Chen, in particular, was still stuck at level 117. His level was not far from the 119 of the 4th turn, and he needed a lot of experience. At least a dozen or so bosses would have to be decimated to move up. But now there wasn't even a single mini-monster, let alone a boss. What now? Otherwise, let's go to the 2nd floor as well. Suki said. There is no monster which no one can do anything about. Feng Chen said. This has never happened before, damn it. If we can't, we'll take the initiative. The efficiency of the 2nd level is too slow. It's been 2 days and Jianghao hasn't even upgraded. Expect it to take 2 weeks to upgrade. I'm still 2 levels short. I'm afraid it'll take a month if I go to the 2nd level. Feng Chen calculated in his mind that if a month was spent on raising these 2 levels, by the time it ended, I'm afraid I hadn't even done the 4th turn quest. Although he was still in the top few, the progress was not what he wanted. Starting tomorrow, we'll take the initiative to go after the monsters. The 3rd level of the abyss is this big, they can and cannot all hide. As long as we can collect the 4th turn quest within half a month. Suki language nodded. In fact, on the 3rd floor, even if she went looking for monsters, her upgrade speed would be fast, and she might be able to reach level 119 as well. As for Zhang Yixue, she was pressurized and inexperienced at the 2nd level, so she could only be at the 3rd level. Li Yuan said. I won't be coming to practice for a while. I never found Xianli. I'm afraid he won't be able to think straight, so I still have to look for him. Feng Chen nodded his head, and Li Jian didn't know where he had gone. Thus, for the next few days, Feng Chen took Zhang Yixue and Su Muyue and began to wander around within the 3rd layer. Being proactive still has some effect. On the first day they had found 2 bosses, and Feng Chen's experience had increased by almost half. Su Muyue had even risen directly to level 114. She was also 3rd on the enrollment list. And with Suki language moving up to 3rd place. The entire professionist forum in Abyss Town also exploded. Say, who is this little rich girl from the Su family? How come no one entered the other day, but suddenly popped up in the past 2 days? You don't even know this? The little rich girl of the Su family is the little princess of the Su auction house family in Jiangbei City. I've heard that this little rich girl from the Su family and I have a girlfriend or boyfriend and girlfriend. That's so, holy, no wonder she upgraded so fast, having a big brother's boyfriend to lead the team is really making people jealous. Dare I have a girlfriend? The name refers to Sue's little rich girl. Nima, you have to eat a mouthful of dog food to get into college. Can this world still work? Forget about it and go practice, it's useless to be envious here. Fang Chen's initiative made Bei Jiangnan not expected either. However, Fang Chen's initiative proved to be far more efficient than his retreat to the second level. A week later, Lu Feng suddenly brought back news. My lord, at that entrance in the abyss, the figure of the anti-alliance personnel was found and has been decimated. Bei Jiangnan frowned slightly at his words. Got it, there have always been shadows of anti-alliance personnel in the abyss, just be careful and on guard. Yes. Lu Feng nodded. Half a month passed quickly. Finally, after half a month of hard searching, Fang Chen had finally reached level 119. Ability to pick up the 4th turn quest. Chapter 91, 4th turning quest, Killing Bug Envoys. And during this half-month period, nothing was happening. It was worth mentioning that Zhang Hao had also reached level 119 and was able to receive the transfer quest. The efficiency of the second layer was still too slow after all, and although Fang Chen was struggling at the third layer, he had raised 2 levels in half a month, and his efficiency was still clearly faster than the second layer. The entrance to the transfer shrine. Zhang Hao scratched his head in some embarrassment. I'll go first, my 4th turn quest is to kill 4 alpha level yellow bosses, and 1 lord level orange boss. My dad's all set to finish the transfer before school starts. Fang Chen laughed. You're a priest, there's no shame in relying on your family for your transfer quests. Go for it. Aha! Brother Fang Chen, then my sister is in your hands, I'll see you at the university. Aha! Fang Chen nodded his head, and then he would watch Zhang Hao leave. Zhang Yixue and Su Muyue weren't here, the two were still waiting for Fang Chen at the third level of the abyss. So Fang Chen didn't delay and directly entered the transmutation shrine. The transfer shrine in Abyss Town was different from the one in Longhua City. There was no one guarding it, and there was only 1 4th turn divine stone inside. Because of the level of the 5th turn, you wouldn't normally receive it here, so there was only 1 transformation divine stone here. After Fang Chen approached, he placed his palm on it, and soon the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached the conditions to receive the 4th turn quest, do you choose to receive it? Get it! Fang Chen didn't hesitate. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the 4th turn quest, the God Stone has detected that you have recently killed a large number of demonic monsters and have activated the Hidden Profession Upgrade quest. You have 2 choices for this transfer. First, kill 4 Lord level orange bosses, completion reward, Bloodbath, 100 free attribute points. Second, kill 10 Lord level orange bosses, completion reward, killing bug ambassadors, 200 free attribute points. Reminder, killing bug envoy for the Chatterbox career upgrade, completion time limit 15 days, overtime will fail, but can still complete the Chatterbox transfer task. Looking at the mission introduction, Fang Chen was delighted. I didn't realize that the hidden profession bloodthirsty envoy could even be upgraded. This killing bug envoy didn't know what special skills it had. Slaying 10 Lord class orange bosses is a bit difficult, I'm afraid I'll have to go to the 4th floor. It seems like we've never seen a boss of this level on the 3rd floor before. Fang Chen was calculating in his mind. He actually quite wanted to enter the 4th floor to take a look, after all, with his strength entering the 4th floor was no problem at all. It's just that if you want to enter the 4th floor, I'm afraid you'll have to ask Tutor Qianhe for information. Thinking about it, Fang Chen went to send a message to Tutor Qianhe. A reply was received soon after. You want to enter the 4th floor? What's your transfer quest? Tutor Qianhe asked, and Fang Chen didn't hide it, telling him about killing 10 alpha and orange bosses. Of course, there's no need to mention this hidden profession kill bug envoy. Tutor Qianhe was silent for a moment before replying to the message. I'm afraid the 4th floor is a bit difficult to enter, you need to get a license token from the city lord. I've heard that there have been recent sightings of anti-alliance personnel within the abyss. I'm afraid we must go and discuss this matter with Northern Jiangnan. The 3rd level of the abyss can also occasionally see alpha and orange bosses, so you can look for them in the 3rd level first and I'll let you know when I have news from my side. Yes. Fang Chen returned the message and then rushed towards the entrance of the abyss. When Fang Chen told the 2 Su Muyi girls about his transfer mission, they were also taken aback. Jiang Yixue said. When I was on the 4th turn quest, I was only able to kill 4 Lord class orange bosses, I didn't realize you'd have to kill 10, that's too difficult. So what's the solution? Suki spoke more directly, asking. Jiang Yishua shook her head. It's hard, the number of Lord-class orange bosses is too low. In the entire vicinity of Jiangbei City, the only Lord-level bosses suitable for Turn 4 quests are inside the 2 secret copies. But these 2 secret realm copies are extremely difficult, and they can only be opened once a month, so if you want to complete the task of decapitating the 4 by virtue of these 2 copies, you'll need at least 2 months. Not to mention that Feng Chen is going to kill 10 of them. However, within the 3rd layer of this abyss you can occasionally see alpha-level bosses. I was the one who encountered one within the abyss, and in addition killed 3 within the secret replica. It took 2 months to complete. I'm afraid that if Feng Chen wants to complete his 4th turn before the end of enrollment, he can only go to the 4th level of the abyss. I've heard that there are a lot of alpha-level bosses within the 4th level, but the 4th level is dangerous and is not open to the public. Su Muyue sniffed and looked at Feng Chen. Then what should we do? Otherwise, let's look for it on the 3rd floor first, and if we have the chance, we can try over at the secret copy. Anyway, you're not number 1 or number 2 on the enrollment list, so you should be fine, right? Feng Chen said. I contacted Instructor Chiena. If there is hope to enter the 4th floor it would be best, if not then we can only search here. I'm still not too familiar with the secret realm copy side, and going back and forth will take time, so I might as well wait here for Tutor Chien's news. If it really doesn't work, then we'll just have to take our time. Sumu language nodded, Jiang Yishua said. That's fine, I can help you contact the secret realm side. If there's a chance you can also go there first. Feng Chen nodded. Slaying 10 Lord class bosses was indeed difficult. But he also had a time limit of 15 days to complete it, which made it even more difficult. For the sake of progress level 4 is the preferred option. Inside the town of Abyss, Shiho found Bei Jiangnan. Bei Jiangnan couldn't help but frown after hearing the news. Kill 10 Lord class bosses, when did the 4th turn quest become so difficult? It seems like this Feng Chen's transfer profession is very powerful. Aha! And what do you mean? Tutor Chiho asked. Bei Jiangnan pondered for a moment and said. It's dangerous to enter the 4th floor, but I've observed this Feng Chen for a few days, and with his strength he should be able to defend himself when he enters the 4th floor. But recently shadows of anti-alliance personnel have been spotted within the abyss. It's better to wait for a few days. If we don't find the shadow of the anti-alliance personnel within 10 days, I'll send him into the 4th level. There will be a few days left by then, so I think that should be enough for him. Mentor Chiho nodded. It was indeed the safest way to go. With the qualifications that Feng Chen had displayed, it was also true that he didn't feel too comfortable letting Feng Chen meet up with the anti-alliance right now. If he was targeted by them, Feng Chen's situation would only become more dangerous at that time. And the next few days, Feng Chen was still leading Su Muyue and Jiang Yishue around the 3rd level of the abyss. On one hand, he could continue to accumulate experience, and on the other hand, he could also be considered to be searching for the alpha-level boss in the meantime. At the same time, Feng Chen took the time to look at the guild. However, the guild channel was still not open. By the looks of it, it was estimated that it could only be opened after completing the 4th turn quest. He wasn't in a hurry, anyway. Now that the 4th turn quest had been claimed, it was only a matter of time before it was completed. And Feng Chen's current panel attributes had also taken a qualitative leap. Chapter 92 Blazing Hungry Wolf, 1 punch kills in seconds. Name, Feng Chen. Occupation, 3rd turn bloodthirsty bugbear. Rank, LV.119. Life value, 5,000, after God Bug Fusion, 1.8 billion. Physical defense, 500, after God Bug Fusion, 330 million. Legal defense, 500, after God Bug Fusion, 330 million. Force, 125. Intelligence, 266. Body mass, 128. Spirit, 1787 178, 178 for equipping the Goblin King Scepter passive. Mental proficiency increased by 10. Speed, 30 meters second. Free attribute points, 0. Skills, Beast Magic, Attack Form Switching, Evolution, Control Beast Attack Power increased by 10, Bloodletting. Generic skills, Divine Concealment Fate, Shifting Shapes, Advanced Sneaking. Occupational characteristics, Insect Affinity, the professional is an insect master, and has a high probability of success in controlling insects, while controlling other types of beasts is bound to fail. Divine Grade Talent, Divine Insect Splitting, boosting mental power increases the splitting cap. Current ceiling 33,000. Divine grade talent, perfect control, can activate the perfect control skill once, and it will definitely succeed on the target of the control used. The target is limited to insectoids, and its level cannot exceed its own level 30. Cooldown, 24 hours. Divine talent, damage transfer, selected ironclad ants, which can currently take 1.8 billion damage. Divine tier talent, divine insect fusion, currently confused divine insects, nano-venomous insect, iron armored ant emperor, fire stinging insect emperor. The bug cap had been raised again, and it had also allowed Feng Chen's strength to increase a lot. And this is still the attributes of the equipment he has not replaced. If he completes the 4th turn, find a way to get the Dark Imperial Beast set within the guild, by then his attributes will only become even more magnificent. And for the next few days, Feng Chen had been at ease searching for Lord level bosses within the 3rd layer. But it's something that depends on luck, and there's nothing you can do in a hurry. Mentor Qianhe told him what Bei Jiangnan meant, which made his mind clear. If you can find it on the 3rd level, you can find it, and it's okay if you can't. Sooner or later, he was going to enter the 4th floor anyway, and when he did, he would naturally be able to complete the hidden profession quest for the 4th turn inside. And within these few days, Su Muyue's level had also changed a lot. In just 7 days, it was hard for Feng Chen to bring him to level 119. And with that kind of upgrade speed, it's making a lot of people stupid. On the 8th day, Mighty Man couldn't help but come to the 3rd floor to cultivate with Li Kai. Li Kai had originally been on the 2nd floor, but seeing Su Muyue's amazing upgrade speed, she eventually didn't hold back and dragged the fierce man to the 3rd floor. Originally, she still found Feng Chen and hoped that he would take her to practice leveling, and said that she could pay for it. It was only rejected by Feng Chen, who had to keep searching for monsters in the 3rd floor. Taking someone with him would be very dangerous and would also slow down the efficiency, so he didn't take it. She had no choice but to call out to Slammer, and the two of them practiced. It was slow and efficient, but it was also a lot more experienced than at the 2nd level. Sumu language is ghostly, and they added friends, saying that if they run into a boss cannot deal with, can contact them. The main thing was also the fact that Suki language had received a transfer quest. And her transfer task was relatively easy. You only need to kill 5 alpha level yellow bosses. The comparison was about as difficult as Jiang Hao's. On the 8th and 9th day, in 2 days, Feng Chen brought Su Muyue to kill a full 4 bosses. Sumu language's transfer quest was also just short of the last one. At the same time, Feng Chen's experience accumulation would immediately reach level 120. It was thought that after decapitating one, the accumulated experience would be almost enough when he completed the transfer quest of Sumu language. Day 10. That morning, Feng Chen and the others had just arrived in the abyss. Suddenly Su Muyi received the message. Leveling area 8, come quickly, there's a boss. The message was from Li Kai. Seeing this, the 3 of them didn't delay and ran directly to the 8th leveling area. It was a space full of lava. There were many small platforms on top of the lava, with many monsters spread out in 2s and 3s on top of each platform. Because of the terrain limitations, it was only possible to target monsters on one platform at a time, and this was Li Kai and Mighty Man's favorite place to practice. There were only 2 of them, just enough to take advantage of the platform here and decimate them one by one. When Feng Chen's trio arrived, they were just in time to see Li Caihe standing violently on the teleportation high platform. Seeing the 3 of them coming over, Li Kai pointed ahead and said, "Look at that." Feng Chen looked in the direction. A 4-legged creature covered in lava was indeed found in a lava area ahead. Looks a lot like a wolf. Feng Chen glanced at it, and the message quickly bubbled up. Fiery Hungry Wolves, Abyssal Demon Class. Grade, Chieftain Yellow. Rank, LV.135. Attack Power, 30,000. Blood, 100,000. Passive Skill, Hell Summoning. When you die, there is a very small chance that you will summon a projection of your ancestor, the Hell Wolf. Passive Skill, Negative Immunity. Abyssal demonic monsters are immune to all negative states, such as poisoning, fear, slowing down, etc. Passive Skill, Tearing. Attacks cause a tearing effect, losing a certain amount of blood per second. Active Skills, Hungry Wolf Bone Tail, Wolf Claw Rip. Looking at the attribute introduction, Feng Chen didn't feel anything, but this passive skill Hell Summoning was rare. In all his days in Abyss Town, this was the first time he had seen a boss with summoning skills. This couldn't help but remind him of the Goblin King that he had previously decapitated in Longhua City. One shouldn't be so lucky as to stumble upon summoning an ancestor again. Feng Chen said to himself in his heart. If this kind of thing happens again, you can really go buy a lottery ticket. You guys wait here, I'm going to kill him. Fong Chen said indifferently. He had always punched one off these bosses, and it wasn't much of a challenge at all. Su Muyue and Zhang Yixue had also gotten used to it a long time ago, and the two of them didn't have the intention of going over to add to the chaos. As for Mighty Man and Li Kai, they had also known about Fong Chen's perversion for a long time, so naturally they didn't take it seriously. All of them were waiting for him to solve the boss so they could continue to go leveling. Fong Chen didn't say anything, and with a flash, he directly rushed out of the platform. Almost simultaneously, a huge pair of wings on his back stretched out. The Slayer wings instantly activated, and Fong Chen turned into a stream of light and charged towards the fiery hungry wolf. He had become a killing star in the third layer of the abyss these days. Those monsters would flee as soon as they saw him. Therefore, Fong Chen could only use his wings to instantly kill it in seconds, otherwise if there was a slight delay, this boss would hide in the lava and never come out again. Sure enough, the moment Fong Chen rushed out, one by one, those monsters on the stone platform actually began to jump towards the bottom of the lava one after another. The look of a mouse meeting a cat. Fong Chen didn't bother with them, and the Slayer wings instantly activated. Only a stream of light instantly cut through, heading straight for the fiery hungry wolf. The fiery hungry wolf's reaction wasn't slow either. Seeing Fong Chen running towards him, he didn't even hesitate and directly jumped off the stone platform ready to drill into the lava. In the past few days, this kind of scene had long since become strange to Fong Chen. These normally untouchable bosses were like seeing the devil when they saw him, and they actually dodged. Fong Chen was extremely fast with the addition of his wings. Almost instantly, he arrived close to that fiery hungry wolf. However, that fiery hungry wolf's body violently flung itself at the sight, and a bone tail was unexpectedly thrown out at its tail. It came straight at Fong Chen's face. Without dodging, Fong Chen smoothly grabbed a hand on top of the bone tail, and at the same time, a series of numerical values popped up right above his head. 10. 100. 100. Fong Chen smiled as he watched. This first damage should have been caused by Bone Tail, and the later ones were caused by the unique skill tier passive. I didn't realize that this fiery hungry wolf's attack wasn't even as high as the damage dealt by the passive. Fong Chen lashed out, tugging on the Bone Tail and directly throwing the flaming hungry wolf over, while at the same time, he blasted his fist onto the flaming hungry wolf's head. All of a sudden a value popped up. 280 million. No surprise, one punch in seconds. Chapter 93 Evil Wolf Projection, Hell Realm. How? Fong Chen asked, while at the same time waving his hand to collect the items that the fiery hungry wolf had exploded out of, and then threw them to Su Muyue. The things that popped out these days he had directly handed over to Su Muyue to deal with. Other than a few things you can use yourself, that's it. After all, Su Muyue's family ran an auction house, so she was more sensitive to the prices of these things. Plus, Fong Chen still wanted her to help keep an eye on acquiring the alpha-level yellow larvae, so it was only fitting that this matter be given to her. Sumu Language looked at her quest panel and laughed. It's done, you can go back and submit your mission. Fong Chen nodded his head and at the same time glanced at his experience panel. Surprisingly, he was still some experience short of level 120. Sure enough, the further this level goes the harder it really is to upgrade. The main thing was also that this third layer, apparently, was no longer suitable for him. There was just no way to enter the fourth floor for the time being, so he can only hang around here for now. Let's go back to transferring then, I don't plan on practicing today either. Fong Chen said. In the next 2 days, Northern Jiangnan should be arranging for himself to enter the fourth floor. It doesn't make much sense to keep practicing. Su Muyi nodded her head, and at that moment, the two of them were about to leave. Seeing this, Zhang Yixue surprisingly stated that she would not be practicing either, and surprisingly, she was going to leave as well. However, just before they could set off, suddenly Li Kai, who was on the side, shouted. Wait guys, what is that thing? Fong Chen turned his head to look, only to see that a black vortex had appeared at the place where the original fiery hungry wolf had died tragically. And that black vortex, surprisingly, was still expanding. In the blink of an eye it had expanded from the size of a fist to the size of a full faceplate. At the same time a voice rang in the ears of the crowd. Ding! Attention all professionals, the fiery hungry wolf passive trigger has successfully summoned the ancestor projection. The Lord of the Hell Hungry Wolves boss Void will soon appear on the third level of the abyss, please kill it as soon as possible. If not killed in more than 3 days, the Hell Hungry Wolf himself will descend to the third level of the abyss. Hearing the system's voice, Fong Chen froze. Holy, no way, it really triggered the passive? That's luck enough to buy a lottery ticket. thought Fong Chen as he greeted. I'll stay where you are. After saying that, he rushed forward himself. And almost at the same time, the entire professionists of Abyss Town heard the voice. One looked at each other, obviously not knowing what was going on. Hell's bad wolf, what kind of monster? How come I've never heard of it? I don't know, and the hell evil wolf said it was going to descend to the 3rd floor. Could it be that it was no longer on the 3rd floor before? Is it a monster from the 4th floor? It can't be. Can we still go to the 3rd floor after that? A Lord class boss. It's just a shadow, we should be able to fix it, but unfortunately, now that the abyss is sealed, it's impossible for us to go to the 3rd floor with our strength. Yeah, Zhangbei University is on summer vacation, I'm afraid there aren't many people on the 3rd floor. Not really, isn't the big girlfriend on the 3rd floor? That's true, but the girlfriend big guy has been upgrading very slowly lately, can he be a match for this Lord class boss? The crowd was talking. And where the garrison was stationed, Lu Feng was also busy tuning out the situation within the 3rd level. Since the discovery of the anti-alliance personnel in the abyss, they had also increased their surveillance of the 3rd level. However, the 4th and 5th floors were not for ordinary people to go to, so no surveillance existed so far. My lord, may I send reinforcements? Lu Feng asked. The abyssal class Lord class bosses were all very strong. Usually around level 155. This level has exceeded the 5th turn level. Professionals would have to turn at least 5 to deal with it. However, Fong Chen and the others had only just reached the 4th turn, and had even completed the transfer task, so they could only be strictly considered 3rd turn professionals. I'm afraid that facing a 5th turn boss, even if it's just a projection, would be dangerous. Bei Jiangnan waved his hand and said. No need, it's just right to see how he's doing against a Lord class boss. Or to decide whether or not to send him to the 4th floor. Lu Feng nodded his head without saying much. And at this time, in the middle of the 3rd layer of the abyss, hearing the sound of the system, Li Kai was also busy taking out the video recording equipment. Against a Lord-level boss, this battle was not a rare occurrence, let alone Fong Chen making a move. She also wanted to see just how long it would take Fong Chen to solve this boss. Record it and post it on the forum later, it'll probably wow as many people as possible. Fong Chen naturally didn't know this. He stood on a nearby platform and watched the vortex grow larger and larger. It had reached over 2 meters high at the moment, in which darkness lingers and nothing can be seen. However, soon, 2 bright lights like lanterns unexpectedly lit up in that black vortex. A hungry wolf of enormous size then slowly walked out from inside. The hungry wolf was huge, with a layer of black mist lingering all over its body. It looked beyond appalling. Fong Chen stared to view it, and soon the information bubbled up. Hell's Wolves, Abyssal Demon Class. Grade, Lord Orange. Rank, LV.140. Attack Power, 50,000. Blood, 150,000. Passive skill, Hide in the Darkness. Hell Wolves can hide in the darkness, undetectable, and will be exposed if they take damage or strike. Passive skill, Negative Immunity. Abyssal demonic monsters are immune to all negative states, such as poisoning, fear, slowing down, etc. Passive skill, Projection, will return to the original body after being decapitated. The original body will not be affected. Active skills, Hellfield, Relentless Bite, Wolf's Roar. Looking at the introduction, Fong Chen pursed his lips. This attribute wasn't too outrageous. After all, it was only a projection and the level was worse. However, this hidden darkness skill was somewhat similar to the advanced sneaking skill. Instead, this active skill's Hellfield and Evil Wolf Roar had never been heard of, and they didn't know what they were good for. As Fong Chen was calculating in his mind, the hellish Evil Wolf projection stared at Fong Chen motionlessly, seemingly brewing an attack. And at this moment Bei Jiangnan was also watching this scene through the surveillance. Tutor Chiho appeared next to him at an unknown time and watched this scene as well. The Hell's Evil Wolf honors all belong to a very powerful existence inside the 4th layer of the abyss. Although this is a projection, it also possesses the Hellfield and Evil Wolf Roar skills. How long will it take for Fong Chen to settle this time? Bei Jiangnan asked. Tutor Chiho shook his head as he sniffed. I don't know, but it might take a while this time. He hasn't entered college yet after all, so his strength is a bit off. This time around, I might also realize that I still have some deficiencies. But I presume it won't take more than a minute. Bei Jiangnan nodded. 1 minute, if he can take care of this Hell's Evil Wolf projection within 1 minute, I'll agree to send him to the 4th floor. Tutor Chiho nodded without answering. and in the third level of the abyss. Seeing this hellish evil wolf's message, Zhang Yishua's face just changed and she was busy shouting. Whisper, let's go over and help him. This hellish evil wolf has the hell field skill, it's bad for him. Although Sumu language didn't know what this inferno field skill was, she still nodded at the words. The two immediately rushed over. When Fangchen saw this and just wanted to inquire, he heard Zhang Yishu say, hurry up and release the holy light field, this hellish evil wolf's inferno field skill that creates a dark field won't be able to find it within the period of the scrying skill. Fangchen was stunned at his words, yet in the next moment he understood what Zhang Yishu meant. Only to see that hellish evil wolf rushing at the three with a hiss. The next moment the black mist on his body unexpectedly filled the air. A field of darkness covering 100 meters was formed around it. Almost at the same time, Fangchen realized that the hellish evil wolf had actually hidden into the darkness and disappeared. He couldn't even get a lock on where the other guy was. Chapter 94 Invincible Defense, Evil Wolf Roar. The holy light field covers the hell field, I'll make a move to slow it down, Fangchen, you pay attention to the damage values. Zhang Yishua hurriedly opened her mouth. Almost at the same time Sumu language's holy light field skill changed to cover it. It enveloped the entire range of the infernal realm, yet even then the darkness remained unlit. The figure of the evil wolf from hell was nowhere to be seen. Soon enough, Zhang Yishua released a formation field that also enveloped the entire hell realm. A figure did appear in the original darkness within the realm of hell. 300. This is the damage caused by the holy light field skill. Holy light field skill, the most important is the restraint of the demon up monsters, can make the demon class monsters double defense lower. It also deals a certain amount of damage per second, which is not a large value. However, at this time, the appearance of this numerical value was just enough to identify the location of that hellish evil wolf. Only this damage occurs once a second. So there was also a certain interval, although it was very short, but Fangchen was able to see. Every time the damage value appeared, the position of that hellish evil wolf changed drastically. Obviously within this hellish realm, this hellish evil wolf was moving very fast. When the damage value appeared for the third time, Fangchen only felt a blur before his eyes. A black shadow had unexpectedly swept past him, heading straight for Zhang Yishua who was flanking him. Seemingly furious with Zhang Yishua's slowdown skill, this hellish wolf actually ran towards her first when it struck. Fangchen saw the Slayer wings instantly activate. The entire person transformed into a stream of light and rushed right toward between Zhang Yishua and the hellish evil wolf. When the hell evil wolf saw Fangchen's sudden appearance, its sharp claws instantly slapped on his back. In a flash, Fangchen was struck out like a cannonball. At the same time a series of damage values popped up. 500. 1000. 1000. This defense is perverse enough. How did the Imperial Beastmaster manage to achieve such a strong defense? Bei Jiangnan looked dumbfounded and asked curiously. Tutor Chiho, however, shook her head. I don't know. Bei Jiangnan nodded. Awesome, there are quite a few secrets on this sun, this defense. If I hadn't seen it today, I really wouldn't have known that he had such a strong defense. He is indeed qualified to go to this fourth floor, said Bei Jiangnan as he waved his hand at Lu Feng who was on the side. Pass down the order that no one who saw this scene today shall leak the news, or else be dealt with under military law. Also, send someone to find that little girl, yes, the one who was videotaping. Tell her to take all the damage values off the video or it's confiscated. Your Honor may not just confiscate it? Lu Feng said. Bei Jiangnan, on the other hand, shook his head. The video still needs to be sent out, otherwise how can we let the higher-ups know that our Longhua city has produced such a talent? But the damage values can't be exposed, or if the anti-alliance sees them, won't they leak the bottom? Yes. Lu Feng nodded his head and busied himself with the arrangements. Tutor Chiho on the side stroked his beard and laughed at the situation. That was the effect he wanted. Only if you show enough strength will you be taken seriously enough. There is always natural talent, and if you keep it hidden from others, how will you gain more resources? He had allowed Fangchen to display his strength for the current result. In the third layer of the abyss, Fangchen ran back from the distance, several slits cut into his clothes on his back. The skin was showing, and you could see 3 very deep cuts in the skin mountain that were oozing blood. Professionals have blood though, and as long as they don't bottom out they won't die. But some of the injuries sustained in the fight are there. For example, although Fangchen didn't even break through his defense with all that blood, the wound on his back still hurt. is pretty mean. And that's fast. Fong Chen cursed in his heart. You're okay? Jiang Yishue asked hurriedly, with worry in her eyes. Sumu Yue even ran straight over, touching the wound on Fong Chen's back, her eyes red. Minor injuries not so much, you guys watch yourselves, this is fast. It might take a while. Fong Chen said. The two women nodded. It was clear in their hearts that if this hellish wolf wasn't fast, I'm afraid it would have died long ago. Fong Chen had defended millions of times, but this hell's evil wolf couldn't miss once. As long as he was caught by Fong Chen, he would be able to finish it off with 2 punches or even 1 punch at most. Hell's bad wolf hunkers down inside the hell's domain, looking for an opportunity. Fong Chen, on the other hand, responded carefully while mentally calculating his shortcomings. Actual combat is the best way to test strength. Fong Chen used to always feel that his attacks were strong and his defense was invincible. The god bugs can walk sideways after fusion. But it wasn't until he ran into this hellish evil wolf that he realized his speed was still a major shortcoming. Even though he had spent a heavy amount of money on these Slayer wings, they could only maintain acceleration for 10 seconds. Really, when it comes to fighting, it's a cockamamie look. We must find a way to increase our speed at the end of today. Fong Chen was calculating in his mind. The equipment gave himself too little boost to satisfy him at all. It's best to have control over an accelerated bug so you can really be invincible. As Fong Chen was thinking about it, the hellish wolf was striking again, and this time, the target had changed. Surprisingly, he charged right towards Su Muni. Fortunately, Fong Chen had responded early and rushed over this time, but it was too late to strike. Once again, the hellish evil wolf was blown away. This time, however, he responded properly and didn't fly very far away, quickly flying back. 2 times in a row when he couldn't even find a chance to strike, Fong Chen also frowned slightly. He thought about running to the 2 women successively and gave them something. It was only then that they responded before returning to the field of hell from the new. And the hungry wolf seemed to have sensed that this was not the way to go. Granted, it had only been about 10 seconds since it had appeared. But letting a third-turn professional ruin its good deed twice in a row also made it a bit furious. Roar! Suddenly, just as Fong Chen was nervously responding, that hellish evil wolf unexpectedly let out a growl, and the ear-piercing sound of a wolf whistle instantly rang out. Almost simultaneously, Fong Chen realized that his speed had unexpectedly slowed down. Even the speed of Su Muyue and Jiang Yishue, who were on the side, was as if they were in slow motion. Bei Jiangnan frowned slightly at this scene, his palms unconsciously squeezing the chair. Evil wolf roar, spirit-based attack. Doesn't this kid have a response? Like I said, he just transferred less than 2 months ago and has yet to enter college. How can he? Shiho mentor said. Bei Jiangnan was instantly anxious at his words. His daughter is in there. If this wolf attacked her daughter this time, wouldn't it be? Just as Bei Jiangnan was worried in his heart and anxious to order to personally kill over. Suddenly he saw that the hungry wolf was actually heading towards Sumu language. Seeing this scene, Bei Jiangnan's taut heart loosened a few points. But whose daughter is a daughter? Bei Jiangnan was busy shouting. Lu Feng! Subordinate! Lu Feng knelt down on one knee and was instantly going to take orders. However, Tutor Chiho was the one who said. You see. Bei Jiangnan froze, thinking that Evil Wolf Roar was a spirit-type attack capable of slowing down. What are you looking at? Something's going to happen to Suki language. However, in the next moment, he was shocked to see that Fong Chen actually stood still and blasted out with a punch. And the moment the wind of the fist struck out, his entire body unexpectedly disappeared directly into place. And then inexplicably appeared in front of Su Mudi. That punch impartially blasted right onto the hellish evil wolf. In an instant, the black mist on the hellish evil wolf's body dispersed as much as it could, and an eye-catching damage value popped up. 250 million. Although the damage was reduced, this terrifying damage value still instantly decimated the hellish evil wolf. Sure enough, you can attack 1,000,000 times, but I only need to hit once. Bei Jiangnan's open mouth didn't utter a single word in half a day. That horrible damage made his scalp numb when he looked at it. When he had watched Fong Chen crush small monsters and alpha-level yellow bosses before, he had also seen such exaggerated damage. But he didn't feel anything. But this time, Fong Chen had killed a Lord-level boss, and it was only then that Bei Jiangnan really realized that if Fong Chen's punch had been thrown at him, he has to die, too. Other than that, in terms of attack alone, Fang Chen's attack power was feared to be enough to rival some 8th or even 9th turn professionals. God General Successor. It really is the God General's heir. He's qualified to enter the 4th floor. Chapter 95. Rich woman leaves, Yi Shui travels with her. A rapidly changing situation where the outcome is often a split second away. Although the hellish evil wolf was fast and strong, its mistake was that it had been avoiding Fang Chen, choosing to attack the weaker Su Muyi and the 2 girls first. This was also disguised as an opportunity for Fang Chen. The shift skill wasn't exactly outstanding amongst all of Fang Chen's skills. Yet there are times when it just works out to be more than anyone expected. Just now, he had approached the 2 women one after another, and that was to give each of them a bug, just in case. After all, the acceleration of the Slayer's wings, while not weak, was too short. It's fine for fending off, but it's still a bit inadequate for offense. In contrast, the skill of shifting was one that could have a surprise effect. Ding! The Hell's Evil Wolf projection has been decimated, please continue your efforts, professionals. Kill team, Sue's little rich girl, I have a girlfriend, Zhang Ishue. As the system's broadcast rang out, the entire Abyss town first fell into a calm, followed by an uproar. The hellish evil wolf seems to be a Lord-class boss. How long has it been since it was killed? 30 seconds total. Pervert. That said, who actually killed it? Zhang Yishua seems to be our senior sister, right, the number 1 on the last Jiangbei University enrollment list. That must have been made by senior sister Jiang Huasam. I don't think so. If senior sister Jiang has the strength, she shouldn't have teamed up with the Su family's little rich girl and the others. That's right too, or do I have a girlfriend to do it? I go, this person is also too fierce, right? Real name in the end, what ah? The entire profession of Abyss Town was curious. However, with the arrangements made by tutor Qianhe and Bei Jiangnan, it was obvious that Fang Chen's name would not be leaked out. The Hell's Evil Wolf projection had exploded a lot of things, and there were a full 3 golden lights alone. Fang Chen waved his hand and put the item away to check it out. Surprisingly, it was 2 skill books, plus a weapon. Hellish Fields. Form a dark field around yourself to hide your form and increase the damage of your next attack by 20. Occupation required, Assassin Swordsman. Ripping. Attacks can be accompanied by a tearing effect, dealing a certain amount of damage per second. Occupation required, Berserker. Looking at the 2 skill books, Fang Chen was helpless, and didn't burst out the general skill books that Imperial Beastmasters could use. He still appreciated the speed of this hellish wolf, it was just a pity that it didn't pop out a similar skill book. And the other weapon was not of the Imperial Beastmaster type. Hellwolf's Claw Sword. Grade, Dark Gold Orange. Rank, LV.140. Attack Power, 10,000. Force, 200. Occupation required, Assassin Swordsman. Attribute Penetration, ignores 10 of the opponent's armor. This attribute was already quite impressive, and it was still of dark gold quality. Fang Chen estimated that it would start at a minimum of 30 billion. Together with the previous harvest of almost a month, by the time this time's items were sold, one would have almost 80 billion dragon coins. Although it might not be much even in front of the Godbug evolution, to an ordinary person, such a deposit was already considered wealthy. Fang Chen had just returned when a group of guards appeared at the teleportation entrance, and the leader was clearly none other than Lu Feng. Zhang Yishue knew Lu Feng and didn't look surprised to see him come over. Lu Feng signaled his men to go and find Li Kai first, while he himself came in front of Fang Chen's trio and looked at Zhang Yishue. Miss, Lord City Lord is waiting for you, as well as little friend Fang Chen. I have some things to take care of on my end, so you can go over there on your own. Aha! Zhang Yishue nodded her head before Lu Feng turned around and left to deal with Li Kai's matter. Suki said. Then you guys go over there, I'll finish the transfer quest by myself. Another thing I didn't tell you guys is that I'm going to go back first when I submit my transfer quest. Go back? You're not practicing? There's still a few days before enrollment ends. Zhang Yishue was puzzled. Fang Chen, however, vaguely guessed something. Sure enough, Suki said. My grandfather is coming, I have to go back and wait, it's important to me. Saying that, she looked at Fang Chen, who nodded and said. As soon as I finish my transfer quest, I'll come find you. Suki language nodded. Although Zhang Yishue didn't know what they were up to, she didn't ask much by the looks of it. Suki said. Yishue, I'll leave Fang Chen in your hands for these days when I'm not here, so make sure you take care of him for me. Zhang Yishue smiled at his words. You want me to keep an eye on him for you, don't you, before someone takes him? Fang Chen was speechless and turned his head to lazily ignore the two. He was not an item. Sumu Language said with a cheeky smile. Still, you know me, but I'm fine if you can snatch it. Screw you, just hurry up and get transferred. Jiang Yishue's pretty face slightly reddened and said. Sumu Yue didn't delay any longer and left first after saying hello. Jiang Yishue then left with Fang Chen as well. As for what happened on Li Kai's side, Fang Chen didn't ask much. A few moments later, inside the garrison office building above the town of Abyss, Fang Chen was finally meeting Bei Jiangnan for the first time. There were only Bei Jiangnan and tutor Qianhe in the room, and it was obvious that everyone else had been arranged to go out. Truly a hero is a young man. I didn't expect young friend Fang Chen to be so young. Seeing Fang Chen, Bei Jiangnan got up and smiled. Fang Chen smiled and did not answer. Jiang Yishue hurriedly said. Dad, what did you send us here for? Bei Jiangnan also opened the door when he saw this. Of course it's about little friend Fang Chen's transfer. There are 5 days left until the end of enrollment at Zhangbei University. Instructor Qian has said that you wanted to enter the 4th floor, and that traces of the anti-alliance people were found within the abyss a few days ago, but they haven't been found lately. I think the time is right, little friend. If you still need it, I can send you in. Fang Chen nodded as he sniffed. Then thank you, Lord City Lord, said Fang Chen as he glanced at his quest panel. There were only 2 days left for the hidden profession killing bug envoys quest as well. That's enough time. Bei Jiangnan asked with a nod. Do you need to get ready? Fang Chen shook his head. No. Alright then, after an hour, I will open the passageway into the 4th floor for you. The passageway can only be maintained for 2 days, so you have to hurry up. Also within the 4th and 5th floors, we can't even monitor the situation, so you can be completely lost once you go in. Take care of everything yourself. If you run into the anti-coalition, make sure you put safety first. I won't say anything else. You should also understand that when this enrollment is over, your future is unlimited. Bei Jiangnan reminded. Fang Chen nodded. As long as he didn't go to the 5th layer, he was confident that he could walk sideways within the 4th layer. It might run into a troublesome opponent like the Hell's Bad Wolf, but it shouldn't have much of an impact overall. Jiang Yishue hurriedly said. Dad, I want to go too. You? Bei Jiangnan was flabbergasted. Yes, I also want to visit the 4th floor, and with my strength I already have very little experience at the 3rd floor. With Fang Chen going over this time, it's sure to be fine, and it's too dangerous for him to be alone. One more person is one more helper, isn't it? Fang Chen sniffed a little helplessly and thought to himself. You'd really be doing yourself a favor if you didn't. But there was nothing he could do about it. Bei Jiangnan was someone's old man. People's old man hadn't even opened his mouth yet, so naturally he couldn't say anything. Jordan said after a moment of contemplation. Good. Then you're in it together. With little friend Fang Chen around, I'm not worried about your safety. Fang Chen was speechless for a moment. This Lord City Lord had a big heart. But vaguely Fang Chen also guessed something. This City Lord's gaze swept over himself from time to time. The look as if he was looking at his son-in-law made him a little uncomfortable. Chapter 96 Video Release, Entering the 4th Level. Bei Jiangnan was going to personally make a move to open the passageway into the 4th floor, so Fang Chen came outside to wait with Instructor Qianhe first. Tutor Qiho said. After the battle of the Hell's Evil Wolf, you should have realized your own inadequacy as well. Fang Chen nodded. This battle had touched him deeply. Especially in terms of speed, he was too lacking, and there was also the matter of the evil wolf roar's mental attack. He couldn't dodge it at all, and the deceleration skill gave him a headache as well. Shiho Mentor said. You don't have to be in too much of a hurry. There aren't many monsters within the abyss that possess spiritual attacks, and this Hell's Evil Wolf is considered a very powerful existence. It's not too difficult for you to enter the 4th floor to complete the transfer quest. But there's one thing you have to be careful of. That's the Demon Lords. Fang Chen frowned at his words. Isn't the Demon Lord on the 5th floor? Shiho nodded. It's on the 5th floor, but you've decimated too many bosses before, and you've used Slayer Wings. The Demon Lord Roar has appeared more than once, and those bosses and monsters avoiding you afterward should have been the order it gave. The 4th and 3rd levels are the watershed of the abyss. It's fine if you're on the 3rd floor, but once you enter the 4th floor, I'm afraid you'll anger the Demon Lords. So make sure to make it quick. finish the transfer quest and get the hell out of there. Fong Chen nodded. He also only had 2 days before he had to come out and submit his mission. If there was nothing else, he naturally wouldn't have stayed inside much longer. An hour later, Fong Chen and Zhang Yixue once again returned to the third level of the abyss. And this time, they had seen that a vortex had appeared in the depths of the third level. This was exactly the vortex passage that Bei Jiangnan himself had opened. As long as you enter it, you will be able to reach the 4th floor. At this moment, throughout the abyss, there were still roars ringing out from time to time. It wasn't clear if it was an angry growl coming from the demon lord. Tutor Qianha and Bei Jiangnan watched together on the monitor screen as the two Fong Chen rushed towards the entrance. Tutor Chiho spoke up. You're even willing to let your own baby girl come along this time. Looks like it's heartfelt, too. Bei Jiangnan smiled at his words. A divine general's heir, who could not be moved. Besides, the man is unmarried and the woman is unmarried, it's nothing to try to set them up. Tutor Chiho laughed. Naturally it's nothing, it's just that I don't know how this trip will turn out. The demon lords roar on and on, I'm afraid it won't be peaceful. A trace of worry also flashed in Bei Jiangnan's eyes when he heard this, but it was quickly suppressed by him. It might not be peaceful, but with the strength Fong Chen has displayed, as long as the demon lord doesn't leave the 5th floor, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Whether he can grasp it or not, that's up to him. Tutor Qianha didn't say much as the two watched the two Fong Chen get closer and closer to the vortex, and their hearts were lifted. And while Fong Chen and Zhang Yixue were rushing to the 4th floor. In the pros forum in Abyss Town, a video has caused a huge stir. This video was clearly the one that Li Kai had filmed, where Fong Chen's trio fought the evil wolves of hell. Originally, the professionals forum was abuzz about the decapitation of the hell's evil wolf. Once this video was posted, the results were naturally predictable. In just less than 10 minutes, its broadcast volume has already exceeded 10 million, and the message comments are already up to millions. It's still true that I have a girlfriend who decapitated a hellish wolf, huh? The image has been processed, but it's indeed him alright. It's a shame that the damage caused by that last punch was even mosaicked. Yeah, and I wonder how much damage the big guy did with his last punch. Looking at the skills, both little rich girl Su and academic sister Jiang also put up a fight, so I guess the formations and domains they unleashed should have caused quite a bit of damage as well. Even so, that's pretty scary, right? This is a lord-level boss, I'm afraid that punch must have tens of thousands of damage. And how did he suddenly change that position? It looks awesome. This skill is somewhat similar to the summoner's swap position, I guess, in a different way. Simply too fierce, in less than half a minute he killed a lord-class boss. Is this sure it's in the same class as us? The professionals on the forum were all envious and jealous. The strength that Fong Chen had displayed was simply too strong, so much so that many people even had the vague feeling that the number one person on the current Jiangbei University's enrollment list was feared to be none other than him. It was important to know that right now, Zhang Hao and Su Modi were splitting first and second on the leaderboard. Fong Chen was only in the 3rd position. Zhang Hao and Su Modi had each completed the 4th turn quest, and Zhang Hao was currently a 4th turn level 120 priest. Su Muyue, on the other hand, was a 4th turn level 119 Phoenix mage. Only one level away. As for Fong Chen, since he still hadn't completed the transfer quest, he was still level 119 at turn 3. But as soon as this video was released, everyone felt that Fong Chen was afraid that it would only be a matter of time before he surpassed these two. After all, Su Muyue had all practiced with Fong Chen to get to her current ranking. So it was naturally a matter of time before Fong Chen was better than her. And there are still the last 5 days until the end of enrollment at JNU. With these last 5 days, it's safe to say that many people are also holding back on wanting to continue to improve their nomenclature while they're at it. After all, even one place up in this ranking, the result may be related to whether you can join JNU or not. While the Abyss Town professionals were still excited because of the Hell Wolf King. Located within the 3rd layer of the abyss, Fong Chen however had already brought Zhang Yixue before the vortex. The two of them looked at each other, and Fong Chen said, "You can still make it if you turn around, and honestly you really don't need to follow it in. I don't know how the situation is within the 4th layer, I may not be able to protect you." Zhang Yixue sniffed but said with a serious face, "It's my own choice, and just because I'm your senior sister doesn't necessarily mean I need your protection. What's more, Muyue asked me to take care of you before she left, so how can I take care of you if I don't go?" Fong Chen didn't bother to say anything more at that. As soon as he turned around, he walked directly towards the inside of the vortex. Jiang Yixue also followed close behind when she saw this. The two entered the vortex one after the other. And the garrison stationed above the town of Abyss had lost sight of both men almost simultaneously. Within the 4th and 5th levels of the Abyss, it is impossible to probe. Tutor Qianhe and Bei Jiangnan watched the scene, neither of them saying anything. Instead, Lu Feng, who was standing on the side, suddenly asked a very interesting question. My lord, I have a question that has been bothering me for a long time. Why can't we explore the 4th and 5th levels of this abyss? Back then, why didn't the great powers who transformed the abyssal land into such a place choose to just destroy it? After all, with their strength, it shouldn't be difficult to do so if they want to decimate a demon lord. The other guards also looked at Bei Jiangnan when they heard this, and it was clear that they also didn't understand why they hadn't done so. Moreover, the land of Abyss was not the only place in their Jianbei city. Nowadays, within the Dragon Kingdom, there were places of Abyss near the main cities of many provincial cities. The whole situation is much the same. Nothing more than a different number of layers open. But not one of the abyssal lands was completely destroyed. I'm afraid this is a question that many professionals are curious about. Bei Jiangnan sniffed but did not answer, just looked at Lu Feng without saying much. Seeing this, Lu Feng naturally understood that he was the one who asked what he shouldn't have asked. At that moment there was no more talking. Chapter 97 Dark Cat Demon, Lu Zi's Purpose. When Fang Chen and Jiang Yixue were able to see their surroundings clearly, they had also almost reached the exit of the vortex. There was a gray barrier in front of the two, and inside the barrier was a fiery red. There seems to be a lot of lava. The two of them exchanged glances, and then they crossed the gray barrier together. And almost the instant the two of them stepped onto the 4th level of this abyss, a series of angry roars resounded within the entire 4th level of the abyss. The two men were shocked as well. I didn't expect that entering the 4th level of this abyss would cause such a great reaction. It seemed as if the demon lord had sensed their arrival. The two left the vortex and looked around, only to see lava all around them. And the place where they were was surprisingly a stone platform that was no more than 3 meters in diameter. The nearest stone platforms in the vicinity were a dozen meters away. There was lava everywhere, few stone platforms, and not a single monster in sight. I heard from my father that there are very few small monsters within this 4th floor, most of them are bosses and all of them are of extraordinary strength. Let's look for it, we should be able to find it. Fang Chen nodded his head, and the two of them immediately felt their way carefully towards one of the directions. And almost simultaneously, within the 5th layer of the abyss, Lu Zi stood at the edge of the red formation, frowning as she straightened her clothes. Behind him, Li Jian's face was pale and there was disgust in his eyes as he looked at Lu Qi. And outside the red formation, the lava kept tumbling, and a monster with a large body weight could be seen twisting its body, looking very agitated. Let me ask you, are there any strange professions in your class of professionals? How did it cause this demon lord to become so agitated? Willow Z spoke up. Li Jian sniffed and spat, saying, What makes you think that I would tell you? You're a professional too, and you've degraded yourself by joining the anti-union, do you think I'd tell you? Lu Zi sniffed and turned her head to look at Jianli, laughing. Young people really do still have sharpness, just now you worked so hard, didn't you also have fun with your sister? Vile. There was anger in Jianli's eyes. However, at this moment, his entire body was weak, not to mention killing people. I'm afraid that it would be difficult for him to even stand up. Lu Zi sniffed but said with a guffaw. So what if it's despicable? I don't care as long as I get what I want. Sister has a way of making you talk. Saying that, Lu Zi waved her palm and a green powder flew out. Jianli's face showed horror when he saw the powder, but he was unable to dodge it at all. The next moment the eyes became dull. So much for losing your mind. Let me ask you, are there any strange hidden professions in this class of professionals? No. Jianli mumbled. Lu Zi sniffed and frowned slightly, feeling strange. If there was no strange hidden profession, why would it stir up this demon lord to remain quiet? She's been in this place for 3 years now. The professionals of the first 2 realms didn't cause such a big commotion either. Thought Willow Z asked. And do you know why the demon lord is so agitated? Willow Z didn't hold out much hope, after all, this was a problem even she couldn't figure out. Purely a casual question. Unexpectedly, Li Jian opened his mouth. It should be because of the Slayer wings. There's a professional carrying Slayer wings. Lu Zi sniffed and asked. Who is it? Fang Chen. Fong Chen? Lu Zi frowned slightly when she heard it. She didn't know about the outside rankings, so she had never heard of this person before. To dare to carry Slayer wings into the abyss for cultivation, it seems that this person has some strength. But if you dare to spoil my good deed, then don't blame me for not being polite. Lu Zi's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and she was thinking about how to go about cleaning up Fong Chen. Suddenly she was seeing. Beyond this lava space, a black shadow unexpectedly appeared. The black shadow was strangely fast, climbing on top of the rock wall and arriving in this lava space in 3 clicks. When it stopped, Willow Z then saw it. That turned out to be a solid black cat. The black cat was as large as a small calf. Climbing up the rock wall, 2 eyes, like dark crystals, stared at the lava, seemingly listening for something. Li Jian's eyes had gradually recovered at this time, and he looked at Lu Zi and roared. "What the hell did you do to me?" Lu Zi said faintly without looking back. "Don't be nervous, it's just a little bit of drug, sister. I'm a hidden profession charm pharmacist. Remember, next time don't be stubborn or you'll still have to take your medicine. It seems that I don't need to take action myself this time. The demon lord is angry too. You said that, Fong Chen. I'm afraid he's going to have bad luck." Jian Li sniffed and busily looked over. He also saw the creepy black cat, but he wasn't recognizing what it was. "What was that?" Willow Z smiled at her words. "Dark cat demons, loyal followers of demonic class lords. Don't look at it like a cat looking docile and cute, but its pair of eyes are extremely powerful. Legend has it that it can drag a professional into the illusion it weaves and torture them alive. The demon lord sent it. It looks like that Fong Chen has entered the 4th floor. Sister, I have to go and see the fun, so just stay here in peace and wait for sister to come back, and when she does, she'll still have to love you." Li Jian had anger in his eyes, but he was unable to do anything. Soon, the black cat demon left. Lu Zi also opened the red array and followed, leaving Li Jian alone. Li Jian's whole body was powerless to struggle several times, but did not find the exit. Paralyzed on the ground, was very desperate. He couldn't figure out why there was such a woman within the 5th level of this abyss. What exactly is her purpose here? As Jian Li was thinking, suddenly there was a surprising tumbling in the lava below. He then saw a pair of wings that looked like iron armor unexpectedly emerge from within the lava. Some lava was wrapped around the top of the wings, and the shaking of the wings gently poured the lava onto the rock wall to one side. And that rock wall actually changed color after the lava was poured on it. One area turned a transparent fiery red. Surprisingly, a fist-sized creature was faintly visible curled up inside. Surprisingly, it appears to be an egg. Seeing this scene, Li Jian instantly understood. He finally did understand why Lu Zi was hiding here. And it's been so many years of hiding. That's clearly an egg. A Lord-class orange demonic beast's egg. What did that mean? If he could bring this egg out, it would be absolutely heavenly. Countless Imperial Beastmaster professionals and Summoner professionals would go crazy. It was easy for an Imperial Beastmaster to fail in controlling monsters, while the success rate of controlling juvenile monsters and eggs that had not yet hatched was the greatest. Summoners can seal monsters by sealing them within a scroll and summoning them during combat. And this one Lord-grade orange demon beast egg, cultivating it would be able to get a Lord-grade demon beast in the future. This was something that many Imperial Beastmasters wanted to get. In the eyes of Imperial Beastmasters and Summoners, this was a priceless treasure. However, Jian Li suddenly thought of a problem. Isn't that dead woman a charming pill master? It's not like she's a beast sentinel, so how could she squat here for so many years for this egg? Could she be squatting for someone else? Who could it be? Jian Li couldn't figure it out. Chapter 98: Wolves entering the flock, 5 bosses. The 4th level of the abyss. Fong Chen and Zhang Yixue followed the lava platform to a depth of roughly 500 meters. Finally, a passageway appeared in front of the visitor, and land unexpectedly appeared in the depths of the passageway. And on that land, a large-sized, crocodile-like monster was actually lying on its back. The two of them, Fong Chen, fixed their eyes on the monster and immediately saw its message. Firebrand Crocodile, Abyssal Demon Class. Grade, Lord Orange. Rank, LV.145. Attack power, 100,000. Blood, 250,000. Physical defense, 100,000. Passive skill, thick skin, damage received is reduced by 30. Passive skill, negative immunity. Abyssal demonic monsters are immune to all negative states, such as poisoning, fear, slowing down, etc. Active skills, Lava Jet, Tear, Tail Throw. Looking at the attributes of this boss, Fong Chen couldn't help but be staggered. As expected, the attributes of a true Lord class boss were quite a bit stronger than the Hell's Evil Wolf's projection. In particular, the physical defense of this firebrand crocodile was surprisingly as high as 100,000 as its attack power. If this were to happen to an ordinary person, I'm afraid that they wouldn't really be able to kill it. After all, with regards to this defense, if there wasn't a team of people joining forces to attack, I'm afraid that it would be impossible to cut him down at all. How about another one? This one has too much defense. Jiang Yishua said. She was also a bit worried. Although Fong Chen's strength was very high, the one in front of him was a solid Lord-level boss. It was much more powerful than the Hell's Evil Wolf projection, and she asked herself that she would never be able to mess with this firebrand crocodile unless she could get a team together and spend an hour or two to maybe do it. However, Fong Chen waved his hand. No, it's not easy to find one, so don't be polite. I'm in a hurry. After saying that, Fong Chen directly rushed over. Jiang Yishua saw this and was busy adding a status to him. Then followed suit. Fong Chen instantly cast Divine Insect Fusion, as well as Slayer Wings. His body transformed into a stream of light and headed straight for that fire pattern crocodile. The firebrand crocodile also directly became furious the moment Fong Chen sacrificed his Slayer Wings. This outfit is just too much hate. Fong Chen had not yet rushed to the front. The fire pattern crocodile's head turned, actually opened its mouth, and a stream of lava directly sprayed out. Even Fong Chen's amazing defense didn't want to resist this lava. Although his defense was absolutely fine, this lava spraying on his body was no joke. Just then, Jiang Yishua suddenly shouted, "Shield of Ascendancy!" As her words fell, Fong Chen saw that several streaks of starlight had unexpectedly appeared in front of him. These starlights quickly condensed and unexpectedly formed a shield. "Get over there, it won't hold off for long," Jiang Yishua shouted. Fong Chen sniffed and reversed his direction to directly bypass the lava, heading straight for the firebrand crocodile. And it only took 2 seconds for the lava ejected by the firebrand crocodile to dissolve Jiang Yishua's Ascendance shield. However, Jiang Yishua also instantly cast a deceleration formation, enveloping the firebrand crocodile. Fong Chen had already rushed close by now with the help of his Slayer Wings. The huge tail of the firebrand crocodile was directly flung over when it saw this. Hardly, it clashed with Fong Chen's fist wind. However, Fong Chen's attack power was no joke. With a single punch, the thick tail instantly snapped, and the firebrand crocodile had already died miserably. A numerical value also popped up. 210 million. Looking at the damage, Fong Chen couldn't help but be staggered. He, who could do 300 million damage on a normal day, was surprised that he could only do 2.1 this time. But it couldn't be helped, this firebrand crocodile was originally a high defense boss. It also possessed a defense-reducing divine skill like Thick Skin, and it was already very unimpressive to be able to cut it down with a single punch. Jiang Yishua was also shocked in her heart as she watched the firebrand crocodile fall. She hadn't expected Fong Chen to be so fierce, facing a genuine Lord-level boss and being able to deal such exaggerated damage. Ask how many people can do that kind of damage. At this time, Fong Chen had already collected the items that the firebrand crocodile had exploded and flew back. How about we distribute the stuff when it goes out? Jiang Yishua looked at Fong Chen a little out of her mind, and only after hearing this did she say with a pretty red face, "Either way, you're the starter, I'll take it or leave it, after all, you have experience. And with a strength like yours, you don't need me to take care of you at all, Woodward still cares too much about you." Fong Chen sniffed. "I didn't need to be taken care of in the first place. Still, you just shielded in time, I take back what I said before, you're qualified to be here. Split the stuff 50-50 when it goes out, we." Fong Chen didn't finish a sentence when suddenly a series of roars rang in his ears. Almost at the same time, 4 or 5 figures unexpectedly rushed out from inside that passageway one after another. Looking around, it turned out that all of them were Lord class bosses. Jiang Yishua's face, which was still calm, instantly changed. "Move." On reflex, Jiang Yishua pulled Fong Chen to dodge. However, Fong Chen pressed her hand, and there was restraining heat in his eyes. "They're the ones who should be running. I was worried that I couldn't find a boss, this transfer quest is promising." Status. Fong Chen greeted, and then he activated his Slayer Wings once again to meet the 5 Lord class bosses. Jiang Yishua also reacted at this time. Yes, why did they run? With Fong Chen's combat power of one punch at a time, they were simply wolves entering a flock of sheep, and it was these lord-level bosses that should be running away. Jiang Yishua realized that she was surprisingly still a bit unaccustomed to Fang Chen's combat prowess. The first reaction just now was surprisingly still escape. This guy is also too fierce. In the future, when he enrolls in school, I'm afraid I won't be able to meet such a teammate. Jiang Yishua said to herself. He was clearly an attack-assist dual-purpose profession similar to that of a lawgiver, but in front of Fang Chen, he was pushed alive into the auxiliary category. However, looking at Fang Chen's invincible stance, Jiang Yishua had a smile on her lips. It would be nice if it could always be like this. I assist, you output, it seems quite romantic. What are you waiting for? Status. Fang Chen's shout interrupted Jiang Yishua's thoughts. Her pretty face flushed before she realized that she was lost in thought, and she was busy putting up a status for Fang Chen while casting her slowdown skill. As Fang Chen rushed out, he had already roughly swept the 5 bosses in front of him. It's fate, to say the least. Surprisingly, he realized that there was a very familiar figure among these 5 bosses. It was clearly the Hell's evil wolf himself. Other than that, there were 4 more, each of a firebrand crocodile, a lava beast, a lava bone dragon, and a white bone sword tiger. It's a shame that there are no bug-type bosses. Fang Chen was helpless in his heart. The perfect control skill was getting rusty. This trip to the abyss had reached the 4th level, and surprisingly, he hadn't seen a single bug-type monster yet. It is really very breathless. However, this thought was quickly suppressed by Fang Chen. Because rushing at the front, the lava bone dragon had already flown towards him. That lava bone dragon clearly had no wings, yet it was able to fly, which also caused Fang Chen to be taken aback. He fixed his eyes on the lava bone dragon and the message popped up. Lava bone dragon, abyssal demon class. Grade, Lord Orange. Rank, LV.145. Attack power, 150,000. Blood, 250,000. Physical defense, 70,000. Spell defense, 70,000. Passive skill, Dragon Flight, as a dragon you can fly. Passive skill, negative immunity, abyssal demonic monsters are immune to all negative states, such as poisoning, fear, slowing down, etc. Active skills, Bone Dragon Swing, Dragon Scroll, Bone Dragon Charge. Looking at the skill, Fang Chen was still a bit unresponsive. However, in the next moment, the bone dragon opened its huge mouth directly toward Fang Chen, and a strong wind directly rolled Fang Chen toward the side of the collision. This should obviously be the Dragon Scroll technique. However, Fang Chen was able to see that the direction he was swept over by the strong wind was actually the direction of the white bone sword tiger. The heart couldn't help but smile. That's a ING assist. Chapter 99, for instantaneous seconds, evil wolves want to run? Fang Chen. When Jiang Yishua saw that Fang Chen was about to rush into the boss group when he was rolled by the Dragon Scroll spell, she was anxious as well. Fang Chen was busy shouting. Stay back and see what happens. Jiang Yishua was worried, but thinking of Fang Chen's strength, she could only grit her teeth and not go over. And she noticed something strange. That was the 5 bosses, of which the hellish wolf was not making a move, but instead stood at the farthest distance and watched, as if this matter had nothing to do with it. However, at this moment, that fire-patterned crocodile had already spewed out flames straight at Fang Chen. Jiang Yishua didn't dare to slow down and once again cast the Shield of Ascendant to resist. And it was in these 2 seconds that Fang Chen had already been rolled by the Dragon Scroll technique to the near front of that white bone sword tiger. The white bone sword tiger also seemed to not expect Fang Chen to be swept up to him. Before he could react, Fang Chen threw a punch. Without even coming to the level to look at the attributes of this white bone sword tiger, a damage value instantly popped up. 290 million. Looking at the values, Fang Chen laughed. Looks like this guy's defense isn't that great either. 4 left. After saying that, Fang Chen accelerated with 1 speed straight towards the bone dragon. This bone dragon's tornado technique didn't do any damage, but being able to deflect itself was just too much of a hassle. Fang Chen wasn't far away from it at the moment, and after running a few steps, he arrived close to it. Grabbing the skeleton on the bone dragon's body, he climbed straight onto the bone dragon's back. The bone dragon sensed that Fang Chen was on its back and actually twisted its body back and forth, its huge body hitting the wall from time to time. Shook down a lot of falling rocks. The firebrand crocodile was also constantly searching for Fang Chen, and it was clear that these bosses didn't know how to cooperate with each other. A lot of lava from the firebrand crocodile sprayed directly onto the bone dragon. The bone dragon was already annoyed at having a human on his back. He was attacked by the firebrand crocodile again, and unexpectedly slapped his tail directly onto the firebrand crocodile's torso. The firebrand crocodile was furious and actually opened its mouth to bite the bone dragon's tail. The two bosses tangled together instead. This bone dragon was very peculiar, and Fang Chen realized that the entire body of the bone dragon was a skeleton. No damage could be done at all, even when the firebrand crocodile had bitten off half of the bone dragon's tail. Just when he was speechless and didn't know how to do it, Jiang Yishue shouted from the distance. Head! There's a dragon soul in the bone dragon's head. Fang Chen stabilized his body and saw that there was a burning dragon soul in the bone dragon's head. But he was in the middle of the bone dragon at the moment, and he couldn't even reach it. In the heat of the moment, Fang Chen directly snapped his palm onto the bone dragon's body. In an instant, the nano-venomous worm and the fire-spiked worm emperor followed the bone dragon's body and crawled towards the front. In an instant, the two types of bugs were like two threads of silk stretching right towards the bone dragon's head. At this moment, the bone dragon and the firebrand crocodile were tearing each other apart. The nano-venomous bugs and the fire-stinging worm emperor incidentally climbed onto the body of the fire-striped crocodile as well. Fang Chen firmly grasped the bone dragon's body for just under 5 seconds. The bone dragon and the firebrand crocodile unexpectedly paralyzed on the ground at the same time and stopped moving. At the same time there was a lot of light bursting out, obviously dead through and through. Fang Chen climbed out of the wreckage of the bone dragon. Looking at the light all over the ground, his heart was excited. He glanced at his quests and was surprised to see that he had already completed 5 of them. 1 Hell's Bad Wolf projection, plus this time a white bone sword tiger, bone dragon, and 2 firebrand crocodiles. It made his hidden quest halfway through straight away. A passing glance at the experience value. Fang Chen was surprisingly surprised to find that his experience accumulation had reached level 122. The 4 bosses this time around, surprisingly, directly allowed him to level up by 2 with the experience he had accumulated. Compared to the previous Hell's Evil Wolf's projection, this True Lord class boss's experience bonus was really higher. Jiang Yishue, who was on the side, was also relieved to see that Fang Chen was fine, and didn't even notice that she herself had actually followed suit and gained a level. Reached level 151. If it were normal, she would have been thrilled for a long time. It was important to know that with strength at her level, every time she upgraded, she would need a large amount of experience. If he hadn't followed Fang Chen to the 4th level of the Abyss. On weekdays, even if you could get a team together to practice, you wouldn't be able to level up without a few weeks. Fang Chen, be careful. There's another one. Jiang Yishue hurriedly shouted. The more she looked at Fang Chen at this time, the more she couldn't move her eyes. Inevitably, he also began to get a little nervous about Fang Chen's personal safety. But at the same time, there was some fear in her heart, fear that she would really not be able to control herself to like Shang Chen. After all, Sumu language also like him, they do some of this as not a plastic bosom friend. Fang Chen naturally didn't know that she was thinking about this. Turning his head, he looked at the hellish wolf. Seeing this guy's original body, Fang Chen still had some expectations. I don't know how hard this guy's body is to deal with. After all, that Hellfield and Evil Wolf roar skills were both Fang Chen's shortcomings. The Evil Wolf of Hell also looked at Fang Chen, clearly having recognized him. Fang Chen pursed his lips, just took a step forward. Who knew that the hellish Evil Wolf would turn its head and run? There was absolutely no intention of fighting Fang Chen. Fang Chen was also stunned as he watched, and thought to himself. What kind of operation is this? This guy's going to run? Jiang Yishue was also looking dumbfounded. This was a Lord-level boss, and it was surprising that it saw Fang Chen choose to run away. Is this still a Lord-class boss? Fang Chen didn't react for a moment, and when he saw that this hellish evil wolf had run out a dozen meters, he hastily tried to chase after it. Jiang Yishue also ran over, ready to chase after Fang Chen with him. Yet who knows, just then, that hellish evil wolf suddenly had a lurch in his body, and his entire body unexpectedly froze in place. Fang Chen was then shocked to see with Jiang Yishue. The body of that hellish evil wolf unexpectedly began to burn from the inside out. It was engulfed in flames in no time. In just under 2 minutes, the entire body of the hellish evil wolf was lost to the fire. Not even a bone left. Since they weren't the ones who decapitated it, this hellish wolf didn't even explode items. Fang Chen glanced at his transfer quest, and the completion level was still 5. Apparently the tragic death of this hellish wolf didn't count against him. Why are there still robbers? There are other professionals on this 4th floor? Fang Chen frowned. Didn't he say that both the 4th and 5th floors were closed to the public? How is it that monster-grabbing quests can still happen here? Moreover, it was still an instantaneous second. The other party was afraid that this strength was not weak. The two were thinking about it, but they saw it. As the body of the hellish wolf collapsed, on the ground in front of the passageway. Surprisingly, a black shadow appeared. The shadow was crouching on the ground and was looking straight at them. Both of them were a bit dumbfounded when they fixed their eyes on it. Isn't that a black cat? Fang Chen looked at Jiang Yixue and asked. You brought the cat in? Jiang Yixue shook her head. I never had a cat. And does this black cat look like a pet to you? I'm afraid that hellish wolf is behind it. Fang Chen sniffed as his gaze resettled on the black cat. At the same time a message popped up. Dark Cat Demon, Abyssal Demon Class. Grade, Lord Orange. Rank, LV.150. Attack Power, 0. Blood, 50,000. Physical Defense, 3,000. Spell Defense, 3,000. Passive Skill, Intelligence Mastery, Cursed Cat Demon with extremely high intelligence bonus, possessing wisdom not weaker than human. Passive Skill, Negative Immunity, Abyssal Demonic Monsters are immune to all negative states, such as poisoning, fear, slowing down, etc. Active Skill, Eye of the Cat Demon. Looking at the information introduction, Fang Chen was surprised. Jiang Yixue had obviously never seen a Lord class boss with such attributes either. How come this cat demon has no attack power? And the blood and defense are so weak. How did it rate reaching the Lord level? And did it really kill that hellish wolf? Fang Chen shook his head. I don't know, but this guy's aura doesn't look like he's faking it, and I'm afraid that active skill cat demon's eye is extraordinary. Still have to be careful. Before Fang Chen could finish his sentence, he instantly saw the dark cat demon stand up from its crouching form. Almost at the same time, the two cats' eyes, which were like black crystals, immediately emitted a black light aura. Chapter 100 Dark Space, Attack. Fang Chen had never seen such dark eyes before. Especially since the eyes were actually possessed by a black cat, it made the black cat look even more evil. A cat demon whose evaluation could reach the Lord level orange was obviously not comparable to a domestic cat. As expected, the moment Fang Chen's words were interrupted, the two were shocked to see. Around the place where that black cat demon was, a black color like ink actually appeared. With the cat demon as the center, blackness surged towards the two like a tidal wave. The two almost watched as the scene around them gradually turned black. It's pitch black, you can't see anything. It was only when two people were in a group that they could still see each other. Other than that, the entire world turned black. The walls, floors, lava, etc. are gone. Even the dark cat demon was gone. This scene happened at the same time, on the far side of the passage. Lu Zi was standing behind a rock wall. She could see clearly that the two of them, Fang Chen and Jiang Yixue, gradually disappeared from the spot after they locked eyes with the dark cat demon. I don't know where it went. Willow Zi laughed. How stupid, daring to break into the 4th level of the abyss without knowing anything. The eyes of a dark cat demon are yours to look into? With that, Lu Zi turned around and prepared to hide first. The dark cat demon had already started walking back. It seems to be ready to go back and resume its duties. If she walked ahead, she was afraid that she would risk being exposed. It was better to go back after the cat demon to be on the safe side. Dark space. Fang Chen and Jiang Yixue knew that at this moment they didn't know what to send what. Being in this dark space, you can't see anything at all. There was even no way to ask for help, and from the moment they entered the 4th level of the abyss, all communication with the outside world was cut off. Can't even deliver the message. But luckily, there was no immediate deadly threat around at the moment, other than the darkness. Fang Chen signaled Jiang Yixue to calm down, while reviewing the information he had studied in high school himself. He was certain that he hadn't studied about the abyss in high school. This land of the abyss is simply not accessible to high school. He was busy asking Jiang Yixue. Have you ever studied informational material about the abyssal lands in college? Jiang Yixue shook her head. Unhappily, the first year of college is mostly a process of mentors filling in the gaps based on each person's career. The second year is for practical honing, while the beginning of the third year will be the start of the mission, and it is at that time that the entire Dragon Kingdom will be systematically introduced, including various secret copies and so on. That's when Abyss was introduced. But the first 3 levels of the Abyss aren't very dangerous, so most people can reach them if they come here to practice. It's the 4th and 5th levels of the abyss that are mainly explained in the 3rd year. And the situation of the abyssal copies near each provincial city is not quite the same. Fang Chen frowned. Even Jiang Yishue didn't know the old background of this cat demon. That would be difficult. They didn't even know where they were currently located, so naturally they had no way to crack it. Jiang Yishue was nervous, but she tried to restrain herself from wanting to affect Fang Chen. Fang Chen looked around. It was still pitch black. He pulled Jiang Yishue and rushed in one of the directions for a while. Then it became clear that the place seemed endless. They walked for a full 10 minutes, yet there was still no end in sight ahead of them. It seems that what we were caught in wasn't an illusion. It said that some powerful demonic beasts have illusion abilities. But we're in the middle of a passageway, and if the illusion has been going towards one of the sides for so long, we should have crashed into a rocky ledge long ago, too. Looks like this place is a space of its own. Fang Chen said. Jiang Yishue sniffed. If it's a self-contained space, this space must have a size. Let me try. Saying that, Jiang Yishue directly executed the ascendant formation, and it extended out in all directions. Can you expand this formation indefinitely? Fang Chen asked in a flash. He remembered that Jiang Yishue's range of this astrological formation was limited. Jiang Yishue said. The astrological formation is derived from astrology and can theoretically be expanded indefinitely, but my strength is limited, so the damage will diminish once it's expanded. At the end of the day, there is only a detection roll, but this ability is also very weak, and the opponent would not be able to detect it if they were to perform an advanced sneak. But it's just right for probing the size of space. Fang Chen nodded his head. The astrology profession was too mysterious and there were so many directions to go. Unless the contact was long and the other party was willing to disclose it to you, you could very well stay with an astrologer for several years without knowing what skills the other party had. This is normal. After all, no one will easily hand over their old secrets. For example, Fang Chen, he can't just say that when he sees someone. My bugs can split. Hey. I'm a sentinel of the bug race, and my bugs can split. That's not going to be taken for a cutie pie. Jiang Yishue maintained it for a mere 5 minutes, and a cold sweat broke out above her pretty face. It's not so much tired as it is scared. In 5 minutes, the range of her formation was already at least the size of an abyssal town. But surprisingly, he still didn't feel where the boundary of this space was. In other words, this space they were in seemed to have no boundaries. Fang Chen signaled her to stop. Maybe that was the truth. This space is indeed just without boundaries. Jiang Yishue couldn't help but despair a bit as well. Looking at the dark space around him, and then at Fang Chen, he surprisingly did not know what to say for a moment. However, she was quite calm in her heart. It seemed that it would be good to die in this place together with Fang Chen. Fang Chen didn't know what Jiang Yishue was thinking. As he looked around, he always felt that this place would not be so simple. Just after Fang Chen thought of a countermeasure, he suddenly heard a rumbling sound, and it seemed that something had fallen to the ground. But it was so dark around us that we couldn't see anything at all. Jiang Yishue was also startled, and she was busy pulling on Fang Chen's coat. Fang Chen signaled her to take it easy. However, followed by a rumbling sound, it seems that something fell on the ground, and not far away from the two. Fang Chen heart also Harry, this invisible and unable to touch the neighborhood in the end. What has changed? Since I can't see it, I'll go ahead and do it. Fang Chen thought about instantly releasing the nano-venomous insects and the fire-stinging insect emperor. At the same time, he had the iron-armored ant emperor form a layer of defense around them, surrounding the two. Whatever the trouble, take a bug bite first. Fang Chen maneuvered the nano-venomous insects and the fire-stinging insect emperor to directly surge in all directions. It adds up to over 60,000 bugs, as long as the distance doesn't stretch too far. Enough to create a seamless tide of attacks all around. The two bugs probably gushed out for about a dozen meters. Suddenly a voice sounded right in Fang Chen's mind. Ding! You have lost 10 nanotoxins. The nanotoxins are splitting. Ding! You have lost 20 fire spike bug emperors. The firebug emperor is splitting. Ding! You have lost an iron-armored ant emperor. The ironclad ant king is splitting. Listening to the system's proposed tone, Fang Chen instantly determined that something had indeed appeared around here. It seemed that these things hadn't appeared when Jiang Yishue probed earlier. But what exactly are these things? As Fang Chen was thinking, he suddenly only saw the darkness in front of him. A flame lit up like a fire dragon and shot straight towards where they were. However, they were surrounded by an encirclement formed by the iron-armored ant emperor. So this flame couldn't burn them at all, while through this flame, the two Fong Chen were able to see everything around them clearly. Both men froze instantly. Chapter 101, True Strength, You're Thinking of Me? Through the light of the flames, the two Fong Chen were shocked to see. In the hundreds of meters around them, it was surprising that all of them were densely packed with demonic beasts. That's right, it was densely packed, almost blocking them all around. And looking around, these demonic beasts were surprisingly consistent. There are only 5 categories of all demonic beasts. They are Hell Wolf, Fire Crocodile, Lava Beast, Lava Bone Dragon and White Bone Sword Tiger. There were only these 5 medium lord level bosses, other than that there wasn't even a single small monster. That flame was actually not a flame, but the lava spewed out by the fire pattern crocodile, which was so hot that it ignited the surrounding air after spraying it out, which formed a flame like a fire dragon. And at this time, Fong Chen had already collided with these bosses by releasing the nano-venomous bugs and fire-stinging bug emperor from RA. Countless firebrand crocodiles spewed out lava, illuminating the surroundings brighter and brighter. Fong Chen also saw that several white bone sword tigers had collapsed to the ground, obviously dead. But strangely enough, there were no things that popped out, not even the most basic material, demon crystals. At the same time, he didn't hear the sound of the system prompting to gain experience. Jiang Yishue was dumbfounded by this scene around her and pulled Fong Chen. Why are there so many bosses? I'm afraid there aren't even this many bosses in the abyss combined. What's going to happen now? Even though Fong Chen's strength was outstanding, he was somewhat shaken by the tidal wave of lord-level bosses. However, Fong Chen was still confident in his own strength, and was fearless even in large numbers. After all, his bugs could split. Even if they were to fight to the death with these lord-level bosses through attrition, they would at least be able to hold out for a long time. He now wondered why these bosses had no experience or dropped items when they died. This is not supposed to happen. Are all these bosses illusory? Not really? Speaking of illusion, when Fong Chen was in the process of transferring, within the Fire Spike Worm replica, all but the Fire Spike Worm King were illuminated. So he was no stranger to illusion. It was just strange how the ability of illusion could also exist in this abyss. Could it be the Dark Cat Demon? His cat demon's eyes had the power of illusion? Fong Chen felt it was very likely. He stared at one of the firebrand crocodiles to check it out. At this moment, the nanotoxins were frantically tearing into this firebrand crocodile. Fong Chen was surprisingly surprised to find that this firebrand crocodile had been poisoned. Damage values kept popping up on his head. 3,000. 4,000. 3,500. This discovery reinforced the certainty of the suspicion in his mind. It was important to know that all the abyssal monsters he had faced before were immune to poisoning. But this time, in this dark space, these abyssal monsters could be poisoned. That would be enough to show that there was a difference between these monsters and true abyssal monsters. Looks like we've fallen for the secret realm created by that cat demon. These bosses aren't real. Although it also has attack power, there are some aspects that are different from a true abyssal boss. But there are too many of them. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out for long. Jiang Yishue said. It's the sheer numbers that are the biggest problem they face. Fong Chen sniffed but smiled. More than numbers, I've never been afraid, said Fong Chen with a wave of his palm. At that moment, the Firethorn Bug Emperor was directly put away by him. At the same time, the nanotoxins began to converge, and a moment later they piled up like small mountains. Fong Chen then utilized a skill that he hadn't used in a long time. Poisonous fog filling the air. As the nano-venomous bugs began to release their poisonous mist, a large swath of purple poisonous mist drifted out in all directions like a tidal wave. Jiang Yishue was shocked to see that those poisonous mists but touched a boss. A series of damage values would then instantly pop up above the boss's head. Though each course is not big, just 3,000 or 4,000. But you can't have too many. The series of damage values were simply like no money at all, and each boss would inevitably fall to the ground with a bang in as short as 2 or 3 seconds, and as long as 4 or 5 seconds. The purple poisonous mist was like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves. Wherever it passed the bosses fell to the ground, while the nano-venomous bugs were still in the same place continuously releasing the poisonous mist. The scene simply dazzled her. Fong Chen was even more very sorry. It would be nice if these bosses had experience as well. With this amount, I'm afraid that by the time I finish the 4th turn quest, I'll be able to go out and take on the 5th turn quest. It's just a pity that these bosses have no experience. Jiang Yishue didn't even think about the experience. Looking at the shocking scene in front of her, she realized one's knowledge of Fong Chen was too little. although she was taken aback when Feng Chen cast so many bugs. But it never occurred to Feng Chen that these bugs were even stronger than these poisonous mists. Just by releasing some poisonous mist, it was surprising that it directly secured a large portion of the boss. Previously, it was also those bosses and small monsters that were immune to poisoning, otherwise, I'm afraid that the entire abyssal copy would have long been slaughtered clean by Feng Chen. Outside, Lu Zi followed behind the dark cat demon, seeing that she was already approaching the entrance to the 5th level of the abyss. Suddenly the dark cat demon unexpectedly seemed to have gone crazy, writhing painfully in place. Lu Zi was also startled and was busy hiding to watch. She realized that the black mist on that dark cat demon suddenly grew large. Surprisingly, they flocked towards its eyes. And on the dark cat demon's eyes, 2 tears of blood actually flowed out. It looked as if it was incredibly painful. This dark cat demon's eyes form their own space, and those who are taken in will be attacked endlessly until they are killed. How come this time it bled from its own eyes instead? What did those 2 do in there? Lu Zi was puzzled in her heart, but she saw the dark cat demon gradually calming down as the black mist surged into her eyes. It seemed to be stabilizing, which was a relief to her. However, that dark cat demon wasn't moving on, but instead crouched down on the ground seemingly to concentrate on the 2 people that Dementor had gone in with earlier. Seeing this, Lu Zi had to wait in place as well. That dark cat demon happened to be blocking the entrance to the 5th floor, and if it didn't go in, Lu Zi couldn't go in either. I probably have a judgment of this dark cat demon's ability. Its eyes should be able to create a patch of space and rip us in. At the same time, it will create something based on the memory fragment in your mind that you care about the most, and decapitate the person who gets dragged into it. For example, all I had on my mind before was completing the transfer quest, and all that was on my mind were these Lord-class bosses. So we came in and were attacked by these bosses. Feng Chen explained. Jiang Yishue sniffed indistinctly, as if that was really the case. But I wasn't thinking about these bosses. Jiang Yishue suddenly said. Feng Chen froze and said. Then maybe it created these monsters from the memories in my head first. By the way, what was in your mind before? Tell us, so we can have a defense. Jiang Yishue's pretty face reddened at his words. She couldn't say it. Should she say that she had you in mind before? How does that make her a girl? Feng Chen saw her stammering and was about to ask a follow-up question, but suddenly he was stunned. He realized that some of the remaining bosses around him had surprisingly disappeared. Almost simultaneously, the poisonous fog dissipated. But soon, a silhouette unexpectedly appeared around them. When Feng Chen saw these silhouettes, he was instantly dumbfounded. It's not just one of us. It's exactly the same as your own sheet. He instantly understood and looked at Jiang Yishue, who was at the side. You were thinking about me before? No way. Jiang Yishue's pretty face was flushed red, being seen through by Feng Chen made her a little ashamed and angry, she said. Yeah. You're so good and handsome, can't I miss you? Wooden language. They say I can chase you, so I can't even think about it. You might as well figure out how to deal with your doppelganger first. Jiang Yishue turned her head and said no more. Feng Chen, however, had a numb scalp. Against a group of himself, it was something he had never thought of before. How do we deal with this? The bottom line is, will these manufactured selves have an army of tens of thousands of bugs as well? If it did, what's the point of playing? Chapter 102 Cat Demon dies violently, CPU burned. Jiang Yishue also obviously thought of this question and asked busily. These manufactured you don't have that many bugs too, do you? There are at least 100 of you here, if they all have that many bugs, can you hold your own? Feng Chen shook his head speechlessly. What do you say? Even if there are only 100 of me, each with 60,000 bugs, that adds up to 6 million. I'm afraid you couldn't get a field of insecticides to do the job. Jiang Yishue also went numb at his words. 6 million bugs, what's that? I'm afraid that even filling up this space might not be able to fit so many bugs. Feng Chen looked at the countless doppelgangers that had cold expressions as they walked towards the 2 of them step by step. The heart was also tense to the core. Even when facing monsters, he had never been so nervous, but he was facing so many of himself. He was really a bit clueless. But as I watched, they were getting closer and closer to me. Feng Chen clenched his teeth or released the fire stinger insect emperor and the nano-venomous insect. He didn't dare to be releasing the poisonous mist this time, he was afraid that once it was released, The other party also released poisonous mist, and when the two parties' poisonous mist converged, it would be impossible to tell who was who. It could accidentally hurt you, and that would be a problem. It's simply better to spell bug consumption. Over here, Fang Chen had just released the nano-venomous insects and the fire-stinging insect emperor. As expected, the full 100 of his own doppelgangers unexpectedly released their bugs at the same time. It's surprising to see that the scale is still the worst they expected. Everyone was densely packed with bugs in front of them, and it was true that everyone was just like Fang Chen himself, who was also able to release over 60,000 bugs. And 100 of yourself, that's 6 million bugs in an instant. Looking at the sea of bugs formed by those bugs around him simply made Fang Chen's scalp numb. Jiang Yixue even directly buried her head in Fang Chen's arm, not daring to look. 6 million bugs, that scene, afraid but all have some intensive phobia of people directly have to give scared to death. Even Fang Chen, who didn't have a dense phobia, was about to be scared out of his dense phobia. He finally somewhat understood the bosses that he had killed in seconds, and didn't blame them for being weak. It's really too perverse for his own good. Fang Chen was anxious and was thinking about how to deal with it. Those bug armies, however, had already begun to converge on each other. Like a torrent merging into a river and a sea, a large sea of insects swept over towards them. Jiang Shui pulled Fang Chen and said, "Fang Chen, are we going to die? Don't be ridiculous, I'll be in front of you even if I die." Fang Chen said. At the moment he was somewhat helpless. Although his own bugs and no sea of bugs hadn't touched each other yet, this was like a mantis, and I'm afraid that he couldn't even make the sea of bugs crouch for a second. 60,000 is a pittance in front of 6 million. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Jiang Yixue's heart was also completely cold. With her head still buried in Fang Chen's arm, she said, "If you die in this place, even if you have a resurrection crystal on you, it's useless. No one can even bring our resurrection crystals out. Looks like it's really hopeless. Since we're all going to die," said Jiang Yixue with a clench of her teeth. "I like you. You're so handsome and strong, I really like you. There are so many people at Zhongbei University, and there's no one I can even look at. But you're different, you give me a very different feeling. If it wasn't for the fact that Mukyu likes you too, I'd really pursue you. My god, I can't believe I'm saying this." Jiang Yixue couldn't believe it herself when she finished speaking. She was usually very high-strung, as evidenced by Li Yuan pursuing her earlier. But now she had said something like that. Fang Chen was speechless. What the hell is going on in your female brains? It's ing dying and you say you like me? What are you doing? If you're going to die anyway, why don't you let me have you? You two are great, one of you teasing the monkey off your back and then saying I'm not 18 yet. One is dying, tell me like me. I say, next time you have a thought like that, can you say it in bed? Jiang Yixue smiled and hammered Fang Chen, saying, "The wood language sure says it all, pervert." Fang Chen was speechless. Where is a man's color? A man's true colors, don't you know? Besides, am I not right? What's the point of you telling me now? There's not enough time to take off your pants. I keep repeating to you guys over and over again that I'm the scumbag who doesn't initiate, doesn't reject, and doesn't take responsibility. But you guys still keep trying to like me, am I wrong? Not getting into bed for. Ah shucks, a relationship that doesn't end in marriage is just hooliganism. Do you think you guys are being hooligans? Jiang Yixue was too lazy to listen to this crooked reasoning of Fang Chen and said, "I'm just expressing my thoughts, plus wondering if you like me." Fang Chen said, "It's ing dying, does it help even if I say I like it? So do you like it or not? At least let me die too." Jiang Yixue pursued. It's true that this man and woman think differently before they die. Fang Chen lazily dealt with her casually. Love it, I love everyone I see, as long as it's not a guy. I say, Missy, stop bolting, those bugs are coming. Fang Chen said. Jiang Yixue turned her head, and sure enough, she saw that the army of bugs had gotten closer and closer. It was already close to the 60,000 bugs Fang Chen had released. Jiang Yixue's eyesight was so good that she could even begin to see the fluff on those insect hordes. She unconsciously grabbed Fang Chen's arm. The hearts have felt cold. However, just as Fang Chen was also helpless, thinking about what else he could do before he died, in order to count the trip to this world as not in vain. Suddenly the two men froze. Surprisingly, they saw that the army of bugs had actually stopped. Even the hundreds of doppelgangers following behind unexpectedly stopped. Both of them were a bit dumbfounded by this scene. But following that, they saw that those bug armies in hundreds of silhouettes unexpectedly shattered instantly like puzzle pieces. Also shattered was the darkness around them. A burning sensation struck again. The two men looked on in shock as the lava landscape reappeared around them. There was even scorching lava tumbling about. And surprisingly, the scene in the darkness in front of him all crumbled in an instant. Willow Z hid to the side to see what was going on. That dark cat demon was originally squatting on the ground, but in an instant its two eyes, which were like black crystals, directly burst open. In the next moment, the dark cat demon directly collapsed to the ground, dead. Lu Zi looked dumbfounded as well, having no idea what was going on. But then she saw that Fong Chen and Jiang Yishua had appeared. Apparently the dark cat demon's secret realm had been destroyed. Along with it, it died. What the hell is going on here? Lu Zi was puzzled in her mind. Fong Chen and Jiang Yishua familiarized themselves with their surroundings, and then they also saw the dark cat demon that had fallen to the ground. Seeing that this guy was already dead, Jiang Yishua was instantly excited and directly bailed out Fong Chen. "We don't have to die, we don't have to die." Fong Chen felt the softness in his arms and was a little embarrassed and busy. "Even if you don't have to, you don't have to be so excited. Also remember, next time you say you like me, find a comfortable place to say it, like a tavern hotel or something like that, and I'm all for honoring your spunk. It's too insincere to say it in this place." Jiang Yishua's pretty face turned red when she heard this, and hammered Fong Chen, then digressed. "How did this cat demon suddenly die? And the eyeballs are bursting open." Fong Chen checked and found that there were no external injuries on this cat demon and said, "Oh, it's nothing, it's probably a CPU burn. It deserves it. 6 million bugs dare to play, really think bugs don't take up memory." Chapter 103 Lord's Rage, Lu Zi's Sneak Attack. "What do you mean the CPU is fried?" Jiang Yishua was puzzled. Fong Chen explained. "This cat demon is weaving the object of its attack based on fragments of each person's memory. It has intellectual proficiency, and I'm afraid that this spiritual power is not trivial. But again, it was very consuming of mental energy to create these attack objects. Those densely packed Lord class bosses were obviously just a struggle, but it carried it hard. When it came to his own alter ego, however, trouble came. 100 of his own bilocations had split as many as 6 million bugs. What kind of concept is that? 6 million bugs are okay when they're far away. But once you get closer, you have to strive for realism and the fluff on each bug. That would naturally be a much greater drain on mental energy. This dark cat demon is no wonder that its own strength is not strong, with less blood and low defense, yet it is still rated as a Lord-level boss. This ability is very strong indeed. But there's a limit to how strong you can be. This dark cat demon obviously didn't expect to split over 60,000 bugs all by himself. As a result, it didn't know the depths of itself and played itself to death. It's not the end of the line if you can't keep your mental strength up. Jiang Yishue also felt funny when she heard Fong Chen's explanation. It was surprising that this dark cat demon had died like this. "I'm afraid no one will reply if I tell them." The dark cat demon wasn't directly beheaded by Fong Chen, so he didn't get anything either. Not even the progress of the transfer quest has changed. Fong Chen looked around and saw that there were no other lord bosses, so he greeted Jiang Yishue and prepared to leave to go and hurry up to find the boss and go back immediately after completing the transfer quest. The monsters in the middle of the fourth layer of this abyss were really quite powerful. I'm afraid that staying longer is also one more danger. However, just as the two were about to leave, suddenly the entire ground within the fourth layer of the abyss unexpectedly trembled violently. At the same time, an incomparably loud roaring sound unexpectedly came from all directions. This time the distance seemed to be close enough for them to hear it, and the sound was downright regal and disturbing to the core. Jiang Yishue's face changed drastically as she busied herself. "It's the roar of the demon lord, why did it startle it again?" Fong Chen was also puzzled. This time he did not sacrifice his slayer wings, so it was reasonable that it wouldn't cause such a big commotion. Just how did they know that this dark cat demon was sent by the demon lord? They had indirectly gotten him killed, and the demon lord was naturally furious. "Hurry up!" Jiang Yishue reminded. Fong Chen, on the other hand, frowned. "Where to go? Even though we know the general route, if we just leave like this, wouldn't I have come for nothing? Wait and see, we'll leave after completing the transfer quest." Jiang Yishue nodded her head. "That's all that's left for now. It was thought that the demon lord would not come over personally. After all, the two of them had limited strength. It's not like it's an 8 or 9 turn big brother, so there's no need for the demon lord to come over personally. Of course, if a big brother of 8 or 9 revolutions really came, this demon lord would naturally not dare to come out. Especially the 9-turned bigot. 8 turns maybe it dares to come out for a spin. The venerable slayer that he fought with in a bloodbath back then, and who ended up in the same place, was at the 8th turn of strength. I just don't know how this demon lord's strength has recovered after being reborn after so many years. I wonder if it has also returned to the 8th turn level. As Fang Chen was thinking, he suddenly heard rumbling around him. With the goods, a huge thing surprisingly emerged from the surrounding lava and passages. That was clearly none other than a head lord level boss. As Fang Chen looked, he found the familiar fire pattern crocodile, as well as the lava bone dragon, and even some that were never before seen lord level bosses. At a cursory glance, there had to be 7 or 8 of them. These lord class bosses seemed to have been summoned by the demon lord, and actually surrounded towards the two. 7 or 8 of them could be a bit much. This was a real lord level boss, not those phantoms made by the cat demon. They are completely immune to virulent poisons. Fang Chen would naturally be able to deal with it if he used divine insect fusion. But if that happened, Zhang Yishua's situation would be dangerous. As the saying goes, it's hard to resist 4 hands with 2 fists. It's impossible for Fang Chen to deal with so many at the same time. Once he misses 1 or 2, Zhang Yishua's situation will be troublesome. One must know that on a normal day, with Zhang Yishua's strength, if one were to form a team. Instead, you could hunt a lord class boss and spend some time to decimate it. But now she was left to deal with it alone, and that obviously couldn't be done. Hide in the back. Fang Chen reminded, and at the same time, with a wave of his palm, the nano-venomous insects and the fire-stinging insect emperor immediately surged out. In today's situation, he could only spell out the loss of some bugs to decapitate these lord-class bosses as quickly as possible. While the bugs will be lost a bit, it's a straightforward way to complete the transfer quest. Then it's good to just run away. If we continue to stay here, we don't know what else we'll run into. And Lu Zi, who was hiding on the sidelines, was originally watching the fun. But when she saw the tens of thousands of bugs Fang Chen had released, her entire face changed. First, he was shocked, then it turned into horror, and in the end, he revealed a look of ecstasy instead. So many bugs, and they're even mythical bugs like nanotoxins. What the hell is this, kid? The nanotoxins aren't this numerous even in colony numbers. And that red bug, it's actually an alpha-level yellow fire sting bug. I remember that this kind of bug is clearly a commander-level blue. Could it be that this kid has cultivated the fire spike bug to evolve? And tens of thousands of them at once? There was fire in Lu Zi's eyes. It wasn't that she coveted the bugs, in fact, she was a charmed potioneer and couldn't use them at all. He was eyeing the fact that if he were to hand over this person Fang Chen to Zhang Poison, then River Poison would certainly give her a great deal of credit. It might even take her relationship with River Poison a step further. It's a bummer to say the least. This Lu Zi was indeed Zhang Poison's woman, and it was also Zhang Poison's only woman. But the truth was, Zhang Poison didn't take her seriously at all. Back then, she was able to get the River Poison, completely by using some means. Afterwards, Zhang Poison did not kill her, but instead asked her to work for him. It's just that Lu Zi isn't satisfied with this kind of treatment, and is hell-bent on truly becoming Zhang Poison's woman and making him look at her squarely. However, Lu Zi's talent was indeed average, and there was no way to compare it to Zhang Poison, so she had not done it so far. Instead, the strength between the two also grew. Seeing the strength that Fang Chen had displayed, Lu Zi moved to have crooked thoughts. In the few moments she pondered this, the nano-venomous bugs and the fire-stinging bug emperor also showed their killing power. Though 2 types of bugs facing 7 or 8 lord bosses lost quite a bit. But they also do horrible damage. In this short period of time, it had arrived down to 3 lord-class bosses. Things exploded all over the place, and Fang Chen didn't even bother picking them up. Seeing this situation, Lu Zi also knew that if she didn't do anything, she would have no chance at all when the few remaining ones died as well. These bugs of Fang Chen's were too powerful, even though she had the strength of a 7th turn. Kagome herself is not good at straight-up combat, and is more likely to respond to her enemies with charm spells and potions. And the dark cat demon had the cat demon's eyes, all of which had yet to be gotten killed. It also made her less confident in her charm skills for a while. The cat demon's eyes ability was also an illusion, and this charm technique of his was not as good as the cat demon's eye. Only she didn't realize that the dark cat demon had played itself to death. If Lu Zi really used the charm technique, it was actually still possible to succeed. Thinking that, Lu Zi flipped her hand and took out a blue bottle. The bottle was then thrown out. The bottle crashed into the rock wall, and a large blue smoke instantly rose up and drifted towards those bug armies of Feng Chen. Chapter 104, Mission accomplished, Lu Zi appears. 8. 9. 10. Feng Chen eyed his transfer quest. Finally, when the nano-venomous insects and the fire-stinging insect emperor had each lost almost 5,000 of them, his transfer mission was finally complete. Although the number of losses was a bit large, it was good that his transfer quest was completed, and all he needed to do was go out and submit the quest, and this fourth turn would be over. Go! Once the mission was completed, Feng Chen greeted Zhang Yixue and prepared to leave. At the same time, he waved his hand and collected all the items dropped by the boss. However, just as he was about to gather up the army of bugs and drive away, Zhang Yixue shouted, "What's that over there?" Feng Chen was busy looking over, and immediately saw a large blue mist floating over. And it had already enveloped towards the nanotoxins and the other few Lord class bosses that were entangled in the fight. As soon as the poisonous mist came into contact with the nano-venomous bug, Feng Chen heard a system beep. Ding! The nanotoxin under your control has gained a state of confusion, its attacks are chaotic. Ding! You control the nanotoxins. Listening to the sound, Feng Chen instantly saw that the 1,000 or so nano-venomous insects in that area had actually begun to attack each other. Over 500 were lost in a matter of moments. And the blue mist was surprisingly spreading. Feng Chen was shocked in his heart, busy waving his hand to collect the remaining nano-venomous insects and fire-stinging insect emperor. At the same time, the two of them were shocked to see that the few remaining Lord class bosses in the distance had actually begun to fight within themselves. They were all very strong, and one of them was decimated in a matter of moments. Since it wasn't Feng Chen who had killed them, they didn't explode anything. Naturally, no experience was gained. Zhang Yixue asked busily, "What's the situation?" "Those blue fumes have a chaotic state, don't touch them," Feng Chen reminded, taking Zhang Yixue a few steps back. Seeing this, Zhang Yixue was busy exercising her astrological art, which actually formed a strong wind that blew those blue mists away. "Move!" Zhang Yixue greeted. Feng Chen nodded and didn't delay, pulling Zhang Yixue to leave. Lu Zi, who was behind the rock wall, frowned slightly when she saw this scene. Quite alert. The Slayer wings should be on both of them. Thinking about it, Lu Zi clenched her teeth and actually rushed directly out of the rock wall, right in front of the direction the two people left. Seeing that a person had suddenly appeared, the two Feng Chen were also startled. "Who are you? How come there are other professionals on this fourth floor?" Feng Chen's last question was asked by looking at Zhang Yixue. Zhang Yixue shook her head to indicate that she didn't know either. But when she saw Willow Zi, she reacted instantly. "She's not a professional, she's the anti-league, Willow Zi. I've seen her portrait before, and back then she claimed to be Zhang Poison's woman and made a big fuss." Feng Chen sniffed and frowned slightly. He hadn't heard of Lu Zi, but the name of Zhang Poison, when he was far away in Longhua City, he had heard Su Muni talk about it. Su Muyue's mother would become a vegetable, and it was all done by Zhang Poison. I didn't expect this Lu Zi to be Zhang Poison's woman. And it's still the anti-confederacy. Didn't you say that outsiders can't enter this abyss? Zhang Yixue could see Feng Chen's mind and was busy explaining. Many of the formations in the abyssal lands are forbidden and can only hold back professionals. Most people within the anti-union can't get in either, but a very few are allowed in. Those people sold their souls to the demons within the abyss, essentially they are no longer considered human. That's why the formation can't stop them either, but these people are few in number and they're all very strong. Lu Zi's strength is definitely not up to this kind of requirement. Feng Chen frowned, that meant that this Lu Zi might have been brought in by some other strong person. And it could have been in this abyss for years. Lu Zi looked at the two and laughed. I didn't realize that my old lady's reputation is so great even within your alliance. It's a pity that you think you're in control of the abyss, when in fact you know nothing about it. Since you're here today, don't go out. With you? I'm afraid you can't keep me yet. Feng Chen said in a cold voice. Willow Zi smiled at her words. Then you can try. After saying that, Lu Zi flung her palm and instantly threw out several bottles. Feng Chen and the two of them were busy retreating back when they saw this, thinking that the blue mist from before was what she had created. And just as Fong Chan and the two of them retreated, another series of loud sounds came from the lava and passageway in the distance. It seemed like another Lord-class boss was coming. The Demon Lord even came back at this time to intervene. Rao Fong Chen's strength was excellent, but when facing a poison expert like Lu Zi, he was not only somewhat unable to exert himself. He was busy saying to Jiang Yixue, "You go first. Go out and find your father. There are anti-alliance people in this abyss, it's something big. The message has to get out." "What about you?" Jiang Yixue asked. She really didn't feel comfortable leaving Fong Chen behind. Fong Chen said, "You go out first, later on the Lord-level boss together. I can't deal with the monsters and Lu Zi at the same time, also have to protect you. That Willow Z's blue smoke sky-kicked my bugs, and I'm afraid it's God's will that you came in here this time. It's for you to go out and report." Jiang Yixue clenched her teeth and stopped talking nonsense, turned around and ran in the direction she came from. Lu Zi smiled at Fong Chen when she saw this. "Still dare to separate, then I'll be rude." After saying that, Lu Zi actually turned around and rushed towards Jiang Yixue's side. Seeing this, Fong Chen directly cast his Slayer wings to block her. However, Lu Zi was smoothly flinging out another bottle. Seeing this, Fong Chen kicked the bottle and crashed it into the rock wall, followed by a large cloud of gray smoke from the bottle. Fong Chen was about to continue going after Lu Zi. Suddenly it felt like his speed had unexpectedly slowed down by a large margin. Looking down, he could see that his shoes were actually stained with some gray smoke. This old woman is despicable. Fong Chen couldn't help but curse the joy out of the bottle, which should have had its cork unscrewed when it was flung out. He's been tricked himself. Looking above his head, Fong Chen saw a negative status. Mud Swamp, hit by Mud Swamp, slow down 70 for 30 seconds. Although the time is short, only 30 seconds, but this 30 seconds again at this time, but the impact is too big. Where was Jiang Yixue's speed compared to Lu Zi's? Liu Zi caught up with her almost instantly. And the strength wasn't even a match for Lu Zi. A wisp of smoke from Lu Zi drifted past Jiang Yixue, and the next moment Jiang Yixue's entire body couldn't transfer its entire strength. Lu Zi took out the rope and tied Jiang Yixue up 5 times, then looked at Fong Chen and said, "I wouldn't dare to be tough with your strength, little handsome. I don't think you'll be leaving straight away after capturing her though. If you just leave, that's fine. I'll offer her up to the rest of the anti-alliance and think I can get a favor. But I'm going back to the 5th floor now, so you'll have to hurry over if you want to save someone." After saying that, Lu Zi carried Jiang Yixue towards the entrance of the 5th floor and flew over. At this moment, the quagmire state on Fong Chen's body had disappeared. The Slayer wings instantly activated, and Fong Chen instantly chased after them. However, he had just chased him to the entrance of the 5th floor when suddenly a black light instantly coalesced in front of him. At the same time, a system voice rang in his ears. "Ding! Due to the fact that a professional has angered the Demon Lord's projection is about to approach the 4th level of the abyss. Please go ahead and kill the professionals as soon as possible." Hearing this voice, Fong Chen's heart sank. What he lacked the most right now was time, and he didn't expect the Demon Lords to come out of the woodwork at this time. It is simply a case of the house leaking and the ship being late in meeting the headwind. Bad luck ing opens the door to bad luck, bad luck. Chapter 105, 1 second kill. Ascending the Demon Hunter ranking. Ding! Due to the fact that a professional has angered the Demon Lord's projection is about to approach the 4th level of the abyss. Please go ahead and kill the professionals as soon as possible. The system's voice didn't just ring in Fong Chen's ears, it also rang out within Abyss Town. Hearing this voice, the professions of Abyss Town were stunned. "Oh Demon Lord, the Demon Lord has released a projection? Who the hell is this? How dare you mess with the Demon Lord? Is it a 9-turned bigot? Holy, Abyss Town has come to the 9th Revolution's big brother? I don't know, but who dares to mess with the Demon Lords besides the 9 turns big brother? I haven't heard of it, and there are still professions practicing on the 1st and 2nd levels of the Abyss. If the Abyssal Lords were purged, they would have been notified in advance. My God, my brother is still in the 2nd level of the Abyss, I have to hurry and find him. Yeah, I have to go to my girlfriend too. I've been dumped, I don't have a girlfriend anymore." At the garrison station, when Bei Jiangnan and tutor Qianhe heard the voice, they were also taken aback. Jiang Beinan's heart immediately worried about his daughter's safety. But as the city lord, he quickly reacted and was busy shouting, "Lu Feng! Subordinate! Immediately go and disperse the professionals on the first and second levels of the abyss and make them all come out. I'm afraid that the demon lord's projection has appeared, and I'm afraid that it will kill it straight out. Xianhai, you follow me over. I'll notify the Eastern Region General to come over as soon as possible. With that, Bei Jiangnan took out his transmitter and prepared to notify his top boss, the East Domain General, to come over for reinforcements. Bei Jiangnan was only at the 8th turn of strength, although he could also fight with the demon lord. However, it was very rare for this projection to be decapitated. Taking a step back, even if he did succeed, what if the demon lords were to come out of their true form? He alone asked himself that he was not quite able to be in a position to decapitate the demon lord himself. Bei Jiangnan was a magical instructor with a strong attack, but if the demon lord didn't have a berserker to pull the hatred, he simply couldn't be decapitated in a short period of time. Once the demon lords rushed into the abyss town, it would be a life-threatening wail. It all happened in a flash. Before Lu Feng could take anyone out, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The demon lord projection will appear in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Listening to the voice, Lu Feng also froze in place. I am afraid that this time is not quite enough anymore. And what they don't know at the moment is this. Fang Chen stood in front of the entrance to the 5th level of the abyss. Looking at this sudden roadblock. With both anxiety and anger in his heart, he directly exerted his divine insect fusion talent. Gorgeous attributes spread all over his body, and in the next moment he directly cast Slayer Wings. Towards the demon lord projection that had just appeared and had yet to react, he directly threw a punch. The next moment a striking damage value popped up. 190 million. At the same time Fang Chen heard a series of system voices ringing out. At the same time several rays of light appeared around them. Something seems to have popped. Ding! The demon lord projection has been decimated. Please continue your efforts, professionals. Ding! The professional who killed the demon lord's projection is, I have a girlfriend, time 1 second. Ding! Congratulations on killing the demon lord's projection. You have been automatically recorded by the Dragon Kingdom Demon Hunting List and are temporarily ranked 10th on the Demon Hunting Land List. Ding! Congratulations on killing the demon lord's projection, obtaining 500,000 merit value, and automatically receiving the reward for the 10th place on the Demon Hunting List Earth ranking, obtaining 500,000 merit value. Ding! Congratulations on reaching the 2-star commander stage in your merit value. Demon Hunters List, what's that? Fang Chen felt puzzled as he listened to the voice in his head. But without much thought, he immediately rushed in at the 5th level of the abyss. Lu Zi, who was standing on the 5th floor at the moment, also heard the sound of the system broadcast and turned pale with fright. What kind of concept was it to have decapitated the demon lord's projection in 1 second? If this attack landed on herself, I'm afraid Lu Zi would have enough to die dozens of times. How could this kid be so powerful? No, if he came to the 5th floor, then my demon lord's egg. Lu Zi suddenly thought of more serious consequences, and carrying Jiang Yixue, she rushed back towards where the demon lord was. Fang Chen also chased in at this moment, following close behind. However, what he didn't know was that at this moment, the Abyss Town outside had already exploded. In front of a store in Abyss Town, Lei Yang and Zhang Dong had just sat down. Brother Yang, this Abyss Town is just awesome. I didn't expect to hear the Demon Lord projection descend just as we came over. There sure are a lot of big shots in this place. Zhang Dong laughed. Lei Yang nodded. Chairman, shoot, we've come to deliver supplies to the guild store. Finally, we've come to see this outside world. Did you see that? Any random person on the street is a 3-turn, 4-turn big shot. We really can't compare with Longhua City. Yes, I don't know who this big guy who has messed with the Demon Lord is, but I've heard that the Demon Lord is one of the top big bosses in the neighborhood of Jiangbei City, and this big guy is too fierce. The two were talking when they suddenly heard the system's announcement. Ding! The Demon Lord projection has been decimated. Please continue your efforts, professionals. Ding! The professional who killed the Demon Lord's projection is, I have a girlfriend, time 1 second. Hearing that voice, the two were instantly petrified. Brother Yang, did you hear that? I have a girlfriend. It's Fang Chen, it's that kid Fang Chen. I'm not deaf, is this kid Fang Chen a human or a ghost? Decapitated Demon Lord projection in 1 second, for God's sake. Lei Yang's face was so pale that he couldn't even speak. Brother Yang, let's go join him, this kid is too fierce. Zhang Dong couldn't help but say. Lei Yang then said. Elope your ass, we don't even have a third turn right now, can people want it if we elope? And I even tried to steal Sumuti from him before, hee. Really blinded me. Many of the professionals around them were going crazy at the moment. One by one, they rushed out into the street and talked. Who the hell is this? I have a girlfriend. So powerful? I'd like to know who it is too, this is too fierce. Is there any big brother who knows his real identity? I'll pay 10,000 dragon coins to kneel and beg. I'll give you $1 million. Lei Yang and Zhang Dong heard the commotion and busily stood up. I know, he's Fang Chen. Yeah, he's Fang Chen. However, the people around them were so excited that no one was even listening to them. Or Zhang Dong's brain is alive, busy pulling Lei Yang road. Brother Yang, let's go to the Abyss Town forum and post, we can set up a charge to read. We know it's Fang Chen, we can definitely make a ton of money by sending out this message. Yeah. Lei Yang suddenly realized that he was busy pulling Zhang Dong to run to the professionals forum to post. I have a girlfriend, real identity revelation, absolutely real. Tip, this post is a paid reading, each time you need 10,000 dragon coins. The post was quickly sent out, and just a minute later, it was bumped up to number 1. Readers are not counted. And at the moment at the garrison station, Bei Jiangnan and Tutor Qianhe also looked at each other. Both of them were a bit confused, they never dreamed that Fang Chen would be able to kill the Demon Lord's projection in a second. If this matter was known to the slaying Exalted One back then, he would probably have to sweat to death. At this moment, it was possible that Venerable Slayer was crawling out of his coffin to pay homage to the young man who was fiercer than himself. He killed the Demon Lord projection, he's definitely on the demon hunting list. Tutor Chiho shouted. North Jiangnan froze and also reacted, busy opening the demon hunting list to check. Sure enough, he saw Fang Chen's name on the Demon Hunter ranking Earth list. Demon Hunters list. 10th place, I have a girlfriend, killed the Demon Lord's projection in Jiangbei City in 1 second. Chapter 106, General Qin Dong, delete the post and arrest him. Since the game descended into reality, the landscape of the Dragon Kingdom has changed. To summarize briefly, there are 4 major frontiers in the southeast, northwest, and north. Jiangbei City belongs to the East region, just within the East region similar to the Jiangbei City such places are more than a dozen, it can be said that there are more than a dozen provinces within a domain. And Jiangbei City was almost considered the bottom of the pile among them, because of its few resources and small number of talents, it was almost a transparent existence within the entire eastern region. At this moment within the East Castle of the East Domain, the general of the eastern region, who was in charge of the entire eastern region, was sitting at his desk checking out the defense rundown of the garrison's deployment in the last few days. Qin Dong, a genuine 9th turn assassination swordsman, level 270. Although level 270 had just crossed the threshold of the 9th turn, level 269 could receive the 9th turn quest, this strength had already belonged to the first echelon of existence in the entire Dragon Kingdom. There was a default rule in the Dragon Kingdom that the generals of the 4 major frontiers, by default, did not choose professionals such as mages, summoners and imperial beastmasters, as well as astrologers. Why is that? Mainly because these few professionals were too weak to carry assassinations. Although to be able to make it as a general of a region, they were all bound to be very strong, and there was naturally no shortage of experts around them. But high positions of authority naturally have great responsibilities, so they often have to go out to deal with some very troublesome things. And as they stood tall, the probability of being targeted by the enemy was also high, so the generals of these 4 major frontiers usually had swordsmen and berserkers as their generals. Rarely will there be a profession such as a mage. Of course, it was said that the Lord of the Alliance that stood at the peak of the Dragon Kingdom was a demon master, but people were super strong. Moreover, it belongs to the existence of the sitting level of the Dragon Kingdom, and it doesn't need to go out often on weekdays, so it's safe. Bei Jiangnan is a magical instructor, but Jiangbei City doesn't have much of a reputation, plus there aren't that many occupational requirements for the city lord, so naturally it's relatively lax. General, there has just been a change in the ranking of the Demon Hunter ranking Earth ranking, and it is suspected that a new God General's seat has appeared. Suddenly a subordinate came to report. Qin Dong did not even raise his head when he sniffed, signaling his subordinate to continue. The subordinate was busy. A newcomer has just appeared on the Demon Hunter ranking, using the pseudonym I have a girlfriend, and has jumped into the 10th place on the Demon Hunter ranking. Location coordinates from Abyss Town, Jiangbei City. Got it, file away. Qin Dong said indifferently. This kind of thing might have surprised him a few years ago. But in the last few years, the Dragon Kingdom's demons had emerged frequently, and new faces appeared on the Demon Hunter ranking Earth ranking every few months. Especially at the time of the annual university enrollment, the update rate of the Demon Hunter ranking Earth ranking would also be more frequent, so he didn't put it on his mind. The Dragon Kingdom appeared more and more Divine General seeds, but the ones that really grew up were almost none, and over time it naturally didn't pay as much attention to them as it did before. But my lord, he was 10th. It's never been on the list before. The subordinate was busy reminding. Shin Dong frowned at his words. Is there anything strange about the 10th place? This Earth list generally refers to the Lord's projections of the abyssal lands. Why are you so surprised when even my honor doesn't count? The subordinate was busy saying. Adults counting sins, it's really because this person's battle records are too heavenly. If it weren't for the low level of the Abyss Town's Lord projection, I'm afraid he would have directly topped the top of the Earth ranking. Oh? How long did it take? Shin Dong came to ask with interest. 1 second. The subordinate was busy. Shin Dong froze at his words. What did you say? 1 second? You're not mistaken? I remember that the Abyssal Demon Lord near Jiangbei City is. A professional who can kill his projection in 1 second must at least reach turn 8. And to attack the moment the projection descends and kill it in one move. Is this person a tutor from North Jiangnan University? How can such high-strength North Jiangnan let him in? The subordinate was busy. Your Excellency is not a tutor, I've checked. This person is a freshman in the current enrollment of Jiangbei University. The current strength is only 3 turns and 119 levels. What did you say? Shin Dong stood up when he heard this. Turning 3 at level 119 and killing a demon lord's projection in 1 second? The subordinate was busy. Definitely no mistake, my lord. Should we contact the North Jiangnan City Lord to inquire about the situation? Shin Dong shook his head. No need for now, there's a loophole in this demon lord's mechanism. Although it's shocking that this person's third turn strength can cut down a projection, his own strength isn't necessarily truly terrifying. If he happens to be able to restrain the demon lord's extreme, which he could do, I'm afraid he's a hidden professional. When I'm done with what I have in hand, I'll personally ask Bei Jiangnan. Then, my lord, is this matter still to be reported? The subordinate asked. Shin Dong thought for a moment. Make a note to report it in the normal process. This kind of thing happens occasionally. There's no need to be too nervous until it's thoroughly investigated. Yes. The subordinate led the order and then left. 3 turns to decapitate a demon lord's projection. Could he be a speed professional? At this level of strength, I'm afraid that if you want to cut down a projection in a second, only hidden professionals with strangely high speeds will be able to do it. Interesting. Turn around and keep an eye on this person. Shin Dong stopped thinking about it with a smile and continued to deal with the matter at hand. Abyss Town Guard Garrison. Bei Jiangnan looked at Shinha and said. I remember that this kid Fong Chen's speed is pretty average, right? Even though the Slayer wings have an accelerating effect, they definitely can't compare to the speed of the Lord's projection. He was able to decimate in 1 second, so it seems I still don't know enough about his combat prowess. Tutor Chiho laughed. I'm also quite surprised. If he made a move to kill the projection the moment it descended, that's a possibility. But if we're talking about him confronting the projection head-on, I don't believe that he'll be able to decimate the projection. This demon lord is unknown to others, but you yourself, City Lord, know best that its strongest point is its speed. Otherwise, with its strength of a mere 160 level 5 turns, how could it wear out the 8th turn killing Venerable alive? Bei Jiangnan nodded. This demon lord's situation was best known to him in the entire Jiangbei city. The demon lord itself wasn't very strong, but it was strangely fast. Not even an 8th turn slaying exalt could compare. Venerable Slayer specialized in the way of killing, and his attacks were incomparably powerful. The slaughter that swept through the land of the abyss back then could be said to be out of this world. Yet in the end, he fell to a level 160 demon lord, which was sad to say the least. The demon lord's speed was too restraining for the slaying exalted one, making it impossible for him to touch himself. In the end, the slaying exalted one put his life on the line before he died with the demon lord. It's just a shame that the demon lords are immortal within the abyss, and eventually come back to life with the help of lava. But Venerable Slayer was gone forever. The incident caused quite a stir at the time. At that time, many people thought that the slaying exalted one would kill through the abyssal land. I didn't think it would turn out this way. Fang Chen has so many secrets on him, worthy of being a divine general's heir. It's only the third turn of strength, but even I can't see through it. I'm afraid it won't be more than a few days before General Qin Dong has to find me. This secrecy measure has to be done properly. It's better for Fang Chen's information not to be exposed before General Qin Dong finds it. As Bei Jiangnan was thinking, suddenly Lu Feng was running over. My lord, it's bad. Someone has posted in the Abyss Town forum and published Fang Chen's true information. Over 10 million readers already. What did you say? Who did this? Bei Jiangnan's face sank. His own side was just about to do confidentiality measures. How come it was exposed over there? It's someone from Longhua City, claiming to be Fang Chen's high school classmate. I've sent for the man. What's to be done with him? Lu Feng said. Bei Jiangnan said thoughtfully. First detain it, wait for Fang Chen to come out and ask about the situation. If it's his classmate, we can't do anything directly. Also delete the post and don't respond. Yes. Lu Feng led the order to go and deal with it immediately. Chapter 107 Lord Destroying Eggs, Lu Zi's Rage. The reason for not responding is that Bei Jiangnan is also afraid of further fermentation. Going cold turkey might keep the repercussions of this post from growing any further. And while Lei Yang and Zheng Dong were sitting on the ground counting their money, seeing a large group of guardsmen come out first and directly tie them up without saying a word, both of them were dumbfounded. We're just telling the truth, is that a crime? I say, what can't we say about Fang Chen's identity? We really are classmates with him. Big brother, you have to believe us. I even chased the same girl as Fang Chen back then. Just you are still classmates with Fang Chen? And chasing the same girl? Then don't think about it, you've definitely lost. The guards who were holding Lei Yang laughed. Lei Yang sniffed. Nonsense, surely I lost. Big brother, I am so miserable. Just tell us how we provoke you? Why do you want to arrest us? You've been stealing girlfriends from Fang Chen, do you think you should be arrested? Lei Yang was dumbfounded at his words. Failed to also catch I trampled the horse, did not succeed. Big brother. If I had succeeded, you wouldn't have just killed me. The guard sniffed but laughed. That's where you're wrong. If you had succeeded, it would be Fang Chen we'd be capturing at this moment. Lei Yang stiffened at his words. What this guard said seemed to make sense. If he succeeded, it would mean that he was better than Fang Chen, and then he would be the one who was getting all the attention at the moment. Then Fang Chen became what he is now. Big brother, you speak with great skill. Lei Yang couldn't help but say. The elder brother of the guards said. I just said it off the top of my head. You really have the guts to think about it. The problem is that you didn't make it either. Don't talk nonsense, let's go. This episode was naturally unknown to Fang Chen, and he didn't even know because he had killed the Demon Lord projection in 1 second. It's blowing up outside at the moment. The 5th level of the abyss. As soon as Fang Chen entered, he saw that this place was filled with lava. There are simply very few places to land. Moreover, the entire 5th floor was surprisingly a large space within it, with the only exception of a huge cave in front of it. It's also full of lava. Beyond that, there is not a single fork in the road. Lu Zi had already rushed into the cave at this moment carrying Zhang Yixue. Fang Chen didn't dare to slow down and kept using his slayer wings to chase after him. As soon as he entered the cave, he realized that it was actually a space roughly half the size of a soccer field. It's a dead end, with rock walls on 3 sides and only this one exit behind it. And on the mountain wall on the side of this cave, there was actually a red formation that was as red as an egg shape. The formation was roughly 3 or 4 meters in diameter, and there was actually a person standing inside at the moment. The man was continuously tapping on the formation in an attempt to get Fang Chen's attention. Fang Chen's heart was shocked after just one look. Li Jian. Why is he here? Seeing the pale Li Jian in the red formation, Fang Chen instantly reflected. He's been captured here, and thankfully he's still alive. But when was he brought in? Li Jian was trapped within the formation and couldn't get out, so Fang Chen couldn't care less about him at the moment. Only Lu Zi was lying on the rock wall below the formation, and Zhang Yixue on her shoulder had already woken up, but unfortunately, her whole body's power was blocked and could not be used. Plus it was impossible to break free from the rope. Lu Zi sneered when she saw Fang Chen follow her in, with those slayer wings on her back covers. A newborn calf, and you dare to come in with wings? Just looking for death. Fang Chen's brows frowned slightly at his words, and he also realized that something was wrong. Ever since the moment he entered this cave, the lava on the ground seemed like it had exploded and kept tumbling. It's like something's about to crawl out of it. Fang Chen didn't care to think about it and rushed towards Lu Zi. Seeing this, Lu Zi actually directly dodged into the red formation with a flash, while flinging out several bottles at the same time. Fang Chen didn't dare to approach when he saw those bottles crashing into the rock wall, and for a while, poisonous mist of various colors drifted out. Who knows if these poisonous mists will contain strength-sealing powders? Only a few steps back, inciting the Slayer's wings to blow those poisonous mists out along the hole. But with this momentary delay, the lava below was churning even more violently. Soon he saw that something as thick as his arm had popped out from inside the lava. It looked surprisingly like tentacles. The moment the thing appeared, it slapped towards a spot on the rock wall. The next moment Fang Chen was surprised to see that rock wall actually shattered right into pieces, and there was even liquid flowing out of it. Willow Z's eyes instantly reddened as she watched. Eggs. My eggs. The rock wall that the Demon Lord had smashed was clearly the Demon Lord's egg. Willow Z has been squatting here for so many years for this egg. She was prepared to wait until the moment this egg hatched and snatched the larva away. But now the Demon Lord, under extreme anger, even directly smashed the egg. The Demon Lord also seemed to know that its eggs were very precious, now that the enemy had invaded its lair. It's better to be broken than to be broken, so you just shoot your own eggs to express your anger. Fang Chen was also stunned as he watched, not realizing that this Demon Lord was still cultivating his spawn. If I knew that, I should have just grabbed that egg directly. The eggs of a Lord-class boss were worth a fortune. Moreover, the monsters hatched could be sold to other corresponding Imperial Beastmasters, definitely making a huge amount of money in blood. But now it's all too late. Seeing that the poisonous fog in the cave had almost blown out, Fang Chen was ready to go save the people again. However, the furious Lu Zi was looking at Fang Chen and said angrily, "Little scumbag, 3 years of my mother's hard work has been wasted. Today you will die." After saying that, Lu Zi unexpectedly directly sent Jiang Yixue out of the formation and flung her down towards the lava below. Rao Jiang Yixue, who was usually in high spirits, was also stunned at this moment. Surprisingly, he couldn't even scream for a moment, only 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Eyes full of fear. Fang Chen saw that the Demon Lord inside that lava was revealing more tentacles if he delayed. When it came out, where would Jiang Yixue still be alive? In the heat of the moment, not caring about much, the Slayer wings were instantly cast towards Jiang Yixue and he rushed over. Slayer wings that was used by the Slayer Venerable before. This thing is a hate weapon in the middle of the abyss. Not to mention hanging around under the Demon Lord's noses. The closer he got to the lava, the greater the Demon Lord's wrath became. But he still couldn't just ignore it. If Jiang Yixue died, Fang Chen would also blame himself. After all, the decision to let her go back and report was her own. If she had been allowed to follow her all the way, perhaps there would not have been what followed. Let's just say that Li Yuzi is too cunning. One might argue that if she hadn't tagged along, wouldn't there have been so much going on? Fang Chen thought the same thing at first. But as he entered the abyssal years, he realized that Jiang Yixue was still a great help to him. For example, at the Dark Cat Demon, if the ninny wasn't full of herself. It's not like that Dark Cat Demon is going to burn his brains out. Even before, Fang Chen had dealt with several bosses, although he could have solved them himself. But without Jiang Yixue's assistance, along with controlling the entire situation, Fang Chen wouldn't have been so relaxed. So it's not like people can bury their credits. Facts are truthful, and how they should be is how they should be. With the increase in the Slayer's wings, finally Fang Chen saved Jiang Yixue the moment she was about to touch the lava below. However, before Fang Chen could fly into mid-air, underneath the lava, a sharp silver blade instantly poked out and slashed towards Fang Chen. It went straight to Fang Chen's back. Chapter 108. It's bugs. It's bugs. Fang Chen was holding Jiang Yixue with both hands and couldn't free his hands at all. Seeing that the silver blade had already arrived in front of him, Fang Chen simply didn't care. Anyway, he had the divine insect fusion skill. He really didn't believe that this demon lord could stab himself with 1 billion or so blood. Simply expose your backside directly. Meanwhile, prepare for landing. As expected, in the next moment that silver-colored blade instantly split on Fang Chen's back. Only a bang sound was heard, and Fang Chen was shot out like a cannonball. At the same time, a striking damage popped up. 1,000. Looking at the damage, Fang Chen instantly laughed. The defense wasn't even broken. This lord's strength is a bit scummy. However, just as he was thinking about it, Fang Chen suddenly saw that he had actually arrived close to the rock wall. With a sharp turn he slammed himself against the rock wall. Jiang Yishue in his arms was so scared that she shrank in his arms. Luckily Fang Chen turned around and hit the rock wall with his back. If Jiang Yishue were to crash face first into the rock wall, I'm afraid she would be disfigured. It would have been better if I had just crashed and died, but I'm afraid that if I don't die and get disfigured, I won't be able to get married for the rest of my life, and I'll have to rely on myself. You're okay. Jiang Yishue saw that the rope on her body had broken, and she asked, busy shaking off the rope. Fang Chen moved around a bit to show that he was fine. That lord's attack was somehow so low that even my defense didn't break through. No harm done. Jiang Yishue was still uneasy and made Fang Chen come out to look at his back. It was a relief to see that there were no signs of breakage. God Bug Fusion Fang Chen's body was covered by a layer of iron armor ants, and I'm afraid that this 1000 amount of blood didn't even break through the defensive layer formed by the iron armor ants. Just a little pain in the bones all over from being hit. Fang Chen moved around for a bit and was relieved to see that he was indeed fine. He looked to the side at Lu Zi with anger in his eyes. Lu Zi saw Fang Chen unconsciously take a few steps back, her heart filled with horror. How is this kid so strong? This is not even dead. Even though the Demon Lord's attack isn't that high, he only has 3 turns. How is it possible that it only dropped 1,000 blood at once? Lu Zi's heart was filled with shock. Thinking, and Lu Zi looked at Jianli next to them, calculating in her mind whether she should take him as a hostage later. But when he remembered that Fang Chen had not come to Li Jian's rescue in the first place just now. Moreover, the subordinate who grabbed Li Jian over said that Li Jian was practicing alone. It seems that the relationship with Fang Chen is not good, that he is a hostage. I am afraid that Fang Chen will not care about his death at all. Thinking about it, Willow Zi still decided she had to find a way to get out of it herself. Once Fang Chen attacked, I'm afraid that my own formation wouldn't be able to stop him at all. Although Fang Chen wanted to kill Lu Zi directly, at this moment, the Demon Lord had already revealed half of his body in the lava below. And with the other Slayer wings on his back, this Demon Lord was afraid that he would come straight for himself as soon as he came out. Thinking that, Fang Chen placed Jiang Yishue on the rock wall near the exit. Meanwhile, Dao. You first find a way to regain your strength as soon as possible. This Demon Lord's wrath is all on me. I'm afraid that even if we can break out of the cave, we won't be able to run far. In this cave it is good to be able to use the small space to bind it in a bid to kill it. Jiang Yishue nodded at his words. At this moment, she no longer wanted to think about whether Fang Chen was strong enough or not. As long as it's a decision he makes, it's right to support it unconditionally. Fang Chen turned around and saw that the Demon Lord had completely drilled out of the lava. Seeing the Demon Lord's body, Fang Chen couldn't help but suck in cool air. That Demon Lord's body was surprisingly incomparably large. Once it came out, it almost took up half of the cave space. I'm afraid it's hard to turn around in space at this size, which is a good thing for you. He stared at the Demon Lord and soon the information surfaced. Demon Lord Red Plume Worm, Abyssal Demon Class. Grade, Lord Orange. Rank, LV.160. Attack Power, 100,000. Blood, 10,000. Physical Defense, 1,000. Spell Defense, 1,000. Passive Skill, Red Feather Flight. Sense the rule of wind, speed increase huge 500 MSCC. Passive Skill, Abyssal Sacrifice. Sacrifice your soul to an abyssal demon, deep within abyssal territory, doubling the speed of Red Feather's flight by 1,000 meters second. Passive Skill, Red Feather Orbit. A red mark will be left behind the flight, and the speed will be increased by 10 when passing through the red mark track again, which can be stacked indefinitely, and the maximum speed is close to the speed of sound. Passive Skill, Negative Immunity. Abyssal demonic monsters are immune to all negative states, such as poisoning, fear, slowing down, etc. Looking at the introduction, Fang Chen was shocked beyond belief. Close to the speed of sound? This red feather orbit is too counterintuitive. What does the red feather track mean? This Demon Lord will leave a trail where it has flown, and when it flies along this path again, its speed will increase by 10. And when he flies through for the third time, the speed will increase again by 10. This means that the longer you tangle with him in a space, it gets faster and faster and eventually reaches the speed of sound. What kind of concept is that? Fang Chen might not even be able to see where it was in the end, so naturally, he wouldn't be able to attack him. But he can torture you to death. This Demon Lord doesn't have a single active skill, and even has low blood and defense that doesn't resemble a Lord boss. The attack power isn't even as high as a Lord level boss like the Firebrand Crocodile. But it is the Lord of the whole land of the Abyss. It's enough to see how huge the speed advantage is. It might not be able to kill Fong Chen at once, but Fong Chen couldn't touch it at all, but he was able to slowly torture Fong Chen to death. No wonder General Qin Dong thought that Fong Chen was a lightspeed professional before. Against this demon lord, if there was no speed advantage, how could it be possible to decapitate its projection within a second? Back then, the slaying Exalted One was so pretentious that he killed his way into the abyss in a bid to exterminate this demon lord. But in the end, he ended up dead. Maybe you're strong enough, but how long can you last with 1,000 drops of blood at a time? Fong Chen, if you want to kill old me today, then we'll have to see if you can survive the demon lord's attack. Although you caused the demon lord to destroy his spawn, but if you contribute your corpse to Lord Jiang poison, I think it's enough to make up for this demonic mess. Lu Zi laughed, with sizzling heat in her eyes. Fong Chen sniffed but smiled and did not ignore her. Jiang Yixue, who was on the side, hurriedly said, Fong Chen, be careful, it's a demon lord after all. If you really can't, you can go by yourself first. I can't unlock the seal on this body for the time being. Don't harm yourself by showing off. Fong Chen sniffed but still smiled without answering. Instead, at this moment the demon lord was already inciting a pair of red wings and flying. It was silver-white in color, with only one pair of wings being red. No wonder it's called the red feather bug. Only the moment the demon lord flew up, his figure unexpectedly shrunk violently, becoming only the size of a palm. Following that, it turned into a stream of light and circled around Fong Chen. At the same time, a damage value began to continuously emerge from Fong Chen's body. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. Fong Chen looked at the scene and tried to lock onto the demon lord's location. But it was found that it was impossible to lock on, the speed was too fast. I'm afraid that only a tracking skill like the archer profession's guided arrow could lock onto it. But I'm afraid the speed of the guided arrow can't catch up with this red-feathered insect. Fong Chen was shocked in his heart. This speed was indeed perverted, and that was only one item of speed. If this demon lord was perverse in other aspects as well, wouldn't he be invincible? It's just a shame that it's a bug. Fong Chen. What are you stupidly staring at? Jiang Yixue asked in disbelief. Fong Chen's head was constantly bubbling with damage, but he was acting as if he didn't see it. Instead, he enjoyed opening his arms and letting the demon lord keep attacking. Yixue, you know what? The demon lord is actually a bug. Fong Chen suddenly spoke. Jiang Yixue froze. It's a bug, it's buggy, what's wrong with that? Fong Chen said. It's buggy. It's buggy. Saying that, Fong Chen couldn't help but let out a laugh. In the abyss, there really is an insect race. Chapter 109, Controlling Lords, Attribute Reduction. All this time, I've been expecting to run into a buggy bug in the land of the abyss. But no matter if it's the first layer or the second layer or even the third and fourth layers, I've never seen an insect monster. I didn't realize that the demon lords of this abyssal land are actually of the insect race. It's no wonder this demon lord is afraid that it has devoured the entire insect race of the abyssal lands. That's what gave it the strength to approach the sixth turn. Cool. Yes. Fong Chen said aloud, his mood incomparably painful. Jiang Yixue said in disbelief. You're still losing blood, how are you getting high? Fong Chen laughed. You don't understand, every time this demon lord attacks on me, it's as if that 38 technician. Ah shucks. It's as if it's touching me. Isn't that still a mechanic? I didn't realize you went to a place like that. Jiang Yixue pouted. Fong Chen said. Practicing is hard, shouldn't you relax once in a while? You and Su Mui, but one of you can get a massage, I wouldn't have to go. You. Greedy. Jiang Yixue's pretty face blushed. Lu Zi on the side looked puzzled, thinking that this guy Fong Chen would not be stimulated to go crazy, right? Thinking about it, she decided not to wait any longer. At the moment, the demon lord was pestering Fong Chen, which was the perfect opportunity for her to bolt. Although she didn't believe that Fong Chen was a match for the demon lord. But being trapped here is ultimately very passive. If he could escape from the cave, he would be able to be more proactive when the time came. Thinking that she directly left the red formation, she quickly rushed towards the exit. Fong Chen, be careful. Jiang Yixue was busy shouting when she saw this. Fong Chen had noticed her long ago and saw her trying to get out. Instantly, he broke off a boulder from one side of the rock wall and slammed it towards the top of the exit. The huge rock slammed into the rock wall moments later. smashed and collapsed a large piece of rock directly blocking the cave entrance, actually sealing the way out. Lu Zi's eyes chilled when she saw this scene and said in a cold voice, "You're looking for death, you blocked the exit, let's see if you can still dodge my poison," said Lu Zi, who instantly flung out several bottles of poison. However, Fang Chen didn't care at all as he greeted, "Nobody move, just watch this." Jiang Yixue was puzzled. But soon she realized what the problem was. The poisonous mist released from the broken bottle hadn't dispersed yet, and surprisingly, it all surged towards Fang Chen's direction. It turned out that the demon lord had been circling around Fang Chen at an extremely fast speed. The air currents brought up surprisingly swept away the poisonous mist. It actually formed a circle of poisonous mist around Fang Chen. And demon lords are immune to any negative status. That's why those poisonous mists couldn't harm it at all. And Lu Zi's poisonous mist had a state that could confuse those who were poisoned, but there were no other monsters here besides the demon lords. The demon lord seemed to be able to be in a state of confusion, but he still attacked Fang Chen, and there was no difference at all from before. Watching her poisonous mist being quickly absorbed all by the demon lord, Lu Zi was also dumbfounded. Fang Chen laughed. "No tricks? I'm not playing with you either. You're in for a treat today, open your doggy eyes and take a good look." How did this demon lord not get it? After saying that, Fang Chen's eyes went cold, instantly casting the divine grade talent, Perfect Control. A series of system sounds followed. Ding! Congratulations, you are in control of the red-feathered insect, your level has been adapted, the divine talent Divine Insect Splitting is in effect, please check the specific information yourself. Ding! The red feather worm has lost the abyssal world support, and its basic attributes have been drastically reduced, please check for yourself. Ding! The abyssal demon lords have been resolved, please continue your efforts, professionals. Ding! Demon lord solved in 5 minutes. Record setter, I have a girlfriend. Ding! Congratulations on solving the demon lord principle, the Dragon Kingdom demon hunting list has registered. Ding! Congratulations on entering the Dragon Kingdom Demon Hunt list heavenly ranking, currently ranked 40th. Ding! Congratulations on solving the Demon Lords to gain 1 million merit points, and your current rank is 3-star commander. The system's voice kept ringing. Instead, Jiang Yixue and Lu Zi and the others could only hear the system beep of the Demon Lord being resolved. The entire town of Abyss heard the same as they did. Ding! The Abyssal Demon Lords have been resolved, please continue your efforts, professionals. Ding! Demon Lord solved in 5 minutes. Record setter, I have a girlfriend. At this moment, Jiang Yixue, Lu Zi and Li Jian, who was trapped within the formation, all looked at Fang Chen. They have no idea what's going on. But at this moment, the demon lords around Fang Chen were indeed gone. It's really gone. Jiang Yixue just cried and laughed at the sound, sure enough. Sure enough, Fang Chen did. Although she didn't know how Fang Chen had managed to control the Lord class bugs, he had really done it. Li Jian, on the other hand, directly squatted on the ground. At this moment, the last vestige of his condescension was shattered. Looking at Fang Chen, he also knew that he was saved, but when he remembered how he had looked down on Fang Chen at all before, he felt so ridiculous. Lu Zi froze in place and gulped as she looked at Fang Chen. She began to panic, sensing that she might not be able to escape today. She unconsciously touched a bottle of pink potion in her pocket. That was the potion she was best at refining and the one she relied on the most. If it's like what happened with the river poison back then, I don't know if he'll let me go. Men are all the same, I don't believe he can hold it. Willow Z was calculating in her mind that this warp was her last way back. Fang Chen naturally didn't know what she was thinking. At the moment, Fang Chen wasn't in a hurry to solve her at all, instead, he was anxious to take a look at the information about the bugs he was newly controlling. Name, Akabane. Grade, Lord Orange. Rank, LV.119, exceeding the host's rank has been automatically downgraded. Attack power, 6000. Blood, 3000. Physical defense, 1000. Spell defense, 1000. Passive skill, Red Feather Flight. Perceive the rules of wind and increase speed by 500 meters second. Passive skill, Red Feather Orbit, leaves a red mark on the back of its flight that can be shared with other bugs and teammates, increasing its speed to 500 meters second. Reminder, Lord Class God Bug, Evolvable, Fusible, Fusion Attribute, increase speed to the speed of sound, after fusion the Red Feather Orbital skill is invalidated. Divine Worm Splitting Talent in effect, currently splitting, upper limit 37,000, current number 237,000. Looking at the attribute introduction, Fang Chen was relieved in his heart, before he heard the system reminding the red-feathered insect that it had lost its abyssal world enchantment and its attributes had decreased. He was worried about whether the speed would decrease. The result was fine. The basic attributes of attack, blood, and defense were lowered a lot, and this speed was unchanged, which was acceptable. And the Akabane orbit skill has changed to be shared with other bugs and teammates, which suits him better instead. His own speed increased to the speed of sound level after the god bug fusion, which was also quite terrifying. It was just a pity that teammates and other bugs couldn't enjoy the speed bonus after fusion, but once fused it meant that Fang Chen was going solo, so naturally he didn't care about this speed sharing. Just why would this Lord-level boss have its base attributes drastically reduced? And one's nanotoxin attack power is currently nearly 15,000. This Demon Lord's attack power was a full 100,000 before. The numbers don't seem to add up. Thinking about it, Fang Chen flipped out the bug-solving illustrations that he had with him and quickly realized what the problem was. Just Lu Zi looked at Fang Chen's delay in saying anything. Instead, he turned out the book to study there, and in his heart, he greeted Fang Chen's family several times. Fang Chen didn't bother with her, and in his mind, he understood the reason why this Demon Lord's attributes had been lowered. Turns out it's because Chapter 110 Alarming the Alliance Master, Qingfeng moves out. There is a message written very clearly on the bug solution illustration. Whether it's a monster or an insect race, once it's tainted with the abyssal demon attribute, then the base attributes will increase drastically. Even some skills will change with it, though the attributes of the skills won't change. Because skill attributes are inherent to monsters and bugs, they can be improved by upgrading and evolving, but can't be augmented by the abyss. Why are there very powerful monsters after the game descends into the world? A large part of this is due to the existence of the abyssal world, in addition to the fact that monsters are also affected. It is said that there are countless demons inside the abyssal world and they want to take over the entire planet. But the professionals fought bravely and eventually suppressed it in the abyssal world. And these demons have been trying to figure out how to fight back. They compel professionals and demonic beasts and insects to join them. You can gain demonic attribute boosts and enjoy them as long as you are within the abyssal territory. For example, in the Abyss of Abyss Town, demon lords and other monsters can enjoy the abyssal attribute boost. That's why this demon lord's attack power was even higher than the nano vermin's. But once it left the abyssal territory, its attributes would return to normal. Beyond that, there are certain reasons. That is, nanotoxins win by sheer numbers, whereas bugs like the demon lords are alone. So its attack is actually not much weaker than a nanotoxin under normal circumstances. There is a difference in grade though. As for Fang Chen, he won by sheer numbers. So the number of demon lords splits. It may be used with the same effect when both bugs have about the same attack power. But the nanotoxin bugs were, after all, mythic bugs with high growth. As you level up, the attack pulls the red feather bug away from the new. And if Fang Chen were to take control of those bosses that didn't defect to the abyss in the future, for example, world boss, secret boss, etc., the attributes are basically not reduced. Understanding this, Fang Chen also understood the direction he wanted to develop. Although the nanotoxin bugs were mythic rank, I'm afraid that they weren't too strong among mythic rank bugs. It would be best if one could take control of other mythic level bugs in the future, especially those that didn't rely on numbers. Because of the high attributes of this bug itself, after splitting that effect was simply unbelievable. It's just a shame that the nanotoxin can't be upgraded. I wouldn't want to part with it if I could continue upgrading it. After all, this is the first bug to follow me. In this regard, Fang Chen still valued old feelings. Gathering his thoughts, Fang Chen didn't think much more about it, since everything here was settled. Then it's time to settle things with Willow Z. Thinking about it, Fang Chen looked towards Lu Zi. Lu Zi's whole body shook, and it was clear in her heart that the time had come to decide whether she would live or die. And at this moment, beyond the abyss, Bei Jiangnan and Tutor Qianhe had become completely numb. The two of them looked at each other in disbelief, and in the end, Bei Jiangnan asked a question. What does it mean that the system just broadcasted that the Demon Lord was resolved? Resolve? Is it killing? Or run away? Mentor Chiho shook his head. I don't know, but resolution generally means resolution. For example, if you kill him it's also a solution, and if you take control of him, that's also. Control? Bei Jiangnan's entire body froze. Wasn't Fang Chen the Imperial Beastmaster? Could it be that he is in control of this demon lord? That's a demonic type of bug, and he can even control it? I think it would be better for you to make preparations as soon as possible. I just took a look at the demon hunter ranking heavenly ranking, and he's already rushed into the 40th place. I'm afraid the top will notice him soon. Mentor Chiho reminded. Bei Jiangnan sucked in his breath and was busy checking it out as well. Sure enough, he found that Fang Chen's name had already appeared on the heavenly ranking. Demon Hunters list. 40th place, Solved Demon Lord, Abyss Town, Jiangbei City, time, 5 minutes, creator, I have a girlfriend. Bei Jiangnan was a little numb at the sight of it. It's only been a few minutes? First, he ascended the Earth ranking, followed by rushing into the Heaven ranking. It's too anticlimactic. This is going to be hilarious. I'm afraid that soon, many bigwigs will have to run to Jiangbei City to find someone. Bei Jiangnan said to himself. In fact, the situation is worse than that. Inside the East Castle, Eastern Region General Qin Dong had just put down the work at hand. The subordinate ran in again. My lord, it's no good, my lord. What's the alarm? Qin Dong frowned. Or that I have a girlfriend. Him? Didn't I tell you to make a note to report it? Qin Dong Dao. The subordinate was full of panic and busy. No, my lord, he charged into the heavenly ranking. Just resolved the demon lord of Abyss Town in 5 minutes. Currently ranked 40th on the heavenly ranking. What did you say? Qin Dong was no longer calm this time and directly stood up. A third-turn professional solved the demon lord? How did he solve it? The subordinate looked confused and seemed to say again. If I knew, wouldn't I have told you? Qin Dong also reacted, busy waving his hand to send his subordinates out at the same time. Immediately block the news and notify the major guilds within the eastern region that they are not allowed to contact Northern Jiangnan privately. If you have something, contact me directly. Yes. My subordinates are busy making arrangements. Qin Dong, on the other hand, was busy opening his transmitter and sent a video invitation once he found someone named Li Yang. A few moments later, the video picked up. Qin Dong was then shocked to see. In the curtain of light that appeared ahead, in addition to Li Yang, there was surprisingly another person standing. This person he also recognized was the president of the Astrologers Guild, Qingfeng Li. Li Qingfeng was a state master level task, and his own strength was equally outstanding, a 290 level astrologer, a higher rank than Qin Dong. Why is he here too? Qin Dong, are you here for Fang Chen's matter? Li Yang opened his mouth. Qin Dong was busy reporting back to the Alliance Master, exactly. That's right, Li Yang Hera, that was the Alliance leader of the Dragon Kingdom Alliance. His strength had reached the peak of the 9th turn at level 299 several years earlier. There was even speculation that he might have already completed the 10-turn quest, breaking through at level 299. But it's not confirmed, and I'm afraid only he knows what the details are. And Li Yang was also the current strongest number 1 person in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Li Yang nodded. And I wondered how you, as a general of the eastern region, knew about it even later than I did. Qin Dong said awkwardly. He had only ascended the Earth ranking before, and I did not care to have my subordinates report normally. I didn't expect to be on the heavenly ranking so soon. Even the name I only just heard from you. I think Elder Qingfeng divined it. Li Yang nodded. Elder Qingfeng divined for him once he learned the news. Got some info. This Fang Chen is currently a 3rd turn 119 leveled Imperial Beastmaster, but he has already completed the 4th turn quest and has yet to submit it. I'm afraid he's in control of the Demon Lords. The Demon Lord is an abyssal demon-type monster after all, and I'm also afraid that he'll take the same wrong path as nano-poison. Plus this man's talent is the brightest of the last few years. That's why I wanted Elder Qingfeng to go there personally. What do you think? Qin Dong sniffed and busied himself. Elder Qingfeng is indeed more suitable than me. Against the enemy I'm okay doing people's thought work not so good. It's just that I have to thank Elder Qingfeng for making the trip. That's right, Alliance Master, I've asked my subordinates to block the news so that other guilds don't come over and pull people in. You see? May I ask Elder Qingfeng to invite him to join the Astrologers Guild by the way? Qingfeng Li said. He has joined the Imperial Beastmaster Guild. Ha? Qin Dong froze. Li Yang nodded. It's true, even though the Imperial Beastmaster Guild isn't exactly at the top of its game in terms of strength, Fangchen is an Imperial Beastmaster after all. It's also best to let him stay within the Imperial Beastmaster Guild. You don't have to block the news. If other guilds can pull it off, it's their skill. Transitional protection won't help him grow. Of course, you also need to be somewhat prepared. Neither can you overprotect, but also can't let other guilds to disturb him to practice leveling at ease. You can grasp this degree yourself. I'm going to let him participate in the God General selection 3 years from now. Let him experience at JNU for these 3 years. Xin Dong nodded. Li Yang continued. There's another thing for you to do. The demon lord of Zhangbei City was resolved by Fang Chen, and I'm afraid the demons of the abyssal world won't stop. I will use the teleportation array to send Elder Qingfeng to your eastern domain. You take the men in Qingfeng on a trip to reinforce the abyssal formation, lest there be any changes. Xin Dong nodded. Yes.